Hiying rode swiftly. Her strength had fully returned, and her emotions were so stirred that she could hardly control herself. Her speed was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she had traveled 1,000 miles. With her head lowered, she focused only on moving forward. She didn't know how long she had been riding until she finally looked up and saw that night had fallen. She was now halfway up a steep mountain. Stopping there, she turned to glance toward the official road. A pale crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a faint light over the misty land. Fortunately, her eyesight was extraordinary. She could see clearly even in the dark, as if it were daytime. Slowly and firmly, she turned her head. Then, with a faint smile, she took out a flute from her pouch and began to play without thinking. A soft, sorrowful melody drifted through the night. After a long while, she suddenly realized that the tune she was playing was the Butterfly Lovers. Startled, she lowered the flute and looked up at the dim clouds floating near the moon. She thought to herself, if I hadn't played that tune by accident, I might have forgotten that I've lived 2 lives. Hiying, oh Hiying, love in this world is like passing smoke. You've already reached a higher state, yet you still cling to these feelings. To be trapped by them even now, how foolish. With that thought, she let out a long, powerful cry. The sound echoed through the mountains, sometimes sorrowful, sometimes free and unrestrained. Though it carried a sense of freedom, there was still a trace of confusion that could not be erased. Her cry grew longer and louder, shaking the mountains around her. After some time, her voice softened into a gentle hum, like a song fading into the wind. At last, the sound disappeared completely, blending into the quiet of the mountains. Letting out a deep breath, Hiying closed her eyes. After a while, she opened them again and looked down. She was standing on a narrow rock halfway up a sharp, sword-like peak. The night wind blew her clothes, making them flutter like the robes of an immortal. The wind was a little cold. Though Hiying couldn't really feel the chill, it helped clear her mind. She stood there for a long time, until a red sun rose on the horizon. Then, with a light leap, she climbed to the mountain peak and began to move swiftly from one summit to another. Her body was incredibly light. Each peak was several or even dozens of meters apart, yet she seemed to glide through the air as if weightless. The feeling of being in complete control of her body was wonderfully exhilarating. As she soared between the peaks, looking down at the deep cliffs below, the thrill and excitement slowly replaced all her worries. Gradually, she began to enjoy it. Leaping freely from place to place, Hiying let out a long, clear cry. The last time she had shouted, it was to release her sadness. This time, it was to express a sense of freedom beyond words. By the time there were no more peaks ahead, the sun had already risen from the sea of clouds, shining with golden light. Facing the sun, Hiying let herself be bathed in its warmth. After tasting the joy of leaping among the mountains, she began to walk only along cliffs and peaks. The feeling of flying and the thrill of danger quickly calmed the pain in her heart. One day, she stood on a mountaintop, watching the setting sun sink slowly. She became lost in thought, staring blankly at the golden light, and the clouds dyed red by the sunset. Suddenly, a new and unfamiliar feeling rose within her, subtle and unexpected, as if her heart had suddenly opened. Yet when she tried to describe it, she found no words. Dressed in white, her figure glowed under the golden light, appearing mysterious against the sky. No one knew how long she stood there before she finally moved slightly and said softly, without turning her head, "How did you know I was here?" Footsteps sounded behind her, stopping about 10 meters away. Imitating her posture, Yuan Qing looked toward the distant sun and said gently, "I arrived in the Xia Kingdom not long ago. When I heard you had left, I began searching for you everywhere. Yesterday, I heard your call and came here overnight."
Oh.
Hiying smiled faintly and said no more. Her eyes remained fixed on the glowing horizon, her tall and graceful figure motionless against the light. After a long silence, Yuan Qing swallowed hard and gave a dry, hoarse laugh. "Do you still blame me for not helping you that day when you were taken away?" As he spoke, his eyes stayed fixed on Hiying. Under the golden light, her figure looked distant and lonely.
His gaze softened.
Over the years, he had seen countless beautiful sights, but never had he met a woman like Hying, someone he could not forget. He had never imagined that one day he would care so deeply for someone. Time passed, and when Hying still didn't answer, Yuan Qing gave a bitter smile. Hying, I had my reasons. At last, Hying shook her head and smiled gently. It's all right.
Oh?
Yuan Qing stared at her. With her back turned, he couldn't see her expression, so he didn't know whether she had forgiven him or simply didn't care anymore. She remained silent, saying nothing more. Closing his eyes for a moment, Yuan Qing suddenly smiled. With his hands behind his back, he looked into the distance and said brightly, "The land is as beautiful as a painting, stretching for thousands of miles. Hying, would you like to travel the world with me?" Hying was startled and finally turned to look at him. Meeting her clear, calm eyes, Yuan Qing smiled slightly and continued in a relaxed tone. People like us are like drifting clouds and wild cranes, free and unbound. After all, the path of life is uncertain. No one knows what lies ahead. So, we can truly live without attachments. He looked at her with a gentle smile. The world's beauty is endless. Even if we lived as long as the heavens and the earth, we could never see it all. Hying, would you like to wander the world with me? His expression was calm and sincere, making his invitation seem pure and simple. Hying smiled and lowered her head, glancing at her stomach. Following her gaze, Yuan Qing also looked at her still flat belly. Dear readers, please continue to vote for the excellent innkeeper. It's already the 20th, and only 10 days remain. Monthly subscribers, help me keep it firmly in first place. The end of the month will bring another fierce competition, and I truly need your support. With a faint smile, Hying said softly, "All right." She turned her head, her bright eyes looking at Yuan Qing with a gentle smile. The world is full of endless beauty. If only I could be as free as a bird. I have waited for this moment for so long. Yuan Qing quietly looked at her. Hearing her words, he smiled slightly and said, "Then let's go." In the summer palace, King Cheng's face was dark and tense, his lips pressed tightly together as he glared angrily at the subordinates kneeling before him. The veins on his broad forehead stood out, and sparks of fury seemed to flash in his eyes. Everyone on the ground trembled. King Cheng rarely lost his temper. Life and death were in his hands, and if he was displeased, a single command could decide anyone's fate. Even when he did get angry, a few calm words from him were enough to make people shake with fear. Now, faced with such open rage, everyone was drenched in cold sweat, their teeth chattering, unable to speak. His hands pressed hard against the table, the veins on his long fingers bulging. "What? None of you can tell me?" King Cheng said coldly. "My queen has vanished without a trace, and not one of my masters can give me a clear answer?" His eyes slowly turned toward the master kneeling at the front. "Elder Chen," he said icily, "what do you say?" Elder Chen was an ordinary-looking man in his 50s or 60s, his eyes cloudy. If not for his presence here, no one would have believed that such an old man was one of the leading masters of the Summer Kingdom. He moved forward on his knees, pressing his hands to his forehead, and said slowly, "Your Majesty, we are truly powerless. Queen Zhou's skills have reached the highest level, far beyond ours. We cannot trace where she has gone." Hearing the words, "Queen Zhou's skills have reached the highest level, far beyond ours," a flash of pain crossed King Cheng's angry face, and a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. His lips pressed tightly together, his hands on the table trembling slightly. After a long struggle, he finally said with difficulty, "Leave me." His voice was heavy, filled with helpless sorrow. The masters exchanged glances, then bowed deeply and said loudly, "It is our failure, Your Majesty." King Cheng closed his eyes, resting his right hand on his forehead. With his left hand, he weakly waved them away.
"Go."
"Yes, Your Majesty." The sound of retreating footsteps slowly faded, and the room soon returned to silence. King Cheng placed both hands on his forehead, fingers interlocked. After a long, long time, he spoke in a low but firm voice. Summon General Shi. Shi Wei knelt before him. As he placed a few ghost stones on the board, he took a moment to glance at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng was staring intently at the board, looking very serious, though every move he made seemed rather confused. Shi Wei had to use great effort, and after half an hour, the game was still evenly matched. After a while, Wang Cheng finally spoke. Shi Wei, do you think Hing will come back this time? Shi Wei's hand, holding a black stone, trembled slightly, and the piece fell to the floor. He bent down slowly to pick it up. Without looking up, he already knew Wang Cheng was waiting for his answer. He sighed softly. After a long pause, he straightened up, placed the stone on the board, looked at Wang Cheng, and asked, Your Majesty, if she doesn't return, what will you do? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Wang Cheng's calm face turn pale, and his hand began to tremble. Shi Wei stepped back, knelt on one knee before him, and said solemnly, Your Majesty, for the sake of the people and your own health, please forget Hiying. Forget? Wang Cheng gave a bitter smile. How long did it take you to forget Princess Chiao? Shi Wei froze for a moment. After standing still for a while, he raised his head to meet Wang Cheng's dark eyes and said slowly, Your Majesty is wise and strong-willed. In the past, I also wanted to ask you to let go of Hiying, but I didn't insist. This time I must. His voice grew firmer. Your Majesty, before, Hiying was still within your reach, so I thought you might eventually move on. But now it's different. She has grown strong and independent, beyond your control. Your Majesty, I believe. He hesitated, then bowed deeply and said clearly, I believe you are a man of great wisdom. Since you can no longer hold on to her, try to let her go from your heart. When I was once infatuated with Princess Chiao, I thought no other woman could compare to her. But now, I see she was not so special after all. Your Majesty. Shi Wei's words were clearly ones he had thought over many times, and he spoke them slowly and firmly. Wang Cheng looked at him, his dark eyes calm and unreadable. After a long silence, he said quietly, Stand up and speak. Supporting himself on the low table, he straightened his back, turned toward the gauze window, and said softly, Hiying is carrying my child. He had thought that this would make her hesitate to leave. Unexpectedly, he gave a bitter smile and said, I never imagined she would hate me so deeply. Even though she carries my child, she still insists on leaving and refuses to give me another chance. Closing his eyes, Wang Cheng let out a long sigh. That sigh seemed to echo endlessly, filled with sorrow and unspoken pain. Hearing it, Shi Wei suddenly realized how deeply Wang Cheng's feelings had grown. He couldn't help but lift his head and look at Wang Cheng's tall figure. He had always believed that this man could hold up the sky even if it fell, and had never thought that one day he too would be so heartbroken and weary. For a moment, Shi Wei was overwhelmed with emotion, staring blankly at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's eyes were still fixed on the gauze window. It was now wide open, and a thick cluster of banyan leaves blocked the view outside. His lips moved slightly, his brows furrowed and relaxed again and again. After a long pause, he turned decisively toward Shi Wei, his voice deep and firm. Shi Wei, I have decided to dismiss the entire harem. Spread the word across the land. Tell everyone that I do this for the new queen, Hiying. What? Shi Wei looked up in shock, staring at Wang Cheng in disbelief. Wang Cheng spoke slowly, You heard me right. I want the whole world to know that I dismiss the harem for Hiying. A proud yet pained smile appeared on his lips. Since the day I became king of Xia, I have never cared about what others think. This time will be no different. Shi Wei, you may rise. Seeing Shi Wei's look of fear and unease, Wang Cheng said with quiet pain, Do not worry. Only today have I truly understood that life rarely goes as one wishes. If even this cannot bring Hiying back to me, then I will forget her completely. His tone was calm, but Shi Wei felt reassured. He knew Wang Cheng better than anyone. A man like him had one great strength, his resolve. Whether toward himself or his enemies, he was always firm and decisive. Since he had said he would forget, he would indeed turn Hiying into nothing more than a memory. When Wang Cheng's decree spread across the land, the woman everyone longed to see, Hiying, was already far away, in the snowy lands of the north. When she looked up, an endless stretch of white filled her sight. Hiying gazed into the distance and smiled. "It's so beautiful." Yuan Qing chuckled beside her. "Yes, endless and pure white. You can't see such a view in the Zhou or Xia kingdoms." Seeing a trace of sadness cross her face, he regretted mentioning those places. Pointing ahead, Yuan Qing smiled. "About 200 miles from here, there's a small valley surrounded by mountains where it's spring all year round. It's full of rare flowers and plants. Would you like to see it?"
Oh.
Hiying turned to him, her eyes shining with excitement. "Of course. I've always wanted to see a place like that. Let's go now." With that, they both gathered their energy and leapt forward, moving like streaks of light across the sky. The 200 miles passed in less than an hour. Before Hiying now stood a vast range of mountains stretching endlessly into the horizon. Several peaks rose side by side, their icy tops glowing with rainbow colors under the sunlight. Pointing to one of the peaks, Yuan Qing said with a smile, "That's the place." Hiying smiled, her eyes full of anticipation. "Let's go."
All right.
Their movements were swift as lightning, two bright streaks cutting through the snowy landscape toward the mountains. Standing on a steep peak, Yuan Qing pointed to a misty valley below. "Let's go down." As soon as he spoke, he jumped. Hiying took a deep breath and followed. The moment she leapt, a strong force pulled her downward. Feeling herself falling like a stone, she quickly focused her inner energy. Her body spun gracefully in the air, and as her energy flowed, the pull of gravity faded. She felt as light as air, as if her body no longer had weight. Now she was like the wind, like a feather, floating freely and comfortably. Stretching lazily in midair, she smiled in delight. Noticing Yuan Qing watching her, she returned a gentle smile. Caught off guard by her open, carefree expression, Yuan Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly dropped several meters before regaining control. Seeing his flustered movements, Hiying laughed joyfully in the air. Her laughter echoed endlessly, stirring the mountains into a chorus of sound. After a few bursts of laughter, a deep rumble suddenly rolled through the air. In an instant, all the peaks trembled, and snow from every direction thundered down the slopes. Watching the waterfalls of snow pour from all sides, one stream even brushed past her as it rushed into the valley below. Hiying grew even more excited. Her wide eyes darted around, filled with pure joy. Seeing her childlike smile, Yuan Qing also smiled. He now stood tall in midair, his blue robe fluttering gently as he descended with calm grace. His handsome face and immortal-like bearing made him look truly extraordinary. Hiying imitated him, turning gracefully in the air before landing lightly on her feet. After adjusting her inner energy a few times, she finally stood with her hands behind her back, just like Yuan Qing. Her white robe blended into the snowy torrents around her, both hidden and striking at the same time. Letting the wind lift her sleeves, Hiying thought to herself, "People used to call me the Jade Gentleman. Perhaps only now do I truly deserve that name." She couldn't see her own reflection, but from the admiration in Yuan Qing's eyes, she knew that standing there in the wind, floating in the open air, she must look breathtaking. Suddenly, she let out a long, clear cry. With her voice, the fading avalanche roared to life again, tumbling down once more. Even the thunder of the falling snow could not drown out her laughter. At that moment, Hiying felt a happiness she had never known before. A bright, indescribable freedom filled her heart, bringing her a joy that felt like being reborn. When her cry faded, she smiled and looked at the rushing snow around her, thinking, "All this time, I've been trapping myself, binding my own heart. From now on, I am reborn. I will no longer cling to the past or dwell on old troubles." She had told herself countless times to let go, but never truly could, until now, when she finally felt what freedom meant. Hiying suddenly understood how stubborn she had been. That someone like Wang Chung had not grown tired of her was only because his feelings ran deep. But in this moment, light and free as the wind, Hiying had no wish to let thoughts of Wang Chung disturb her peace. At that moment, her smile bloomed like a flower. She turned to Yuan Qing, raised an eyebrow, and said with a laugh, "Yuan Qing, have you been living like this all these years?" Yuan Qing smiled gently, looking at the pure joy on her face. "Yes," he said. "There are endless wonders in this world. People often worry too much about gains and losses, but life is too short to truly enjoy such happiness. Hiying, this is the first time I've seen you so happy." Hiying gave him a playful smile. As Yuan Qing stood there stunned, her body suddenly dropped several feet, and she laughed brightly. "Yes, I'm really, really happy now. So happy that I can't understand why I couldn't let go before." When Yuan Qing steadied himself again, they had already passed through the thin mist of the valley. Below them, green trees and colorful flowers came into view. He looked down at the valley, then turned to her with a graceful smile and said, "Welcome, Hiying, who has found true understanding, to the frozen wonderland. A special update for reaching 9,600 PK points. My friends, monthly subscribers, August is almost over and the PK countdown has begun. If you still have PK votes left, don't waste them. Please give them to me. Let's secure the top spot together. Thank you all." Hiying smiled mischievously, clasped her hands behind her back, looked up at the sky, and said proudly, "Well then, lead the way." Both of them laughed heartily. The valley was filled with light mist and lush green grass. The meadow swayed gently in the breeze, covered with flowers of every color, a breathtaking sight. They landed right in the center of the field. Ahead lay a forest, its trees scattered and full of life. Among the green leaves bloomed flowers of many kinds, all species Hiying had never seen before. A soft breeze carried the fragrance of the blossoms. Hiying felt a pleasant dizziness, closed her eyes, and spread her arms wide, feeling the wind slip through her fingers and brush gently across her face. Seeing Yuan Qing walking eastward, Hiying quickly followed. After walking less than a mile, they heard the sound of flowing water. Turning past a grove of flowering trees, Hiying suddenly saw a winding stream before her. Yuan Qing smiled and said, "At the end of this stream lies a great waterfall. In the deep pool beneath the waterfall lived many rare fish that could help restore spiritual energy." Pointing at a rabbit darting out from the grass, Yuan Qing said with a cheerful smile, "This place is truly a paradise." Besides these rabbits, there are also swans, cranes, wild horses, and spirit monkeys. With his hands behind his back, he walked forward and pointed south. "Among those trees, I once built a treehouse. It's been years, I wonder if it's still there." Hiying looked around in amazement and walked to the edge of the stream. Suddenly, she sat down with a laugh. Seeing Yuan Qing's questioning look, she giggled and said happily, "This already feels like a fairyland. I don't want to leave." Yuan Qing walked up behind her, sat down in the same carefree way, and said with a smile, "All right, then we won't leave." Looking at the small storage charm in her hand, he said, "We cultivators don't need to eat anymore, but the fish in that pool are truly rare delicacies." He shook the bracelet on his wrist and added, "I have plenty of seasonings in here. Why don't I put them into your charm, and you can make a few delicious meals for me to try?" Hiying smiled sweetly.
Sure.
Time passed quietly in the mountains, and 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. By then, Hiying's belly had grown noticeably round. She didn't act like someone expecting a child at all. She wandered around the valley every day, cooking small dishes whenever she felt like it and sharing them with Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing was gentle and polite, which made Hiying feel completely at ease. One night, under a sky with few stars and a bright moon, Hiying lay on the branch of a flowering tree, gazing at the moon through the leaves and enjoying the cool night breeze. Half asleep, she suddenly felt a few gentle movements in her belly. Startled, she sat up and stared at her stomach. Then, she felt another soft movement on her left side. It was the baby. The baby was moving. A wave of indescribable emotion filled her heart. "My child, My child is moving. She placed her hand gently on her belly, and just as she did, she felt a tiny kick against her palm. A warm smile spread across her face as she stayed in that half-sitting position, her hand resting tenderly on her stomach. When Yuan Qing arrived, walking lightly under the moonlight, this was the scene that greeted him. He stared blankly at Ying, following her gaze to her clearly rounded belly. Seeing the gentle, happy smile on her slightly tilted face, a wave of indescribable emotion rose in his heart. One stood under the tree, the other sat above, both lost in silence for a long time. After what felt like ages, Ying lifted her head to look at Yuan Qing. Her eyes shone brightly. With a faint smile, she slowly stood up. The wind lifted her white clothes, flickering light and shadow under the moon. Yuan Qing, I've made up my mind, she said softly. I need to return to the Xia kingdom. A sudden, suffocating bitterness filled Yuan Qing's chest. He closed his eyes, and after a long pause, asked quietly why. Seeing the expression on his face, Ying's eyes showed a trace of guilt. With a gentle sigh, she said, I want to ask Wang Qing once more if he's willing to be with only me. Yuan Qing noticed that when she mentioned Wang Qing this time, her tone no longer carried pain or resentment, only a calm, familiar warmth. That realization made his heart twist sharply. He exhaled deeply before asking in a steady voice, Is his answer really that important to you? Seeing the struggle and sorrow on his face, Ying lowered her voice.
I'm sorry.
For a while, neither spoke. The wind rustled through the leaves, whispering softly in the night. After a long silence, Ying spoke again. Yuan Qing, I was wrong too. Wang Qing once treated me badly, but later, he truly loved me. And I loved him too. We both cared for each other deeply. Yuan Qing's face tightened slightly. Ying bit her lip, deciding to finish what she had to say. I've let go of the past, she continued slowly. Life is short. Why hold on to right and wrong so tightly? When I'm with him, I feel at peace. So, why not try to forget the pain of the past? Holding on to hatred only makes both of us unhappy. She looked at Yuan Qing's pale face and silently added in her heart, I still care for Wang Qing, and that will always trouble you. I'm carrying his child, and though you never said it, I know you wished I would let it go. Turning her head, letting the night wind lift her long hair, Ying slowly stood on the tree branch. She continued, Now I no longer want to live my life, trapped in confusion. If he truly loves me and is willing to give up everything for me, then I will stay by his side. When he grows tired of me, I will simply leave. Ying smiled softly, her laughter carrying a sense of freedom and pride. If he cannot do that, then I will forget him completely and live freely, with no worries in my heart. She reached out her pale hand toward the bright moon and said calmly, This time, Ying, will truly come and go with ease. The world is so beautiful, Yuan Qing. I don't want to let old grudges and meaningless memories trap my heart anymore. This time, it's truly the end. This is the ending I always wanted to write. Why hold on to so many grudges in life? Just follow your heart. Life is short. Don't leave behind too many regrets. By the way, since this ending completes the story, I should probably find an editor someday to add it to the full version. A long time passed, so long that Ying almost thought Yuan Qing had fallen asleep before she finally heard his slow, steady voice. If you've made up your mind, then go. Every year around this time, I'll stay in the valley for 3 months. If you truly forget Wang Qing, could you come back here again? His tone was a little strained, and Ying felt a pang in her heart. She looked up, meeting Yuan Qing's eyes, and said softly, All right. As soon as she said that, Yuan Qing bent his waist, flipped into the air, and disappeared into the darkness. The next morning, Ying appeared outside the valley. Walking alone through the vast snowfields, she felt, for the first time, a deep sense of peace and freedom. With a faint smile on her lips, revealing her true face, Ying, dressed in white, used her great skill to cross mountains and rivers, heading straight toward the Xia kingdom. She had long since learned to live without food, and her speed was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. After traveling all night, by dawn she had already covered thousands of miles. On the third day, Hing finally entered the borders of Xia. As soon as she stepped into Wang Cheng's territory, she slowed her pace. On the official road, a caravan of several hundred people moved slowly forward. Hing walked calmly beside them. She didn't want to display her extraordinary skills in broad daylight, so she chose to walk quietly next to the caravan, planning to speed up once she entered the forest ahead. Among the caravan, several riders dressed in black kept glancing back at her. After a while, a middle-aged scholar lifted the curtain of his carriage, looked at her carefully, and then called out loudly, "Young man, the road is long. Would you like to ride with us for a while?" Hing smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you, sir, but I'm used to walking. I'll be fine." The scholar laughed heartily at her words, but the four riders near him exchanged quick glances. After a moment, a dark-skinned young rider with a round face and a small lump near his mouth, who was riding on the left side of the carriage, couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "May I ask your name, young man?" Hing noticed his boldness and smiled faintly at him. Before she could answer, the young rider continued, "You look very familiar. Could you be Lady Hing of the Zhou family?" At those words, the caravan immediately fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Hing, waiting for her reply.
Huh.
Hing hadn't expected to hear her own name so soon after meeting the first group of travelers. The curiosity and excitement in their eyes puzzled her. Just as she was about to speak, a fair-faced young rider said excitedly, "Young man, no, my friend, you must be Hing. You look exactly like the portrait." His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. In an instant, the whole caravan became lively. People whispered to one another, their faces full of excitement. The once orderly group now buzzed with energy, like ripples spreading across a pond. The young rider with the lump near his mouth urged his horse forward a few steps, then quickly pulled it back, realizing his excitement. Staring at Hing without blinking, he said eagerly, "Are you really Hing? The Lady Hing of the Zhou family? Is that the Hing who threw the whole world into chaos, the one who made King Xia order the dismissal of his entire harem?" The young man spoke quickly and endlessly, not noticing the others signaling him to stop. When everyone heard him say "threw the world into chaos," they all gasped. The restless crowd immediately quieted down, returning to their places and watching Hing's every move with caution. Hing, however, stood frozen. She stared blankly at the young man, her heart in turmoil. "What? The king dismissed his harem because of me? He really did that for me." She stood there like a statue, unaware that the group had slowly formed a defensive circle around her, filled with tension and confusion. No one knew how much time had passed before Hing suddenly looked up and laughed softly. After a few laughs, she let out a long breath, clasped her hands together, and smiled at the uneasy crowd. "Thank you." As soon as her voice faded, her white figure flashed like a drifting cloud. The crowd only saw a blur before she vanished. Hundreds of people stared in disbelief at the spot where she had just stood. Hing no longer cared about what others might think. Her heart was racing with excitement and nervousness, and she could hardly control her steps. The next night, Hing appeared in the summer palace. The palace seemed quieter than before, with fewer sounds of music. She leapt lightly across the courtyards where the royal consorts once lived, finding each one empty and covered in dust, without a trace of life. A faint smile curved her lips, and her bright eyes sparkled as she headed straight for the king's study. King Xia sat in his study, his tall figure looking thinner under the bright lamplight. A eunuch approached carefully and said softly, "Your Majesty, it's getting late.
You should rest."
The king paused, lifting his head to look out through the gauze window.
"What time is it now?"
he asked quietly. "It's midnight, Your Majesty," the eunuch replied. The king nodded slightly, set down his brush, and slowly walked to the door. Gazing at the dark night sky, he sighed. Midnight again. A faint smile touched his handsome face, tinged with helplessness. "Only now do I truly understand what it means to be alone." His quiet sigh drifted into the night wind, carrying with it a loneliness that words could not describe. Looking at the loneliness on the face of the once proud king, the eunuch's lips moved several times, but in the end, he said nothing. Just then, a soft sound came, followed by a gentle and familiar female voice. Wang Cheng? The moment he heard that voice, Wang Cheng's heart trembled. His whole body stiffened, and he couldn't turn around. Suddenly, a pair of warm arms wrapped around his waist. Ying rested her face against his back and said softly, Wang Cheng, I'm back. I won't be so stubborn anymore. Then she let go, slowly walked to stand before the stunned Wang Cheng, lifted her tearful face with a faint smile, and said, I'm back. Aren't you happy? With a graceful turn, her white clothes fluttered like a crane's wings. Standing beside him, she looked out at the night sky and said cheerfully, Wang Cheng, I'm free now. From now on, I'll stand by your side and watch the sunrise and sunset with you. Didn't you once say that after a few years, you'd leave everything behind and travel the world with me? I've come to see how you'll keep that promise. As soon as she finished, strong arms pulled her into a tight embrace. Wang Cheng trembled and gently kissed her hair. Then he laughed brightly, his voice full of joy that seemed to reach the heavens. Good. My lady, you must make sure I keep my word. His voice softened as he whispered, I've waited for you, Ying. Every time I see your smile, as bright as the moonlight, I just want to keep you close and never let you go. Rebirth, a gentle breeze stirred the water, flowers bloomed everywhere, and spring filled the air. It was the day of the school's hiking trip, a day Mo Lin had been looking forward to for a long time. Mo Lin, don't run so fast. A sweet voice called out. A delicate, pretty girl came running after him, breathing hard. She carried a small backpack and bent over, trying to catch her breath. Mo Lin stopped and smiled, waiting for her to recover. When she finally did, she laughed and said, Mo Lin, you really care more about your crush than your friends. Even if your brother Chen is coming today, you didn't have to leave me behind like that. Morin smiled softly, tapped the girl on the head, glanced around quietly, and said, Why are you talking so loudly? I wasn't in a hurry to see him. I just walk fast out of habit. The young girl tilted her head, studied her for a moment, then smiled and said, That's true. Comrade Chen has always liked pretty girls, and you're not exactly one. If he found out you liked him, he'd probably just make fun of you. Morin stayed silent for a long time. After a while, she sighed sadly. Seeing her expression, the girl beside her felt awkward and was about to comfort her when Morin suddenly smiled again and said, It doesn't matter if he doesn't like me. I like him, and that makes me sometimes happy, sometimes troubled. This feeling is rare. I don't know if I'll ever feel this way again. So, even just for this beautiful feeling, I'll keep liking him quietly. The girl widened her eyes, though she wasn't surprised. She knew this was truly how Morin felt. With a sigh, she said, You're really something. I wonder what kind of situation could ever make you feel helpless. Morin chuckled, took her hand, and they continued climbing. Before long, they reached halfway up the mountain. Then the girls started to slow down again. Morin called out, Xiaoying, if you keep this up, I'll leave you behind. Xiaoying looked pale as she glanced at the steep slope nearby and said, No way. You brought me this far, so you have to help me the rest of the way. Morin sighed helplessly and reached out to pull her up. Just then, a voice came from above, Watch out. Morin instinctively looked up and saw something flying toward her. She quickly dodged to the side, stepping back just in time to avoid a basketball. But at that moment, Xiaoying shouted urgently, Morin, don't step back. Before Morin could react, the ground beneath her gave way, and she fell. The last thing she saw before everything went dark was Xiaoying's pale, terrified face. Miss, you're awake? Quick, someone come. The young lady is awake. A strange voice said. In her daze, Morin thought about it, then slowly opened her eyes. Her lips moved weakly as she whispered, Water. Water. Hearing the voice, a girl of about 11 or 12 walked over, poured a little water into a cup, and gently fed it to her. After a few sips, Emolyn slowly began to regain consciousness. She opened her confused eyes and looked at the young girl, thinking to herself, How strange. Why is she dressed like a servant from ancient times? And what's with those two buns on her head? The thought amused Emolyn, and she let out a soft laugh. Just then, the main door was pushed open, and 4 or 5 people rushed in. Leading them was a graceful middle-aged woman. Like the young girl, everyone was dressed in traditional clothing.
Moon Tak Lin blinked in surprise.
If she had the strength, she would have rubbed her eyes to see if she was dreaming. The woman saw Emolyn and immediately rushed forward, hugging her tightly and crying, Lear, you're awake. You scared me so much. She held her so tightly that Emolyn's face turned red. Her heart raced as she thought, oh no, I might become the first ghost to be hugged to death. A middle-aged man standing behind the woman said, all right, calm down. Look, Lear can hardly breathe. The woman quickly looked at Emolyn in panic and called out, Lear, what's wrong? Hurry, call the doctor. Emolyn's vision went dark again, and she lost consciousness. When she woke up once more, she found herself still in the same old-fashioned room. She ran outside to look around, and her first thought was, this isn't a film set. Then the memory of falling from the cliff came back to her. That's right, I fell. But why didn't I die? Why am I a little girl now? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh softly. No wonder those novels talk about time travel. It's actually real. She made a funny face at herself and thought, well, surviving a disaster must mean good fortune ahead. I must have come back to life in another body. The thought of the word body made her shiver, and she stuck out her tongue playfully. The body's original owner was Hiying, the third daughter of He Fei, a respected scholar of the Zhou kingdom. Her nickname was Lear, and she was just over 7 years old. The little girl had always been lively and mischievous, but this time, she had fallen from a tree and lost her life. Looking into the mirror, Emolyn saw a face that was both delicate and spirited. Her fine features were framed by sharp brows and bright eyes that carried a hint of courage. It was a rare and striking face. Now she is still young, but when she grows up, she will surely become a truly beautiful and unique woman. Third miss, from a distance came Xiaohuan's voice. Soon, she saw Hiying sitting in the pavilion and hurried over, calling as she ran, Third miss, why are you still sitting here? Madam is calling for you. Hiying stood up, glanced at the lively little maid, and said softly, all right, I'm coming. As they walked, Xiaohuan said, Third miss, since you woke up this time, you're finally not as mischievous as before. Realizing what she had just said, she quickly covered her mouth, her bright eyes darting nervously toward Hiying. She thought to herself, oh no, Miss has been quiet lately, probably because her headaches haven't fully gone away. If she hears what I said and goes back to her old playful self, Madam will surely scold me. Hiying could tell what Xiaohuan was thinking and couldn't help but smile. Because she still had the memories of the former Hiying, she was not unfamiliar with dealing with her family and had no fear of revealing anything unusual. Her family, on the other hand, was delighted to see her finally calm and gentle, which often made Hiying secretly amused. When she saw her mother from afar, a warm feeling rose in her heart. In her previous life, she had lost her parents at a young age. Her studies and living expenses had been supported by a kind benefactor who also helped more than 20 other children. Although she had never lacked food or clothing, she had never met her benefactor in person. Madam, he stood in the courtyard. When she saw Hiying approaching, she opened her arms and said gently, Come here, my dear girl, let mother hold you. Hiying laughed happily and ran into her mother's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around her neck. Madam, he carried her to the dining table. As she fed her, she said with a smile, Xiaoying, your eldest and second brothers are coming home soon. Are you happy? Hiying widened her eyes and asked sweetly, Really? Isn't my eldest brother working in the capital? It's hard for him to come back, isn't it? Madam, he smiled so brightly that her eyes nearly disappeared. Your eldest brother is on official duty. Since he has some time, he decided to come home first. She tapped Hiying's little nose and said with a laugh, He has always loved you dearly. When he heard you were hurt, he couldn't rest easy and came back to see you. Then she picked up another piece of food and gently fed it to Hiying. Hiying felt hungry and said, "Mother, I'm hungry. I want to eat by myself." "Madam," he let her go, and she quickly finished a bowl of rice in just a few bites. Her mother kept saying, "Don't rush, don't rush. Be careful not to choke," while smiling warmly at her, as if just watching her eat brought her great joy. After a short while, Hying was full. Once her mother wiped her mouth clean, she immediately said, "Mother, I'm going to play," and ran off, leaving Madam He smiling and shaking her head. Hying ran toward the family study. The He family had been scholars for generations, and the study was filled with so many books that even Hying, who came from modern times, was amazed. The two sons and one daughter of the He family had all been well educated since childhood. Although Hying was not yet 8 years old, she already knew most of the characters she should, and she could remember ordinary books after reading them once. What was rare talent in other families seemed common among the He children. This had its advantages. At least Hying didn't have to pretend she couldn't read. Books in this era were very precious. Unless one had special connections, it was hard to borrow them. Most people treated their books like treasures. The He family was no exception. Their most carefully guarded and valuable place was the study. When she reached the stone wall behind the mountain, Hying pricked her finger and let a drop of blood fall into the right eye of the stone lion on the left side of the wall. After a minute, the stone wall creaked open. She quickly slipped inside, and as soon as she entered, the stone door closed again. Behind the stone door was a hidden chamber. Sunlight streamed in through cracks above, scattering across the room, but keeping it bright. Several luminous pearls were set into the stone walls. According to her father, these pearls were the He family's greatest treasure. Rows upon rows of books filled the shelves. Hying often thought they were packed too tightly. Who would ever come to steal books anyway? She remembered her father once saying, "It's not to guard against thieves, but against people who want to borrow books." The books on the shelves were neatly arranged and easy to find, which oddly made Hying lose interest in reading them. What fascinated her were the unnoticed corners, the dusty old books her father never bothered to organize, the ones that looked worn and forgotten. It felt just like in her previous life, when she had only a few coins but still hoped to find a surprisingly good piece of clothing at a street market. There was always a kind of treasure-hunting excitement in it. Hying squatted down. This was the second corner she had searched. She hadn't been at it for even an hour, yet her face was already covered in dust. Except for her bright, lively eyes, her little face was so dirty that she looked almost like a beggar. Hying tossed aside a damaged book and rubbed her numb legs. She thought, there aren't many books in this corner. I should be able to finish today. It would be so fun if I found something surprising. Most of the books here were handwritten copies. Many had been placed in this corner as waste after the original versions were found. Her dusty hands moved quickly as she flipped through the books. After a long while, aside from the usual classics, she found only 2 miscellaneous books that seemed useful. She placed them beside her and continued searching. Then, her eyes caught sight of a handwritten book titled Moon Resting Technique. Her eyes lit up. Could this be a martial arts manual? She wondered. She opened it and read the first page. This technique has existed for over 1,000 years, yet few have mastered it. Even among those who have, only a handful achieved great skill. Practice with caution. Hying pouted and muttered softly, "Really? What kind of martial arts manual says that?" She tossed the book aside and kept searching. After a while, she grew bored and glanced again at the moon resting technique. She picked it up, thinking, who cares if it works or not? I'll just try it for fun. With that thought, she felt cheerful again. She stood up, stretched, gathered the books in her arms, and walked out. That evening, after dinner, Hying sat cross-legged on her bed and began practicing according to the book. The movements were somewhat like the yoga she had done in her past life, slow breathing and gentle postures. After a while, she felt calm and relaxed. She decided she would keep practicing whenever she had free time. After all, there wasn't much entertainment in ancient times. Her 2 older brothers wouldn't be back for a while, so for now, the house was her domain. One day, she had climbed a tall tree to look for a bird's nest when Xiao Huan's voice called out, "Third miss, come down quickly." Madam wants you in the main hall. Hiying looked down at her. The girl's small face was flushed, and her forehead was covered with sweat. It seemed she had run all the way there. Hiying slid down from the tree. Xiao Huan fussed over her clothes while saying, "Miss, you've just recovered. Please don't climb trees again. If Madam finds out, she'll be worried." Hiying let her talk until she finally stopped, then smiled and asked, "Why does Mother want me in the main hall? Has someone come to visit?" Xiao Huan replied, "Yes, it's the son of Master's sworn brother. He'll be staying here for a while." When Xiao Huan finished tidying her clothes, Hiying grabbed her hand and ran toward the hall. As they ran, she asked, "Really? How old is he?" Xiao Huan said, "About the same age as me, I think. He's tall and quite handsome." Hiying giggled. "Handsome? That's great. I like good-looking boys." When they reached the hall, they could already hear lively voices and bursts of laughter from inside. Hiying gestured for Xiao Huan to be quiet and tiptoed closer. At the doorway, she turned her head slightly and peeked through a small gap in the door. In the center of the hall sat her father, smiling broadly and looking very pleased. Her mother sat beside him, also beaming with joy. On the guest seats were two people. The first was a boy of about 10. Though young, he was tall and handsome. Perhaps because he was from the north, he looked as mature as a 14 or 15-year-old from the south. If not for the childish look still lingering in his face and eyes, Hiying might not have guessed he was only around 10. Sitting below him was a man in his 40s, tall and dark-skinned, with strong, well-defined features. Though dressed like a servant, he carried himself with calm confidence. His eyes and face showed genuine happiness, and his open, straightforward manner gave him an air of freedom rather than servitude. From her parents' expressions, Hiying could tell this man was clearly more than just a servant. He laughed and said, "It's been years since I was last here. This place has grown even more lively. Once the young master is settled, I'll visit some old friends before they forget me." Hiying's father laughed heartily. "Of course. Back in the day, Yen was someone people respected and followed. How could anyone forget that so easily?" At this, the two men burst into hearty laughter. "Madam," he smiled gently beside them. Then, her eyes turned and caught sight of a small head peeking in. She shook her head and called out loudly, "Lear, why are you hiding there? Come in instead of sneaking around." As soon as she spoke, everyone in the room looked toward the door. The man named Yen squinted and smiled, as if to say he had already noticed her, but chose not to mention it. Hiying stuck out her tongue shyly, pushed the door open and greeted them, "Father, Mother, Uncle Yen." Then she paused and looked at the young boy. The boy looked at her shyly. "Madam," he smiled and said, "This is your brother Lu. He's 10 years old." Hiying smiled sweetly and said, "Hello, Brother Lu." The boy stood up awkwardly and replied, "You don't need to be so polite, Sister Lear." The man named Yen looked at Hiying for a moment, then laughed loudly. "Brother He, your daughter is truly lovely. She's more charming than any girl I've ever seen." Father He laughed and said, "She's still so young. You can already tell that? I think you just see a bit of spirit in her, and that's why you say so. I know your way of judging people very well."
Ha ha ha.
The two men laughed heartily again. Father He was usually a serious man, and Hiying had never seen him laugh so freely before. The man named Yen laughed along with him. Then Father He turned to the two children and said, "Lear, go play with your brother Lu. From now on, he'll be living here. You two should get along well." Hiying agreed and reached out to take young Master Lu's hand. The boy blushed and followed her slowly out of the hall. "Brother Lu, what's your name?" As soon as they stepped outside, Hiying looked up at him. The boy's face was still red. He swallowed and said softly, "My name is Lu Ming." Then he looked at her and asked, "What's your name, little sister?" Hiying replied, "I'm Hiying. Brother Lu, can I call you by your name from now on?" Lu Ming smiled and said, "Of course you can." 6 years later. "Sister, what are you busy with?" 16-year-old Lu Ming had already grown into a tall and strong young man. With his height of 1.80 meters, his strong build, the sharp features typical of northern men, and the gentle grace often seen in southerners, he was already the kind of Prince Charming figure in Nanling City. He now stood under a large tree, looking at Hiying. Though only 14, she was already graceful and as fresh as a lotus in bloom. His gaze was focused and full of feeling. That expression, she thought with a smile, could easily win the heart of an innocent girl. When she smiled, Lu Ming's eyes stayed fixed on her face, unable to look away. Only when her bright eyes met his with a teasing glimmer did his face turn slightly red, and he awkwardly looked aside. "Brother Lu, after all these years, you still blush so easily?" Hiying said with a playful smile as she walked toward him. She was dressed in a man's robe, her hair tied loosely behind her shoulders. Her young face carried both gentleness and spirit, making her look like a handsome young man. Yet the quiet strength in her eyes made it impossible to underestimate her. Lu Ming frowned as he looked at her rosy cheeks and sighed. "Wearing men's clothes again? If Uncle he sees you, he'll be furious." Hiying slung her bow and arrows over her back, patted the dust off her robe, and said cheerfully, "He won't find out if you don't tell him." Then she made a funny face and asked with a grin, "So, Brother Lu, what's your plan for today? Tell me." Lu Ming jumped in surprise. "So that's why you're dressed like this, to go out with me?" "No way. Last time you fooled that scholar's sister into thinking you were a young gentleman, and she nearly ran away from home. I just managed to settle that mess. What are you planning now?" Hiying pouted and muttered, "You always bring that up. How boring." Lu Ming gently brushed a strand of hair from her face and sighed. "Little sister, this isn't a game. You look the way you do. There aren't many young men in Nanling who can compare. But you keep teasing those girls with sweet words. That's asking for trouble." Hiying's eyes sparkled. "Fine then, I'll change back into my dress. Let's go have some fun together."
No.
Lu Ming refused without even thinking. Seeing Hiying's gloomy expression, he sighed helplessly and said, "Sister, you're a young lady now. In a little over a year, you'll be old enough to marry. A beautiful girl like you will easily attract trouble if you go out." Indeed, Hiying had a face that looked good whether dressed as a man or a woman. Though only 14, she was already tall, almost 1.70 meters. Among the men of Jiangnan, that was considered an average height. When she wore women's clothes, her beauty carried a touch of strength and calm grace. Everyone who met her said she was like an orchid blooming quietly in a hidden valley, elegant and fragrant even without admirers. After appearing in public only twice, she had already become known as the most beautiful girl in Nanling City. When she dressed as a man, she looked like a handsome young gentleman with a natural air of confidence. After going out a few times in disguise, she unintentionally attracted much attention, which often caused trouble for Lu Ming. So now, whenever he heard that Hiying wanted to go out, he would get a headache. Hiying, of course, knew this troubled him. Rolling her eyes playfully, she began thinking of how to trick him into going out with her. If that didn't work, she would just go alone. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel both annoyed and amused as he looked at her. After living together for so many years, he understood every little expression and movement of hers. Just as Hiying was thinking, Lu Ming sighed and said, "Fine, I'll go out with you. But you must stay behind me and speak or act as little as possible." Hiying was overjoyed and quickly bowed, saying, "Agreed. I'll do exactly as you say." After making their plan, the two looked around carefully. Lu Ming said, "I'll leave through the main gate. You wait for me outside the east wall." This way, they wouldn't have to explain why there was suddenly a strange young man in the household. Hardly anyone knew that he enjoyed dressing as a man. Hiying glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then ran quickly toward the east wall. Soon she reached it and looked up to judge its height. Smiling, she stepped back several paces, then ran forward and leapt lightly onto the top of the wall. After checking that no one was nearby, she turned and jumped down gracefully to the ground outside. No one in the He household knew about her agile skills. Even Lu Ming thought she was simply good at climbing walls. Poor Hiying had practiced the moon resting technique for 6 years, yet even now, all she could do was climb walls. Hiying waited for several minutes before Lu Ming finally appeared. Seeing her calm and composed, he glanced at the top of the wall, then at her and finally shook his head with a smile. Your wall climbing skills improve every day. Even a trained martial artist might not climb as well as you. Hiying rolled her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ming was momentarily dazed by her playful expression. When she gave him a teasing smile, his face turned red, and he quickly looked away. Let's go, he said softly. Nanling City was a southern water city, famous for its busy trade and strong economy. Surrounded by beautiful mountains and rivers, it was known for producing many talented people. Everyone said Nanling was full of scholars and beauties. Hiying walked happily down the street, looking around with curiosity. One of her hands, however, was tightly held by Lu Ming, making it hard for her to move freely. She couldn't help but feel frustrated with the strict rules of this old-fashioned society. Women had so many restrictions. This wasn't allowed, that wasn't allowed. Even going out for a walk meant being closely watched. If only I were a man, she thought. Lu Ming stayed close beside her, watching her bright, excited face. His gaze softened, and he held her hand even tighter. Feeling his grip, Hiying turned to look at him. Meeting her eyes, Lu Ming blushed again and murmured, "Don't get lost." Hiying thought Brother Lu looks so cute when he blushes. She smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, which only made Lu Ming more uneasy. Knowing he was shy, she quickly turned her head away to look into the distance. Just then, a man's voice called from behind, "Brother Lu, is that you? And this is—" They turned to see three young men dressed in scholars' robes, each holding a folding fan. The one on the right, tall with a square face, had spoken. When they noticed Lu Ming and Hiying holding hands, curiosity flashed in their eyes. As they got a better look at Hiying, all three were visibly surprised. The slender young man on the left, with refined features, said, "Brother Lu, this young gentleman is truly handsome. Is he the younger brother you once mentioned?" Lu Ming quickly released Hiying's hand and bowed politely. "Yes, this is my younger brother, Lu He. Shall he come and meet these three gentlemen?" Hiying bowed politely to each of them. The short boy in the middle said, "Lu He? Oh yes, I think I've heard your name before. I heard that you're not only talented, but also quite popular among the young ladies at such a young age. Is that true?" Hiying blushed. She hadn't expected such gossip to spread so quickly. Lu Ming quickly said, "My younger brother is just being silly. Please don't tease him." They chatted and laughed as they walked forward. The tall boy on the right said, "Brother Lu, I heard that today at the Tsuehua Pavilion, Yan Yuer will be performing. The three of us came just for that. Come, let's go take a look." Hearing this, Hiying became excited and followed them eagerly. She could tell from Lu Ming's expression earlier that he didn't really want her to come along, but now it was too late for him to stop her. She secretly made a funny face at Lu Ming, who turned back helplessly and shook his head. Just then, a loud shout came from ahead. "Make way! Move aside!" They all looked up in surprise and saw a group of riders galloping toward them. Hiying quickly stepped aside with the others and muttered, "What's this? Riding so wildly on a busy road. Aren't they afraid of hurting someone?" She didn't want to cause trouble, so she only spoke softly. There were 5 or 6 riders on tall horses charging past. The one in front looked about 18 or 19, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Very handsome, though his thin lips and proud gaze spoiled his good looks a little. The riders rushed by, leaving the street in chaos, and soon disappeared around the corner. Lu Ming said, "Come on, let's go." Hiying nodded and followed him forward. They walked slowly, and just as they reached the entrance of the Tsuehua Pavilion, they heard someone shouting behind them, "Young Master Lu! Young Master Lu!" They turned around and saw that it was Xiao Sanzi, a servant from the He household. Xiao Sanzi didn't recognize Hiying at first. He ran up to Lu Ming, panting, and said, "Young Master Lu, have you seen the third miss? The master is looking for her urgently." His face was full of worry. Lu Ming was startled. He glanced at Hiying and quickly said, "I know where the third miss is. Go back first. I'll bring her right away." Seeing that he was still hesitant, he urged again, "Go on." Xiao Sanzi answered quickly, then added, "Young Master Lu, you must find the third Mississippi, otherwise Xiao Huan will be punished." Lu Ming replied impatiently, I know, we'll be back soon. As soon as Xiao Sanzi left, Lu Ming said goodbye to the three scholars, turned around, and hurried home with He Ying. For a while, neither of them spoke. After walking quickly for some time, He Ying asked, Brother Lu, what do you think father needs me for so urgently? Lu Ming shook his head. It must be something very important. Uncle He is always calm, but if he's this anxious, it must be serious. They hurried along the road. Lu Ming knew the streets well, so he soon found a shortcut, and they quickly reached the He residence. As usual, He Ying climbed over the wall. Once inside her room, she changed her clothes. Just then, she heard her father's tired and slightly angry voice outside. Xiao Huan, where has the young lady gone? Are you still trying to hide it from me? Xiao Huan sounded frightened and tearful. Miss is really just sleeping inside. She'll wake up soon. Then, why don't you wake her up?
Her father shouted.
Startled, Xiao Huan quickly answered, Yes, right away. Her father's voice came again. You said yes, so why are you still standing there? At that moment, He Ying's gentle voice sounded, Father, what is it that you need me for? Hearing her voice, Xiao Huan let out a huge sigh of relief and almost collapsed to the floor. Dressed in her usual clothes, He Ying stepped out. Her father's face, pale with anger and worry, softened when he heard her. For some reason, he sighed deeply, his voice filled with sadness. He looked at his daughter, now grown and graceful, and his eyes grew misty. After a long pause, he said softly, Lear, come sit with your father. He Ying obeyed and sat down before him. Her father studied her carefully and said gently, Lear, you've grown up. The traces of anger still lingered on his face, but his tone was so kind that He Ying felt something was wrong. Looking at his daughter, he continued warmly, Inger, since your mother passed away a year ago, I've neglected you. He Ying shook her head and said, Father, you don't need to say that.
I know you care about me.
Hearing this, her father's eyes turned red. After a long pause, he said hesitantly, You know that I used to be the governor of Liang City, don't you? He Ying nodded, not understanding why he suddenly brought this up. Her father looked outside for a while, then waved his hand. You may all leave now. His words included Lu Ming, who had just arrived. Lu Ming looked at He Ying with concern, bit his lip, and finally left as well. When they were gone, her father continued, Back then, when I was the governor of Liang City, it was an important border city of our Zhou kingdom. He stopped, as if finding it hard to continue. After a moment, he said firmly, Inger, before you were even born, I arranged a marriage for you.
What?
Seeing his daughter's shocked expression, her father said after a pause, All these years, you and Lu Ming have been close. I thought you would marry him, but today, your fiancé has arrived. He wants to take you to the capital as soon as possible. He Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, I'm not even 14 yet. Her father said bitterly, He only wants you to live there for now. The wedding will wait until you are grown. He Ying looked at him in confusion. How could she live with her fiancé before marriage? That made no sense. Her father seemed unsure how to explain. After a while, he said he insists on it. Inger, pack your things. You'll go with him in a few days. After saying this, he turned away, without looking at her again. Watching his back, He Ying finally asked, Father, does he have something against you? Her father froze mid-step. After a moment, he sighed. In short, I owe his family a debt. Inger, think of this as helping your father repay it. He left quickly, not wanting to stay any longer. He Ying stood still, watching him go, and murmured, So soon? I thought I still had a year or two of freedom. To her, the most painful thing was losing her freedom. As for the feud between the two families, or what kind of person her future husband might be, none of it seemed to matter to her. At that moment, someone noticed He Ying standing there in a daze. He quickly ran over and asked anxiously, Ying, what happened? It was, of course, Lu Ming. He Ying looked at his worried face, opened her mouth, and finally decided to tell him the truth. Father said that my childhood fiancé has arrived. He's going to take me to the capital. What? That's impossible. Lu Ming staggered, his handsome face turning pale. He murmured, No, that can't be true. I'll go ask Uncle He. Then he turned and ran toward the main hall. In his haste, he almost tripped and fell. He didn't pay attention to his clumsiness. The news had come too suddenly for her. She couldn't accept it yet. Like a lost soul, she walked to a nearby pavilion, sat down, hugged her knees, and stared blankly at the water. After a while, Xiaohuan quietly came over and called softly, "Miss? Miss?" He looked at her with empty eyes. Xiaohuan patted her chest in relief and said, "Miss, please don't scare me like that." He said softly, "Xiaohuan, go back. I want to be alone for a while." Seeing her mistress so absent-minded, Xiaohuan hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. Night soon fell. He remained seated, motionless. Only now did she truly realize she was going to be married, to live with a man she barely knew, to share her life with him, and to accept that he might one day take other wives. All these distant thoughts had suddenly become real, leaving her lost and confused. Just then, someone came up behind her, knelt down beside her, and gently pulled her into his arms. He didn't look up, only murmured in surprise, "Brother Lu?" Lu Ming didn't answer. She could faintly hear him choking back tears. She looked up at him and called softly, "Brother Lu?"
You.
Lu Ming suddenly held her tighter and whispered hoarsely by her ear. He kept calling her name, his voice full of sorrow and pain. He could hardly breathe in his embrace. Only then did she realize how deeply this boy, who had grown up with her, truly cared for her. Lu Ming kept calling her name again and again.
Yingat, don't get married.
"I don't want you to marry." The most shocking thing that happened today came from him. For the past 6 years, he and Hiying had always been together, and her family had never interfered. In a way, that was their silent approval of the relationship. Because of this, he had always believed that Hiying would eventually marry him. He never expected that, in the end, it would all turn out to be just a dream. The disappointment hit him hard. Lu Ming was only 16, and such a blow was too heavy for him. That night, he held Hiying tightly, murmuring her name over and over. It wasn't until she gently tapped the back of his neck that he finally let go. She and Xiao San helped Lu Ming back to his room. Seeing him frowning even in his sleep, his face full of pain and tears at the corners of his eyes, Hiying suddenly felt a deep sadness. She leaned by his bed and cried for a long time before returning to her own room. The next day, her second brother, who had been away on business, came home. Both her older brothers were much older than she was, and they didn't talk much with her. So when the second brother sat with her in the room, both felt a little uneasy. After a while, he said, "Sister, this matter has been hard on you. Don't blame father. We all thought you would end up with Lu Ming. None of us expected that the other family would insist on carrying out the marriage agreement." Seeing Lu Ming's pain and Hiying's red, swollen eyes, he assumed their feelings ran deep and came to explain things to her. Hiying looked at him. Her second brother stared out the window for a moment, his gentle face full of tension, which made her even more puzzled. After a pause, he said, "Little sister, your fiancé is the young general most trusted by His Majesty. His future is very bright." Hiying called softly, "Second brother," reminding him to get to the point. He looked at her and sighed heavily. "Sister, this truly wrongs you. Years ago, father and the Li family had a small conflict. Now that Li Qing holds great power, and since there was already a marriage agreement, father couldn't refuse their request. He had no choice." Hiying looked at him in shock and asked with a trembling voice, "Second brother, must it really be this way? If I refuse to marry, will it put our family in danger?" At this moment, second brother finally realized what was happening, fearing he might scare his sister. He quickly said, "Sister, don't be afraid. Your marriage was arranged by General Li before he passed away. Although Li Qing has a bad temper, he wouldn't go against his father's wishes." Hiying asked, "Second brother, what exactly happened back then?" But her second brother stood up quickly and said hurriedly, "You should ask father about this." Then he pushed the door open and left. She watched his back and thought, given her father's attitude, her second brother was the same. It seemed that their father might have done something wrong in the past, which caused someone to come demanding repayment. Thinking of this, she forced a small smile. But the unlucky person turned out to be herself. She returned to her room, then remembered she hadn't visited Lu Ming yet. She decided to go to his room. Just then, Xiao Huan blocked her way, looking a bit uncomfortable. Ying asked, "Xiao Huan, what's wrong?" Xiao Huan hesitated before saying, "The master said that from now on, Miss cannot meet with young Master Lu anymore." Her steps paused. She asked, "When did the master say that?" Xiao Huan lowered her head under her gaze and softly replied, "He said it early this morning." "Miss, you should go back to your room." She didn't say anything more and turned to walk to her own room. After walking a while and not yet entering, she suddenly felt upset and turned toward the lotus pond. Xiao Huan followed closely behind her. Then she asked again, "Did the master say anything else?" Xiao Huan shook her head. She sat on the pavilion by the pond for a while. Looking up, she saw the servants coming and going in the yard and asked curiously, "Xiao Huan, what are they busy with?" Xiao Huan looked at her and hesitated before saying, "Miss, in a few days, you'll be going to the capital with your husband. They are preparing your dowry." "Dowry? Preparing it now?" She looked at Xiao Huan, who looked at her with sympathy. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even before getting married, her belongings and dowry would be sent to the other family's house. And not in a grand carriage. Even if she became his official wife someday, she might not be able to lift her head. Li Qing was very thorough in his plans. Suddenly, Xiao Huan looked at her with tears in her eyes and rushed forward, hugging her tightly and crying, Miss, what should I do? What will happen in the future?" She thought about how well-mannered Miss was, and suddenly, her whole life seemed to be over. She couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with sadness and started crying loudly. Ying softly said, "Stop crying. This path isn't blocked. Don't be afraid, be good, and stop crying." She comforted the little girl instead. Looking up at the drifting clouds in the sky, Ying thought, "It seems that once I arrive at the Li family in the capital, I don't know what hardships await me. But the world is so big, there's nowhere I can't go. Still, I must leave without causing trouble for my father and brothers." Even before entering the family, she was already planning to leave. At this moment, the little girl's crying gradually quieted. She shyly stuck her head out and wiped her tears with her sleeve. Ying handed her a handkerchief, then walked onto the road, plucking a willow leaf and gently blowing on it. He father, a renowned scholar, had always taught her music, chess, calligraphy, and painting over the years. Plus, she was naturally clever, so she had deep skills in these arts. Even a simple willow leaf, when she blew it, sounded full of sorrow and melancholy, enough to break your heart. She blew softly, and with her good eyesight, she could see a stranger standing on a big tree beside the wall. This stranger was probably not Li Qing, because she didn't sense hostility from him, only curiosity and disdain flickering in his eyes. Maybe Li Qing had sent him to watch over her? She wasn't sure why she was so certain about this. In the past 2 days, Ying had stayed inside her house, not going out or receiving visitors. Even Lu Ming hadn't come to see her. This lonely life made her music sound full of sadness. Among her instruments, she liked the zither and pipa the most. She always felt their deep, distant sounds were like the natural scenery, beautiful and mesmerizing without her realizing it. She hadn't seen her second brother or her father either. The house was busy with people coming and going, lively everywhere. Servants were busy preparing her dowry. Only she and Xiao Huan felt bored and restless. Early on the 4th day, Xiao Huan's voice came from outside. "Miss, get up quickly. The young master is here to pick you up." Ying suddenly sat up. After washing up and just sitting down, she heard her father's voice outside. "Li Qing, my daughter is a noble lady. Why are you quietly taking her away like this?" His voice trembled, clearly very angry. At this moment, a cold voice said, "What? You don't want to?" Father's voice, with a hint of pleading, responded, "It's not that I refuse, but you want to take my young daughter away. Please, also invite the matchmaker to help her wear a wedding dress. Without a matchmaker or family, it will be hard for my daughter in the future." Li Qing sneered. Don't worry, at my General Li's house, there's plenty of food. Your daughter won't go hungry. Hearing this, Mr. He was clearly angered and choked on his words. For a moment, he couldn't speak. Then Li Qing laughed loudly and strode over. The door creaked as Hing stood outside, looking at him with bright, clear eyes. It was him. Seeing this man, Hing immediately recognized him as the young man who had been riding wildly in the street. Li Qing also stopped and looked at her. His expression showed a brief flash of surprise, but it quickly disappeared into his deep eyes. Father, Hing bowed slightly to Mr. He and softly said, Father, don't worry. As long as you're safe, that's enough. She took 2 steps forward, looked up at Li Qing with a faint gaze, then went to her father, bowed respectfully, and softly said, I'm sorry for being unfilial. Please take care of yourself in the future, father. Mr. He's voice caught in his throat. He looked at his daughter and, after a long moment, said, Liar, you've suffered. Hing shook her head, then turned to Li Qing, looked him straight in the eyes, and said calmly, Shall we leave now? Li Qing looked down at her, his dark eyes blinking steadily. His handsome face suddenly lit up with a smile after a long pause. He pointed behind him and respectfully said, Miss He, please. Hing stepped outside. At that moment, Juana ran out and called, Miss, take me with you. She looked at her, then at her tearful father. She nodded gently. Juana quickly packed a small bag and, under Li Qing's teasing gaze, headed outside. When she stepped out, Hing finally noticed that all the servants in the yard were standing there, watching her silently. She smiled at them. Looking around, she didn't see Lu Ming and felt a slight disappointment. Walking out the gate, she saw a carriage and 5 or 6 riders outside. She slowly approached the carriage, then turned to look at her father. Unable to hold back, she threw herself into his arms, softly crying, Father, believe in me. The child will surely live a good life. When she said this, her eyes were very firm. Mr. He had seen this look before. His daughter only shows this expression when she is very calm. Her calmness also seems to influence him. He sighed deeply and held Hing tightly. At that moment, Li Qing's cold voice rang out. That's enough. Hing released her father and, taking small steps, sat in the carriage, looking back repeatedly. Until they had gone quite far, Mr. He, tears in his eyes and a sad, helpless expression, remained deeply in He Ying's mind. For some reason, her tears dried quickly. Meanwhile, Juana was still quietly crying there. He Ying held her hand gently and said, There's no need to cry. Silly girl. Wherever you go, as long as you're alive, you should be happy. Besides, I haven't suffered or worked hard. Juana looked at her with red eyes and asked, But, miss, now he treats you like that. What will you do in the future? What to do? He Ying leaned back and smiled. She was not a woman who worshipped her husband blindly. There was nothing in this world that she needed to care about too much.
Maybe her come smilet gradually influenced Juana.
Slowly, she stopped crying and began to doze off. The carriage was very uncomfortable here, shaking and jolting badly. He Ying slept for a while but couldn't fall asleep again. Not being able to sleep, she took out her flute and started to play it slowly. The flute's sound was deep and distant, swirling in the sky. It carried a deep sense of helplessness, as if crossing millions of years of the universe, slowly touching people's hearts. Li Qing, riding on his horse, listened with a teasing expression. At that moment, a knight rode up behind him and said with a gentle smile, Brother, it seems your unmarried wife is not just an ordinary lady. The sound of that flute suggests there is more to it. Li Qing smiled coldly and said, There are many talented women in this world. How can I not tell that there's something special about her? The knight shook his head and sighed. With someone like you, a barbarian, there's really nothing more to say. Li Qing ignored him. He just looked at the distant, faint green mountains. Then, the knight spoke again. Long years at the border, and it's rare to see such gentle waterside scenery. Even the women here are not comparable to those in the capital. Li Qing smiled and said, That is a compliment. The women of the capital. How much have you seen? Do you dare to say that? When we return to the capital, my older brother will take you out to have fun. His last sentence raised his voice, and all the knights heard it clearly. Suddenly, cheers erupted. Hearing the cheers outside, Ying pouted. But Xiao Huan, standing nearby, angrily said, "Miss, listen, we haven't even gone back yet, and you're already talking about going to a brothel." Ying pinched her little nose and smiled. "What's there to be angry about?" "You really think too much." She looked at Xiao Huan's puzzled eyes and said, "I only need a quiet courtyard. As for other matters, your young lady has no mood to deal with them." Soon after the carriage left the city gate, it was already bright. Ying lifted the curtain and looked at the red sun on the horizon and the mist spreading through the mountains and forests. She was mesmerized. At this moment, she was very glad she didn't wear a veil like a newlywed bride, so she could freely enjoy the beauty of the world. Her eyes sparkled as she looked outside, and her face naturally showed excitement. Li Qing saw her expression and frowned slightly, thinking, "This woman is truly carefree and fearless." Ying didn't look at him at all, so she naturally wouldn't know what he was thinking. Just then, a burst of urgent horse hooves sounded from not far away. The horse's neigh was tense and hurried, about 3 or 4 riders, rushing toward them from a distance. Soon, 3 or 4 figures appeared in their view. Seeing them, Li Qing raised his hand and loudly commanded, "Stop." Everyone pulled on the reins and stopped. At this moment, among the approaching riders, a delicate female voice called out, "Big Brother Li, is that you?" Li Qing smiled brightly. "Yun Mei." What a coincidence. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall man in a green robe laughed. "Is that Brother Li? I didn't believe it when Fairy Yun mentioned it." "Fairy Yun?" Ying's heart moved. She widened her eyes. Being a beautiful woman herself, she naturally was very interested in seeing other beauties and comparing them. The 4 riders had now reached them. Ying looked up and saw that among them, there was a young girl dressed in a gauzy dress. She was about 16 or 17, with clear, beautiful features and a delicate face. Her figure was excellent, with long, slender legs. Beside her were 3 riders. Except for the bearded man in a blue robe on the left, the other 2 were handsome men dressed in white. Seeing them, Ying couldn't help but think, in martial arts stories, the handsome ones always wear white. The thought made her eyes sparkle with amusement. The 4 riders galloped up to Li Qing and dismounted. Li Qing had already gotten off his horse as well. They approached each other, and the man in blue gave Li Qing a hearty slap on the shoulder, laughing. "Good brother. You're taking this road back to the capital and didn't even tell me. If I'd known, I would have come to see you off." Yuner ran up to Li Qing, gazing at him affectionately. Seeing the man in blue talking endlessly, she pouted and said, "Big brother, you're always like this every time we meet." Her playful complaint made everyone laugh. The man in blue chuckled and said, "All right, Qing, you and Yuner have a good talk. I'll step aside, so no one says I don't understand romance." Even Li Qing's attendants couldn't help but smile. Yuner was dressed neatly in a light martial outfit that showed her graceful figure, making the still young Ying a little envious. Beside her, Huaner watched her mistress carefully, afraid she might feel upset. Yuner glanced shyly at Li Qing, her cheeks turning pink as she lowered her head and softly said, "Brotherly." Li Qing smiled gently. "Yuner, are you going to Yen City to attend the birthday celebration?" Yuner nodded, bit her lip, and then, gathering her courage, said, "Brother, after I attend Master Li's 60th birthday, may I visit your home?" After saying this, her face turned bright red, and she looked nervous. Ying's mouth fell open in surprise. These women of the martial world are really bold, she thought. To say something like that in front of everyone. Back then, I spent a whole year trying to gather the courage to speak to Qin Wenji, and even then, I only dared to steal a few glances from afar. Thinking of this, she felt a little embarrassed. Beside her, Huaner muttered under her breath, "How shameless." But when she looked at her mistress's calm expression, she couldn't help but admire her. My lady truly is different. She can watch something like this as if it were just a play. Li Qing was clearly taken aback. He stood there for a long moment, staring blankly at Yuner, unable to say a word. Yuner's pretty face gradually turned pale, and her eyes were filled with tears. Li Qing quickly said, "Of course, you are very welcome. If Fairy Yun can come, I am truly honored." Upon hearing this, Yuner felt both happiness and sadness. She was happy because he didn't refuse her in front of everyone and showed her kindness. She was sad because he called her Fairy Yun and called himself Li Qing, instead of calling her Yuner and calling himself Big Brother as usual. Does this mean he is trying to distance himself? At this moment, a tall, thin young man in white came over and said politely, "Long time no see, General Li. When we come to the capital, I hope you will host us well." He clasped his fists in greeting. Li Qing was worried that he and Yuner had been looking at each other for too long and felt a bit awkward. Hearing this, he quickly replied, "Young hero Jiang, you are too kind. It is an honor for me that you came." Then, young hero Jiang smiled and said, "All right, everyone still has a long way to go. Why don't we ride and talk at the same time?" Li Qing chuckled and mounted his horse. Yuna, feeling helpless, had no choice but to climb onto her horse as well. Suddenly, Yuner's eyes flickered, and she looked at Hiying. In an instant, a mix of surprise, jealousy, and dislike flashed through her eyes. Then she asked Li Qing, "Big Brother Li, who is that young lady?" Li Qing looked coldly at Hiying and replied softly, "She is my former fiancé." Big Brother Li's former fiancé? Yuna seemed to gather her courage and said these words. Tears welled up in her eyes. Li Qing pretended not to notice her and looked steadily at Hiying, sending 2 cold glints in her direction. Hiying knew he was upset because she had opened the car curtain. She quickly lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, and pulled the curtain shut. But even after pulling the curtain, she secretly left a small gap and watched outside with great interest. Honor carefully observed her young lady for a long time. When she was sure that her lady was truly watching with interest, she felt very disappointed and distressed, sighing heavily. She sighed 3 or 4 times in a row. Her young lady seemed completely unaware of her small feelings and was happily looking outside. Li Qing's horse led the way, standing tall and straight. He exuded an air of authority and a fierce aura from his high position, along with a proud arrogance that made women's hearts race. Yuna looked at him with tears in her eyes, appearing very sad. Her delicate and pitiful expression had softened the 2 young men in white who surrounded her. Their gazes towards Li Qing also carried a hint of resentment. However, Li Qing, the person involved, seemed unaware of this. His strong face still carried a casual smile as he chatted with a rough-looking man in blue. Hiying found this very amusing, especially when she saw Yuner looking like a neglected puppy or kitten, with a face full of grievance. Her expressive face made Hiying feel a little soft-hearted, but Li Qing, completely unaffected, seemed indifferent to her feelings. After walking for a while, they reached a fork in the road. The 4 men in blue politely bid farewell to Li Qing. Yuner, looking back repeatedly, watched them ride away on their horses. Once they were gone, Li Qing quickly approached the carriage on horseback and coldly said through the curtain, "Have you finished watching? I used to think that as a great scholar, my daughter would be outstanding. But it turns out she's just a common girl from the market." Completely unruly, his icy words cut like a knife, hurting Huaner on the side. She angrily lifted the curtain and shouted, "Young master, how can you say that about Miss? You're being too harsh." Li Qing looked inside the carriage and saw Hiying quietly leaning against the wall, appearing to be asleep or awake, with a calm expression. It seemed that his words earlier had no effect on her at all. He was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Huaner also noticed her lady's reaction. She exclaimed in annoyance, "Miss." Her tone was a bit angry. Hiying opened her eyes, her gaze bright and clear, without a trace of sadness. She smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Qing snorted heavily and muttered, You don't even know what shame is." Huaner became even more angry. She lowered the curtain again, making the space in front of Hiying a little clearer. After walking for a while, it was noon, the mealtime. The riders all stopped their horses and sat under the shade of trees to eat dry food. Hiying only had dry food to eat. She and Huaner also got out of the carriage. When they stepped down, the riders lowered their heads and didn't even look at them directly. Hiying found this amusing. At that moment, Xiao Huan had already spread a cloth under the shade of a tree and called out, "Miss, come sit here." He Ying responded softly and slowly approached her. The dry food in her hand was so unappetizing that she couldn't eat it, and even Xiao Huan found it tasteless. However, those nights, including Li Qing, were all eating eagerly, as if the food was very delicious. He Ying took a few bites casually, then stopped. She looked at the distant green mountains and thought to herself, based on Li Qing's behavior, even if I go to the capital, I will probably be ignored. When the time comes, I can find a chance to fake my death and escape. The world is so big, I want to travel and explore everywhere. She was lost in thought, imagining the joy of freedom, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Li Qing kept glancing at her, unable to hide his curiosity. Seeing her like this, he was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, I may never truly understand this woman. After resting for a while, everyone prepared to continue their journey. The inside of the carriage was very uncomfortable, bouncing so much that it made people dizzy. He Ying, who had practiced internal skills for many years, didn't find it too hard. As for Huaner, hearing that they had to set out again, she couldn't help but look unhappy. By evening, they reached a broken valley. On both sides of the valley, tall mountains stood, with a small road running straight through from north to south. Li Qing squinted at the road, silently exchanged a look with the young man beside him, nodded, and continued to move forward calmly. The group kept walking toward the broken valley, remaining quiet. When they were halfway through, suddenly, a chaotic noise came from the hillside above. At that moment, a loud shout rang out, "Brothers, charge! Kill these men! These women and their treasures are ours!" The voice was like thunder in their ears. Then, dozens of shouts came from the hillside, mixed with the sound of large stones falling. Xiao Huan's face turned pale with fear. She tightly held He Ying's hand, trembling constantly. He Ying gently patted her hand to comfort her, while peeking through the carriage curtain at the battle outside. There were only 5 or 6 people with Li Qing, but the mountain bandits rushing down numbered at least 50. The stones they pushed down also injured 2 horses. The situation was very unfavorable for Li Qing and his group. Soon, the bandits surrounded them completely. The bandit leader, with 2 scars on his face and frog-like eyes, grinned and said, "Little white face, be honest and hand over all the silver and women. I'll give you a quick death." Li Qing didn't move. He coldly replied, "Who are you to rob us here?" The bandit leader was momentarily stunned. Then he chuckled and said, "You're about to die, and you still want to know who wants to take your life? Too bad, Grandpa didn't like your tone, so I won't tell you." Li Qing laughed, then suddenly his face turned cold. He said sharply, "You think, with your trash, you can deal with me?" The bandit leader was surprised and took a step back, carefully studying him for a moment. Then he pounded his thigh and laughed. "Good kid, trying to scare your grandpa. With just a few pretty boys, you think you can fight my elite soldiers?
Dream on.
Come, kneel and bow twice to Grandpa. Since you're soft and tender, Grandpa will have someone take good care of you." At this, he proudly opened his mouth wide and laughed. Just then, something suddenly shot out like lightning, directly into his open mouth. The big man was careless and swallowed a whole. He choked and quickly opened his mouth wide, coughing dryly, but he couldn't spit anything out. His face turned pale as he glared at Li Qing and shouted, "What did you feed Grandpa?" Li Qing looked at him quietly and said calmly, "What else?" "Of course, poison." The bandit leader's face alternated between pale and white. At that moment, he gestured, and a thin, scholarly-looking short man from the mountain bandits stepped behind him. The bandit leader whispered a few words in his ear. The scholar nodded and turned to Li Qing with a cold smile. "Whether it's poison or medicine, once you're in our hands, there's no way out." Seeing this, the bandit leader relaxed a little. He waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, surround them. Don't let a single one escape. If you dare feed Grandpa medicine, he'll make sure you understand that the Lord of the Horse has 3 eyes." Hearing this, the mountain bandits burst into loud laughter. As they laughed, Li Qing also started laughing loudly. His laughter grew louder and louder, drowning out the bandits' chuckles. The mountain bandits looked at each other, unsure of Li Qing's true strength. Li Qing then stopped laughing, looked at them coldly, and said slowly, "This is like Heaven's road not taken, but Hell's gate has been forced open. I originally gave you a chance, but since you didn't listen, don't blame me for being ruthless." When it was time, he loudly commanded, "Li Yi, Li Er, Li San, Li Si, step forward." No one stays alive, for knights jumped down from their horses at his command. As they landed, they quickly drew large knives. The cold gleam of their blades, combined with their expressionless faces and deadfish eyes, made them look very fierce. At that moment, the bandit leader laughed and said, "Only four?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened suddenly. Then, a scruffy, bearded head flew into the air and fell to the ground. With a loud bang, his body hit the ground, splashing blood like a fountain, spraying 2 meters high. This was just the beginning. Amid Xiao Huan's screams and He Ying's trembling, the four fighters' blades reflected the bright sunset, shining with rainbow colors. The first strike sent a corpse falling to the ground. In just a few minutes, more than 20 bodies had fallen. Suddenly, one of the mountain bandits shouted and ran away. In an instant, dozens of bandits fled in all directions. The four fighters only looked at Li Qing. Li asked, "Master?" But they did not chase after them. Li Qing waved his hand coldly and said, "Let them go. They're just small followers and probably don't know much." After saying this, everything became quiet again. Only after the bandits ran far away did Li Qing lowly say, "Push the stones aside and get moving." A young, refined man on horseback rode up behind him, smiling. "Big brother, why don't you ask who they work for?" Li Qing glanced at him sideways and said calmly, "Lu Ming, what are you pretending for? This is just the appetizer. The real show hasn't started yet." Lu Ming chuckled but said nothing more. This fierce fight seemed to quiet Xiao Huan a lot. At first, she kept giving Li Qing annoyed looks, but now, whenever she saw him, she trembled all over. He Ying also looked pale and kept gagging. The setting sun slowly sank westward, turning half the sky red, then gradually darkening. Finally, they saw a city in front of them. Seeing the city, unlike He Ying and her servant, who looked relaxed, Li Qing and the others looked serious. Lu Ming, who had been following closely, softly suggested, "Maybe we should stay in the forest for the night." Li Qing shook his head and said coldly, "No need. This was bound to happen sooner or later. It's better if it happens early." He glanced at He Ying and her companion's carriage, then added, "You should know, this is where my beloved future wife is." The young man smiled and said, "You've made up your mind, so I'll go along with you. This is a small city, surrounded by 6 kingdoms, each with similar strength. Such cities are common, with similar layouts and buildings." However, for He Ying and the others, this was their first time seeing such a place. They couldn't help but look around excitedly. Especially He Ying, who quickly erased the bloody scene from her mind. After walking a while, they saw a large and called, welcoming guests. Li Qing and the others stopped their horses in front of the inn. At the same time, He Ying and her companion's carriage also stopped. As soon as the 2 women got out of the carriage, many eyes were fixed on them. He Ying's beauty was rare wherever she went. The gazes stayed on them until they entered a private room and the door closed. Then the stares disappeared. Li Qing checked the dishes and sat directly opposite He Ying. He leaned back comfortably, lazily watching her. His gaze seemed to be looking at her, or perhaps through her, as if he was thinking about something. He Ying felt no discomfort at all. She quietly sipped her tea, unaware of his intense gaze. Li Qing didn't speak. Inside the small private room, no one said a word. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out outside. "I hear that young Master Yan from the Qin Kingdom has also arrived here. His looks and presence truly live up to his reputation." Hearing this, Li Qing paused in his tea drinking, then took another sip. Another voice followed. "What's so special? Today, heroes are everywhere. The young man who just entered the private room is probably a top talent. People just don't know his name." An old voice then added slowly, "This world isn't very peaceful. It's better for everyone to watch what they say, or they might not understand how they die. His sudden words made everyone fall silent. Li Qing secretly admired that the old man spoke at the right time. Otherwise, today might have turned into another bloody storm. He glanced at He Ying with a sneering smile, thinking, this woman is quite attractive. Night fell, and He Ying and Xiao Huan shared a room. He Ying couldn't sleep and kept staring at the stars, lost in thought. It wasn't until around 4 or 5 in the morning that she finally started to feel sleepy. At that moment, she heard a faint sound near her bed. Listening carefully, she suddenly pulled Xiao Huan close. Just as Xiao Huan was about to speak with her eyes half closed, He uncovered her mouth. After this, Xiao Huan woke up. The two quietly dressed and got out of bed. While they were dressing, a low voice shouted outside, "Who's there?" The voice was not loud, but in the dark night, it sounded like a thunderclap. Then, a scream of someone dying rang out. As the scream stopped, they heard faint noises from Li Yi and Li Er, who were sleeping nearby. Suddenly, the lights blazed on. An unfamiliar voice shouted outside, "Kill! Leave no one alive!" By this time, He Ying and Xiao Huan had tidied their clothes a little. He Ying pulled Xiao Huan and looked around carefully. Finally, she clenched her teeth, rolled her blanket to look like someone was sleeping, and gathered all her belongings from Xiao Huan's bed. She pulled Xiao Huan with her, and they slipped under the bed. Then, He Ying stuffed the blankets and other items in front of them. Just as they finished, there was a loud bang as someone burst into the room. The bright sword reflected the outside light, dazzling He Ying's eyes and making her heart jump into her throat. The intruder rushed straight toward the bed. Before he could get close, another person jumped in through the window. Then a gentle voice said, "Quick with your hands and feet, huh? You found the lady's rooms so fast." The voice belonged to a young man named Lu Ming, who had been following Li Qing. The man in black shouted coldly, "Stop wasting time." As he spoke, his sword flashed like lightning toward Lu Ming. In an instant, there were sharp sounds of clashing metal. Clink, clang, thud, ringing non-stop. He Ying's vision was blocked, but she saw 4 feet jumping and moving on the ground. Xiao Huan trembled constantly, her face pale with fear. She desperately covered her mouth, showing a look of horror. He Ying listened carefully and realized that these two people were extremely skilled martial artists. There was a constant clash of swords and blades, and the sharp sound of wind carried a cold chill. He Ying couldn't help but shrink back a little. Just as the two servants were trembling and felt that every second was painfully long, someone suddenly jumped into the room. The person leapt forward directly toward the bed, looking quite anxious. He shouted loudly, "Watch out for the sword." However, his opponent was too strong and kept him entangled, making it impossible to escape. At that moment, the man who had entered from behind had already reached the side of the bed. As he lifted the blanket and let out a small surprised sound, Lu Ming's sword flashed with a streak of blood, splattering onto the floor, creating a shocking sight. At the same time, a muffled cry of pain was heard. Then the person by the bed called out softly, "Go! The target isn't here." As soon as the words left his mouth, another flurry of sword and blade flashes filled the room. Finally, both of them leapt out of the window. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was breathing heavily inside the room. Outside, Li Qing's voice came. "Xiao Lu, how is the situation?" followed by the sound of a door creaking open as Li Qing entered. Seeing the room, he softly said, Where are they?" Lu Ming seemed to point in their direction. Soon after, a large hand pulled back the quilt in front of them, revealing the trembling figures of the servant and the girl. Li Qing's cold eyes quickly flashed with surprise as he saw them. He looked at the two women and coldly commanded, "Come out now." He Ying had never been so angry at someone before. Clearly, she was using herself as bait, yet he still had this attitude. As she crawled out, she silently cursed herself, wondering what kind of grudge her father had with him. Judging by the situation, it seemed unlikely she would reach the capital safely. Most likely, she would be doomed on this journey. The two crawled out from under the bed, both looking disheveled and miserable. Lu Ming crossed his arms, standing there with a carefree attitude. Unfortunately, the wound on his arm was still bleeding onto the ground. He quietly observed them for a moment, then suddenly said, quite quick to react, "You knew what was happening as soon as we did." Then he turned to Li Qing, saying, "Your so-called wife isn't simple at all." Li Qing ignored them and turned to leave the room. "Let's go. You need to bandage your wound too." With that, he strode out with Lu Ming. Once they left, the two of them finally relaxed and sat down heavily on the ground. Soon, Xiao Huan's sobs could be heard. Ying also felt a bit strange. In this situation, she couldn't even cry. She managed a small smile at the corner of her mouth. She looked at the faint light appearing outside and thought, "The dawn is coming. I hope we can get through today safely." After finishing their meal, everyone immediately set out again. This time, Ying noticed that except for Li Qing, the others all had some injuries. Strangely, overnight, 20 or 30 knights appeared. They wore similar clothes and had similar expressions as Li Qing and the others. They also bore various minor wounds. It seemed these people had been secretly protecting them all along, probably exposed during last night's fight. So Li Qing decided to reveal them. Seeing these additional people, Xiao Huan's expression visibly relaxed. However, Ying became more nervous. Even the secret guards are exposed. The enemy is hidden in the dark, and the battlefield ahead will be even more difficult. The two women still sat in the carriage. Ying hadn't slept all night and was finally feeling a little sleepy. She yawned, leaned on Xiao Huan, and gradually fell asleep. The wind gently blew through the gaps in the carriage curtain, lifting her hair and softly caressing her peaceful face. Seeing her like this, Li Qing momentarily lost focus. In an instant, he turned his head away in anger and refused to look at her again. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, standing nearby, saw his brother's expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. These past 2 days had been very quiet, with no surprises or dangers along the way. Li Qing saw that everyone's injuries had mostly healed. He pointed ahead and said, "Everyone, the city gate ahead is the famous North Gate City. The fish here are the most famous among the 6 kingdoms. Of course, there are also beautiful women. Tonight, everyone can relax a bit." When he said this, Lu Ming glanced at the master and servant and softly said, "Brother, you said relax, but don't forget, there are 2 laggards behind." Li Qing looked at He Ying's returning gaze and smiled faintly. "Just bring them along." He Ying's eyes instantly lit up. She had long wanted to see the brothels in this place, but never had the chance. It seemed today was her lucky day. Li Qing looked at her again, then urged his horse to lead the team forward. Lu Ming followed closely, sighing softly. "Miss, he really is hard to read. The North Gate City is a land of heroes. This place is very important in the 6 kingdoms. It is a key strategic location for armies, and because the South River and North River pass through here, it is also a crucial transportation hub. Additionally, many talented scholars and famous officials from the 6 kingdoms come from this city. Almost everyone in the world knows about this well-known city in the Zhou Kingdom." When the carriage entered the North Gate City, it was immediately crowded with people, making it hard to move forward. Although their group was large and powerful, from the gap in the carriage curtain, Ying saw at least 3 or 4 similar groups, dozens of fully armed men with cold expressions, carrying swords and knives. The North Gate City was also a place Ying longed to see. Many stories she heard about it involved this city. She carefully observed the crowd. Few women could be seen among the pedestrians, and whether young or old, most carried weapons. The carriage slowly moved forward, and Ying eagerly looked at the faces, some cautious, some blank. She felt a little relieved to be out here. Xiao Huan, after her scare, still seemed to be recovering. Unlike her, who was now lively and full of excitement and anticipation. At this moment, she saw a chubby man accidentally step on a scholar's foot. Immediately, they started arguing loudly. During the fight, both reached for their swords, which were drawn from their waists. Just then, a city guard pushed through the crowd. He mediated the situation, and surprisingly, the 2 men decided to settle their dispute with a duel at the martial arts hall. It was just a small matter. Ying thought to herself. She looked at Li Qing, who was expressionless, and thought, This world is like this. No wonder he treats their lives so lightly. After about an hour, they finally saw a large tavern ahead. Lu Ming approached to negotiate, and everyone dismounted. Just as He Ying was about to get out of the carriage, Li Qing rode over and handed her something through the curtain. A straw hat. Wear it, he ordered softly. She took it and put it on her head. Her thoughts now aligned with Li Qing's. Less trouble is better than more. She knew her appearance was quite striking in this world. In many places, it could cause chaos. Miss, Xiao Huan whispered softly as she got off the carriage, leaning on her. The people here look a little fierce. He Ying smiled but didn't answer. This is an era where swords speak. It is chaotic and bloody. Given their status, the best thing they can do is quietly watch and listen. A group of people, greeted by Xiao Er, took seats on the second floor. There are no private rooms here. Even sitting upstairs costs much more silver than downstairs. While they ate, Lu Ming had already arranged their lodging. Because they looked forward to the evening, each man wore a big smile. Later, you all wear men's clothes and pretend to be servants, Li Qing's voice whispered in He Ying's ear. When she looked up at him, his gaze had already shifted away. He Ying noticed that Li Qing often unconsciously avoided her. She wondered what he was afraid of, or if he simply despised her and looked down on her. He Ying watched the people walking on the street. The visitors here come from all 6 countries, so their accents, clothes, and manners are all different, making her find it quite interesting. Suddenly, drums and music sounded. Along with the music, the sound of over 1,000 orderly footsteps reached her ears. The pedestrians on the street involuntarily looked toward the source of the sound. Gradually, they moved aside, following the sound and automatically creating a clear path. Then, a few tall horses appeared. He Ying thought, it must be a wedding. The people riding the horses were dressed in festive clothes, like those Lu Ming mentioned from the Qin country, but their faces showed no happiness. As they moved forward, a girl wearing a veil sat in a soft sedan, being slowly carried along. The girl was extremely beautiful. She sat sideways, her face hidden, but everyone could feel she was a stunning beauty. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice sounded nearby. It's the Qin country's princess getting married to Lord Jing. I didn't expect their procession to arrive at the North Gate City only now, Li Qing's cold voice, like ice, calmly replied. The Qin princess is said to be one of the 3 beauties of the 6 countries, but her true beauty is unknown. For some reason, when he said this, he suddenly turned to look at He Ying. Of course, she has a face like a jade disc, eyes like stars, and hands as soft as tender shoots, a perfect beauty, Lu Ming added. Hearing this description, He Ying almost laughed. The words were too vague, like flower face and moonlit beauty, making it hard to see what was truly beautiful. She sighed silently. In men's eyes, perhaps all beauties are similar, just beautiful women. Princess Chen's sedan moved very slowly. Watching her large group, He Ying started to worry for them. With so many thousands of people, could any restaurant hold them all? People nearby pointed and whispered, eager to see Princess Chen's veil. True to their words, a small stone suddenly shot toward her veil with lightning speed. The stone was very fast, reaching the princess in an instant. At that moment, someone in the crowd cheered. Everyone, like He Ying, was full of anticipation. Just as the stone was about to hit the veil, a plain white hand reached out and easily caught it. The effortless way surprised everyone with a small gasp. The person who caught the stone was a maid beside the princess. She looked just like the other women, but she was clearly very skilled. At that moment, she raised her right hand. A small object flew from her hand. It was the stone. It shot like lightning toward a young man in the crowd. This attack was even faster than before. The young man quickly shifted his body to the side. But there were too many people around him. He moved, but couldn't get away. The stone hit his chest with a bump sound. The young man clutched his wound, suddenly fell forward, and spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. He fell, while Princess Chen's group continued walking calmly, as if nothing had happened. The people around the fallen man stepped back. Soon, A pool of blood covered the open space on the ground. Hing thought it was just a small injury, but when she saw the blood everywhere and the motionless figure, she let out a low cry. Hearing her cry, Li Qing looked at her with a mocking smile. At that moment, 2 city guards came over, carrying the young man away. Hing kept her eyes on him, wondering silently, I wonder if he's dead? Xiao Huan tightly held her hand, trembling softly as she said, Miss. So scary. Hing held her hand back, thinking, yes, so scary. Such a small matter, yet it could lead to killing. Even more frightening, everyone seems to think this is normal. It's as if a human life doesn't matter at all. In fact, human lives are not really important. In this time, war could happen every day and people's lives had become as cheap as grass. Not long after nightfall, Hing and Xiao Huan changed into men's clothes and followed behind, heading toward a nearby brothel. Hing wore plain blue cloth clothes, and her face had been slightly altered to look more masculine. When she stepped out, Li Qing and Lu Ming looked at her for a long time but said nothing, simply walking ahead. Across the street was a famous large brothel outside the north gate. Before they arrived, several women dressed in bright makeup and colorful clothes rushed out, waving their hands eagerly. Seeing their enthusiastic gestures and the smiling faces covered in white powder, Hing found it very amusing. Strangely, these women, one pulling Li Qing's arm, another pulling Lu Ming's, and a third tightly grabbing her sleeve, all spoke in sweet voices. Young master, come inside and sit with us. As she spoke, a strong fragrance wafted toward them. Hing, walking behind Li Qing and Lu Ming, smiled and said, You've pulled the wrong person. The one you should be serving is over there. I'm just a little servant. The woman pulling Hing's sleeve was under 20 years old, smiling charmingly. She giggled and said, Young master, don't joke. Do you think a noble little servant like you exists? Hing looked at her blankly, just as Li Qing returned her gaze. She helplessly lowered her hand, thinking, I don't look like I'm in disguise, but that's not my fault. They entered the brothel, and Hing's eyes were immediately drawn to the rich scents and lively figures. At that moment, a beautiful woman in her 30s, twisting her waist, approached. Before she got close, her voice rang out, Oh, sir, such a distinguished guest. Please, please. Our place is all kinds of beauties, plump, slim, fair, dark, whatever you want. How would you like to choose? Her words were directed at Lu Ming. Clearly, Lu Ming was very experienced with such occasions. Meanwhile, the women who had brought them in, after the madam appeared, bowed and stepped back. Lu Ming exchanged a few words with the madam, who then loudly called out, Girls, come down. We have distinguished guests. With that shout, dozens of heavily made-up women appeared from the staircase, lively and colorful. Xiao Huan had never seen such a scene before and was momentarily speechless. Even Hing felt very uncomfortable, lowering her eyes and brows in unease. Therefore, she did not see the flirtatious glances flying toward her. Many of the visitors here were inexperienced and stared eagerly, drooling over what they saw. The dozens of knights standing behind Lu Ming were even more stunned, gasping in surprise. Li Qing was probably used to such scenes and kept a calm face. He clapped his hands and said, All right, you can choose for yourselves. Madam, give us a nice room, send over 2 good singers, and bring some fine food and drinks. The madam immediately smiled happily and replied, Yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away. After saying that, she twirled her waist and went to arrange everything. At this moment, Li Qing's subordinates each picked 1 or 2 courtesans and took them back to their rooms. Now only Lu Ming, Li Qing, Hing, and the 2 singers remained in a fancy room. Hing never expected that his men would really go back with the courtesans. At this critical moment, he wondered if he could really trust that the enemy wouldn't attack. The brothel was very lively, with people coming and going constantly. The music and noise never stopped. Li Qing was lazily leaning back in a chair, holding a girl, listening casually. Lu Ming was kissing another girl. Such scenes, Hing had never experienced before, and now being in the same room with them made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She turned her head to look at the night outside. Xiao Huan, who was nearby, lowered her head, lost in thought. The two singers kept singing loudly, but Hiying wasn't interested in listening to the words. After a while, Lu Ming also left with his girl. When the two singers left, Hiying suddenly felt a strange sense of tension. She knew Li Qing disliked her, but men are usually like that. If there's a woman, they don't care about dislike. Her heart was pounding with anxiety. Just then, Li Qing stepped forward slowly and approached her. Hiying's face turned pale with fear. She thought to herself, there are so many courtesans outside. Sir, go pick some for yourself. Please stay far away from me. Watching his green robe stop right in front of her without moving, her heart was in her throat. Li Qing looked at her silently for a long time, neither speaking nor moving. Just when she felt she couldn't breathe easily, he finally said softly, "You can sleep here tonight." Then, he turned and left. Seeing that he finally left, Xiaohuan quickly ran to her and happily took her hand, saying, "Miss, that's wonderful. I was so scared just now." At that moment, the door creaked open from outside. Li Qing's cold face swept over Xiaohuan, making her shiver in fear, then turned to Hiying. Looking at her pale face, he smirked and said mockingly, "If you have something to say, remember to call someone loudly." After saying that, he turned and closed the door again. Hiying never expected that Li Qing would really arrange for them to rest in a brothel. But clearly, that night was safe. The group slept until late morning, and their enemies did not appear. Hiying thought to herself, "It seems to be a feint. The more Li Qing and the others act like this, the more the enemy loses confidence in their plans." After resting for a while, everyone set out again. This time, all the subordinates looked energetic, occasionally whispering some light-hearted jokes. Hiying watched the busy north gate, staring at the increasingly distant street, lost in thought and not paying attention. Once outside the city gate, they headed along the official road beside the moat toward the capital of Zhou. It was almost noon and many people were passing by. Hiying felt nervous for no clear reason as soon as they left the city. She looked at Xiaohuan, who was unaware, and tightly held her hand. Xiaohuan looked at her strangely and asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" Hiying didn't answer. She felt uneasy inside and suspected that the enemy might attack at this moment, taking advantage of the surprise. But she would never say this aloud. First, she had no proof, and she was not an experienced general. Second, Xiaohuan was careless and straightforward, so some things couldn't be said directly to her. After thinking for a moment, she rummaged through her bag and found 2 gold medals. Carefully, she looked at them and realized they were some prayer tokens made of gold. She handed one to Xiaohuan and softly said, "Put this on your chest." Then she started to prepare herself. Xiaohuan put the token inside her clothes and asked, "Why?" Hiying replied, "We've already faced 2 assassination attempts. Putting this on your chest might save us in the future." Xiaohuan thought it made sense and happily pressed it tightly to her chest. She giggled and said happily, "Miss, this feels a bit uncomfortable, like a burn that hurts the flesh." Hiying was about to speak. Suddenly, a sharp, fierce wind howled from outside. It came so quickly and suddenly. At the same time, Li Qing's tense and hurried voice rang out. "Quick! Protect Miss He." Just as he finished speaking, a golden arrow, shining brightly in the sunlight, shot straight toward Hiying's chest. Xiaohuan screamed in shock. Before her voice could fully come out, it was caught in her throat. The arrow had already hit Hiying's chest, striking the golden badge she wore. The force was so strong that it pushed Hiying backward, causing her to bump into Xiaohuan and almost fall out of the carriage. At that moment, the curtain was suddenly pulled open. Li Qing's face appeared in front of them. His tense expression changed to surprise when he saw Hiying. After a moment, he asked in a cold voice, "What happened?" Hiying struggled to sit up, took a breath, and handed him the arrow that had fallen nearby. She softly said, "I have a lucky gold badge given by my mother." The arrow just hit it. Li Qing looked at her again, then turned and took the arrow. His gaze circled around Hiying's chest. Just then, Hiying suddenly clutched her chest and coughed violently until she spat out some blood. Only then did Li Qing lower the curtain and leave. Xiaohuan rushed to her side and shouted, "Miss, Miss, are you all right? Hing shook her head gently and said softly, It's fine. I was just shaken by the force of the arrow. A short rest will do. After listening to their conversation for a while, Li Qing urged his horse to catch up with Lu Ming. He asked quietly, Why did they come back? Lu Ming replied, The archer shot and then withdrew immediately. But why didn't they hide nearby? Why only target Miss He? Li Qing kept his lips tightly sealed. After a moment, he said, It's not that simple. Lu Ming nodded and asked, Is Miss He's injury serious? Li Qing answered, The arrow just hit some gold badges hanging on her chest. Lu Ming smiled and said, Miss He really is lucky. The arrow didn't kill her. Those people are probably more frustrated now. Looking at the frightened, scattered pedestrians, Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Just then, a group of city guards approached from the opposite side. Lu Ming asked curiously, Huh? They arrived so quickly? Li Qing replied, Maybe they were busy with something nearby. At this moment, a fully armed city guard team arrived and asked, What is going on? Li Qing cupped his fists and said, Sir, my family was just attacked by assassins. The officer, who looked about 30, stepped closer and asked, What did you say? What is the situation? Just as Li Qing was about to answer, he noticed a strange look on the officer's face. His heart immediately became alert. He quickly stiffened his body and leaned back. As soon as he moved, the officer stabbed with a sword. Li Qing dodged just in time, and the sword missed him. Lu Ming's face also changed. He ducked under a swinging sword and drew his long sword, fighting with another soldier. The attack was sudden and unexpected. No one thought that they had disguised themselves as city guards to attack. Li Qing managed to dodge the first attack, but unfortunately, he was injured on the second. His arm was torn by the enemy's sword, leaving a deep wound, and blood flowed heavily. At this moment, Li Qing and the others were tightly surrounded by these enemies. Their opponents were far more skilled than the ones before. Every move and strike was made by a master who could match their strength. Near the carriage, 2 city guard officers on each side held knives and approached carefully. One held a knife, while the other moved cautiously toward the carriage curtain. They didn't hear the expected screams or see blood from the previous arrow, which made them more cautious about the legendary Miss He from the He family, Li Qing's former wife. They reached the carriage and exchanged glances. Then, a tall man carefully lifted the curtain suddenly. At the same time, a flash of blade light shot toward the carriage. But before the blades reached, they froze in surprise. The inside of the carriage was empty. No one was there. At this moment, a companion shouted, They're over there. The group turned and saw Hiying, who had lost her veil, standing there in a beautiful dress and light silk, stunning and graceful. The assassins were stunned. Facing her breathtaking face, they suddenly lost their desire to kill. Xiao Huan, trembling, hid behind Hiying with a pale face. Earlier, when the officers attacked Li Qing, Hiying had jumped down from the carriage with Xiao Huan. Now, they stood on a small slope, higher than the ground. If the assassins tried to attack from below, it would be quite difficult. Seeing Hiying and Xiao Huan standing there, Li Qing, while enduring the sword wind, secretly cursed, Darn it! At this critical moment, it was necessary to send someone to protect these 2 women. Such bad luck. He really didn't want to deal with this enemy's daughter. However, now was the time to save face. As his last wife, if Hiying was killed in front of everyone, he wouldn't want to spend any effort to stop it. All his previous plans would be for nothing. He let out a low growl and loudly shouted, Li Wu, Li Lu, protect Miss He at once. He was calling the 2 guards who were less busy and could attack. The 2 responded and moved toward Hiying while fighting. Li Qing's shout not only summoned Li Wu and Li Lu but also woke up the enemy. The enemy leader saw his men hesitating at this moment, staring blankly at a woman. Furious, he shouted, What are you waiting for? Kill her. As soon as he said that, the people standing by the carriage were suddenly alert. They raised their swords and slowly moved closer to the woman and her servant. Hiying secretly cursed. Although she had practiced her skills for a few years and gained some inner strength, she was only slightly more agile and alert. In a real fight, she was completely useless. She didn't know any fighting moves and had no experience, so she was no match for these people. She stepped back slowly. About 5 or 6 meters behind her was the city moat. She looked around left and right, but it seemed there was nowhere to retreat. Xiao Huan, though terrified, endured her fear and didn't make a sound, trembling as she followed her mistress. The enemy had already noticed their situation and became even more excited, their eyes shining with anticipation. At this moment, the enemy leader, who was fighting Li Qing, grew impatient and shouted, "What are you hesitating for? Fight quickly!" His distraction almost caused him to be stabbed in the stomach by Li Qing's sword. He shifted his body sideways, and a bloody wound appeared on his thigh. He endured the pain, thinking to himself, "I can't delay any longer. We're too close to the north gate. If the city defense troops become suspicious, all my brothers might not come back." Li Wu and Li Lu were anxious to reach Missy quickly, but their opponents kept blocking them. In the blink of an eye, the enemy had reached Miss He, making them both angry and panicked, yet they could do nothing. He Ying protected Xiao Huan and retreated step by step. She was anxious but powerless to stop it. Looking behind, "I see the moat. A few more steps, and there's no way to retreat." A few assassins see how tall and graceful He Ying is, with a delicate face showing panic and helplessness. Normally, she has a calm and strong aura, but now her panic makes her look even more charming. The two assassins approaching her swallow nervously, feeling a strange attraction. He Ying takes a step back. Seeing her flushed face, the assassins feel even more eager. The one on the left smiles and says, "Little lady, just give in." Then he raises his sword, aiming at He Ying, but slightly off. It looks like he wants to cut her hair to scare her into submission. Suddenly, their leader's angry shout rings out, "You useless fools! A young girl who can't even defend herself. Are you trying to die?" Hearing this, the assassins look panicked. They lower their swords and slash toward He Ying's shoulder. He Ying screams in fear. Just as she shouts, something spins through the air with a sharp wind, striking at the sword. In a flash, the two blades clash with a loud clang. The swords fly back and land heavily on the ground, only the handles visible. This all happens in an instant. The assassins are stunned, still trying to process what just happened. Suddenly, a man in blue descends from above like a mighty eagle, landing in front of He Ying. The two assassins look surprised and open their mouths to say something. The man in blue suddenly kicks with his feet, and several illusions flash past. With a series of loud bang-bang-bang sounds, the two assassins are knocked several meters away and don't get up for a long time. "Miss, don't be afraid." The man in blue turns back and smiles at He Ying. His smile makes her realize that this person is just a young man in his 20s, tall and strong, with striking features, an attractive man. Judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem to be from the Zhou country. Seeing He Ying staring blankly at him, he smiles again. She blushes and lowers her head. Then she hears his deep voice say, "My name is Ling Hu He." "Miss, what is your name?" He Ying looks into his starry eyes, opens her mouth slightly, and softly says, "My name is He Ying." "He Ying?" The young man repeats softly, then gently says, "Only in a place like Zhou could someone as beautiful as you be born." Hearing his blunt praise, He Ying's face turned red again. She lowered her head, twisting her clothing nervously, feeling overwhelmed with shyness. Xiao Huan, standing nearby, had never seen the young lady like this before. She was momentarily stunned. She looked at Ling Hu and then at the young lady. In her mind, she thought, this young man and young lady seem like a perfect match, like fairy companions. He Ying is tall and has a strong, confident look. Usually, when she is with other men, they seem weak in comparison. Only this young man makes Xiao Huan feel that they are truly a good pair. The young man has deep, serious eyes that are fixed on He Ying without blinking. Since he appeared, He Ying's heart has been pounding wildly, her feelings stirring intensely. Meanwhile, Li Qing and the others were still fighting with the assassins. He took a quick glance over and almost fainted from anger. His unmarried wife was gazing affectionately at a strange man. In the middle of the fight, his emotions were stirred. The assassin leader seized the moment and launched a series of quick, fierce attacks. Li Qing was forced to retreat repeatedly, narrowly avoiding danger each time. Suddenly, the sound of urgent horse hooves reached them. In a moment, a group appeared in sight. They were dressed in the uniform of the royal guards. Seeing them, Li Qing was overjoyed, but the assassin leader shouted sharply, "Retreat." At his command, the assassins quickly withdrew. Since Li Qing and his companions were already lower down, the assassins' retreat was swift. Before the soldiers could get close, they disappeared into the nearby forest. Li Qing stood there, gasping for breath. His eyes naturally looked toward Hiying. At that moment, Lingua and others also saw the soldiers arriving. He smiled slightly and said, "Miss He, in a little while, Ling Hu will come to see you again. Please do not refuse when he does." After saying this, he suddenly leapt into the moat. It looked like he was about to sink. With a light push of his toes, he glided gracefully across the water's surface and disappeared on the other side. At the same time, the soldiers dismounted and approached Li Qing and Lu Ming to ask questions. After this shock, He Ying and the others were so exhausted they could hardly stand. They struggled hard to get back into the carriage. Once inside, they collapsed, too tired to straighten their posture or sit properly. After Li Qing and the others finished their negotiations, they returned to the North Gate City to rest for a day. I don't know what methods they used. By the third day, when they left, their group had shrunk to about 200 people. This made the journey much quieter. Even Xiao Huan became much happier. He Ying originally thought Li Qing would say something to her, but she was surprised to find that from that day on, he didn't even look at her directly. He acted as if she didn't exist. This made He Ying feel much more comfortable. However, Lu Ming came specifically to talk to her that day. He said, "Miss He, no matter what General Li's wishes are, you will be his woman in the future. Please remember this, Miss He." He Ying looked at him in confusion. When she met his deep, cold eyes, she suddenly thought maybe they believed she had some special connection with Ling Hua, which was why they said such things. Thinking of this, she felt a little moved inside, but she smiled faintly, turned her head away, and ignored Lu Ming. Lu Ming was confident in his intelligence, but he never understood this woman in front of him. Not only him, even Li Qing was caught in her mysterious fog. There was always a strong desire to understand her, to figure her out. This urge was dangerous. It could easily cause a man who aims for great things to fall. He stared at He Ying tightly for a moment. Seeing her still so calm, he couldn't help but curl his lips into what seemed like a cold smile. "Miss He, I hope you won't forget that your father and brothers are the most important." He Ying suddenly turned to look at him. After a moment, she smiled and said, "So, Lu Ming, you also use threats to deal with a weak woman?"
She didn't wait for him to speak again.
With a flick of her long sleeve, she coldly said, "Men and women should not touch each other. Please leave, young sir." Her expression was noble, proud, and full of a sharp, mocking insight. Lu Ming had never thought he could be so humiliated. For some reason, when he looked at He Ying now, he felt deeply embarrassed and ashamed. Even after he left the door, that feeling didn't go away. The capital of Zhou State is called Zhou. Based on their current movements, they could reach it in about a month. A month, thinking about the future. He Ying felt lost. She had been out for less than a month, but had already experienced 3 bloody battles. Twice she was almost killed. Now, she has lost all confidence in walking alone through the world. She smiled bitterly, knowing that He Ying was not the type to dwell on sadness or nostalgia. She quickly pushed away these negative feelings. Compared to her own gloom, Xiao Huan was not thinking about such things. For her now, even being in prison was better than living in constant fear. Moreover, even if the young lady went out, she wouldn't be pampered like a wife, but she would still enjoy fine clothes and food. "Miss, look how beautiful it is over there." Xiao Huan was pointing at a rainbow after the rain, looking enchanted. He Ying and she stood there, staring blankly at the rainbow in the sky. Seeing their silly expressions, Li Qing couldn't help but smile. But he quickly realized that was wrong, so he retracted his smile and avoided looking at He Ying. His actions were noticed by Lu Ming, who sighed and pointed ahead, saying, "Big brother, traveling like this is too slow. When we get further ahead, let's take a boat." Li Qing shook his head and said, "No, taking a boat is too uncertain. There are more of us now. On land, we are safer. Once on the boat, we won't have control anymore." Lu Ming seemed to remember this and immediately felt ashamed. He said, "Big brother, you're right. I didn't think carefully." Li Qing looked at him without speaking, thinking to himself, "You're not careless. You're just afraid I might fall for that woman." Ying was worried for a few days but then returned to normal. She thought of some good ideas for earning a living in the future. She could bring more silver and stay with a wealthy family, teaching or doing some small jobs. That would be great, having money and no pressure. They traveled slowly, and by tomorrow, they would reach the city of Zhou. Everyone looked relaxed and happy, except for Ying. As the group moved forward, a long line of people approached from the opposite road. Before they got close, Li Qing and a middle-aged scholar from the other side started laughing and bowing to each other. "General Li has returned to the capital? What a coincidence. I was just about to leave the city," said the elegant man in his 30s, smiling warmly. His friendly appearance made him seem very approachable. Li Qing also laughed and bowed, saying, "What a coincidence. I was just thinking of visiting Minister Chen." Speaking softly, he asked, "So, did the woman Lord Chen was interested in last time get taken?" Lord Chen immediately smiled happily. "Of course. I already got her." Li Qing burst into laughter again. Lord Chen chuckled along for a while. Suddenly, he called out, "Come here for a moment." He called to a carriage behind him. From inside, a charming voice replied, "Yes, sir." Soon after, a beautiful woman stepped out. Ying looked at her curiously. Her features were quite similar to the famous martial artist Yun Xianzi, but her belly seemed a little big. Yu gracefully walked over to Lord Chen. He said, "I have something urgent to leave the capital for. I'm worried these little concubines might cause trouble. The general has arrived, which is perfect. How about I give her to you?" When she heard this, not only Ying but also Yuer's face changed with shock. She trembled and said, "Lord, Yuer is pregnant with your child." Lord Chen didn't even look at her. He kept smiling at Li Qing with flattery. Li Qing also looked as if he hadn't heard Yuer's words. He smiled and cupped his hands. "Miss Yuer is indeed beautiful. However, I just brought my wife here, and talking about this in front of her doesn't seem appropriate." Lord Chen then glanced at Ying, his expression suddenly blank, and he was momentarily stunned. At that moment, a man behind him coughed loudly. He snapped out of his daze. Feeling embarrassed, he said, "I see now. With such a lovely woman as a companion, no wonder the general isn't interested in you. But," he added with a grin, "if the general gets tired of her, remember, I am willing to buy her." Ying opened her mouth wide, looking utterly shocked. Li Qing nonchalantly said, "She will be my wife." "Wife?" Lord Chen looked at Ying with a hint of regret and sighed. "The general is very lucky." Very lucky. Despite his words, Ying clearly saw from his eyes that he was saying, "Don't pretend to be innocent. We're all the same." It was a long time before Lord Chen left, and Ying still hadn't recovered. Her face was pale, and so was Huaner's. They had thought that living a lonely life in the courtyard was the worst they could face, but now they realized it might just be a luxurious dream. You should know that father, he was a great scholar, and his actions often reflected the qualities of a noble and upright person, something only a few people possess. Ying always believed that most people here would respect their mother just as her father did. At this moment, Ying remembered the women mentioned in books about the spring and autumn and warring states periods from her past life. Concubines could be freely exchanged or given away, and even the main wife could secretly be used for trading. Of course, openly giving someone away was not allowed. If it was to be done, it would have to be through secret affairs. She thought that Li Qing did not have feelings for her. When he spoke of his main wife, it was often just to use her as a shield. Clenching her teeth and imagining the possible future she might face, Ying suddenly felt very confused. She let out a long sigh and remained silent for a while. Xiao Huan also looked pale as she gazed at the young lady. Now, She no longer dared to hope for the future. The next morning, the group smoothly entered the capital city. Watching the busy streets and the luxurious shops, Xiao Huan seemed to forget her unhappiness, her eyes moving from one shop to another. He Ying, however, had to wear a veil, which kept her from seeing things clearly, so her excitement was somewhat diminished. Miss, the capital is so big. It's even larger than our Nanling. And it looks cleaner than the North Gate city. It really feels nice, Xiao Huan said admiringly. He Ying smiled, her gaze shifting from the shops and buildings around her. Soon, the General He's residence appeared in sight. Outside the gate, a crowd had already gathered. Servants and guards in various uniforms lined up in 2 rows, stretching nearly a mile from the gate. He Ying could clearly see the excitement and anticipation in their eyes. She looked at Li Qing and saw that, although he had a calm expression, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed many people liked him and were eager for his return. Before reaching the team, Li Qing and the others dismounted from their horses. As everyone cheered, "Welcome back, General," he waved his hand, and the crowd happily stopped cheering, looking at their master with excitement. At this moment, Li Qing nodded slightly, and Li Er dismounted, walking quickly to He Ying's carriage and helping her down from her horse. Normally, this was something Li Qing should have done. When Li Qing and He Ying got off the carriage, he didn't bother to look at her and strode forward quickly. The people around him followed closely, asking about her well-being. He Ying walked behind, and the others kept glancing at her with expressions of confusion, curiosity, and disdain. When He Ying and the others entered the gate, they realized that Li Qing and the others had already disappeared. At this moment, Li Er, who was walking beside her, said, "Miss He, come with me." He spoke without even glancing at her and then strode ahead. He Ying and the others followed behind, with Xiao Huan struggling to carry their small bundles. Looking at the small bundle, He Ying thought to herself, "No wonder, what kind of bride brings such a small amount of dowry? It's almost like running away secretly. No wonder these people look down on me. I just hope I can live peacefully in the future." Li Er led He Ying and the others to a remote small courtyard and said expressionlessly, "Miss He, this is your home. Please go in." He made a gesture. Not long after they entered, when they turned around, they found that he had already disappeared. Although the courtyard was remote, it was still clean and tidy, with all kinds of facilities inside the house. This finally eased the worries of the master and servant. He Ying took the initiative to tidy up the place with Xiao Huan, and then they could settle in. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, He Ying took a walk around the backyard. To her delight, behind the courtyard was a busy street. Although it was a bit unsafe, it was very convenient for her plan to climb over the wall and look around. That night, although the outer yard was brightly lit and lively, everyone came to welcome Li Qing and celebrate, but no one called for them. When dinner was delivered, the 2 who had been forgotten finally saw the hot food and almost laughed with happiness. After laughing, Xiao Huan hugged He Ying and cried loudly. Back in the room, He Ying began her daily meditation. She had been practicing the sleeping moon technique for over 6 years. But apart from feeling lighter and more agile for climbing walls, she didn't notice any other benefits from this practice. This book really does say some good things. But this technique is slow and useless, He Ying thought with a bitter smile. Despite her thoughts, she had no other choice. Since she was free anyway, she continued practicing day after day. Just like practicing Qigong in her previous life, after 6 years of training, she might not have achieved this level of effect. The next day, He Ying woke up very early. Finally, around noon, a middle-aged man named Li Kai came over to ask if she needed anything. He Ying told him about her usual musical instrument, some books she wanted to read, and materials for embroidery. Li Kai was very efficient. That very evening, all the items were delivered to her courtyard. The embroidery was for Xiao Huan. As for He Ying, she didn't have much time to waste on it. She was a lazy person and preferred to sleep when she had free time. This was her 3rd night in the capital. Over the past few nights, the Li residence was brightly lit every evening, with the smell of wine, meat, and cosmetics drifting out. These lively scenes felt very far from He Ying. She often stood in the courtyard, looking at the bright lights and then at the stars in the sky. She couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Now, she was again in the courtyard, listening to the distant sound of flute and string music. She murmured to herself, "What a decline." With 6 kingdoms fighting for dominance and the threat of falling apart at any moment, it seemed that the nobles lived in luxury and indulgence, perhaps because of this. She moved her instrument outside, tuned the strings, and began to play slowly. The gentle music flowed out, different from the traditional Guqin melodies of this world, quietly drifting through the quiet night. Out of habit, Hying had arranged many songs she loved from her past life, including famous classical pieces, into sheet music. When she was happy or sad, she would play a few tunes, letting her heart immerse in that pure, ethereal world. Right now, she was playing a piece called "Laughing at the Red Dust." The song was lively and free-spirited, not very suitable for the Guqin. But Hying had made some personal changes, making the performance more distant and profound, less wild and reckless. Though a bit regretful, she kept the original flavor in her heart. She played quietly, unaware that outside the wall, a young man dressed in fine clothes was listening intently, focused and absorbed. Only after the song ended did he let out a long sigh and ask, "Mr. Liu, what is this piece?" Mr. Liu was a scholar in his 40s, wearing a wide robe and a high hat. He listened carefully, nodding and shaking his head from time to time. When the music finished, he seemed still lost in its sound. Only when the young man in fine clothes asked did he open his eyes and say, "I, Liu, have never heard this tune before." The young man in fine clothes had a tall, straight figure and a handsome face that didn't look as pale as typical wealthy children. Hearing Mr. Liu's response, his eyes suddenly widened and a cold light shot out from them. "Oh, Mr. Liu, you also don't know this tune?" His tone and voice seemed casual, but combined with his noble bearing and commanding presence, it felt like a subtle rebuke. Mr. Liu quickly stepped back half a step and knelt to bow. "Your Majesty, I dare not deceive you." The young man smiled and said, "No need for such formalities. Stand up. I was just asking out of curiosity." He turned to a nearby guard and asked, "Do you know who is inside?" The guard respectfully saluted and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. It's Miss He, who was brought back from Nanling City by General Li." He hesitated for a moment and added, "Some people say she is your last wife. But it seems that everyone in the Li household, including General Li himself, doesn't take that seriously." The young man nodded and looked toward the courtyard where Hying was staying. At that moment, the sound of a flute drifted out again. The music was distant and lingering, with a mournful, lonely tone. For a moment, Mr. Liu completely forgot that his master was nearby, lost in admiration. The young man also listened intently, enchanted by the flute music. He had heard many tunes before, but none like this one played by Miss He. It carried a fresh, unique feeling. After a while, the melody seemed to blend with the previous music from the zither, combining a sense of age and freedom, elegance and grandeur, evoking a longing to leave the world behind. It seemed that this music had more twists and variations than the earlier zither piece. Listening for a while, one might feel like falling leaves swirling in the wind, neither lonely nor joyful, just a mixture of emotions. When the music finally stopped, an indescribable feeling seemed to spread through the air. After a long pause, the music was gone. The young man waved slightly, with a hint of regret. "Let's go. We can come again another day." Hying felt that Li Qing seemed to have forgotten her presence. She had been at the Li residence for 4 or 5 days but hadn't seen anyone else besides the servants. Not even a single maid was sent to serve her. But that didn't trouble Hying. She was used to hardship from her past life, as an orphan. She happily played with some flowers and grass with Xiao Huan, and even brought the housekeeper to plant some vegetable and flower seeds. It is now spring. Although planting is a bit late, it is not a problem. After 4 days of tidying up, the small courtyard now suits Hying's taste. She even specially made 2 swings in the backyard woods. Many trees in Li Qing's general's residence have been carefully tended. Even in such a remote place, there are many fruit and flower trees in the backyard. Sitting on the swing, Swinging gently among the falling flowers and shade is a very beautiful thing. Because of this, Hing feels that living like this is not a bad idea. On both sides of the courtyard, she also arranged vegetable patches. The front of the courtyard doesn't need her much effort. It is a bamboo forest, and the breeze blowing through the sparse bamboo is very elegant and beautiful. All Hing needs to do is design 2 long bamboo chairs to place there. She just recently came to the capital and is unfamiliar with everything. She has many plans, like these bamboo chairs, loungers, and rocking beds, but she is not in a rush to start. After all, she is not even sure she can keep her life safe, so there's no time to show off. While walking in the bamboo forest, Hing pulled out 2 bamboo shoots to prepare for cooking. This is what makes Xiao Huan most angry. As Li Qing's nominal last wife, Hing still has to prepare her own meals and hot water, which really irritates her. Despite being angry, she remains very calm. The shock from the journey has not yet faded, and both of them think that as long as they are alive, they can overlook everything. Hing mostly thinks that as long as she isn't treated like an object, she can be indifferent to everything. Hing wrote a sign that says, Zhuqing Yuan, and hung it outside the courtyard. Xiao Huan can read a little, but she thought the name was uncreative and kept nagging about it. However, Hing paid no attention to her. She just wanted something simple and plain. The name, Zhuqing Yuan, suits her well. Inside the courtyard, there is a small kitchen. Master Li had instructed that Xiao Huan could go to the main kitchen every day to get rice, grains, vegetables, and other ingredients to cook herself. So now, Hing is mainly preparing to cook. Xiao Huan's cooking is very good, but it still cannot match Hing's skills. Both of them cook dishes with a modern flavor, which is quite rare in this place. Truly, these are unique and delicious. Feeling bored, Hing often cooks a meal now and then. Xiao Huan tries to stop her from doing this trivial task, but she also longs to taste the delicious dishes her lady makes. Every time I face this struggle, I walk back and forth beside Hing, hesitant to speak, which is quite adorable. Miss, listen ahead. Every night is filled with music and singing. The general of the kingdom of Zhou must be very comfortable, Xiao Huan said teasingly as she squatted on the ground, cleaning bamboo shoots by the well in the kitchen. Hing stood beside her, occasionally helping out. She gently said, It seems that all the nobles here are like this. Xiao Huan, these things don't concern us. Just don't worry about them. We only need to live our peaceful and happy lives. The young lady nodded, and Hing remembered something. She said, It's still early. Prepare a little more food. Let's have a richer meal today. After speaking, she headed into the house. Back in her room, she quickly took off her shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. Just last night, she felt a sudden surge of energy like an electric current rushing through her body, and she didn't move for half an hour. Afterwards, she broke out in a foul sweat, but felt incredibly refreshed. This morning, when she looked in the mirror, she saw that her originally fair face had become even more translucent and jade-like, with a faint glow flowing within. Her bright, lively eyes also became deep and mysterious, which surprised her greatly. Sitting on the bed, she followed the instructions in the Wuyugong Fa to slowly reverse her internal energy from the lower dantian through the 12 meridians. As she did this, she immediately noticed that her internal energy was flowing at least 5 times faster than before. When she concentrated her qi in her dantian, she could clearly see the signs of the flow within her meridians, as well as the swirling vortex of cloud-like mist inside her dantian. After completing a full cycle, Hing felt much lighter all over. She thought to herself, My condition seems different from others. I wonder who I can ask about this. Since her time in Nanling, she had asked a few ordinary martial arts experts about this. They had much more experience than she did. From their words, she learned that people who practice martial arts also gather qi in their dantian. But, apart from legendary figures, no one could see inside their own bodies. Usually, their judgment about their condition came from feeling. After meditating for a while, Xiao Huan was almost ready. While Hing was cooking nearby, she thought, if only one day my skills could be as high as Linghu's. She no longer feels as excited about this name as she did at first. After all, He is a man she only met once, no matter how outstanding or charming he is. When the servant and the master set the dining table outside in the yard and started preparing to eat, suddenly a sweet female voice came from outside. Who lives here? Such a quiet place. Xiao Qing, let's go inside and take a look. He Ying and Xiao Huan looked at each other. He Ying smiled softly, thinking, that's more like it. Such a big yard. We've been here for several days. It's impossible that everyone ignores you as if you're invisible. After all, I still have a name. Someone should come to check on us, right? As her words finished, a group of women entered. The woman in front, dressed in fine clothes, looked like a peacock. Her face was heavily made up, so Hing couldn't tell her true appearance, but from afar, her big, bright eyes made her look very glamorous. Behind her, there were 4 or 5 maidservants. Although they were maids, they looked proud and confident. It seemed this beautiful lady was quite respected in the general's household. As soon as she entered, she saw Hing. She immediately stopped in her tracks, her eyes flickering with complicated emotions. Then she smiled charmingly and said, "Oh, so you're a young lady? You look very beautiful. I wonder which courtyard the general found you in? With your looks, you must be some kind of famous courtesan, right?" This was too much, clearly treating her like a sold woman. Xiao Huan suddenly put down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up, pointed at her nose, and scolded, "Ugly woman. If you're a sold woman yourself, don't go around insulting others. Is our young lady someone you can scold?" Hing also stopped what she was doing and looked coldly at the woman. Her expression and Xiao Huan's words seemed to have little effect. The woman then let out a charming laugh. "Oh, why so serious, young lady? I've seen you here for a few days, and the general hasn't even come to see you. You even have to cook your own meals. So I misunderstood your background. It turns out you're still a noble young lady." She dragged out the last words with a mocking tone. Hing couldn't help but laugh and cry at her words. At this moment, the woman twisted her body and walked toward her, her tone turning cold. "Young lady, everything has a first come, first served rule. Luckily, I am now the general's wife. You should at least give me a respectful bow." Hing looked at her coldly. After a moment, she suddenly smiled and said, "I never thought that a great general would have such narrow eyes. Even a zombie like you, who paints her face and runs around, he doesn't find disgusting." The woman's face changed, and she was about to curse. Hing suddenly raised her voice and shouted, "Stop!" Her voice was like a thunderclap. The woman was startled and indeed stopped. Seeing her serious stare, waiting for more words, Hing couldn't help but chuckle a little. Hing said to Xiao Huan, "Let's go inside." Then she turned and left, ignoring the food, and just left the person outside the door. The woman stared in shock as the two entered the room. Although she wanted to cause trouble, faced with this situation, she didn't know what to do. Hing, a young lady from a noble family, heard such harsh words. She didn't cry, make a fuss, or get angry. She really didn't know how to respond. Seeing the two figures disappear inside, she turned around angrily and shouted sharply, "Go back. Looks like, as your unmarried wife, you're quite good at managing life." "I really have to admire that." Lu Ming sat on the other side of the jade table, holding a cup of wine, and smiled leisurely. Li Qing frowned, put down a chess piece, took a sip of wine, and said, "Yes, this woman is the only person I still don't understand." He looked up at Lu Ming. Seeing him lower his head and move a white chess piece, with a smiling face showing a dimple, he continued, "Today, old Lu even asked me about her." "Oh," Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, showing a surprised expression with a slightly childish look. "For Hing? How does he know? Haven't you kept her inside the house all this time?" Li Qing looked a bit helpless, pressed down a black chess piece, stood up, and paced a few steps. Then he said, "That day, the third prince hosted a banquet for me and stayed at the estate for a while. I happened to hear Hing playing the zither and blowing Xiao for a while." Lu Ming looked at him skeptically. After a moment, he asked, "Could it be that her skill is so high that even the third prince and old Lu are moved?" Li Qing, with his hands behind his back, looked at Hing's courtyard and slowly said, Old Lu said he had never heard the music she played and was deeply moved by its artistic conception. So he asked me if I could borrow her score. Lu Ming threw his chess piece onto the table and stood up. He looked down with some annoyance, took a few steps, then suddenly stopped, turned his head, and asked, "What do you think?" Question: what is the real hatred between He father and the Li family? When Li Qing married He Ying, someone was sent to attack her. Who was behind it, and what was their goal? Why did Li Qing insist on marrying He Ying? What was his true plan? Why does Lu Ming support him in winning He Ying's heart? What kind of person is He Ying's older brother? Li Qing didn't speak for a long time until Lu Ming grew impatient. Then he said in a deep voice, "It's just a woman. We can't let her ruin our plans." He then walked quickly to the chessboard, messing up the pieces. He said, when Suehua caused trouble earlier, her reaction was very interesting. Lu Ming said, "Yes, I thought she, being a noble lady, wouldn't handle such insults well. But I was surprised. Her calmness was like that of a great general, almost making Suehua angry enough to faint." He then looked at Li Qing and smiled. "Actually, I agree with Ying on one thing. You can tolerate a woman like Suehua for so long." Li Qing's face showed rare discomfort. He angrily said, "Suehua is straightforward and honest. That's what makes her special." Lu Ming laughed loudly. Seeing Li Qing's unhappy face, he didn't argue further. It's his choice what kind of woman he likes. Noticing Li Qing's face was still a bit pale, Lu Ming thought to himself, "This kid takes things too seriously. If I keep pushing, he'll probably be upset with me for days." He also thought, "I have a feeling he likes Ying quite a lot. I should remind him often so he doesn't get too deep into it." Then he changed the subject. "Did you find out about Lingu, the man who saved Ying that day?" At this, Li Qing's face turned serious. He shook his head and said, No clues at all. Someone like him, leaving no trace, makes things complicated." His eyes darkened as he remembered the scene of the two holding hands that day, feeling uneasy inside. He said bitterly, "I must find him and teach him a good lesson." Lu Ming asked cautiously, "Could he be sent by someone else?" Li Qing thought for a moment and nodded. "That's the most likely possibility." He then sighed, "People like Ling Hu are outstanding wherever they go. I really can't believe he can manipulate such a person, making them willingly become an insignificant figure." Lu Ming nodded and said, "Our intelligence network is still not complete. Maybe this person is already famous in the other 5 countries. We just don't know it yet." Li Qing looked at him thoughtfully and nodded, saying, "Yes, that's very possible." Then he added, "It seems we need to strengthen our efforts in this area." Lu Ming continued, "I think our attitude towards Ying should also change." Seeing Li Qing's questioning look, he said, "Such a beautiful woman, yet you're stubborn as a mule. Otherwise, with generally involved, he could easily win her over in a few moves. Why not do that? You're just making excuses." He spoke while watching Li Qing closely. When he saw Li Qing's gaze shift, he secretly felt worried. This situation is a bit bad. The young man keeps avoiding He Ying and isn't even pretending to be polite, which looks suspicious. Oh heavens, please don't let that woman steal his heart. Li Qing, noticing his stare, became annoyed and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Get to the point." Lu Ming took the tea handed to him by the maid and slowly said, "The point is, cast a long line to catch a big fish. Miss, I'm full. Let's go out and have some fun." This was Xiao Huan's first time suggesting to He Ying. He Ying looked at her with a smile. Xiao Huan blushed and said, "It's just so boring here. Staying inside all day feels like being in prison. Miss, since no one is paying attention to us outside, why not go out and look around?" She looked longingly beyond the wall. "I've been in the capital for so long, but I've never really seen it properly." "Yes, I haven't really seen it either." He Ying also felt curious. She turned to look outside the wall and thought, if I could just jump out from there, even with Xiao Huan, it wouldn't be too hard. But the most important thing is, I absolutely cannot reveal that I know Kung Fu. She trusted Xiao Huan, but she was worried that Xiao Huan might be careless and say something. If that happened, she'd have no way to escape. She thought for a moment and estimated that if she and Xiao Huan jumped over the wall, Xiao Huan would probably think she was quick and agile. She smiled at her. Having spent so much time together, Xiao Huan could tell from her expression that she was tempted. She secretly chuckled to herself, and her mind drifted briefly outside the wall. Half an hour later, the servant and her had arrived on the main street of Zhou City. At this moment, Ying was still dressed in her old servant's clothes, and Xiao Huan was dressed similarly. Although they looked like servants, no one dared to insult them openly while walking on the street. Ying's appearance, even in ragged clothes, still looked like a noble young master, with a natural air of nobility and calmness. Because of this, people would think they were wealthy young masters out for fun in disguise. As they walked, they carefully avoided the swordsmen carrying swords. The street was full of shops. They mostly visited shops selling cosmetics and jewelry. Of course, they also loved to visit snack stalls. But both of them were very careful with money, afraid to spend much. Since arriving in the capital, Li Qing hadn't given them a single copper coin. They had been using their own savings. Their money was limited. Although they had brought quite a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry, they kept some for emergencies. So, they thought carefully about every purchase, only buying what they truly wanted. "Wow, young master, come quickly." Xiao Huan jumped in front of a stall, happily calling out. Ying walked over slowly. She looked down and saw it was just a common miscellaneous goods stall from her past life. But many of the items displayed were samples, including some small jewelry pieces, which were quite well made. No wonder Xiao Huan was so happy. At that moment, her eyes caught a small black sword. The sword was only about 2/3 the size of a normal sword. She reached out and picked it up. When she drew it from its sheath, she was surprised to find it was blunt. She wondered, could someone in this world also make toys? A sword without a sharp edge? That was very strange. The sword had no shine at all, completely black from top to bottom, heavy and oppressive in her hand. It looked plain and unremarkable, with no special features. But Ying felt it was different from the others. Xiao Huan only glanced at it and pouted, saying, "It's ugly." "Miss, why do you want that?" Ying didn't answer. She looked at the shopkeeper and asked, "Sir, what is this sword for? Why doesn't it have a sharp edge?" The shopkeeper was a thin, middle-aged man in his 40s, with deep wrinkles on his face and a worried look. He looked at the small sword in Ying's hand and hesitated before saying, "That was something I found while digging in the ground. I don't know what it's for." The customer said, "If you want it, 2 copper coins will do." Ying played with the small sword for a while, then gave 2 copper coins to the shopkeeper. She thought this person was honest, so she said to Xiao Huan, "What else do you want?" "Pick 2 more things you like." Xiao Huan happily responded and chose a few small items. The total cost was only about 10 copper coins. The two of them happily continued to walk forward. After a while, they both felt a bit tired. Xiao Huan pointed to a guest house ahead and said cheerfully, "Miss, let's go sit down." But then she remembered something and stuck out her tongue, softly saying, "No, we should save our money." At that moment, several young men dressed in fine clothes walked toward the guest house, surrounded and called after them. Among them was Li Qing. Suddenly, a girl in blue called out, "Brother Qing," and jumped off her horse, running to Li Qing and pouting playfully, "You're here so quickly? I was riding my horse and thought I'd arrive earlier than you." Li Qing smiled gently at her, then cupped his fists and said to the boy following behind her, who also jumped down, "Young Master Ming has come too? Please." The boy also smiled and bowed in greeting. At this time, the girl in blue tightly grabbed Li Qing's sleeve, lifted her face, and coquettishly said, "Brother Qing, you haven't spoken to me yet." Li Qing shook his head helplessly, holding her small hand, and said, You really haven't grown up." The girl happily made a silly face at him, and the group headed toward a restaurant. Xiao Huan gritted her teeth and said, "Miss, I really wish I could kill him." Ying sighed silently, turning to look at her extremely annoyed expression. She forced a smile and said, "Don't think too much. Just pretend we're his prisoners. Isn't that enough?" Xiao Huan, still angry, said bitterly, "Miss, your temper is always like this. Nothing ever makes you angry." Ying was amused by her angry look and chuckled bitterly inside. She thought to herself, "How could I not get angry? I just don't hold out hope for him. But deep down, she felt a faint longing for Li Qing. After all, he was now her only support. Thinking of this, Hiying shivered and told herself, no, I must not think like that. I have to find a way to survive well in this chaotic world, without relying on anyone. Just then, she looked up and saw a young man in Confucian robes smiling kindly at her. She returned his smile, and even the words she wanted to say automatically faded away. The young man approached her confidently and said, "This young master, please." Hiying bowed politely and said, "Young master, please." The young man replied, "I see that although the young master is young, he looks very talented and has a noble demeanor. Would you like to share a drink with us?" He pointed toward the restaurant where Li Qing and the others had gone and made a welcoming gesture. Hiying looked at him. He was gentle and well-mannered, with a kind and sincere appearance. His clear eyes seemed trustworthy. Besides, she was quite hungry. She nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you very much, brother." Xiaohuan stuck out her tongue, feeling annoyed, but her excitement about the big meal quickly distracted her. This restaurant was a famous place in Zhou City called Drunken Spring Pavilion. When the three entered, Li Qing and the others were already gone, probably upstairs in a private room. For some reason, Hiying felt a big sigh of relief. The young man's name was Zhou, and he was a merchant. He had his own private room in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. He took the two of them directly into the room and sat down. At first, Hiying was a little cautious, but when she opened the door and saw 4 or 5 scholars talking loudly inside, she relaxed. As soon as she entered, everyone noticed her. One young man with a small beard came over, lightly punched Zhou, and said with a smile, "Who is this young master? So pure and elegant." He kept his eyes fixed on Hiying, looking thoughtful. She smiled slightly and said, "I just arrived in the capital not long ago. I've heard that the people here are full of charm and uniqueness. Today, I see it's true." She bowed to everyone. Her words were polite, and hearing this, everyone stood up and warmly said, "Young brother, you speak so well." Then, a scholar pointed at Xiaohuan with a suspicious look. Hiying knew that Xiaohuan pretending to be a boy was full of flaws. She smiled and explained, "This is my personal maid. She wanted to come out, so I changed her clothes a little." Everyone immediately understood and looked at Hiying with normal expressions. Xiaohuan had earrings and a round face with delicate eyebrows, so she looked like a young girl. Because of this, people also started to doubt Hiying's gender. She dressed as a handsome young man, which made it hard to tell if she was male or female. Now that she explained openly, their doubts eased a little. Although there was a slight loss of 3 points, I still have some doubts. Hiying sat in an empty spot and looked at everyone, smiling, and asked, "What are you all talking about?" Young Master Zhou also raised an eyebrow and looked at them, waiting for their answer. A scholar said, "We are discussing how the people of the Great Zhou are talented in literature and outstanding in swordsmanship, yet among the 6 states, none can dominate completely." This topic was quite interesting, and since their voices were loud and clear, it was easy to hear. The partition here was only a screen, so suddenly a voice from the next room was heard. "Oh, why is that? I am also interested now." As he spoke, a young man dressed like a scholar pushed the door open and entered. He wore scholar's clothes, but his every move naturally revealed nobility. As he entered, 4 or 5 people followed behind him. The people present had lived in the capital for a long time, but no one recognized that he was from the Ji family.
They were a bit surprised.
Seeing him come in, everyone stopped talking. He waved his hand and said, "You can continue." His gesture was natural, and everyone responded instinctively. Yes, watching him sit down beside them, no one felt his attitude was too abrupt. Seeing everyone stunned, he smiled again and asked, "Why aren't you talking anymore?" A young scholar in blue beside Hiying took a sip of wine and sighed deeply, saying, "This question is actually hard to answer. The court is full of factions, and those in power indulge in pleasure. How can the Zhou state dominate the 6 states?" His words caused a sigh from many others. At this moment, young Master Zhou also said, "Yes, everyone only knows how to enjoy life, but if this continues, it will lead to the fall of the country."
Ah.
Everyone knows this truth, But no one cares. Hiying, who was watching everyone sigh and shake their heads, thought to herself, "This place is quite open. Everyone can talk about state affairs and criticize the current government so freely." She thought again that this era was not much different from the Warring States period in Chinese history, a time of many schools of thought and talented people. Therefore, not being punished for speaking out was a common feature among many states. Young Master Zhou, after saying this, turned to look at Hiying, who was smiling, and asked curiously, "Brother He, why are you laughing? Don't you think the same?" Although Hiying was young, his manners and expressions made it impossible to underestimate him. So, his expression was very serious. When he said this, everyone's attention immediately focused on Hiying. The elegant scholar looked at Hiying with a surprised expression and said, "Oh, this young brother seems to be very talented. What is your opinion on this matter?" Hiying didn't expect that just by being a little careless, she would attract everyone's attention. She smiled and said, "I am still young. If I say anything inappropriate, please don't mind." She paused, looked at everyone, sipped her tea, and said, "Among the 6 countries today, our Zhou country is located in the warm southern region. The land is rich, and the climate is suitable. The people are also talented and cultured. Therefore, whether in the court or among the people, everything is done carefully. Food is refined, clothes are proper, and manners are important in every interaction. Over time, our bodies have become weak. When it comes to fighting, people haven't even stepped forward, and their courage has already diminished. As I quote, 'Born in hardship, die in comfort. Our problem is that we are too comfortable. This makes the people afraid of war.'" After she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Then, young Master Zhou smiled and said, "That's true. Just like us, everyone sitting here talks about war, but when it really comes to fighting, no one dares to face it with real weapons." Most of the people present were scholars who knew how to discuss state affairs, but when it came to actually fighting with swords and spears, they felt unsure. Just as Hing said, their courage was lacking before they even went into battle. The room fell silent again. The handsome young man looked at Hing a few more times and then laughed. "This young brother is very insightful for someone so young. Especially with that line, 'Born in hardship, die in comfort.' It really makes people wake up. Come, I toast you." He took the lead in drinking a cup and then poured a cup of wine for Hiying himself. She took the cup, and under Xiao Huan's worried gaze, she drank it in one go. As she expected, the wine in this world was quite mild in flavor. Seeing her, so young, drink such a large cup without changing her expression, everyone cheered loudly. A middle-aged scholar standing behind the handsome young man also kept his eyes on Hiying for a while before looking away. At this moment, a few other scholars were whispering about Hiying's words, "Born in hardship, die in comfort." This classic warning phrase from Hiying's past life has been a reminder for ordinary people for hundreds of years. It's even more relevant in this era. Suddenly, beautiful music began to play, gentle and pleasing. Hiying was surprised and asked, "Does this restaurant also have singing performers?" Young Master Zhou replied, "Not singers. This is a special feature of the Zue Chun Tower, one of the 5 famous buildings in Zhou City. It has a grand, elegant room equipped with various musical instruments, where top musicians of the time are invited to perform. Some noble children and talented aristocrats also come to show their skills. Listen to this music. Doesn't it have more charm than ordinary singers?" Hiying listened carefully. The musician was playing a guqin, a traditional instrument, and the tune was ancient and deep. The sound was distant and majestic, much more beautiful than usual. Most of the people here are wealthy young men, and almost every family keeps singing performers. Many have studied musical instruments from a young age, so they can appreciate the subtlety. The performers' skills are good, but their emotions are shallow, and they lack insight into life or heartfelt expression. They are just craftsmen of music. In contrast, these performers truly create beautiful music from the heart. The young scholar with a small beard said, "Young Master Zhou, it seems there's such a wonderful place here. You've never told us before. If it weren't for my little brother asking, would you have kept it a secret?" Young Master Zhou chuckled and said, I thought everyone knew about the special features of Zui Chun Tower. No need to say anything. How could you be so uninformed? He and the scholar were good friends. When he heard this, the scholar playfully punched him in the chest. Before the punch landed, Zhou Young Master already winced in pain, causing everyone to smile quietly. At that moment, the music stopped. The noble young man said, Listening here is boring. Why don't we all go see the place together? Zhou Young Master smiled and said, That's fine, but I'm a bit shy about spending money. What do you think, brother? He spoke plainly, and the noble young man laughed loudly. Brother Zhou, you're such a clever person.
Interesting.
Very interesting. By the way, my name is Tu Chung. You can just call me by my name. I'm not from your Zhou country, so I don't follow all those formalities. So he wasn't from their country. That explained a lot. Everyone nodded in understanding. At this moment, Tuaching said, All right, today I will cover all your expenses. Let's be friends. Young Master Zhou loudly replied, Great. Brother Tuaching is truly generous. Tuaching chuckled happily and walked with everyone toward the music pavilion. He noticed Hing walking slightly behind. For some reason, Tuaching lagged behind the others, walking beside her and smiling. Young brother, you seem quite impressive. May I ask your name? Hing replied, My surname is He. Seeing his curious expression, she hesitated a moment and added, My name is Wen, just Wen. He-Wen. Tuaching looked at her beautiful face with a faint smile and said gently, So, brother He-Wen, you look quite young. Are you 15 yet? Hing was unsure why he was so interested in her. But this person had a natural charm that made it hard to refuse. She softly said, I just turned 14. Is that so? Tuaching smiled and kept his gaze on her face, looking a bit mesmerized. Xiao Huan, who was nearby, saw this clearly. She tugged at He Ying's sleeve and said, Miss, let's walk faster. Look, young Master Zhou is already ahead. Without waiting for He Ying to reply, she pulled her sleeve and hurried forward. Tuaching watched the two walk quickly ahead, seeming a bit lost in thought. At that moment, a middle-aged scholar who had been accompanying him softly said, Master, what do you think? Tuaching shook his head and replied, You're mistaken. The scholar thought to himself, This young master must be from a wealthy family. Since the master doesn't want to compete, let it be. The matter of Nanfeng isn't worth fussing over. Meanwhile, He Ying and the others had reached young Master Zhou. Xiao Huan whispered to He Ying, Miss, that person's gaze just now was really unpleasant. Her tone was full of anger. He Ying, the one involved, didn't seem to care much. She just smiled and said, All right, stay away from people like that in the future and it will be fine. Seeing the master and servant whispering nonstop, young Master Zhou smiled and asked, Brother He, how are your skills with musical instruments? He Ying had a good impression of him. Hearing his question, she smiled and replied, I only know a little. The young Lord Zhou sighed and said, I have strict family rules. Since I was 3 years old, I have never relaxed my study of music theory. Unfortunately, I am made of stone. Nothing seems to get through to me. Even now, I can't fully play the Enmeng spell. Seeing He Ying's water-like eyes fixed on him, he suddenly felt uncomfortable about what he had just said. He patted his chest and said, But I am wise beyond my years. I may not be good at playing the instrument, but in other areas, I am a genius. As he boasted, a small bearded scholar nearby suddenly added, Oh, may I ask, Brother Zhou, in what way are you a genius? Could you show us, so we can see? His words caused a burst of laughter among the others. They said, Yes, show us what you've got. You can't just talk big without showing something. Seeing Lord Zhou look uncomfortable and blushing, He Ying couldn't help but laugh out loud. She only laughed twice before realizing it might not be appropriate, so she quickly closed her mouth. While everyone was teasing Lord Zhou, no one paid attention to her laughter. Only Lord Zhou, noticing He Ying also laughing, blushed again. He gritted his teeth and said, My talent can't be shown in this small tavern. He puffed up his chest and loudly declared, If I had 100,000 soldiers, I could tell right away who is strong and who is weak. At his words, more laughter erupted. Amid the cheerful chatter, they soon arrived at the music tower. This tower was part of the tavern, specially set aside for scholars and music lovers. It was a large, beautifully decorated room filled with various musical instruments. On the surface, anyone could go up and play a tune. But in reality, it had become a place where refined gentlemen competed to show their talents. To perform, one had to have a special skill or something unique that others couldn't do. They arrived in front of a bamboo building, connected to guest rooms on the second floor by bamboo planks. Lord Zhou smiled and said, "Everyone, this is the music tower. Are you going in or not?" The young bearded man asked curiously, "Why are you talking so much today?" Lord Zhou smiled warmly and said, "There is a rule. To enter the music tower, someone must perform on stage. Otherwise, people might kick you out." When he said this, everyone looked at each other. Young Master Zhou then said, "Now everyone understands that playing the zither and singing is not easy here. You need to have good skills to impress people." At this moment, Tuo Ching suddenly said, "If you really can't, Yang, just hit the zhu drum." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw that he was talking to a middle-aged man standing behind him. This man looked like a martial artist, so maybe he was a skilled zhu drummer too? Young Master Zhou clapped his hands and laughed. "That's good. If just one of us can go on stage, then our trip isn't wasted. Everyone, please go ahead." The crowd eagerly moved forward. Even Hing kept looking back at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man remained calm, whether he was talking to his master or facing everyone's gaze. His expression was cold, and his eyes were steady. Hing thought to herself, "This person must be very impressive." At this moment, young Master Zhou pushed open the door of the music hall and went inside. When He Ying and the others entered, they saw that the large room was filled with about 100 people sitting in 8 or 9 groups. When they saw newcomers, everyone looked excited and expectant. He Ying didn't notice that a middle-aged man sitting in the corner on the left had been watching her since she entered. This was Mr. Liu, the man next to the third prince. Seeing He Ying arrive, Mr. Liu looked excited. A middle-aged man beside him asked curiously, "Brother Liu, why are you so excited?" Mr. Liu smiled and said, "Did you see that handsome woman in men's clothes? She's a master." The man looked at He Ying for a moment and then laughed. "With that kind of outfit, I almost thought she was a young man pretending to be a girl." "Brother Liu, you have good eyes," Mr. Liu kept saying. "I'm ashamed. Truly ashamed. I only recognized her because I saw her change clothes. It has nothing to do with my eyesight." The room was large, with many empty seats. Most of the people there knew each other. So, they greeted each other and sat down in their places. Not long after sitting down, a beautiful girl came out from behind the stage. She wore colorful clothes that shone like a bright light, and as soon as she appeared, she drew everyone's attention. Standing in front of the stage, she saw everyone staring at her like they were enchanted. The girl gently parted her cherry lips and smiled at young Master Zhou and others, just as they were lost in admiration. She slowly parted her cherry lips and said, "Everyone, the performer for today's show is Mr. Liu from the third prince's residence." When this name was mentioned, everyone cheered happily. Mr. Liu from the third prince's residence is also a remarkable person. People know his surname is Liu, but not his full name. They know he is a close aide to the third prince, but not his exact position. Rumors say he is knowledgeable in astronomy, geography, medicine, and music, and is very skilled in many areas. He is considered a talented person with extraordinary abilities. Although he is famous, not many people know him personally. So, when everyone realized he was nearby, their interest grew even more. Everyone looked in the direction of the young girl's gaze and saw Mr. Liu had already stood up and walked over to sit cross-legged in front of a zither. Looking closely, Mr. Liu appeared to be in his 40s, with a handsome face like a crown jewel, bright and lively eyes and long, flowing hair reaching his chest. His appearance was truly like a fairy, elegant and extraordinary. People were very interested in such a person. Even young Master Zhou beside him kept saying, "Why is today so lucky? I get to see Mr. Liu. This is amazing." Hing turned her head to look at Mr. Liu and then at the excited crowd. She wondered, is this person really so impressive? While everyone was talking excitedly, Mr. Liu spoke. Harmony in music comes from the balance of the zither and the qin. To truly enjoy the beauty of music, both must be played together. I am not talented enough and need someone to help me. The young girl hosting the event respectfully bowed and asked, "May I ask who you'd like to invite?" Mr. Liu looked at everyone, his eyes deep and intense. When he looked at them, everyone's hearts beat faster. Ying smiled happily, full of anticipation. Even Xiao Huan, sitting behind her, was excited and almost wanted to jump up and clap. Then, Mr. Liu's gaze moved across the faces of the crowd. Everyone knew the person he was calling was among them. Their excitement grew even more. Finally, Mr. Liu fixed his eyes on Ying's face. As everyone looked at her, he pointed at her and said, "Little brother, how about you play the zither?" Ying was beaming with joy, but she never expected him to choose her. She stared in surprise at the crowd and then at Mr. Liu. Shocked, she pointed at herself and asked, "You mean me?" Mr. Liu nodded with a smile, while young Master Zhou gently complained nearby, "Xiaohe, you're too inconsiderate. You made me worry for a long time just now." Honestly, even Mr. Liu knows your talent, and you didn't say a word. Ying was also very confused. She absolutely couldn't understand how, since she had just arrived in the capital and had never met Mr. Liu before, he would suddenly call her to perform on stage. How did he know she was good at playing the zither? Seeing that Ying was still standing there, Mr. Liu smiled and said, "Little brother, how about we perform the piece you played last night?" Before she could speak, he gently plucked the strings of his zither and started playing. After hearing just a few notes, Ying immediately understood that he was playing the piece she often performed, laughing at the red dust. She was full of questions, but now she couldn't hesitate any longer. The people around her were urging her on, and even the young girl nearby looked at her kindly and said, "Young master, please go ahead." Ying forced a small smile. As a girl, she had secretly gone outside to have some fun, even visited a tea house, and now she was unexpectedly being called on stage by the famous Mr. Liu in the capital. If word got back to Liqing, it could cause trouble. But she couldn't back out now. She was in a difficult situation. Ying slowly approached Mr. Liu. The lighting inside the bamboo building was dim, which helped performers stay calm and made the audience feel a bit dreamy. When she reached the center, a ray of sunlight shone through the gauze window onto her clear, jade-like face. Suddenly, several people exclaimed, "What a beautiful young man! Truly stunning. It makes the heart flutter." In this era, there was no ban on male beauty, and wealthy families often appreciated such elegance. So, these words were seen as praise, not insult. Ying sat beside Mr. Liu's guqin, glanced at him, and he slowly said, "This piece was inspired by you. Please start." She smiled, naturally free and relaxed. Since she couldn't avoid it, she decided to go with the flow. She calmed her mind, tuned her strings, and began to play. As soon as the music started, the gentle, distant sound of the zither filled the air, creating a broad, mysterious, and enchanting melody. Ying's heart moved suddenly, and she gently pressed her hands while singing aloud. Life in the mortal world is often funny, full of foolish love and boredom. It's good to be indifferent to everything. This life is not over, but my heart is already at peace. I just want to enjoy half a lifetime of freedom. When awake, I smile at others. In dreams, I forget everything. I sigh that the night comes too early. The future is unpredictable. Love and hate are wiped clean. I sing and drink, wishing to stay happy forever. No matter how cold the wind, I don't want to run away. No matter how beautiful the flowers, I don't want to hold on. Let me drift freely. The higher the sky, the smaller my heart. I don't ask about cause and effect. I drink alone today, cry today, laugh tomorrow. I don't need anyone to understand. I am proud, singing and dancing. The long night feels endless, but I find happiness. This song is free and wild. Whether played on the zither or the lute, it sounds noble. Its tone is broad and deep, like the sound of the universe. However, what Ying plays now is very different from the original tune. She has added her own deep, somber feelings. After all, she laughs at the mortal world only because it is full of helplessness, and she longs to escape it. Ying has lived two lives, and recently she has been forcing herself to smile.
Her heart is very sad.
So, when she sings, her voice is much more profound than the original. In her deep feelings, there is also a sense of freedom. In her tears, there is laughter. After singing a few lines, everyone is captivated. Remember, in this era, lives are fragile. There is no guarantee for tomorrow. Even if you are as rich as a king or as noble as an emperor, your life can end suddenly. These hidden feelings of loss and sadness, which most people don't even realize they have, resonate through her seemingly wild song. Mr. Liu is truly talented. He has only heard Ying perform once, but he deeply understands the essence of her music. Now, accompanying her, he seems to have practiced for a long time, perfectly in sync. For a moment, the sound of the zither was ethereal and distant, the lute's tone broad and deep, and the singing wild and free, all blending beautifully into one. Soon, the music floated outside the music hall, attracting many listeners. Everyone's eyes were dreamy, unable to tell if they felt sadness or joy. Ying sang these lyrics twice. When her singing stopped and the music gradually faded away, there was a long silence among the crowd. The first to react was Ying herself. She looked up and saw Mr. Liu still lost in thought, looking dazed. She shook her head and sat back in her place. Just as she sat down, Xiao Huan gently tugged at her sleeve. Ying turned her head and saw Xiao Huan's eyes shining like stars. "Miss, you are amazing." Fortunately, she still knew to speak softly. Ying saw everyone still looked dazed and seemed unable to wake up. She gently tugged at Xiao Huan's sleeve and whispered, "Let's go." Xiao Huan nodded, and the two confidently headed toward the door. They left without anyone noticing or coming to their senses. The two walked quickly down the street. Once outside the restaurant and around the corner, Ying finally let out a breath, feeling a bit worried. What would Li Qing do if he found out? Thinking of Li Qing made her feel sad. She shook her head and pushed the sadness away. She thought that Mr. Liu, who heard her playing the zither at Li Qing's house, was probably a friend of Li Qing. If he told Li Qing, her life might become even harder. But she didn't realize that the political situation was complicated, and not everyone at Li Qing's house was truly his friend. Her worries were unnecessary. As they walked on the busy street, they looked around and soon forgot their earlier excitement and nervousness. Meanwhile, the people in the bamboo building finally regained their senses. They realized that the handsome young man named he was no longer there. Everyone started talking about the beautiful music that had just made them lose their minds. Only Liu Xianxing knew who Ying really was, but he was very important and didn't dare ask about her openly. Instead, everyone secretly guessed about her background. The people downstairs also speculated eagerly. Ying and Xiao Huan happily strolled through the street. They visited a few jewelry shops, perfume stores, and clothing shops. Although they didn't buy much because of limited money, they enjoyed the sights. Especially Ying, who realized she had many ways to make money. But right now, her main concern was Li Qing. Until she was sure he didn't see her, she decided not to do anything too flashy. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Brother He, you walk so fast. We haven't even caught our breath, and you've already disappeared. You didn't even say goodbye. That's really rude." It was Zhou Gongzi speaking. Ying quickly turned around and looked at his smiling face. She thought to herself, "I didn't see him the whole way here. When did he catch up with us?" Since practicing the Weiyue technique, her senses had become very sharp. Suddenly, he appeared out of nowhere, and my first thought was, this person must know martial arts. Young Master Zhou saw her staring blankly at him and thinking. He let out an exaggerated sigh. "We were just brothers a moment ago, and now you don't recognize me." Sigh. After saying that, he raised his sleeve to wipe his eyes. Ying couldn't help but chuckle softly and said, "All right, stop pretending." She tilted her head and asked, "Big brother Zhou, how long have you been in the capital?" Young Master Zhou paced a few steps with his hands behind his back and said gracefully, "My home is right here in the city." Seeing him suddenly become so serious, Ying looked at him in surprise. At that moment, She followed his gaze and saw a beautiful girl dressed in fine clothes, staring blankly at them. Next to the girl was a tall, slender maid who occasionally glanced secretly at them. When the girl saw that both He Ying and herself were looking at her, her face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head. At this moment, He Ying realized that many people in the street were also staring at them. He Ying smiled and turned to look at young Master Zhou. She saw him secretly sending flirtatious glances at the girl. From time to time, he would brush his flowing hair back and keep his back straight and proud, looking quite proud of himself. At this moment, Xiao Huan giggled softly behind her and whispered, "Little brother, this young Master Zhou is so cute." But the girl is actually looking at you, Mississippi. He's mistaken her feelings. He Ying's lips twitched and she whispered back, "Don't say that out loud. This guy thinks highly of himself. Be careful, he might get angry." Both the master and servant chuckled quietly. He Ying's bright eyes sparkled with a smile, almost overflowing with happiness. The girl kept secretly watching her. When He Ying smiled at her, she blushed again, and her small ears turned red. The girl was quite beautiful, and her gentle, shy expression made her look even more stunning. Her soft, delicate appearance was breathtaking. The young Master Zhou, who had been watching closely, was so captivated that he almost drooled. At this moment, He Ying heard him murmuring, "Oh my luck is finally blooming." His voice was soft, but both the master and servant heard him clearly. They couldn't help but giggle quietly. Then, young Master Zhou seemed to realize something was off, blushing as he looked at He Ying and said with a bit of annoyance, "He Xiao, you're too handsome. Don't show off in front of me, causing my brother to be like this." His voice paused, and he thought, "I almost developed an interest in men. Luckily, from the way this beautiful woman treats me, I truly am loved by everyone and have unmatched charm." Thinking of this, he covered his chest and softly recited, "Beautiful lady, my heart beats only for you." He heard He Ying clearly and almost burst out laughing. At this moment, a man ran up to the young girl and hurriedly said, "Miss, have you been waiting long? Let's go back to the mansion." Then he pulled back the curtain of the carriage, signaling her to get in. The girl looked back at the two of them with longing, her eyes full of emotion. Reluctant but determined, she clenched her teeth and turned away. As she turned, a handkerchief fell to the ground. She continued to the carriage and left in the distance. Zhou Tian still watched her with longing, as if lost in a dream, still not fully recovered. He Ying was about to speak when he strode over to the handkerchief, picked it up, sniffed it deeply, and carefully folded it, placing it in his bosom. He Ying found this both funny and interesting. At this moment, young Master Zhou came over quickly and bowed hurriedly, saying, "Little brother I am feeling restless, so I won't stay with you." Then he strode toward the girl's departure, seemingly intent on finding the girl's family. Seeing his figure leave, the servant and the girl both leaned on their hips and secretly chuckled. This was a busy street, though not many people were around now. They dared not laugh out loud, so they just forced a smile and continued walking forward. Xiao Huangij laughed and said, "Miss, you always end up in these situations. I think the young men you've interacted with must hate you to death." He Ying didn't reply, but looked into the distance with a gentle smile. She was thinking about how, back in Nanling, this had happened twice before. At that time, Lu Ming had always helped her resolve the issues. Thinking of Lu Ming, her smile immediately froze on her face, and a long sigh escaped her throat. Xiao Huan looked at her with confusion, not understanding why she had been smiling happily just moments ago, but now looked so sad. Joy is always fleeting, He Ying thought, and reality is always reality. Soon she would return to that cold, unfeeling place, trapped in endless worries about the future. However, after this incident, her impression of Zhou Tian had greatly improved. Her previous doubts about him had mostly disappeared. At this moment, it was getting late, and the two of them turned to head toward Li Qing's general's residence. It was also the busy time of day, with men carrying swords passing by frequently. He Ying remembered clearly the incident she saw on the road, where a kick almost led to a life-and-death fight. So, she walked very carefully, almost tiptoeing. Xiao Huan's memory was even sharper. Seeing such people, her face turned pale. So, the two held hands and squeezed past the shops. After walking a little while, they saw some familiar figures. Leading was a beautiful young girl. It's the Cloud Fairy. Behind her was a middle-aged man, whom Ying had never seen before. Xiao Huan recognized the Cloud Fairy too. She whispered softly, "Miss, that woman is here too." Ying said nothing. The Cloud Fairy was dressed in red, with makeup on her face, looking as beautiful as a jade statue. As she walked along the street, many people turned to look at her. Several young men in fine clothes stared with bright eyes, swallowing nervously, eager and anxious. However, the Cloud Fairy carried a long sword on her back, dressed as a martial artist. The middle-aged man beside her had a long scar on his face, running from his eye to his chin, looking fierce and terrifying. His large, bell-shaped eyes, with yellow pupils and a fierce look, made people feel afraid just by looking at him. Because of this, even though the young men were attracted to the Cloud Fairy's beauty, they only dared to watch from afar and whispered secretly. The two of them were very noticeable. Even after they walked far away, many people kept looking back at them. Xiao Huan said hatefully, "That shameless woman must be here to find that Li Gai." She hated Li Qing in her heart, but because he was Ying's former husband, she couldn't stand to see another woman involved with him. So, she spoke through clenched teeth. Ying gently said, "Xiao Huan, stop talking. You must think like this. This has nothing to do with us." She turned to Xiao Huan with a look of sympathy mixed with sadness, smiled softly, and said, "Besides, what kind of person is your young lady? She might not even need that Li Gai." Xiao Huan nodded repeatedly and said to Ying, "Yes, my young lady is a divine being. She doesn't care about him. When the time comes, someone will save her from this terrible place." Ying listened to her innocent words and couldn't help but smile again. But this time, her smile was a bit bitter. At that moment, she suddenly saw the man named Tuo Cheng approaching with 4 or 5 followers. She remembered her earlier performance and was afraid he might say something that would draw attention. She quickly tugged on Xiao Huan and softly said, "Lower your head." Then she also lowered her head, looking at her toes as she slowly moved aside through the crowd. After waiting for Tuo Cheng and his group to walk away, Ying finally let out a long breath. Suddenly, a loud voice like thunder came from behind. "You little brat. You actually stepped on your grandfather. How bold of you." Then, Xiao Huan's voice, filled with tears, was heard. "I didn't mean to." Ying's body grew cold, and she quickly turned around. She saw Xiao Huan standing there with a pale face, tears welling in her eyes, trembling. At the same time, a small, scruffy man was tightly grabbing her shoulder, showing a fierce expression on his face. Seeing Ying turn around, Xiao Huan's face immediately turned pale and green. She tremblingly called out, "Young master." The man, upon hearing this, turned his head to look at Ying. His yellowish face showed a hint of surprise when he saw her. Ying, with her hands behind her back, said calmly, "Sir, my maid only accidentally touched you. As a man, surely you wouldn't argue over such a small matter with a woman." The man was stunned again, examining her from head to toe, then showing a mouthful of yellow teeth as he said, "So she's your maid? Well, well, your maid just stepped on me. How do you plan to compensate?" Ying didn't expect him to still demand compensation after she revealed Xiao Huan was a woman. She quietly observed him and said softly, "What do you want as compensation?" Perhaps her calm attitude or her noble clothes and demeanor made the man feel a bit guilty. He took a small step back, puffed out his chest, and said, "She insulted my dignity as a swordsman. Since you're her owner, you can come with me to the nearby martial arts hall for a match." Seeing Ying's delicate appearance, he thought that if she was too scared to go, he could easily bully her. Ying was now in a difficult position. She hadn't expected this man to be so stubborn. She gave a cold smile, suppressing her nervousness. As he was about to speak, a gentle, clear voice came from behind. "All right, I'll have a match with you on her behalf." Hearing this, Ying immediately turned around, her face full of surprise. This person was Ling Huha. But how did he recognize her? Ling Huha smiled at her, his eyes mischievously blinking. He took 2 steps forward, drew the sword from his back, an exquisite sword shining with a cold light. At this moment, his presence also became imposing and tall, commanding attention. Since I'm going to fight you, why do I have to say it a third time? Since Ling Huhe appeared, the man had been so frightened he didn't dare move. Although he was just a low-level swordsman, he could still sense the powerful aura of a master, and he had seen quite a bit. For a moment, he felt a cold wind blowing from behind. When he heard Ling Huhe's words, he relaxed his grip on the small ring. Once free, the small ring immediately rushed over to Hiying, trembling as she clung tightly to her sleeve. Meanwhile, the man's previously sallow face had turned a bit pale. He tried to straighten his chest and said, "This is my grudge with this young man. Why do you interfere?" His words sounded somewhat commanding, especially with his small eyes flickering from side to side, which made his words seem more convincing. Ling Huhe coldly replied, "She is my younger brother." "What? My big brother can't stand up for his younger sibling?" His voice was not loud, but for some reason, the man with the sallow face was sweating profusely, beads of sweat dripping down his face. At this moment, many people had gathered around. However, from the start, they had only been watching silently, not speaking or laughing, just observing. Hiying disliked this man's bullying of the weak, so seeing him scared made her feel very pleased. "Not daring is also fine." Ling Hua's voice was low and steady. "All you need to do is break the sword on your back and cut off your index and middle fingers. Then I will let you go." What he was asking was a humiliation for a swordsman. Breaking his sword was a mockery of his worth as an assassin, and cutting off his fingers would prevent him from ever wielding a sword again. For a swordsman, such humiliation was often more unbearable than losing their life. Ling Huhe looked at him coldly, and the people nearby waited silently for his decision. The choice was now clear. Either go to the martial arts hall and settle life and death with swords. Either accept this humiliation and live with a lowered head in the future, or find another way. The man's sweat was pouring down heavily. At this moment, several city guards arrived. They stood nearby, asked about what had happened, then silently left. "What's wrong? Are you afraid? Do you want me to make the decision for you?" Ling Huhe's sword slowly moved forward. As the sword moved, a rainbow of sunlight shimmered on it, dazzling and bright. The man clenched his teeth, drew his sword from his back, and mustered his strength to break it against the ground. Suddenly, the sword split into two. He loosened his grip, and the two halves clanged onto the ground. Everyone was surprised that he chose such a humiliating way to surrender. Immediately, contemptuous and scornful looks were cast like arrows. Some even spat on the ground and cursed, "Shameless." Then he struggled to bend down and cut his own right index and middle fingers with the broken sword. With a loud bang, the sword fell, and blood streamed like a small stream. His face was pale, and he clenched his teeth, wrapping his broken fingers with his clothes. He staggered and ran outside. Once he left, the crowd automatically dispersed. At this moment, Ling Huhe turned his face and gently smiled at Hiying, saying, "I didn't expect you, dressed as a man, to be so handsome and outstanding." Hiying blushed and lowered her head. After a moment, she shyly said, "Thank you, you saved my life again." She looked up at him. As soon as she looked up, she met his deep, mysterious eyes, and her face turned red again. She felt uncomfortable and lowered her head. Ling Huhe smiled slightly, reached out, and gently held her hand. Hiying instinctively tried to pull away, but he held her hand tighter. Her heart was pounding wildly. She decided to let him hold her small hand and stopped resisting. At this moment, she smelled Ling Huhe's strong masculine scent, and her heart beat even faster. Ling Huhe held her small hand firmly in his large palm and said softly, "Let's go somewhere to talk." He then took her by the hand and walked away quickly. The shock from Xiao Huan's earlier fright was still fresh, and seeing her calm and composed expression now, she was momentarily stunned. Only after they had gone about 10 meters did she react, and hurried to catch up. As they walked, Ling Huhe, he kept smiling at the shy Hiying. Suddenly, he said gently, "It's so chaotic here. Why did you run out alone without bringing anyone with you? This is really too dangerous. At this moment, Hying suddenly remembered that she had sneaked out secretly. Although she and her servant had been almost invisible during this time, if Li Qing discovered her, it would cause a lot of trouble. Just then, Ling Hu, who was walking, suddenly stopped. Hying looked up at him in surprise. She saw him frowning at a corner, then lowering his head to say to her, "Ing, I have something urgent to attend to. Can I come back to see you later?" Hearing his nickname unexpectedly, Hying's face turned red. She didn't understand his words very well but nodded. Seeing her nod, Ling Hu gently touched her flushed face and said softly, "All right, I'll go now." Without waiting for her reply, he strode into the crowd and disappeared around the corner. Hying was still staring blankly at his back, lost in thought. Xiao Huan had come over and gently called, "Miss, let's go back." Hying nodded and looked at where Ling Hu had disappeared for a moment. A smile appeared on her face as she turned toward General Li Qing's residence. Fortunately, when they quietly returned to the courtyard, no one seemed to notice anything unusual. At first, Hying felt a little uneasy. But when Xiao Huan quietly told her from the kitchen that Li Qing had left early in the morning, she finally let out a big sigh of relief. As she relaxed, she felt happy inside. Just thinking about the day's events made her heart race with excitement. Xiao Huan also seemed nervous while washing vegetables, her face pale and anxious. Hying knew that the rough-looking man had frightened her, but it wasn't just Xiao Huan who was scared. She herself was also afraid. Hying sighed. She truly felt that, with her current situation, it was very hard to avoid being bullied in this world. After dinner, she returned to her room early and practiced her lying moon technique. She entered a meditative state, focusing her mind inward, slowly guiding her spirit to the dantian, feeling the swirling vortex. She didn't know how much time passed before her vision suddenly changed.
It was as if she was slowly floating into the sky.
Then she saw her own body sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She drifted further and looked down at the peaceful night sky above the courtyard, and all things peacefully sleeping in the night sky. Suddenly, she thought to herself, "What am I doing? Did my spirit leave my body?" As soon as she had this thought, that mysterious and profound feeling immediately vanished. Her whole body sank downward, and she opened her eyes. She opened her eyes wide, and Hying's lips curved into a smile. She thought to herself, that feeling just now was really wonderful, very comfortable. She was lying on her bed, pondering that this sleeping moon technique was quite different from the usual martial arts in the world. She wished she could find someone to ask about it. Thinking of asking someone, her mind immediately went to Ling Hu. A smile appeared again on her face. She looked down at her palm, feeling that the warm breath still seemed to linger there. As she thought this, her heartbeat quickened. Soon, her face turned even redder. She cupped her face with her hands, trying to cool it down quickly. Looking at the quiet night sky outside, Hying felt that the day had been too full. Her heart was filled with both worry and joy, making it hard to calm down. Hying woke up quite late that day because she had trouble sleeping the night before. She stood in the yard, stretching lazily and gazing at the sky. Hearing the occasional voices outside, she smiled again. Suddenly, she remembered that Xiao Huan had mentioned that Li Qing had already left. Xiao Huan, did they say when Li Qing would return? Hying turned to Xiao Huan, who was watering the vegetables. Xiao Huan didn't look up and replied,
"No one said."
But from what they said, Li Qing usually doesn't stay long at the general's residence and often goes out. Hearing this, she straightened up and turned her curious gaze toward her young lady. "Miss, are you thinking of going out again?" Hying felt a little shy and said, "Not really, just a little." Xiao Huan seemed to think of something and her face paled slightly. She gently advised, "Miss, maybe we should stay here. At least, it's safer than outside." It seemed she was truly frightened. Hying thought to herself, this place is safe, but it's a bit lonely. Also, she felt she was too poor and needed to find a way to earn some money. Next, Hying sat in the yard, pondering what she could do to make some money. It seemed there were many things she could try, but also, perhaps, there was something she could do without showing herself much, and still earn a lot of money. The servant and the young lady worked in the yard for a while until they heard the butler, Li Kai, call out, "Miss He, someone is looking for you outside." Hearing this voice, both of them were momentarily stunned. He Ying is now Li Qing's last wife, who would come to see her. He Ying opened the courtyard gate, and Li Kai's figure appeared at the door. Behind him, there were two beautiful young women, both around 15 or 16 years old, serving as maid and mistress. One of them looked delicate and pretty, dressed like a young lady, smiling happily as she looked at herself. When their eyes met He Ying's, she softly said, "Older sister He, you are so beautiful." "May I come in?" He Ying replied. "Of course, I was careless." "Please come in, young lady." The girl then led her maid inside gracefully. At this moment, He Ying saw Li Kai still standing there, looking at them with suspicion. She turned and asked, "Li Kai, is there anything else?" Li Kai saw her speak and quickly said respectfully, "No, nothing." Then, he looked around at He Ying and the young lady and stepped back. After he left, He Ying closed the courtyard gate. At this time, the young lady approached He Ying, bowed slightly, and softly said, "Hello, sister. I am Lu Shua, daughter of Mr. Lu. I heard from my father that you are very talented and admired you, so I came over. Please don't mind." He Ying also bowed and replied politely, "You are too kind, sister." "I am unworthy." "Not at all." Lu Shua's bright eyes looked at her with admiration and softly said, "You are very talented, rare in this age. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful, truly, like a fairy reborn." Seeing He Ying blush from her praise, she smiled and said, "You are quite modest, sister. You don't know, almost everyone in the city now knows about you." Seeing He Ying's surprised expression, she winked and said with a hint of mischief, "The song you composed yesterday, which amazed everyone, has been sung all over the streets overnight. When I came here just now, I even heard some people singing it." He Ying smiled shyly and said, "Sister, you are too kind." Lu Shua tilted her face, looked at her for a while, then turned around and looked at the courtyard, sighing softly, "Sister, with such divine beauty, yet living such a simple life. Even your maid isn't matched for you. Li Qing is too overbearing." Before she finished speaking, and before He Ying could reply, she continued herself, "But maybe that's for the best. At least I came to see my younger sister, to say whatever I want, and I don't have to worry about others passing on messages." Hee hee. Seeing her cute expression, He Ying felt more fond of her. She smiled and said, "Yes, although it's a bit hard, it's also for the sake of freedom." At this moment, Lu Shu's eyes twinkled as she directly said to He Ying, "Ying sister, I want to take a walk in your yard. Please don't mind." She looked excited and curious, glancing around as she spoke, not even looking at He Ying. Seeing her childish behavior, He Ying also smiled and said, "I'll take you there." The three of them headed toward the back of the yard. Lu Shu watched Xiao Huan diligently watering the vegetables in the field, then turned to order the maid behind her. "Xiao Qing, go talk to your sister Huan. I won't need your service anymore." Xiao Huan, who had heard the noise earlier, had been watching the young lady for a while. Now, hearing her words, she looked up and watched them for a moment. He Ying gave her a gentle smile, and Xiao Huan immediately turned to Xiao Qing and said, "All right, sister, come help too." Xiao Qing nodded and went to Xiao Huan's side. As they walked toward the back courtyard, Lu Shu looked and smiled. "Sister, you won't mind me being so forward, right?" She playfully glanced at He Ying, then turned and smiled again. "Sister, don't be angry. I was entrusted with something, and I need to deliver it to you." He Ying paused, quietly asking, "You have something for me?" She thought about it. Her family was far away, and she had just arrived. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't send something so quickly. So, who else could it be besides them? Could it be Ling Hu He? Thinking of him, He Ying felt a surge of excitement, but her reason told her that was unlikely. By now, they had reached a cluster of flowers and trees at the back. Lu Shu took a small bundle from her sleeve and handed it to her. Seeing He Ying's curious expression, as if she was about to open it, Lu Shu said, "Sister, the person told me to let you open it in a private place." She said this, but she held her head high, looking at the bundle with anticipation. When she met He Ying's eyes, her face immediately turned red, and she shyly said, I I was just curious too. Seeing her uncomfortable expression, Hiying thought she was refreshingly honest and cute. She couldn't help but smile again. Hiying asked, "Sister, who gave you this?" Lu Shu turned her head and thought for a moment before speaking. "A few days ago, I heard my father mention you, and I became curious. I wished I could meet you. One day, I went out to play on the street and was about to be bullied by a bad person. At that moment, a man in a blue robe helped me chase him away. After asking for my name, he handed me something and told me to give it to you personally and not to tell anyone about this." At this point, she leaned forward, her face full of excitement, and looked at Hiying eagerly. "Sister, can you secretly open it and let me see?" Just a quick look, Hiying smiled but didn't answer. She looked disappointed and pouted. Then she asked, "What does that man in the blue robe look like?" Lu Shu thought for a moment again and said, "He looks very ordinary. I really can't describe exactly what he looks like." Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she saw the swing. She quickly ran over and sat down, swinging back and forth. As she swung, she said, "Sister, do you also think this person is quite mysterious?" When she swung into the air, she giggled. After swinging back down, she said, "Ing, I feel like you're very mysterious too. Maybe I should stick close to you. Something fun might happen." Hiying found this amusing, watching her lively expression and thinking she was very cute. She put her bag in her lap, sat on another swing, and started swinging with her. After a while, their laughter drifted far away. Nearby, Xiao Huan and Xiao Qing also became more and more comfortable talking. Xiao Huan had recently come to the capital and didn't have many people to talk to, feeling quite lonely and alone. Now, with a companion, they quickly became close sisters. They talked freely, without any hesitation. Lu Shu was very lively. After playing for a while, she pestered Hiying to listen to her play the piano. Hiying also liked this adorable sister, and together they took out the instrument. They played, laughing at the red dust. This time, Hiying played the piano while Lu Shu blew the flute. Lu Shu was very familiar with this piece because Mr. Lu loved it and often played it at home. Although their performance wasn't as skilled as Mr. Lu's, it was still quite good. Hiying didn't want to disturb too many people, so she sang softly. Even so, everyone listened intently, lost in the music. After singing this way twice, Lu Shu became more addicted and surprisingly said she wanted to stay here for dinner and go back later at night. At noon, Hiying and Xiao Huan cooked together. Lu Shu, like a child, jumped around nearby, asking nonstop. When the food was finally ready, she was drooling and had already sneaked some bites. Hiying's cooking skills are top-notch here. Lu Shu had never tasted such delicious food before. She ate while glancing at Hiying. In the end, she sighed and said, "Sistering, no wonder father also says you're like a celestial being." Someone like you is just too perfect." Hiying chuckled and said, "So you praise me just because you ate my food? Do you want to stay here forever?" Hearing this, Lu Shu's eyes lit up, and her gaze at Hiying seemed to spark. She carefully said, "How do you know I think that?"
Wow.
"That's a great idea. From now on, I'll just stay here with my sister whenever I can." At this moment, not only Xiao Huan but also Xiao Qing burst into laughter. Especially Xiao Qing, who kept making funny faces, trying to make her young lady behave more properly. But Lu Shu was entirely focused on Hiying and didn't notice her teasing. Lu Shu's obvious excitement and anticipation made Hiying smile. When she smiled, Xiao Huan and Xiao Qing also started to laugh. When Lu Shu herself started giggling foolishly, everyone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. After dinner, the girls became good friends. They sat under a flowering tree, enjoying the cool spring breeze. Lu Shu and Hiying played and sang together. Until night fell, they reluctantly parted ways. Once they left, Hiying returned to her room and opened her bundle. The bundle was wrapped in several layers. She unwrapped it layer by layer until she reached the last layer, which was a mysterious, complex knot. Her mother was very skilled at tying knots, and once proudly said that, in the world today, besides her and her children, there might be no one else who could untie such knots. So, when Hiying saw this knot, her heart raced. She faintly felt that this thing was sent by her family. But why, after twisting and turning, was it sent by such a lively, innocent girl? While thinking, Hying skillfully opened the bundle. Soon, a book appeared before her. She picked up the book and flipped through it, causing more than 10 silver notes to fall out. Hying trembled as she looked at them. Each note was a small denomination of 100 taels of silver. She continued flipping and found more notes, about a dozen, but these were large denomination notes worth 1,000 taels each. Hying felt very excited. She wondered whether her older brother or second brother had sent the silver notes. They had thought carefully. They even sent small notes along with the large ones. She carefully stored the silver notes, half in a secret place and half close to her body. Only then did she calm down and focus on the book. On the surface, it was just an ordinary medical book. After flipping through 4 or 5 pages and passing 2 blank pages, the words, Wu Ji Sword Technique, appeared in her eyes. Hying's heart was stirred again. She quickly looked at a few pages and immediately realized that this sword technique was perfect for her. Even without internal strength, her personality and body type would make practicing it very effective. Moreover, she had internal strength. In her room, Hying paced excitedly. She didn't understand how the person who sent the gift knew exactly what she needed. And he was so sure that a weak woman like her could learn this sword technique? Did he find out her secret about studying the Wuyugong, moon-over technique? Thinking of this, she shook her head. In many people's eyes, the Wuyugong was not considered a good skill. At least 99 out of 100 people would give up after reading its introduction. So, the person who sent the gift might just think she was agile and quick, suitable for practicing this sword technique. Hying didn't realize that her guess was quite accurate, probably 8 or 9 out of 10. Without a doubt, the person who sent the gift was either her older brother or her second brother. Thinking of her 2 brothers, especially her older brother, Hying hadn't seen him in many years. Her impression of him was very vague. Since she met Li Qing, her heart had been tightly wound. Only now did she feel a bit of relief. At least, her situation was known to her family, and she might have some ability to protect herself in the future. Finally calming down, Hying focused all her attention on the sword technique. Unconsciously, 10 days passed. During this time, Li Qing came back and left again. He never came to see Hying, and she never left her room. She was entirely focused on studying the sword manual. She had a good memory and, after 10 days, had memorized the sword manual thoroughly. Then, following the instructions at the end of the book, she burned it. Watching the slowly dying fire, Hying felt more at ease. That day, Lu Shu appeared before her again. This time, she was accompanied by 4 guards. Lu Shu was dressed as a man, even without her usual maid, Xiao Qing. As she arrived, she loudly called out, "Sistering, open the door quickly. I want to take you out to play." Hying smiled wryly and asked her to wait outside for a moment. Then she changed back into her young man's outfit, turned to Xiao Huan and asked, "Xiao Huan, if you're scared, you don't have to go. Do you want to come?" Xiao Huan looked at her and shook her head. It seemed the fear from the last time still weighed on her mind. Seeing that the young lady was still watching her, Xiao Huan softly said, "Miss, outside people are very scary. It's safer for Xiao Huan to stay here." Hying gently replied, "All right, then I'll go." She knew that after surviving that ordeal, Xiao Huan was becoming more dependent on staying inside and avoiding the outside world. When they stepped out of the courtyard, they saw Lu Shu happily standing next to Li Kai, with her guards behind her. In this era, life was cheap, and women were treated like commodities. However, there were no strict rules against women going out. The reason women were rarely seen on the streets was because it was unsafe. Seeing Hying, Lu Shu happily rushed over and said, "Great. You don't know how bored I've been these days. I've been thinking about playing with you." Then, her eyes twinkled, and she leaned in close to Hying's ear, whispering, "I have a good idea. I'll tell you later." Hying saw her mysterious look and almost wanted to laugh. She nodded quickly and whispered back, "Okay, let's talk outside." Lu Shu was even happier upon seeing her, her eyes narrowing with joy. The 2 of them strode out of the courtyard. Based on their previous experience, Hiying's disguise as a young man was quite good this time. She had trimmed her eyebrows neatly and applied a little makeup on her face. Anyone seeing her would think she and Lu Shu were just two young girls. Hiying's current appearance was very different from the handsome young man she had been before. They stepped out of the courtyard and looked at the busy street outside. Hiying took a deep breath, feeling that the outside air was much fresher. Lu Shu, excited, looked around and then suddenly ran off, disappearing from sight. Hiying was worried she might run away, so she quickly followed closely. As for the guards, they were skilled fighters and could naturally keep up with the two young women. Lu Shu looked around and said to Hiying, "Sistering, I wanted to invite you to the princess's gathering a few days ago. But it was too boring and those people talked too much. I was afraid they would ask about your general family and make things difficult for you, so I didn't invite you. Today, my father told me to go shopping, and I immediately thought of you. How do you think? Am I thoughtful?" Seeing her proud and expectant look, Hiying quickly said, "Yes, you are very thoughtful. You are the kindest and most caring young lady, Lu." Lu Shu smiled proudly from her compliment, her beautiful eyes narrowing into slits. As they walked on the street, some men kept glancing at them with mischievous eyes. But when they saw the four big men standing behind the women, they swallowed their words and didn't dare approach. Lu Shu happily strolled, looking at the shops, and suddenly said, "Sometimes I really want to secretly open a shop like this. It must be fun." Hiying turned to look at the shop. She thought to herself, "That's a good idea, but I don't know where to find someone to run the shop." Suddenly, she had an idea. If someone's shop couldn't continue and they wanted to sell it, that would be perfect. Then she could take over both the shop and the people. Although Zhou City was busy, there were many beggars, including some young boys with dirty faces, looking at the women with longing. Seeing them, Hiying had another bright idea. These people could be a treasure. But her main concern now was Li Qing. She still didn't understand Li Qing's attitude and didn't know what changes might happen in the future. It seemed the most important thing was to practice martial arts to protect herself. As for money, it wasn't so urgent anymore. Those silver notes, if used carefully, could last a lifetime. While she was lost in thought, Lu Shu had already collected many small packages. Hiying looked carefully and saw that none of the items were practical. She worried that Lu Shu was just excited now, and once she got home, she would forget everything and throw it all away. Seeing Lu Shu reach for a simple, old-fashioned vase, Hiying smiled and said, "Stop taking that. If you take it home, your father might smash it right away." Lu Shu turned her head and smiled, saying, "That's true. Father loves fine things the most. If I take this kind of vase home, he'll definitely scold me." She comes from a wealthy family where everything is chosen for taste and beauty. But these items from the market, at first glance, seem special, yet upon closer look, they are rough and tacky. Such things are truly not suitable to bring home. Hiying's words finally woke her up from her shopping frenzy. Not only Hiying, but also the four guards acting as porters behind her, all let out a big sigh of relief. The two of them walked for a while longer. Lu Shu saw a cosmetic shop and eagerly ran inside. Hiying followed, but after a moment, she lost interest and came out. The four guards stayed close to Lu Shu, so Hiying didn't dare stray far. She just stood outside the shop, gazing absent-mindedly at the items on the stalls. After a while, she looked up and saw a familiar figure. Upon closer look, the person was very familiar. It was Li Qing. He was holding hands tightly with a woman in pink. He looked down at her with tenderness, and the woman looked up at him with a sweet smile. That woman was Yu Er, the same girl who had entered the restaurant with him last time. He quickly saw a pillar behind the stall. She moved over and turned her back to the two of them. At that moment, Li Qing and the woman also came to the stall next to Hiying. "Yu Er, what do you want?" Li Qing's gentle voice sounded. Hiying had never known he could be so tender. At that moment, Yu Er softly said, "Brother Li, I like everything you give me." After saying this, the two fell silent. After a while, Li Qing sighed and said, "Yu Er, I'm sorry. I have a marriage arrangement. I am..." He paused for some reason, unable to continue. Hiying sneered inwardly. "Just say it. Say you're acting on purpose to punish your enemies. Say you've fallen for your former fiancé. For some reason, at this moment, a wave of bitterness rose in her heart. Just like before, when she saw Li Qing ignoring those women, she felt happy inside. But now, her heart was filled with a strong, sour pain. The girl softly said, with tears in her voice, "Don't say anything. I know everything. I know everything. Brother Li, you're a busy man. Yu Er doesn't want to be a burden to you." Li Qing's voice was low and gentle as he said, "It's okay, Yu Er. If you want, I want to marry you first. In a couple of years, when the time is right, I will make you my official wife. That woman can't threaten you." For some reason, hearing this made Hing feel a sharp pain in her heart. It made her dizzy and overwhelmed. She secretly scolded herself. "Hing, after living here for over 10 years, have your thoughts become so old-fashioned? If you stay with him, will your whole life be hanging on his tree? Don't forget, you are free and independent. No one but yourself can make you suffer." Thinking this way, her mood improved a lot. She slowly stood up straight and listened to the conversation behind her. Li Qing's voice came again. "Yu Er, with your status, marrying me as a concubine is really a bit unfair. But you have to believe me. I will never let you be hurt or upset. You have to trust me," Yu Er's gentle voice replied. "Brother Li, don't say that. Even though I am your cousin, I am just a merchant's daughter. I don't deserve to be your main wife." When she said this, it seemed Li Qing made a face. Then her tone softened and she said tenderly, "But as long as Brother Li has a heart, I am not afraid of anything." At this point, there was a moment of silence. Hing didn't need to turn around. She just knew they were very close, leaning on each other. She forced a bitter smile. Just then, a shout rang out. "Hing, where are you?
Hey!
Why are you hiding there alone?" Hearing Lu Shu's call, Hing secretly cursed. Her heart fluttered with panic. In a flash, she thought, "Why am I panicking? It's not me who is spreading rumors behind my back." With that thought, she straightened her back. At the same time, Lu Shu ran over and pulled her away. Hing slowly turned around and looked up in surprise at Li Qing's face, still leaning close to him, and the beautiful young girl's astonished gaze. The three of them seemed to freeze there suddenly, none of them speaking. Li Qing's face turned pale and white, and his expression flickered with what looked like regret, frustration, or disappointment. He seemed stunned, standing still. His facial muscles twitched from time to time. The beautiful young girl saw Hing appear. She was first surprised, then quickly remembered her identity, and her face showed pride and disdain. At the same time, she leaned closer to Li Qing, clinging tightly to his embrace. Hing smiled bitterly, nodded politely to Li Qing, and then turned to walk away. At this moment, Lu Shu seemed to realize something. She looked at Li Qing for a while, then at Hing, hesitating before asking, "Hing, do you know him?" Hing didn't nod or shake her head. She simply said, "Let's go," in a very soft voice, her hand trembling slightly as she held Lu Shu's. The pretty girl's eyes immediately caught sight of this. She couldn't help but smile again and moved a little closer to Li Qing. Seeing that Li Qing didn't wrap her in his arms as he usually did, the girl pouted playfully and said, Brother Li," she called a few times, but Li Qing didn't hear her. His gaze was fixed on Hing, as if he was stunned. Yu Er became upset and raised her voice, calling out, "Brother Li, Li Lang." This time, Li Qing heard her. He looked at Yu Er with a bit of panic, his face showing a dull expression she had never seen before. Meanwhile, Hing had already taken Lu Shu's hand and walked several steps outside. Li Qing opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself. He simply relaxed his grip on Yu Er's hand and kept looking at Hing's back. After walking a while, Lu Shu softly asked, "Is that person Li Qing?" Hing nodded without saying a word. Lu Shu said bitterly, "So shameless, hugging and holding another woman in front of everyone." She sighed and added sympathetically, "Ingmei, you're so good, but I never thought you'd be so unlucky in love." Unlucky? Hing was still a little distracted. When she heard that word, she suddenly stiffened. She looked up at the drifting white clouds in the sky and thought, "Unlucky? How can I let others think I'm unlucky? Life is always a game. Winning or losing is just part of it. How can I let people think I'm unlucky? Since hearing his conversation with Yue, Ying's unease had reached its peak. She was truly afraid. The incident on the road, where someone changed wives and concubines, cast a heavy shadow over her heart. She was afraid she might end up the same way someday. But now, she suddenly felt relieved. What am I afraid of? Heaven never closes all doors. I just need to practice my skills diligently. Maybe I can leave before he has a chance to come after me. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly, feeling her heart lighten. She gathered her thoughts and looked at Lu Shu, asking, "Did you see anything you liked during your long look earlier?" Lu Shu, hearing her question, became excited immediately. She took out a bracelet from her bosom and said happily, "Look at this. Isn't it very unique? Both beautiful and special. It's really nice." Ying took it and looked at it for a while, nodding, "It's really good." "Is it made of gold?" "Gold combined with pearls. Who would have thought it would look so nice?" This was something Lu Shu was selling, and it was the first time Ying had praised her. She couldn't help feeling proud, flipping the bracelet over and said proudly, "See? My taste is good, right? Gidge." After walking for a while, everyone was tired. Lu Shu pointed to a restaurant ahead and said, "Let's go there to eat. I'll tell you, the food there isn't as good as my cooking, but it's one of the best in Zhou City. The only problem is it's quite expensive." Ying was surprised to hear her say it was costly. She looked at her and smiled. The two of them strode inside, now during the busy mealtime. The waiter stood at the door, saw the two women, froze for a moment, then blushed and respectfully said, "Dear guests, where would you like to dine?" Lu Shu tossed him a coin and said, "Do you have private rooms? Take us there." The waiter hesitated and said awkwardly, "Sorry, you're a bit late. Only some elegant seats are available on the second floor now. No private rooms left." Lu Shu waved her hand and said casually, "That's fine. Just take us to the elegant seats." The waiter immediately replied happily, "Yes, follow me." As they walked inside, they attracted everyone's attention. Some young men stared intently, unable to look away. Only when they reached the second floor did their gazes shift elsewhere. Ying, with sharp hearing, overheard people whispering, "That tall young lady. Whose daughter is she? She looks like a fairy. I've never seen her before." Someone else said, "Maybe she's the daughter of Minister Lu? Isn't Lu's daughter said to be Zhou City's most beautiful woman, supposed to marry the crown prince as his consort? Besides her, who else has such beauty?" At this moment, a middle-aged man with a long beard said, "That young lady must not be Lu's daughter. The daughter of a minister wouldn't go out with just a few people. Moreover, I heard people say that Miss Lu has a noble aura like a peony, and this woman is like a secluded orchid in a quiet valley. They are completely different types." Ing and the others, in their quiet whispers, had already taken their seats at the elegant table. As soon as they sat down, Heng felt uncomfortable again. Because, sitting by the window were a man and a woman, Li Qing and Yue. It was truly a case of small world coincidences. Their arrival immediately caught Li Qing's attention. He looked up at Heng. She turned her head to look at the crowd outside, with a cold expression, appearing indifferent. Li Qing looked at her for a moment, then, hearing Yue call out, he finally reacted. He quickly lowered his head and stopped looking over here. At that moment, a young man's sharp voice came from below. "There are many beautiful women in Zhou City, at least 10 or 8 of them. That beauty just now is outstanding, but she might not be the most stunning of all. Still, since she's dressed so simply, she probably comes from an ordinary family. Any brother here could spend 1,000 or 800 coins to marry her. Why bother drooling in secret?" He finished speaking with a proud laugh. His loud, grating laugh was quite uncomfortable to hear. For a young lady from a noble family, his words were already a kind of insult. Heng's face remained unchanged, but Lu Shu angrily put down her tea and was about to stand up. At this moment, Yue softly called out, "Li Gidge, what are you doing? What's wrong?" Her call made Heng and Lu Shu turn their heads immediately. They saw Li Qing sitting by the window suddenly stand up. He grabbed the long sword on the table and turned to walk downstairs. Li Qing's face was pale, and he walked with a fierce aura. He was originally a general who had fought countless battles. When he got angry, a blazing fire seemed to ignite within him, making those around him feel terrified. They instinctively took a few steps back. Even Haing and the others looked at him with surprise and suspicion. He slowly reached the staircase, gripping his long sword with both hands. With a shush sound, he drew it out. The silver light reflected in the sunlight, dazzling everyone. As he stepped forward, all eyes were drawn to him. At this moment, he looked like a fierce demon, standing there with his sword drawn, causing everyone to gasp. For a moment, no one spoke. Li Qing's cold gaze swept over the crowd. Anyone he looked at would shiver, instinctively stepping back. Li Qing's gaze slowly scanned over the group. When he finally looked at a tall, thin young man in fine clothes, he coldly asked, "Was it you who spoke earlier?" Behind the young man, 5 or 6 swordsmen stood. They had been busy eating and only looked up when Li Qing mentioned them. The young man then lazily said, "So, what if it was me? Do you also fancy that girl? Come, have a drink with me, and we can discuss how to share her." He chuckled proudly, his laugh rough and unpleasant, like nails on a chalkboard. It was clear he didn't see Li Qing as a threat. After a moment, he clapped his hands, and the 5 or 6 men stepped forward half a step, drawing their swords. With a sharp shing, they unsheathed their blades in unison. The young man grinned confidently. "What do you think? We should just talk this over." "A woman isn't worth fighting over." Li Qing's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. He slowly said, "It seems some people are tired of living." His words caused another surprise among the crowd. The young man had just shown strength and confidence, yet Li Qing remained unfazed. Could he be so sure of himself? The young man's face paled, a hint of panic flashing across it. At this moment, a few men behind him stepped forward half a step, surrounding him. Everyone instinctively took a few steps back, leaving the young man in the middle. Li Qing then moved forward step by step, his presence radiating intense, killing intent. With each step, a chilling aura seemed to seep into the air. In Li Qing's hand, his sword was visible. Closer inspection revealed dark red marks on it, as if stained with blood from countless battles, blood that could never be wiped clean. Those who noticed trembled and hurriedly retreated. The young man's eyes flickered with fear briefly, then hardened with a fierce glare. His rough voice rang out, "Friend, I think you'd better understand things clearly before you cause trouble." At this moment, even Li Qing felt some respect for his composure. But this feeling wouldn't let him let the man go easily. Suddenly, a voice came from the inn. "Are you General Li Qing?" The voice was surprised and trembling. Li Qing looked over and saw a man in his 30s he didn't recognize. Li Qing? Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Usually, someone like Li Qing, who had been living in the frontier city for many years, rarely appeared in public. But this person had seen Li Qing return victorious, so he remembered him clearly. When someone called out Li Qing's name, the whole crowd fell silent in an eerie way. Everyone looked at him with surprise and excitement. At this moment, a few voices confidently said, "Yes, he is General Li Qing. I recognize him." The young man was now panicked. His face was pale and bloodless. He relied mainly on his guards and his family background for confidence. He never expected that the person glaring at him with fierce anger was Li Qing. With Li Qing's status and power, if he wanted to kill him, no one would say a word. His legs went weak, and he sat trembling in his chair.
He almost collapsed.
Li Qing was walking steadily toward him. At this moment, 2 city guards approached Li Qing and respectfully said, "General, if there are any grievances, please settle them at the martial arts hall." "Please, General." They made a gesture inviting him. Li Qing nodded and calmly headed toward the martial arts hall. The young man dared not follow. His legs trembled so much he couldn't stand properly. The 2 guards looked at each other and said, "Sorry about that." Then they each took him by the arms and led him outside. After a few steps, Yue hurried down angrily, calling out, "Brotherly." Seeing that Li Qing ignored her, she hurried over and stomped her foot in anger, shouting, Brother Li, why did you stand up for that woman? Li Qing glanced at her, then looked up at Hiang, who was watching him, and slowly said, "She is my woman. Of course I can't let others humiliate her." He paused and added impatiently, "All right, go back now. This is my matter. You don't need to get involved." In Yuer's angry voice, he turned and walked away. As Li Qing walked, he secretly lamented, "What is wrong with me? Recently, I've been avoiding her like this. But as soon as I see her, I lose control." Li Qing, remember your big plan? Thinking of this, his heart seemed to settle a bit. The excitement from seeing that graceful figure earlier faded somewhat. But just thinking of her made him feel anxious and uneasy. When he thought about her hearing what he said to Yuer, his heart felt even more uncomfortable. Staring in shock as they left, He Ying and Lu Shu exchanged glances. Lu Shu asked, "Sister Ying, your husband seems to care a lot about you. It looks like you've misunderstood him all along." He Ying shook her head and said, "I am his nominal wife, so I can't let anyone humiliate me easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up and act normally." Lu Shu thought for a moment and nodded. The sword technique was very profound but suited her body well. Her progress was truly rapid, reaching a top-tier level. Before long, her swordplay looked quite skilled. However, no one told her how fast she was improving. She knew nothing about it, and no one asked her. Now that she had something to do and no worries about money, He Ying didn't go out for a whole month. Lu Shu occasionally came by, but seemed to be blocked by people from Li Qing's side. Now, their comings and goings were watched carefully, and they truly lived like prisoners. Recently, the household suddenly became lively. Everywhere was filled with laughter and joy, decorated with lanterns and banners. Sometimes, a few people gathered outside the courtyard, pointing and whispering with sympathetic looks. Xiao Huan, whenever she went out to fetch something, had to endure this torment. "Miss, it's really too hard. These people are so annoying. It's just that the general took a concubine, and they have to mock us like this." Xiao Huan muttered angrily while vigorously washing clothes, her face full of anger. After a while, seeing that the young lady was still calmly practicing her sword, she couldn't help but shout loudly, "Miss, did you hear that?" He Ying paused her movements, didn't turn around, and said quietly, "Let them say what they want. Just ignore it." After a while, she suddenly said, "Originally, we entered this place without any matchmaker or ceremony, and all this time, Li Qing has never come to see us. Such a wife is really not even better than a concubine. There's no point in being angry." Xiao Huan angrily said, "I heard that the woman is Li Qing's cousin." "Humph. She's clearly a concubine, but Li Qing married her with a formal ceremony, which is really too much." He Ying paused her actions and stood there thinking, "I didn't expect Li Qing to marry that you so quickly." She shook her head and thought, "What does it matter to me? Living like this is pretty good." That night, under the bright moon and starry sky, He Ying looked up at the sky, slowly immersing herself in it. Just as she was about to sit and practice the lunar resting technique, a strange airflow suddenly made her alert. She quickly turned her head and saw a man in blue standing under a tree, watching her. When she looked again, he seemed a bit like Li Qing. The man slowly approached her, and it was indeed Li Qing. This was his first time stepping into this place. Seeing him walk toward her, He Ying instinctively took 2 steps back. Then she thought, "Isn't today his big day to take a concubine? Why is he here?" As she retreated, Li Qing stopped moving forward. He quietly looked at He Ying for a moment and suddenly asked, "Are you comfortable here?" He Ying was surprised and didn't understand why he asked. She dared not think that it was because Li Qing cared about her. Meeting his questioning gaze, she slowly replied, "Yes, still used to it." She said this, but her eyes were alert as she watched him carefully. Her steps also involuntarily moved back, slightly. Her small actions all caught Li Qing's eyes. For some reason, his expression darkened a bit. After a moment, he softly said, "If you need anything, you can tell Li Kai." He Ying responded with a still watching him cautiously. Li Qing turned around, took a few steps in the yard, and was silent for a while. After a moment, she heard him seem to sigh and say, "Then I will leave." With that, he turned and went outside. He Ying watched him climb over the wall, feeling a bit amused. She disliked outsiders coming and going, so she closed the door, making her master have to climb over the wall to get through. Then, she suddenly felt worried. Why did Li Qing come to talk to her at this time? Could he be planning to trick her again? The next day, the yard suddenly became lively. Li Kai, following Li Qing's orders, said that he should move to a better courtyard. To He Ying and Xiao Huan's surprise, their new home was changed to a beautiful pavilion called Yeyue Pavilion on the east side of the main courtyard. This place was more than 3 times larger than her previous residence. There were also 4 or 5 maids and young servants. Additionally, there were 2 guards watching over the yard. The layout of the yard was very elegant, with every flower and tree carefully arranged. There was a small lake in the garden, with waterfalls and rocks, and rare flowers like orchids everywhere. He Ying's new room was decorated with red and green, very luxurious. The master and servant carefully walked inside, watching the people coming and going outside the gauze windows. They felt more uneasy. He Ying dismissed the maids, leaving only Xiao Huan and herself in the room. As soon as the maids left, Xiao Huan hurried over and asked, "Miss, what do you think Li Qing means? Has the young master changed his mind?" She called Li Qing young master happily. He Ying shook her head and softly said, "Don't think too much. We just follow whatever arrangements he makes." "Xiao Huan, we should be more careful." Xiao Huan nodded, looked around, and then happily said, "Miss, the conditions here are even better than at our home in Nanling." She suddenly seemed to remember something and ran to He Ying, saying, "Maybe the young master really cares for you? Your sister is so beautiful. It makes sense that he would be interested." He Ying gently touched her forehead and said with a smile, "You think too simply. A man's interest in a pretty girl and true affection are 2 different things." She turned around, tidying her things, and muttered, "What tricks is Li Qing playing now?" Sigh. In the afternoon, Lu Shu surprisingly came over. He Ying was excited and ran to her, grabbing her hand and asking, "Why did you come?" Lu Shu also smiled and said, "Yes, I don't understand either. Your Li Qing recently sent me a message, telling me not to come find you. Yesterday, he even sent someone to tell me he won't interfere with our relationship anymore." When she reached this point, she secretly smiled and playfully said, "Did you train that big wolf well?" She winked as she spoke. He Ying chuckled and scolded, "That's nonsense. If your father hears, he'll scold you to death." Lu Shu didn't have a mother and was raised entirely by her father. Lu Shu walked around the yard happily and said, now it looks proper." She excitedly spun around. After a while, she suddenly said, "He Ying, do you know? You're now famous in Zhou City as the mysterious Jade Gentleman." When she said this, Xiao Huan suddenly lost her balance and rushed forward, falling to the ground. He Ying also felt dizzy and confused. It was hard for her to clear her head. Seeing Lu Shu covering her mouth and giggling, she shook her head and scolded, "You're getting more and more mischievous. How can you joke like that?" Lu Shu's eyes widened as she said seriously, "This is no joke. The song you played that day was spread all over the 6 kingdoms. But you never appeared again. Several people came to ask my father about you." He couldn't say directly, so he told them that he and you just met by chance and became friends across ages. He didn't know the full story. Those people guessed wildly, and the story spread. Soon, you became a mysterious, talented young man known as Jade Gentleman, who leaves his music behind. Hearing this, Xiao Huan smiled again. He Ying looked at Lu Shu with wide eyes and asked in surprise after a moment, "Is what you said true? Are you not lying to me?" Lu Shu raised her small face and said seriously, "Do I need to lie to you? Do you know? Gathering news about Jade Gentleman has become my greatest happiness now." She smiled again and said, "But now I understand how rumors exaggerate things. I see. Your music and singing are beautiful, and your handsome looks are charming, but what excites people most is your mystery. These people are so boring. They add their imagination to you. If you really stepped out and said, 'I am the Jade Gentleman,' many would be disappointed." He Ying nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lu Shu happily said, "By the way, what was inside the bag I gave you back then? It looked like a book." "What kind of book was it?" He Ying smiled but said nothing. She muttered, so boring. I knew you wouldn't want to say, Hing asked. Did the person who asked you to deliver the package ever show up? Lu Shu shook her head. After a moment, she remembered something and happily said, in a few days, we have a gathering. Do you want to come? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Hing, full of excitement. Hing replied, I'm not sure if Li Qing will let me go then. Recently, he wouldn't allow me to go anywhere. When she mentioned Li Qing, Lu Shu immediately looked disappointed. She sat on a chair and said, that Li Qing is quite boring. I feel uncomfortable around him. Suddenly, she rushed in front of Hing, looking at her with big, sad eyes, and said pitifully, I really want to eat the dishes you make. Hing smiled but didn't say anything. Xiao Huan, nearby, called out, the young lady also wants to eat. But we just moved here, and don't have a small kitchen. We haven't figured out the situation yet. Even if we want to eat, we have to wait. Lu Shu waved her hand and sat down listlessly, looking like she didn't want to talk. Seeing her upset, both of them wanted to laugh. Hing thought to herself, since coming here, practicing swordsmanship has become difficult. I really don't understand what Li Qing is thinking, or what tricks he might be planning. She sighed deeply. Suddenly, she remembered Ling Hu, who hadn't appeared for several months. Thinking of him, her happiness and excitement faded quite a bit. After all, no matter how deep the longing, it can't beat the distance. Moreover, they've only met twice, and Hing didn't know what Ling Hu was thinking. She didn't want to endure this hopeless longing. After Lu Shu left, Hing stayed in the small pavilion playing the zither. She no longer dared to play modern songs that had been adapted. Instead, she played traditional pieces that were passed down in the world. Most of the time, she played casually, following her mood. After a while, she heard footsteps behind her. She didn't look up and simply ordered, Xiao Huan, bring me some water. A large hand brought a cup of water to her. She took it easily. When her eyes briefly fell on that hand, she was startled. She looked up foolishly and met Li Qing's deep, quiet eyes. Hing stood up, placed her hand aside, bowed slightly, and softly said, Your servant greets the general. There's no need for such courtesy, Li Qing said as he reached out to help her. Hing instinctively stepped back. In his eyes, a quick flash of gloom appeared, and he withdrew his hand. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Li Qing sat down on a nearby chair. He said, You play very well. Play another piece for me. Hing nodded and began to play the zither with both hands. After a while, a sweet, teasing voice came from a young woman. Brotherly, hearing this, Hing stopped playing. Hing looked up and met Li Qing's steady gaze. She forced a smile and softly said, General, someone is calling me. Li Qing did not answer, but kept staring at her. Slowly, a faint smile appeared on his face. At that moment, Yuer's voice rang out again. Brotherly, you said you would take me shopping. Li Qing frowned slightly, looking at her with a hint of impatience. Yuer immediately looked frightened, unable to speak, tears in her eyes, looking very sad and helpless. Li Qing turned to Hing and gently said, Let's go outside for a walk. Hing shook her head and lowered her eyes, afraid to meet his gaze. Seeing her shake her head, Li Qing sighed softly and said, All right. Rest well. Then he stood up and walked away. As he left, Yuer quickly stepped forward, clinging tightly to him. She then turned her head and glared at Hing with a look full of resentment and bitterness. Hing saw her gaze and silently smiled bitterly. She truly couldn't understand Li Qing's intentions. If it weren't for past events, she might have believed that her former fiancé actually liked her. Hing sat down, her hands lightly resting on the strings of the zither. She thought to herself, Hing, don't think too much. Remember, stay calm and adapt to change. Looking at the willow trees and the pond ahead, Hing shook her head and slowly began to play again. In recent months, Hing's sword skills had improved a lot through practice. Every time she swung her sword, she felt a sense of exhilaration and freedom. Now, having moved to this place, Hing was very careful. During the day, she usually didn't practice swordsmanship. At night, she would secretly go to her old courtyard and practice for about an hour. That courtyard was quite remote. Since she moved away, no one else was there. It was a good place for training. One night, a full moon hung in the sky, casting a silver glow over the ground. Hying stood under the moon and played a flute. The music was deep, twisting, and filled with sadness. She has lived 2 lives. Whether in the past or the present, her main feeling seems to be that she is always worried about the future. Like a leaf floating without roots, she has no companions and no foundation. She doesn't know where she will drift tomorrow. In this life, she has parents and older siblings who give her the love she longs for. But in the blink of an eye, everything was gone. Thinking of this, she feels overwhelmed with sadness. The sound of her flute becomes more mournful. As the music slowly spreads, it seems to express her feelings little by little. She doesn't know how much time has passed. She puts down her flute, lowers her head, and buries her face in her knees, softly crying. After crying for a while, someone walks up behind her and gently holds her in their arms. The warm chest makes her feel as if she has returned to her father's embrace from childhood. She clings tightly to the person's clothes and cries loudly. Usually, she is a cheerful person who tries not to care about things. But deep down, her heart is still hurt. At this moment, all her sadness, helplessness, loneliness, and dependence seem to burst out, craving to be released. She cries so hard that she doesn't notice that her whole body is being held in that person's arms. Thinking of this, she feels shy and then uneasy. Just as her mind is filled with conflicting feelings, a gentle, familiar voice speaks. "I've been so unfair to you lately." That voice belongs to Li Qing. Hying's body stiffens. At this moment, Li Qing wraps her in his arms and carefully takes out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Her heart beats wildly. She stiffens and hides in Li Qing's embrace, not moving at all. Li Qing kisses her on the forehead and softly says, "You're crying so sadly. Look, your eyes are swollen." At this moment, Hying truly longs for a comforting embrace. Although the person holding her is the source of all her misfortune, for some reason, she doesn't want to move. She just wants to curl up in his arms and gradually ease her worries. But clearly, this is just a wish. The closer she gets, the more her unease grows. Li Qing tightens his hold, resting his chin on her head, and gently asks, "Do you hate me?" Before she can answer, he continues, "Actually, I hate myself too. I was too harsh on you before. Inger, shall we start over? I will treat you well." His voice was very gentle, so gentle that Hying felt scared. She couldn't forget his words or the dangerous look on his face when he came to the capital. But since she had nothing, she wouldn't fight him directly. No matter what he wanted or his plans, the best thing now was to wait and see what happens. Right now, she was being held in Li Qing's arms. Her face rested on his chest. Being so close, she could hear his strong heartbeat. This intimate position made Hying feel nervous and uneasy. Li Qing's hand gently brushed her face. The first touch sent a jolt through her. Li Qing didn't seem to notice her discomfort and still spoke softly. "Inger, I only recently realized how I feel about you. Do you blame me?" Hying shook her head in his arms. Li Qing smiled gently, looking very happy. He pulled her closer and whispered, "Your flute music reminds me of many things from the past. Back then, I was always causing trouble." "Huh?" He chuckled, then his voice paused. After a moment, Li Qing said, "People are not just plants and trees. Inger, let's forget the past and focus on the future. We still have a long life ahead." Hying softly responded with an and stayed quietly in his embrace. Li Qing's chin gently rubbed her hair as he looked at the moon in the sky and said, "The country is uneasy now. I have many things I can't think of at the moment. Stay at home and help me carry some of the burden." This sounded more like a husband's command. Hying was surprised. This act was becoming more real. "Let go now, or I will carry you into the room." Hying was startled and loosened her teeth. Li Qing used his tongue to gently part her teeth, filling her nose and mind with his masculine scent. Yingar, no, I can't. Put me down." "We can't do this now." She was very nervous when she said this. She had no way to fight him now. If he insisted on taking her forcibly, what could she do? Gradually, her eyes cleared. At the same time, an invisible killing intent spread. Hying trembled all over. Just as Hying was trembling with fear, worried he might get angry or even hurt someone, Li Qing smiled gently and said, "Sorry, I lost control just now." He put Hying down and hurriedly went outside. Seeing his nervous steps, Hying couldn't help but smile, though her smile was a bit helpless in the end. That night, Hying tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. She occasionally hit the bed in frustration. Luckily, Xiao Huan and the others had already been sent to sleep. Otherwise, they would have been shocked to see how she looked. Hying stayed restless until dawn, finally drifting into a light sleep. After a short while, she woke up again. Her mind was blank, with no sleepiness at all. Outside, it was already daylight, and birds were happily chirping. The maids called out a few times, saw she was awake, and came in to help her wash up. After washing, Xiao Huan and the others left. Hying slowly wandered around the courtyard. Looking at the fresh morning mist and smelling the scent of grass and trees, she took a deep breath. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind. "Why are you sighing so early in the morning?" Hying was startled, her movements stiffening. At that moment, a pair of strong arms wrapped tightly around her from behind. Warm breath brushed against her neck. Her body trembled uncontrollably. The person holding her was Li Qing, whom she had thought about all night. Seeing Li Qing so close to her and acting affectionately, Xiao Huan, who was nearby, widened her eyes in disbelief. She seemed so shocked she stood there motionless. It took a long time for her to react after being pulled by the maid beside her. She hurriedly bowed and, along with everyone else, stepped back. Hying, so close to a man, felt extremely uneasy but couldn't help feeling shy. Her face was flushed red. When Li Qing looked at her, he saw her small ears and neck were both red, the blush spreading inside her clothes. Li Qing swallowed hard and softly asked, "Did you miss me?" His breath brushed into her ear, making her tremble again.
Li Qing shuklat shufli.
His laughter made his chest shake, and Hying, pressed close to him, felt her heart race wildly. Surrounded by his warm breath, she almost lost her footing. Seeing her like this, Li Qing smiled again and tightened his arms around her. Li Qing lowered his head, observing her weak and flustered appearance. His heart grew more proud and satisfied, and within this feeling, a faint sweetness began to bloom. All Hying could think was, "It's okay. Now is the time when the man is old and gray. He won't force you." Li Qing gently held her and placed her on his lap. He reached up to lift her chin and looked at her carefully. Hying lowered her head, hiding her face on her chest, not daring to look up at him. Seeing her delicate face, pale with a hint of blush and a faint fragrance, Li Qing felt a warm, tender feeling. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers, softly asking, "Did you think of me last night?" Hying naturally wouldn't answer. Li Qing gently said, "But I thought of you." As he spoke, his breath brushed her face, making her feel dizzy and lightheaded. Seeing her shy and embarrassed expression, Li Qing felt both proud and moved. He lifted his head but held her even tighter. "Later, let's go out together?" "Going out?" Hying suddenly remembered his little joke and their earlier words. Her heart tightened. "Hying, when did you become so timid? When he touches you, you get so nervous. Remember, you are Hying." Li Qing saw her body stiffen and her face turn pale. At first, he was puzzled, then he remembered their last awkward encounter. He felt a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Hying gently struggled and broke free from his embrace. She stood to the side, noticing Li Qing's unhappy expression. She then smiled politely and said, "General, it's rare for you to come. Let me make some tea for you." As she spoke, she called softly, "Xiao Huan, bring the tea set." Xiao Huan responded with a nod. Li Qing sat in a chair, looking at the girl who had just been so dependent on him. Her blush had faded, and her smile was calm and distant. Her clear eyes were like still autumn water. It seemed that the sweet closeness just now was all in his mind. Nothing had really happened. At this moment, a wave of anger rose in his heart. He knew deep down that this wasn't entirely her fault. But long-term indulgence had made men forget to reflect on themselves. However, when it came to getting angry, he found he couldn't. He Ying's attitude was calm, composed, and indifferent. She hadn't offended him or shown any rudeness. Once again, He Ying's loneliness was visible to him. As he watched, his anger turned into a deep sigh. He let out a long breath. At that moment, Xiao Huan's tea set was also delivered. He Ying slowly prepared the tea. Her tea-making skills were unique, graceful, and calm, with a flowing, almost ethereal beauty. Li Qing never thought that drinking tea could be so poetic and full of meaning. He watched He Ying's elegant movements and felt a moment of confusion. He wondered, how many talents does this woman have that I don't know about? General, please. He Ying respectfully handed him a cup of tea. Li Qing took a sip, feeling the fragrance linger on his lips and teeth. He couldn't help but say, good. After saying this, he looked into He Ying's calm eyes. Even after hearing his praise, she remained so peaceful and steady. For some reason at that moment, he felt a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he thought, maybe I was wrong to rush and marry my cousin. Just as he had this thought, he quickly changed his mind. No, I must stay away from her. I can't forget the important things I need to do because of her. Thinking this, he stood up and said, take your time drinking. I'll go now. With that, he hurriedly turned around. He didn't know why, but after taking a few steps toward the door, he suddenly looked back at He Ying. She was standing in the sunlight, her beautiful face glowing with a faint blush like jade. But her calm, untroubled eyes held a strange sense of loneliness and emptiness. Seeing her like that, he was captivated. It felt as if his heart was struck hard by something so painfully that it hurt. Clenching his teeth, Li Qing turned and strode away quickly. He left in such a rush, almost like he was fleeing. After he left, Xiao Huan carefully approached He Ying and softly asked, Miss, did you make the general angry? Just now, wasn't everything fine? He Ying shook her head, not wanting to speak. She looked at the distant green mountains and then turned to Xiao Huan with a smile, saying, come, I'll make some tea for you. Xiao Huan looked somewhat disappointed, almost sad, as she watched Li Qing leave. She thought to herself, what should I do? Miss has lost such a good opportunity. What now? There are still many days ahead. Will Miss really have to spend her days in loneliness? Feeling upset, her eyes carried a hint of sadness as she looked at He Ying. However, her sadness was strangely comforted when she saw her young lady's calm and composed face. She had spent the most time with He Ying, whose confident and commanding presence always made her feel safe and assured. So, within a few minutes, her gaze shifted again from sadness to happiness. He Ying chuckled softly and shook her head, watching Xiao Huan happily sip her tea. She took a small sip herself, and her mood was soothed and uplifted by the fragrant tea. In the past 2 days, she had thought a lot. When she received Li Qing's friendly gesture, she also considered that whether it was about chastity, politeness, or even acting, as long as it helped her gain some advantage, when she was powerless to resist, it didn't matter. But she couldn't do it. She tried many times, yet at critical moments, she always hesitated. She smiled bitterly, realizing that the most important issue was that, in both her past and present lives, she had no real experience with men. Unconsciously, she felt hesitant, and her inner thoughts kept surfacing, making her regain her clarity. This weakness was truly deadly. The highest form of deception was to deceive oneself first. In her previous life, she secretly liked 2 men. The first man she met again after 5 or 6 years when she was in college, wanting to rekindle their relationship. He believed that among all the people in the world, only He Ying's feelings for him had been genuine and deep. What was she like back then? She wanted to laugh. Yes, it was funny. Unlike most women, she would spend years carefully pursuing a man just to experience the thrill of a chase. Later, she spent more years secretly loving someone else, just to taste the bittersweet feelings. Deep down, He Ying always thought she was truly heartless, because she could easily fall in love with a man as long as she found it fun or wanted to play. She would make everyone, including that man, believed she was deeply in love and devoted. But all of this was just a different kind of game. She also thought about Li Qing's anxious expression just now. She couldn't help but smile, thinking, stirring him up earlier wasn't a bad thing for her. Men, after all, want what they can't have. This was also a way to tease and keep him interested. However, even she found this teasing a little hard to endure. He Ying sighed deeply, feeling that she was not yet skilled enough to control her emotions and manipulate men's hearts. This path was not easy to walk. After thinking for a while, she realized her biggest weakness was her inability to let go of her chastity and her desire to keep it to share her life with someone she loved. Because of this weakness, Li Qing was different from the bookish men she knew in her past life, and she couldn't act naturally or be flexible in her actions. No, she had to practice more. The thought of practicing martial arts made her feel uncertain. She knew that skill didn't develop overnight. Her current crisis was urgent. She wondered what could be done to solve her problems so she could live freely and not wake up startled in her dreams. After pondering for a while and feeling more melancholy, Ying decided to start practicing again. After finishing her sitting meditation, she looked at her hands, which were becoming smoother and less pore-filled, and noticed a faint fragrance inside her body. She was happy, thinking, it seems this moon-setting technique really helps with beauty. My skin is so fine now that I can't even see my pores. Even small cuts from accidents heal by the next day, without a trace. That night, she practiced swordsmanship for an hour, as usual, before going to bed. After a short while, she suddenly felt a strange cold wind in the room. Her heart tightened. She opened her eyes, but hadn't moved yet. Suddenly, a sword was pressed against her neck. A deep voice said, I didn't expect a young lady from a noble family to be so sensitive. Ying felt a chill on her neck, and an invisible killing aura made her break out in cold sweat. She dared not move. She looked at the man, who was wearing a black cloth over his face, so she couldn't see his features. She stopped looking at him. At that moment, the man clicked his tongue and said, Not bad. Very impressive. To remain so calm at this moment. It seems you have the bearing of a great general. Girl, don't make a sound. I don't want to hurt you. I just need to borrow you for a moment. He then whispered, Get up. Seeing his sword move away slightly, Ying obeyed and crawled out from under the quilt. As soon as she was out, he grabbed her roughly, pressing his sword against her neck. He forced her through the window, smashing it open. The loud crash of the broken window woke the people sleeping in the yard and those outside on patrol. At this moment, countless voices rang out. Who? What's going on? With these shouts and the flickering torches, the man in black quickly grabbed her and flew onto the roof. Seeing more and more guards arriving, Ying felt both nervous and scared. The man in black stood there coldly, not moving or speaking, as if waiting for someone to notice him. Suddenly, a guard's eyes widened as he saw the two on the roof. He shouted loudly, They're on the roof. The assassin is on the roof. As he yelled, everyone immediately focused their attention on the roof. By then, the torches lit up the entire general's residence like daytime. Li Qing hurried over with his people from the main courtyard. The guards also recognized that the man in black was holding the general's former wife. When they saw Ying, they hesitated. Rows of guards aimed bows and arrows at the two of them. As Li Qing approached, the guards surrounding the man in black formed 3 circles. The outermost circle was archers, the middle was soldiers standing in neat lines, and the innermost circle consisted of guards who looked like martial arts experts. The man in black chuckled softly and said to Ying, Li Qing is quite good at training soldiers. From the moment I made a sound until now, less than half an hour has passed, and these people have already formed their ranks. At this point, he seemed excited and said, I really didn't come for nothing this time. Li Qing, you are a person I've been looking forward to seeing for a long time. Ying could tell that his voice was quite young, probably around 30. His tone didn't sound hostile. Instead, it was excited with a hint of anticipation. Even his act of holding her was gentle, with no signs of harm. Although there were hundreds of people surrounding them, no one made a sound. Everyone was quietly watching the man in black, waiting for Li Qing to arrive. At the same time, Everyone knew that the assassin was supporting He Ying. However, because the general's attitude toward He Ying had always been strange, they didn't know how to handle the situation. So, they simply stayed still, waiting for Li Qing. Soon, Li Qing appeared in He Ying's view. He had messy hair, his clothes were thrown on haphazardly, and his shoes were on backwards. Clearly, he had come in a hurry. Behind him was Lu Ming. He Ying hadn't seen Lu Ming in a long time. This time, when he saw her, his gaze was still full of mockery and contempt. It seemed there was also a faint hint of anger. Li Qing walked over and saw the two people on the roof. He stood among the crowd and loudly asked, "Who are you? Why are you holding a weak woman?" The man in black chuckled and hoarsely said, "Are you Li Qing?" Seeing that the other person didn't seem to recognize him, Li Qing looked a bit surprised and replied, "Yes, I am." The man in black nodded and pointed at He Ying. "I heard this woman is your last wife. Is that true?" As he spoke, the sword at He Ying's neck moved slightly. The cold gleam of the sword, reflected in the torchlight, was very striking. When the sword moved, He Ying involuntarily leaned back, avoiding the blade. But with her movement, the sword tip tightened again. Li Qing's face showed some fear. He took a deep breath and loudly said, "What are your demands? Why not release this woman, so we can talk?" He didn't directly admit He Ying's identity. The man in black sneered coldly and said, "Release her? Why should I? Such a beauty. I believe she is General Li's beloved. I want to use her life to exchange for something I need, but I don't think that will work." At this moment, Lu Ming sneered nearby. "Since you've investigated my general, you should know that this woman means nothing to him. I advise you to capture him quickly. Don't threaten my general with someone so insignificant, or you'll just make fools of yourselves." Hearing Lu Ming, the man in black trembled slightly, clearly convinced to some extent. Anyone paying attention would know that Li Qing's attitude toward his last wife was cold. Anyone with a mind could understand her situation clearly. He Ying heard the quick breathing behind her, knowing he was thinking about how to handle this matter. After a moment of silence, the man in black laughed loudly. "Even so, I will take General Li's last wife away and let my brothers have some fun. Let the world see that General Li can't even protect his own wife. Wouldn't that be amusing?" He spoke with excitement, clearly moved by his own words. He Ying secretly cursed. Just now, she thought this man had no real ill will and that he was gentle, because until now, his sword had not left a single mark on himself. But now she realized she was still too naive. For an assassin like this, if he showed mercy, he would never have survived until today. Moreover, he had secretly infiltrated the general's residence, avoiding many guards, and kidnapped someone. Such a skilled assassin could not be a kind-hearted person. Seeing Li Qing and Lu Ming's faces change dramatically, the man in black laughed happily. He said excitedly, "This idea is just perfect. Absolutely brilliant. Well, Li Qing, I think we don't need to talk about betrayal anymore. Come back in a few days to check the results." As he spoke, his body gradually moved backward, as if he was about to leave with He Ying. Lu Ming shouted, "Wait!" Seeing the man in black stop, he exchanged a glance with Li Qing and then softly said, "Sir, are you a breeze? Your voice sounds uncertain. A breeze's identity, kidnapping He Ying, what is his purpose?" Around 30 years old, the man in black was surprised and then smiled. "General Li's people are truly talented. Even with someone like me, you recognized me so quickly. This is really no fun. Not fun at all." Hearing him admit his identity, Li Qing and Lu Ming initially relaxed, then immediately tensed up again. A breeze is known as one of the top 5 assassins in the martial world. His personality is unpredictable, acting based on his mood. One moment he might be friendly and the next he could kill you. Moreover, it is said, he dislikes bloodshed. When he sees blood, it means he is about to take a life. His catchphrase is something like, "So fun, so brilliant, not fun anymore." From his words just now, Lu Ming guessed his identity. They initially relaxed because this person wouldn't hurt anyone until the very end. That is, he never harms people, only kills. Plus, his innocent side means that, if used properly, he could rescue He Ying without bloodshed. But then, They became tense again. One careless move could cause him to take extreme actions, making Li Qing unable to lift his head in the future. Seeing their nervous expressions and their uncertain looks, the man in black was very pleased. After watching for a while, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He Ying was eager to say something to solve her current situation. However, her throat was tightly pressed against the sword's edge. Just swallowing saliva could cause her to touch the blade and cut herself. Also, she could feel that the person behind her was unpredictable in mood. Since she didn't know him well, it was better not to speak first, to avoid risking her life. Her eyes stayed fixed on Li Qing. Although he tried to look calm, she could see fear in his eyes. When he looked at her, a quick flash of worry appeared on his face. Could it be that he was not acting before? Was he truly interested in her, or was this part of his plan?
She kept thinking about this.
The man in black didn't seem in a hurry. She could even sense that he was quite proud. At this moment, Li Qing slowly asked, "May I ask what you want from me?" As soon as he spoke, Lu Ming called out, "Brother, you?" Li Qing waved his hand to stop him from shouting. Not only He Ying, but even the man in black felt Li Qing's concession. It seemed that as long as the conditions weren't too difficult, Li Qing would agree. She also heard the man in black whispering quietly, "What should I ask for to make things difficult for him?" Hearing this, He Ying was secretly surprised. Was his act of kidnapping just a sudden impulse?
No, that couldn't be.
He didn't seem like that. Maybe this was part of another plan. The man in black then looked up, looking quite proud, and said, "All right. Since you want me to set a condition, then cut off one of your arms. It's a simple deal, right?" One arm for a beautiful woman. Lu Ming looked worriedly at Li Qing and said coldly, "Exchange for another." "Another?" The man in black laughed. His expression was as if he heard something most ridiculous. He burst into loud laughter. Then, Lu Ming looked at Li Qing again. After the man in black finished laughing, he said, "What's so funny? She's just a pretty woman, worth only the price of a good horse. Our general is a great man. Why would he value a woman like her enough to give up an arm?" He spoke very seriously, with a firm look that couldn't be changed. The man in black then looked at Li Qing. Seeing that he remained silent, he burst out laughing again. Suddenly, his laughter stopped. He shouted sharply, "Thief! How dare you?" While speaking, he kicked backward in a continuous motion. At that moment, Li Qing raised his arm and struck something that hit the black-clad man's wrist. With a loud bang, his arm went numb, and his sword clattered to the ground. The black-clad man had already kicked away the person who was sneaking up on him. Seeing this, he sneered and said, "Trickery." Just then, He Ying's hand suddenly moved silently, lightly touching the arm that was about to choke her throat. In the black-clad man's anger and surprise, she spun skillfully, making it look like she was unsteady and about to fall, but she didn't actually fall. Amid Li Qing's shouted warning of, "Be careful," He Ying's body unexpectedly slipped free from the black-clad man's grip and stood beside him. Seizing this rare opportunity, Li Qing immediately threw a sword. At the same time, the general who had been kicked away flicked his sword handle, and a sharp wind whistled toward them. Just then, the black-clad man suddenly stretched out his arm to grab He Ying. However, at that moment, she lost her footing and fell to the ground, causing his hand to miss. In that instant, the black-clad man looked into He Ying's smiling eyes. He shouted loudly, twisted his body suddenly, and several illusions appeared in the air. In the blink of an eye, Li Qing and his subordinates' swords missed their targets. The black-clad man's figure had already disappeared dozens of meters away. His laughter echoed faintly and continued for a long time. Just as He Ying was about to fall, a guard caught her. She finally steadied herself, and Xiao Huan rushed into her arms, crying softly. He Ying patted her back, suspicious of the black-clad man's actions. At this moment, Li Qing also rushed to her side. He stared at her blankly for a moment, then suddenly reached out and hugged her tightly. His embrace was so tight that He Ying almost thought he was afraid. He Ying's heart was always tense, and in his arms, she didn't relax. In fact, exhaustion overwhelmed her. She struggled to break free, avoided looking at Li Qing, and simply bowed slightly, softly saying, I am unwell. I will take my leave. After saying this, she reached out to Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan supported her, and the two of them walked toward the courtyard. Just a few steps away, Li Qing suddenly rushed forward and called out to Hiying, Inger, I didn't mean to refuse just now. Hiying smiled at him gently and politely said, I understand. Her face was pale, and her lips trembled. Seeing her like this, Li Qing dared not say anything further. He stood there blankly, watching her leave. At that moment, Lu Ming walked behind him and softly said, Big brother, you have entered the trap. Li Qing coldly glanced at him. After shivering from the look, Lu Ming finally said, Lu Ming, you have crossed the line. With a pale face, he waved his sleeve and strode away. Lu Ming stood there blankly for a long time, not moving. Then, a short middle-aged man approached from behind and whispered, Young master, I told you before. Even if they are brothers, you shouldn't interfere too much. Besides, you are just sworn brothers, and you are his subordinate. Lu Ming pursed his lips and stayed silent for a while. The middle-aged man continued, The general has his rules. He only cares about a little girl, Hiying. Even if he lets her go and truly takes her into his care, it's not a big deal. Young master, you are the one who is stubborn and refuses to see reason. After speaking, he sighed quietly and left Lu Ming alone, who remained standing there. Hiying was truly frightened this time. During that long moment, her life was just a thought away from danger. She had been pretending to be strong all along. Now that she was saved, her first thought was to cry loudly. For some reason, she felt no tears at all now. Sitting stiffly in the chair, she let Xiao Huan help her wash her face and hold her head and shoulders. Her lips kept trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Huan knew she was extremely scared inside, but since Miss was still strong, she believed she would recover soon. So, she just watched her carefully, waiting for her to calm down. After a while, Hiying finally trembled and said, Xiao Huan, I was so scared just now. Xiao Huan was happy to hear her finally speak. She smiled and said, Miss, you are so brave. If it were someone else, they might have fainted from fear. But you stayed calm and didn't shed a single tear. Hearing her praise, Hiying felt much better. She thought, yes, my skills at the end were so clever, even Li Qing didn't notice. Such calmness and composure are rare. Thinking this way, she felt proud. She smiled slightly, though her face looked stiff and awkward. Seeing her finally relax, Xiao Huan happily hummed a song. After a while, she said, Miss, that concubine Yuer was watching nearby. Hee, her face turned pale. Hiying asked curiously, Why? Xiao Huan happily replied, Because the general cares about you. When he put his hand behind his back, it was trembling all the time. Thinking about that makes me happy. Hiying smiled but didn't take it seriously. After talking for a while, Hiying fell into a deep sleep. She was very exhausted, and she slept straight through a day and night. When she woke up, it was late afternoon the next day. Seeing her wake up, Xiao Huan happily ran to her side. While helping her get dressed, she said, Miss, the general sent people 3 times today to ask about you. It seems he really cares about you. Hiying smiled but said nothing. Then Xiao Huan added, Not only did the general come, but Miss Lu Shu also came in the morning. She saw you sleeping and didn't wake you. Hearing this, Hiying immediately asked, Did she come for something? Xiao Huan pouted and muttered, Miss still cares a little about Miss Lu Shu. After muttering, she continued, She said she wants to go out and play with you. Hiying nodded. While helping her comb her hair, Xiao Huan carefully watched her face. After a moment, she said, By the way, the general also sent a lot of jewelry today. She became excited and quickly put down her work, running to pick up a box. She presented it as a treasure and said, Miss, look at these. Hiying saw that they were pearls, jade ornaments, gold and silver hairpins, all finely crafted and probably valuable. She smiled and, seeing no one else nearby, whispered, Keep these safe. They might be useful in the future. Xiao Huan looked at her with a small complaint and whispered, Miss, maybe the general has changed his mind. She said this while secretly glancing at Hiying's face. Hiying sighed bitterly and said, Silly girl, have you forgotten the dangers of the assassinations on the way? Whether the general's feelings are real or fake, we can't trust him or rely on him. Even if he doesn't hate me now, what about in a couple of years? When new beauties come into the house. I'm a woman with a grudge against him. I'm afraid I might be sent to a brothel then. Hearing this, Xiao Huan looked carefully outside the door curtain. When she saw it tremble slightly, she quickly lowered her head, looking uncomfortable. Ying did not notice her unnaturalness and continued, Xiao Huan, those who use beauty to manipulate others often lose their love over time. Your young lady understands this principle well. Moreover, there is a deep hatred between me and the general, perhaps even more than that. So, don't hold out any hope for him. Hearing this, her voice grew low, filled with helplessness and sadness. We must try to protect ourselves so we can survive and find a place in this world. Not relying on others' approval or charity, just living well. That's enough for me. Huan heard this and couldn't help but choke up. She cried softly and glanced at the door curtain. When she saw it sway slightly, she knew the person had left. She felt a little relieved but then remembered she had kept this secret from the young lady, which made her feel guilty. Hearing her crying, Ying smiled and said, Silly girl, why are you crying? There's still a long way to go, and there's always hope. Suddenly, Xiao Huan ran in front of her, knelt down with a thud, and buried her face in her lap, softly crying, Young lady, I'm sorry. The general was behind that door curtain earlier. He heard everything you said. Ying was startled and didn't speak for a moment. Seeing her face, Xiao Huan became even more anxious, tears streaming down her face. She stepped back twice, kowtowed repeatedly, and said, The general ordered me to ask you about this. He's so fierce, but I also want the young lady and the general to make peace, so I agreed. Young lady, the general won't blame you, will he? Ying reached out to help her up, took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, and smiled. Silly girl, there's no need to cry. Looking at Xiao Huan's worried face, she softly said outside, What I said shouldn't be a big deal. Even if I don't say it, he knows in his heart. Then she turned her head and gave Xiao Huan a reassuring smile, saying, Maybe after hearing this, he'll feel guilty too. But now, her own thoughts were clear to him. If she wanted to escape or leave, it wouldn't be so easy anymore. She looked at Xiao Huan again, thinking, She kept such a big secret from me. Xiao Huan really doesn't know her limits. She had always acted like a teacher or sister in front of Xiao Huan, taking everything on herself, unconsciously playing the role of a protector. But she hadn't realized that sometimes there are skills in controlling others. Sometimes, a loyal subordinate can be more reliable than a sisterly bond. It was a big oversight. In the midst of the nervousness between the master and servant, Li Qing never issued any commands. On the third day, when Lu Shu came to visit her, Li Qing didn't even stop her. Ying couldn't understand his thoughts, so she stopped trying. She happily dressed up as a boy with Xiao Huan, confidently leaving through the front door and getting into Lu Shu's carriage. Thinking of something, Ying asked, Lu Shu, do you think Li Qing knows about the day I sang? Lu Shu widened her eyes and said, Of course he knows. My father mentioned your good playing on the zither to him. Ying gave a small, bitter smile. Lu Shu leaned in closer and asked, What's wrong? Haven't you made up with him? I've been here recently, and he seems to care about you. Seeing Ying silent, she felt bored. Her eyes twitched, and she said, By the way, I heard that last time, that assassin kidnapped you and almost hurt you. Is that true? Are you okay now? Ying shook her head and said, It's over now. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Lu Shu stuck out her tongue and said repeatedly, If I went through something like that, I wouldn't sleep well again. But you, after not seeing him for a few days, you look even more beautiful. Hearing this, she immediately brightened up and leaned in to ask, Tell me, what method did you use? Your skin looks so good. No, it's not just your skin. Your eyes have become more beautiful too. You look completely different from before. Ying was surprised and thought, could it be because of that moon sleeping technique? She knew that this practice improved her skin, but she couldn't notice the changes in her eyes or overall appearance. Her heart suddenly stirred. If it's true, maybe this technique is really amazing. Perhaps one day, I can truly control my fate. I won't have to worry about Li Qing hating me or seeking revenge, or being sent or sold to others. I won't be afraid anymore. Maybe I can become like Ling Hu, with strong martial skills, and do whatever I want." She blushed with excitement, her eyes fixed outside without blinking. Lu Shu waved her hand in front of her eyes for a while, but she didn't notice. She pushed her a few times out of curiosity before finally waking her up. Looking at Lu Shu's question, "What are you thinking?" "Are you crazy?" Hing smiled shyly and said, "I'm just daydreaming." The carriage quickly entered the main street. Because it bore the emblem of the third prince's residence, passers-by made way. Hing looked at Lu Shu, who was smiling proudly, and said, "The third prince is quite kind to my sister." As soon as she spoke, Lu Shu's face turned red, and her eyes showed both joy and shyness. Hing was surprised. "Are you in love with that third prince?" Lu Shu played with her fingers and whispered, "No, not really." Her voice was weak, but it was clear she had feelings. Hing looked at her in shock. Lu Shu was shy for a while, then looked up at Hing. Seeing her frown, she asked, "What's wrong?" Hing smiled and said, "It's nothing." She originally wanted to say that loving or secretly admiring a prince was not a good path for her, given her status. Her father, no matter what, was only a guest official at the third prince's residence. But then she thought quickly. Living in this world, talking about it was useless. The men here were all the same. At least, being with the third prince meant a life of luxury. Talking about being the only true wife or similar ideas was often just a distant, helpless dream. Thinking of this, she also thought of herself. She silently sighed and turned to look at Lu Shu, who was smiling happily. She thought, no matter what, she was happy now. In this world, about 70% of people were still worried about their next meal. Lu Shu only brought one bodyguard, her coachman, while Hing only had Xiao Huan with her. When they went out, their first stop was surprisingly a restaurant. As soon as they entered, the three women felt excited. Their excitement was not just because they could eat good food, but also because there were all kinds of people coming and going, and they could hear many interesting stories and see different kinds of people. They sat in a private room on the second floor. Just as they ordered food, they heard a commotion downstairs. The women leaned out to look and saw several very fancy carriages parked at the entrance of the restaurant. Next to the carriages, about 20 or 30 strong, impressive knights in full armor stood. Seeing these people also stop at the restaurant, Lu Shu snorted softly, her tone filled with anger. Hing asked quietly, "Who are they?" Lu Shu pouted and said very disdainfully, "They are the little princess of the Qin kingdom, the wife of Lord Jing. This woman is naturally flirtatious and charming, yet she considers herself very special, which makes her quite unpleasant." Hing looked down below with curiosity, thinking, "That's right. Isn't this the little princess of the state of Qin? The one I met when passing through the North Gate city? I suppose she arrived in the capital at the same time as me. I didn't expect to meet her here today." At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was pulled aside and a delicate white hand reached out. The onlookers, who had been watching intently, gasped softly when they saw the hand. Then, a beautiful woman dressed in palace clothes appeared from the carriage. She had smooth, fair skin and a lovely face. Her eyes were bright and lively, and her lips were slightly full, giving her a unique, elegant charm. When she stepped out, she looked around at the crowd with a gentle gaze. That glance made many men feel weak in the knees. At this time, Lu Shu muttered quietly, "That shameless flirt." Hearing her curse, Hing was surprised and asked softly, "How do you know her?" Lu Shu suddenly blushed and awkwardly said, "She keeps bothering the third prince." Hing realized immediately, understanding that she was a rival, which explained Lu Shu's expression. Then, Hing spoke seriously to Lu Shu, "This woman is not an ordinary person. You shouldn't act like that in front of her. It's better to stay away from her." Seeing Lu Shu didn't believe her, she quietly explained how she had met this woman at the North City Gate. She added, "That person only wanted to lift her veil to look at her, but her guards didn't say a word and ended up injuring her so badly. No one knows if she's alive or dead now. Also, look at the 30 or so guards around her. Each one is skilled with a sword. Some might even be elite fighters." Such a person is not someone you should mess with. Lu Shu's face turned pale, clearly frightened by her words. Just as He Ying was about to say more, the little princess of Qin State, along with her entourage, gracefully moved upstairs. She quickly stopped speaking. She reached the top of the stairs and paused, her beautiful eyes sweeping over everyone upstairs. Then she started to walk. When she saw He Ying and Lu Shu, her expression visibly froze for a moment, and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. He Ying, after hearing Lu Shu's warning, didn't look at her. She lowered her head and continued eating quietly. The young princess and her group sat in the middle of the second floor. After she sat down, there was another commotion downstairs. He Ying was surprised. Could it be that more people have arrived? She and Lu Shu leaned closer to look. 2 elegant carriages stopped in front of the restaurant. 3 handsome young men stepped down from the carriages. These 3 young men were tall and strong. The one walking at the front had a rectangular face, slightly dark skin, a high nose bridge, and sharp eyes. The second one, a bit younger, looked about 18 or 19, with a fair, doll-like face. The third young man looked similar to the first, but had a pale complexion, seeming to be used to a luxurious life. Lu Shu saw who they were and quietly said, "Why are they here? Today is really lucky for us." He Ying noticed her changing expression and asked, "Who are these 3? Lu Shu pointed to the handsome young man at the front and said, "He is the young master of Zhengdu, one of the 4 most famous young masters, Zhou Yuan. The one at the back is his older brother, Zhou Qi. The second one, the young man, shouldn't be underestimated. He is one of the 4 princes of the current emperor." Lu Shu continued, "These young masters are very influential in this city. Be careful when you see them in the future." Then she suddenly smiled and said, "As women, we don't often interact with them, so there's no need to worry." She looked at He Ying and suddenly smiled softly, leaning in to whisper, "Your family's general is also one of the 4 young masters. He's a martial man, and for him to hold such a high position among the 4 young masters, it's a great compliment to his appearance." She smiled happily, her eyes narrowing into a line. He Ying reached out and pinched her hand hard. Lu Shu winced and let out a small cry. At that moment, the 3 young men entered the restaurant and headed upstairs. In this era, martial arts were highly valued. He Ying recognized Li Qing and the young master of Zhengdu as modern-day handsome and cool men. Soon, the 3 young men reached the second floor. They immediately saw the princess of the state of Qin. The 4th prince grinned and said, "The lady of the country is here. I never expected that." When he said this, the princess of Qin's followers' faces changed dramatically. The princess of Qin had married into Zhou only a few months ago and was known for her wild reputation. The title, Lady of the Country, was given by the crown prince. He once joked to the princess of Qin's husband, Lord Jing, after drinking, "Your wife is perfect in every way, especially her skin. She's like a beauty that could topple a city." Once this was said, it spread everywhere and became a topic of gossip among the upper class. Now, the 4th prince spoke out, but it was a subtle hint that she was immoral. Princess Qin simply smiled and gracefully stood up, raising her wine cup to the 4th prince. Her steps were elegant, and as she moved, her skirt fluttered. Seeing her every move, He Ying thought she was truly charming and seductive. She approached the group around the 4th prince, smiled sweetly, and said, "4th prince, I toast you. It's rare to meet you at this restaurant today. Would you honor me with a drink?" The 4th prince was still young and was strictly disciplined by his mother, so he was not very experienced with women. When she leaned in and pressed close, his face turned red, and he struggled to hold his wine cup steady. Princess Chen's eyes seemed to fill with tears. She leaned close to the 4th prince's ear and softly asked, "What do you think of me, Your Highness?" Her voice was gentle and silky, like a thread slipping into his ear. The 4th prince was distracted and stammered, "And no, I don't think anything." Princess Chen then asked, "Am I beautiful?" The prince nodded repeatedly. "Yes, very beautiful." Princess Chen giggled charmingly, turned, and walked back to her seat with her wine cup. The 4th prince's face was still flushed, and his hand holding the cup trembled slightly. Seeing his reaction, Princess Chen's smile became even more charming. At this moment, Lu Shu muttered bitterly, "How shameless." Meanwhile, Ying was staring in shock. Her gaze towards Princess Chen grew more respectful. This woman was truly extraordinary. She dared to openly tease a prince who had just insulted her in such a public setting. Her boldness and style were not ordinary. She watched carefully and happened to meet Princess Chen's eyes. Princess Chen smiled at her, her gaze gentle and flowing like ripples on water. Ying quickly looked away, then caught the gaze of the young man from Jiangdu again. Both Ying and Lu Shu were dressed as boys. Ying's outfit made her look like a handsome young man, about 13 or 14 years old. In contrast, Xiao Huan and Lu Shu looked clearly like girls. However, Ying was young, and her boyish appearance made her seem more like a little brother than a girl. The young men from Jiangdu recognized Lu Shu immediately. They nodded at her and then looked at Ying with curiosity. At this moment, Princess Chen waved her hand, and a swordsman standing behind her suddenly shouted, "Shopkeeper." His voice was loud and clear. Soon, a sweaty, chubby man climbed up to the second floor, bowing and smiling politely, saying, "What would the lady like?" Princess Chen replied calmly, "Drinking like this is quite dull. Let's call a singer to perform a song." The shopkeeper quickly agreed and hurriedly went downstairs. At this time, Princess Chen's gaze suddenly shifted to Lu Shu. She smiled softly, covering her mouth as she spoke sweetly. "This young gentleman looks very familiar. He somewhat resembles Mr. Liu. I wonder if he can sing." This was clearly a provocation. Lu Shu's face turned red with anger. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "If you want to sing, go ahead and sing. I think you're no different from a singer girl. Both enjoy being courted and admired. Since they are similar, maybe your singing is just as ordinary." Hearing this, 3 swordsmen standing behind Princess Chen suddenly drew their swords. With a neat sound, they all drew their blades at once, and the entire upstairs suddenly fell silent. Lu Shu also began to regret her words. She originally had a grudge against Princess Chen, and now, provoked by her, she had spoken such hurtful words. It seemed that today's confrontation would not end easily. In terms of status, Lu Shu's position was far below Princess Chen's. Thinking of this, Lu Shu's body started to tremble slightly. Ying reached out and gently pressed her hand to comfort her. She knew that in this situation, the guard sent by the third prince should not step forward, because that Prince Jing was a person close to the crown prince. The third prince was secretly fighting with the crown prince, and any small move could involve many people. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Ying stood up, smiling warmly at Princess Chen, raising his wine cup and saying, "If the princess doesn't mind, I, younger brother, will perform in place of my sister-in-law." As he stepped forward, Princess Chen's eyes lit up. Ying was now about 1.7 meters tall, young but exuding a refined elegance, like a jade tree standing in the wind. His appearance was rare, whether in Zhou Kingdom or among the 6 states. Seeing Princess Chen's eyes brighten, Ying knew there was hope. Women like Princess Chen generally wouldn't take insults to heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so calmly to the 4th prince earlier. Now, as long as her attention was diverted, the situation might just pass. Therefore, Ying did not wait for her to speak and simply stepped out. As she appeared, she looked even more beautiful, like a delicate jade, with a graceful presence like a blooming flower or a noble tree. Ying smiled at Princess Chen, taking advantage of her dreamy state, and began to sing clearly. Ancient swords and wine soaked in coffee, in a lively pavilion, foreign tribes worshipped the moon during the grand festival, inspiring awe. Her voice was bright but slightly hoarse, with a touch of boldness and sadness in the lyrics, perfectly suited. Although there was no musical instrument accompaniment, she added and changed some parts of the melody herself, making it fit the tastes of this era. This fresh, strange singing style fascinated everyone. This time period was similar to ancient China's Warring States era. Songs and melodies were not yet fully developed, often carrying a folk-like quality. When people first heard this exotic singing style, they all became enchanted. Not long ago, Ying had casually sung a few lines, which had been widely praised across the six kingdoms. Wind cannot scatter the flowers of eternal longing, dying cannot wash away hometown feelings, snow cannot reflect mountains and rivers, the moon cannot complete ancient dreams. When Hing reached this part, her song was no longer just about sadness and nostalgia. Coming to this strange world brought her pain and helplessness, and her longing and desire for the past poured into her singing. Her voice also carried a kind of heroism. With her unique singing style, the passionate crowd was stirred, falling into a world of love and longing. Suddenly, they felt inspired, wishing they could transform into fierce swords, drinking the blood of enemies. Tracing the lines of fate, tonight's wine awakens no dreams. Following destiny into confusion, dreaming back to the Tang dynasty. Tonight, the moon reflects in the cup as men plow and women weave along the Silk Road. The bustling trade, tonight's moonlight. Treasures of nature, talented people. This land is blessed. Tonight, the moon shines in the cup, ink and paper flying, poetry filling the rivers. Heroes and brave spirits shining brightly in this splendid world. Tonight, the cup cannot reflect the moon, neon lights flicker, songs and dances flourish, only because the story of those tone-deaf performers is played on indifferently, with no one feeling disappointed. Tracing the lines of fate, tonight's dreams wake without wine. Following destiny into confusion, dreaming back to the Tang dynasty. Remember the glorious days of Kaiyuan, when the world was at peace, friends united, and the world was vast and safe. How wonderful it was to have a grand mansion. Tracing the lines of fate, tonight's dreams wake without wine. Following destiny into confusion, dreaming back to the Tang dynasty. She sang quietly, and below, everything was silent. Many people tiptoed closer, leaning in to look at Hiying. Hiying has a noble and elegant aura, with a hint of ethereal detachment. When she sings, no one dares to look down on her. After her song, the applause erupts like thunder. After Hiying finished singing, she realized that the shopkeeper and the singer girl had already gone upstairs and were waiting. She smiled slightly and bowed to young Master Qin, saying, "Does the princess think I sang well?" Princess Qin looked at her with gentle eyes and secretly sighed. It's a pity she's still so young and can't eat much yet. But in 2 or 3 years, she might be as famous as the 4 great young masters, or even more. Feeling a bit moved, she gently said, "What are you saying, young sir? Your singing is so good. It truly opened my eyes." Hearing this, Hiying immediately bowed again and smiled. "Thank you for the princess's praise." She then turned and walked back to her seat. Once seated, Princess Chen's beautiful eyes still lingered on her. Hiying's hands trembled, and she thought to herself, "I really hope this woman doesn't notice me. If she finds out my true identity and gets angry, Lu Shu will be in even more trouble." Fortunately, Princess Chen looked at her for a while but said nothing. Maybe because there were 3 young masters sitting nearby, and Hiying was still young. While Hiying worried about Princess Chen's reaction, she ignored the attitude of the 3 young masters. They watched her with smiles on their faces. Young Master Jiangdu softly asked, "Who is this young man? Such refined elegance at such a young age. I've never heard of him before." The 4th prince glanced at him and said softly, "If you keep talking like that, people might think you and your older brother are the same." The 2 turned to Zhou Qi, who was staring at Hiying with a dazed, infatuated look, drooling slightly. Jiangdu, young master, couldn't hide his disgust. But the 4th prince found it amusing and pushed him a few times to wake him up. When Zhou Qi came to his senses, he quickly wiped the drool from his mouth and exclaimed, "Amazing! Truly rare. I've never seen such a handsome young man before." Zhou Qi, who liked handsome men, disliked Jiangdu, young master, for this. He looked at Hiying and then at his older brother's expression. He deeply felt that his brother's attitude was insulting to this extraordinary, noble-looking young man. He coldly said, "Forget it. This young man might be the famous jade gentleman from recent rumors." When he said this, both of them were stunned. He turned to look at him. Prince Jiangdu said, "Don't you think the song she just sang is quite similar to that one?" After thinking for a moment, the two men nodded, and their interest grew as they looked at He-ying's face. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi was lazily leaning on the table, muttering, "What a shame, such a young person. Truly a pity." Of course, he meant it was a pity that he couldn't have everything for himself. Because of his silly appearance, the two men ignored him. The fourth prince picked up a cup of wine and stood up, walking toward He-ying and the others. Lu Shu saw the fourth prince approaching and gently nudged He-ying, whispering, "The fourth prince is coming." He-ying was busy working but looked up at the smiling, dull-faced young man. She wasn't afraid of the fourth prince. He seemed straightforward and uncomplicated. Maybe because he was young, he didn't have any lewd expressions, which made He-ying feel more relaxed. The fourth prince reached her and raised his cup, saying, "I have heard of your talent, young sir, and I wish to get to know you. Would you be willing?" He-ying quickly stood up, smiling, and said, "You are truly outstanding, and I am honored to be noticed by you. Please have a seat." This was the first time Lu Shu saw He-ying not only speak well, but also socialize skillfully. The fourth prince sat down and asked, "What is your noble name?" He-ying smiled and said, "My surname is He, and my name is Hiyu. What about you, sir?" The fourth prince looked at Lu Shu and replied, "My surname is Zhou, and my name is Zhou Yan, courtesy name Zilin. You can call me Zilin." He-ying called him Brother Zilin, and the fourth prince immediately smiled happily. They quickly became like brothers, chatting as if they had known each other for decades, almost shoulder to shoulder. Lu Shu was amazed to see this. At that moment, the fourth prince pulled He-ying toward his table, saying he wanted to introduce her to Prince Jiangdu. He-ying, a bit tipsy from the drinks he forced her to have, happily agreed with a red face and went over to Zhou Yuan and Zhou Qi. Standing in front of Zhou Yuan, He-ying raised her cup and said, "Young sir, I have long heard of Prince Jiangdu's reputation as a remarkable young hero. Today, I am lucky to meet you, and you are truly extraordinary." Zhou Yuan, hearing her praise, also raised his cup and said repeatedly, "Young brother, you flatter me." Three people stood there drinking wine together. The alcohol in this era was quite mild, so it didn't affect He-ying much. She drank several large cups and only had a slight blush on her face. The three of them drank seriously, but Zhou Qi, who was nearby, was like a drunkard, staring enchanted at He-ying with her face flushed. He thought to himself, "She looks even more stunning up close. Such a young lady is truly exceptional." Seeing her fair and rosy skin, Zhou Qi swallowed hard. He was making a fool of himself, but the other three ignored him naturally. Princess Chun, however, was captivated and stood up, took a wine cup, and approached her. She softly said, "A humble servant also wants to toast to the three young gentlemen." The fourth prince, slightly tipsy, pushed her back, causing her to step several paces away. Princess Chen's expression changed, but then the fourth prince added, "We men are drinking. What is this woman doing getting involved?" Hearing this, Princess Chen was no longer angry, and her face regained its rosy glow. Her beautiful eyes turned toward He-ying, and Princess Chen softly asked, "May I ask where young Master He lives?" She spoke this, and everyone looked at He-ying with curiosity, eager to know the answer. He-ying forced a smile, unsure how to respond. Lu Shu, standing nearby, chuckled and said, "He is my cousin, just came to the capital to visit family." The others looked at He-ying but didn't seem convinced. The fourth prince clearly liked He-ying. He stared at her with wide eyes, interested. After a moment, he suddenly said, "Hiyu, you are good at everything, just a bit delicate." Seeing her smile at him, he blushed and patted his chest, saying, "But if you ever have any trouble, just come to me." He-ying was very happy and quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Brother Zilin, for your kindness." The fourth prince saw her smiling happily and felt a bit pleased. She looked at him with bright, watery eyes. He was struck by her gaze, his face turning red again, and he couldn't help but think, "My new acquaintance, He-ying, is such a woman. It's a pity she's a man." He knew that complimenting a man on his looks, as if he were a woman, wasn't very proper, but He-ying was just too handsome. Though with a heroic air, her beauty was truly extraordinary. Zhou Yuan watched them both with a gentle smile. He observed quietly, his ink-black eyes shining with deep, mysterious light. Holding a folding fan in her hand, she occasionally fanned herself. When she caught Zhou Yuan's gaze, she would raise her wine cup to signal to him, showing the demeanor of a gentle gentleman. Ying knew that Zhou Yuan was not an ordinary person, but she wasn't sure if he had seen through her true self. She felt a mix of nervousness and curiosity inside. Come, cheers. Just as she was lost in thought, the fourth prince brought his wine cup close to her face. She raised her cup, clinked it with his, and happily said, I'm honored to meet a few of you today. This toast is from me to everyone. After saying that, she took a big sip. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Qi also cheered loudly and drank their wine. Zhou Qi looked at Ying with a mischievous smile and asked, Is young master he now staying at the third prince's residence? Because Mr. Liu had been staying in the palace, and she had mentioned being Lu Mei's cousin. They asked this question. Ying shook her head and said, No, I live in a guest house. She didn't want to dwell on this topic, so she stopped talking. Princess Chen watched from the side. The men here, especially the fourth prince, hadn't shown her a friendly face. She wasn't afraid of the two Zhou young masters, but didn't want to offend them either. She secretly watched Ying with curiosity, but couldn't speak up. She wanted to approach and get closer, but didn't want to embarrass Ying in front of these people. If this young master also looked down on her, it wouldn't be fun. So she sipped her wine occasionally, her charming eyes never leaving Ying. Ying could feel her gaze, which made her both happy and a little annoyed. She was glad to have met Zhou Yan, the fourth prince, who was from the current imperial family and had an impressive background. Maybe she could use his influence later. But she was also worried because both the man and woman here seemed to have mischievous thoughts about her. Suddenly, the fourth prince said, Constant drinking isn't interesting. Young master you haven't been in the capital long, so you probably haven't seen much. Why don't you come with us to explore? Ying smiled softly and said, Sure, I would love to. Her eyes sparkled as she said, People from Zhou country are talented and strong. I've always wanted to see more. But because I am weak and timid, I rarely go out in the capital. Now that I have a few older brothers here, I feel much braver. Her show of weakness made Zhou Qi feel restless, almost eager to hold her in his arms and comfort her with gentle affection. Even Zhou Yuan looked at her seriously, carefully examining her for a moment, and his smile grew brighter. The fourth prince patted his chest and said, Don't be afraid. My matters are my own, and I will bear everything myself. Then he sincerely said to Ying, You're too weak physically. You should learn some martial skills. Also, a real man, even if he's afraid, should keep it inside and not say it openly. Otherwise, others will laugh at you. He spoke very earnestly, with a sincere expression. Ying nodded repeatedly and said, Brother's advice is right. When the fourth prince heard her call him brother, he squinted happily. He put down his cup and loudly said, Good, you called me brother, so I am your younger brother now. Why don't we become sworn brothers right now? From now on, I will take responsibility for everything. Zhou Yuan was surprised and wanted to stop him, but after thinking for a moment, he held back. The fourth prince is straightforward and acts freely. Once he makes a decision, no one can stop him with just words. Ying was overjoyed, almost thinking she had heard it wrong. She happily bowed to the fourth prince and said, He who greets brother. The fourth prince helped her up and laughed loudly. Haha, little brother, please stand up. Here, I have a jade pendant. You can take it first. This was a token of exchange. Ying carefully took it and put it into her bosom. She touched her body and also took out a jade pendant she had worn since childhood, giving it to the fourth prince. He took it eagerly. Then he solemnly added, Let's find a place to officially become sworn brothers. Ying agreed without hesitation. She was tipsy, her face flushed, and her eyes bright. Hearing Zhou Yuan talk about becoming sworn brothers, she immediately thought of the Peach Garden Oath. She was full of pride and heroism. She reached out and patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder heavily, took a big sip, and loudly said, Good. We become sworn brothers. From now on, we will face difficulties together and share wealth. She then pounded her chest strongly and added loudly, Brother, if you need anything done, just say the word. Zhou Yuan chuckled at her words and also patted her shoulder heavily. He almost knocked her to the ground. He felt a strong force pressing down on her, her legs softened, and after stepping back a little, she sat down heavily on a chair. She was still drunk, feeling dizzy as she looked at Zhou Yan. Her big eyes blinked a few times and she said dazedly, "Big brother, you were too rough." Her expression was cute, and her tone was a mix of complaint and teasing. Even Zhou Yan's heart trembled, and his face turned bright red. Zhou Qi couldn't stand it either. Even Zhou Yuan looked her up and down, secretly surprised. Zhou Yan chuckled to hide his awkwardness. He walked over to Hiying, gently took her hand, and pulled it onto his shoulder, saying softly, "Come on, big brother will carry you." Just as a way to apologize, Hiying giggled, waved her hand to push him away, and said, "No need for that." Her eyes seemed to flicker with a subtle look, stunningly beautiful. Zhou Yan felt his heart beating very fast and thought to himself, Yudi's current look is truly. He couldn't find a good word to describe her, nor could he clear his mind. Zhou Yuan glanced at Lu Shu, who looked worried nearby, and thought, this young man really is not acting like a proper man. He had some doubts, but Hiying's appearance and behavior were quite different from that of a girl. So, after watching for a while, he only suspected, but didn't fully believe. The group then stood up, planning to go to the nearby Wu Huang temple. Hiying looked at Lu Shu and smiled, signaling her to go back on her own. She was quite drunk, feeling dizzy, but luckily, her self-control was strong. Having been through life-and-death situations repeatedly, she didn't say anything inappropriate. Lu Shu quickly nodded, understanding Hiying's current state. She knew that if Hiying could find a useful supporter, she could better control her own fate. But she also worried that if Hiying's female identity was discovered, it would be very risky. In her mind, Lu Shu thought, people say this fourth prince is tolerant and likes to joke. Maybe once he knows the truth, he will just smile and forget. Thinking of this, she looked at the blushing fourth prince, Zhou Yan, and suddenly thought, if Hiying makes the fourth prince truly fall for her, that would be even more wonderful. Watching them leave, Princess Chen looked on with bright eyes, hesitating as if unsure whether to follow. After some thought, she was a bit afraid of the fourth prince and knew following him wouldn't do any good. So she sat back down. But in doing so, her interest faded. The lazy shopkeeper finished settling the bill and then left the restaurant with his subordinates. They arrived outside and took the horses handed to them by the young servant. Hiying had never ridden a horse before, so one of the fourth prince's guards offered her his horse. She was dizzy and unsteady as she held onto the saddle, trying to get on. She hesitated a few times but couldn't muster the strength. Someone, help young Master Yu onto the horse. Zhou Yan ordered sharply. A guard stepped forward quickly, reaching out to help her. She pushed his hand away, pouting, and loudly said, Who wants to help me? I've had too much wine. My hands are a bit weak. She pushed the guard aside and looked at Zhou Yan with a bit of annoyance, seriously saying, Big brother, I don't want her help. I don't want you to laugh at me later for needing someone to help me ride. In truth, Zhou Yuan and the others had already started laughing at her clumsy movements. They couldn't wait any longer. Zhou Yan smiled and said, all right, I won't laugh. She bit her lip, then took a deep breath and finally managed to jump onto the horse. Once on, she burst into 3 loud laughs and proudly said, ha, I'm better than you. Then she kicked her horse hard. She was thinking of the heroic spirit of Chow Chow at that moment. Seeing her so proud just because she was riding a horse made everyone smile even more. When she kicked the horse, it let out a long neigh and almost ran off. Luckily, the guard who was ready to help her was holding the reins tightly, so the horse didn't bolt. They rode slowly through the crowd, watching her carefully, clearly not confident in her riding skills. Zhou Yan couldn't help but say, Young Master Yu, this isn't good. Your riding skills are so poor. One day, I'll teach you properly. Her face was flushed from the cold wind, and she suddenly became more alert. She shot Zhou Yan a sharp look and said, My riding isn't bad. Then she added, as if realizing she couldn't quite say that confidently, Of course, it's a little worse than brothers. Zhou Yan burst into laughter, happy to see her attitude. In the royal family, there's no real family affection. Although he had many siblings, every word had to be carefully considered. Speaking cleverly was something he learned from a young age. He was not naturally good at it and often got teased. Now, having a younger brother who casually treated him like a real brother was a wonderful thing. He happily said, "All right, just a little worse than me. You need to learn so you can ride as well as me." Hiying nodded blankly, thinking her words made sense. Her head tilted slightly, and she felt more dizzy. After walking for a while, cold wind blew on Hiying for a moment, and her mind became clearer. "Brother," she called out clearly, "have you been to many places?" Her beautiful eyes looked at Zhou Yan with curiosity. Zhou Yan chuckled and said, "What? Little Jade is interested? Haha, among the 6 kingdoms, your brother has been to 4. Zhou Yuan, walking nearby, watched Hiying and thought to himself, "No wonder Hiyu is so beautiful. No one can resist her charm." He glanced at Zhou Qi beside him, noticing that his eyes were fixed on Hiying, but because the 4th prince was nearby, he didn't say anything. Hiying looked at him with longing, and Zhou Yan felt proud. He said proudly, "When I have the chance, I will take little Jade with me." He then looked her over and frowned. "You are too weak. A man should be strong and brave. You need a master to train you properly." Hiying dared not argue. Training in martial arts could easily reveal her true gender as a girl. She smiled and said, "I also practice swordsmanship secretly at home.
Don't underestimate me.
In a couple of years, I will challenge you." Zhou Yan laughed loudly. As they walked through the busy street, their luxurious appearance made passers-by avoid them. Many young women, mostly daughters of noble families, looked excitedly at Zhou Yuan and Hiying, winking and smiling, throwing flirtatious glances at the handsome men. Zhou Yuan listened to Hiying and Zhou Yan's conversation with a smile, occasionally glancing at the young women nearby, causing them to giggle happily. He was a carefree person, and their flirtatious looks made him feel very happy. They were riding horses, walking slowly because they were in the city with many people around. Pointing ahead, Zhou Yuan said, "We're almost there." Hiying looked up and saw a temple behind green mountains, built in a simple wooden style. There were people coming and going at the entrance, so it wasn't deserted but not very lively either. They dismounted and strode toward the temple. When they arrived, a young boy came forward and asked, "Are you here to pay respects, or do you have other plans?" He spoke politely and calmly. Zhou Yuan slowly said, "We would like to borrow a side courtyard of your temple." The young man slightly bowed and said, "Please follow me." He led the way and everyone else followed closely behind. Hiying looked around curiously. She thought that since it was called a temple, there should be monks. But among the people coming and going, she saw no shaved heads or people dressed differently from the current fashion. The courtyard was peaceful and full of fragrant flowers, with many trees. The wooden houses were very beautiful and delicate. With the distant green mountains behind, Hiying felt like she had arrived at a holiday resort. In fact, apart from a large statue in the main hall and a small statue in the side courtyard they were heading to, there was no sign of a temple. Its beautiful and quiet environment looked more like a noble's private estate. Hiying looked around and saw that most of the people inside were young boys. She even saw teachers and boys reading aloud in some large houses. Hearing the chanting, she became more confused. She had never seen such a mixed gathering before. Seeing her confused look, Zhou Yuan said beside her, "Brother Hiyu, you don't know that Wu Huang Temple has about 10 branches near Zhou City. This place is for people to calm their minds and focus." Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Yan strode toward a room and loudly said, "All right, this is the place." "Brother, come quickly," Hiying responded and walked briskly toward the door. Inside, there was a statue of a god, dressed in a middle-aged man's attire, with a calm expression. The statue wore a crown and had long hair. 2 mats were placed below it. Zhou Yan called out, "Brother, come over. First, let's become brothers in front of Wu Huang. Then we can have fun. She is now with the 4th prince and the young lord of Zhengdu." Li Qing's hand flicked, spilling all the tea onto his robe. But he kept his head down, and his expression was hard to read, neither happy nor angry. The guard knelt on one knee and said heavily, "Yes, Princess Chen was also there." The young lady even sang a song for them. The fourth prince and Princess Chun both left a good impression on her. I understand. You may go now. Keep a close watch and report immediately if anything happens, Li Qing said, dismissing the guard. Then he moved around the room, poured himself some wine, and took a sip. At that moment, familiar footsteps sounded outside. Lu Ming's gentle voice sounded. Is the general here? Yes. The firm voice belonged to Li Qing's personal guard. Soon, Lu Ming's figure appeared outside the door. Seeing him, Li Qing inexplicably felt a wave of irritation. He was angry inside, and the anger was naturally directed at He Ying. However, he didn't want to talk about her with Lu Ming or anyone else. Lu Ming had known him for a long time and understood him better than he thought. Glancing at Li Qing's expression, Lu Ming sighed and said, "It seems I came at the wrong time today." Despite that, he still strode inside, found a seat, and slowly said, "That assassin might be one of his people." What? Li Qing quickly turned around, looking shocked and doubtful. Seeing Lu Ming's confident attitude, he hesitated and asked, "What would be the point of doing that?" Lu Ming looked at him with a smile and said softly, "It's simple. He wants to know if He Ying holds a special place in your heart." At this, he ignored Li Qing's pale face and poured himself some wine, continuing slowly, "People like him are born without mercy or loyalty. If you want to fight him, you must be colder than him. Your last actions probably made him suspicious." Suspicious? Li Qing looked at him coldly. His anger was growing stronger and harder to control. Taking a deep breath, he said calmly, "I understand." His tone was cold and distant, as if pushing others away. Lu Ming sighed, never expecting that he would drift further from Li Qing because of a woman. Seeing his impatience, he said, "I'll leave now. I'll come back another day." After taking a few steps, he suddenly looked back at Li Qing, opened his mouth to speak, but said nothing. He silently sighed and strode out the door. Only after Lu Ming left did Li Qing stand up angrily, grabbing a nearby vase and smashing it against the wall with a loud crash. The sound of breaking pottery was accompanied by a sharp scream. Li Qing turned around and saw Yue standing at the door, looking pale with fear, her small mouth slightly open, eyes wide with panic. When he looked closer, he saw shards of the vase scattered at her feet. She had almost been hit by the falling pieces earlier. Looking at Yue, Li Qing felt very angry inside, but he couldn't get mad at his childhood friend. He sat down heavily, rubbing his forehead, and asked, "Is there something you need?" When Yue didn't answer, he added, "Why didn't you call someone when you came in?" "Where is Lida?" Yue looked at him with tears in her eyes, looking very upset. This made him feel annoyed and confused. "Lida, come here," he ordered sharply. A strong young man quickly ran over and knelt on the ground. "Yu's lady has arrived." "Why didn't you report it first?" Li Qing asked coldly, his face twitching a little. Lida had been with him for many years and knew what this look meant. He silently sighed, then knelt down and said, "I was wrong. Please punish me, sir." Yue bit her lip and silently watched the scene. Li Qing was still gentle with her. When she needed to go somewhere, she always reported it. Why is he acting like this now? Is he targeting her? She felt both angry and ashamed. Suddenly, she cried out loudly, covering her face, and ran out. Seeing her run out, Li Qing didn't know why, but he felt nothing inside. He said calmly, "Get up. If this happens again, you will be punished yourself." He respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Seeing him close his eyes tightly, looking exhausted, he slowly left the room. Yue ran to the pavilion in the garden and leaned on the railing, crying softly. Hearing her crying, a sweet voice said, "Oh, isn't that you, sister? Why are you crying here all of a sudden?" Yue didn't lift her head and kept crying. The voice spoke again. "Oh, I remember now. You, sister, did you get turned away when you visited the general?" "I knew it. You're just a concubine, so you should know your place, right? Is the general study a place you can come and go as you please?" The tone was full of glee. Yue looked up at the speaker and saw a young woman about 18 or 19, heavily made up, with thick powder on her face. She hadn't arrived yet, but a strong scent made it hard to breathe. It was Cuehua, one of Li Qing's concubines. Seeing such a woman from a brothel giving her attitude, Yue was furious. She reached out to grab her and shouted loudly, "You! How dare you talk about me?" Suehua did not expect to hit someone suddenly. She hurriedly stepped back in panic. But the rope was too long, and she accidentally stepped on it, causing her to fall hard to the ground. She fell right at the stairs between the pavilion and the ground. She rolled over and tumbled all the way down, ending up covered in mud. Yue watched this scene in shock. She hadn't expected Suehua to fall so clumsily before she even made a move. She felt very happy and burst out laughing. Suehua struggled on the ground and finally managed to sit up. Seeing herself covered in mud, her face turned pale. Hearing Yuer's loud laughter made her even more angry and pale with rage. She glared at Yuer fiercely and looked at her maids. Seeing they stood far away and didn't come to help, she scolded them angrily. "You wild girl. The lady fell, and you didn't help her? How bold you are." She was both angry and ashamed. She reached out and pinched one maid's hand. The maid cried out in pain, and Suehua, still upset, kicked her. Suddenly, with a splash, the maid accidentally fell into the pond. The maid was frightened and shouted loudly, "Help!
Ah!
Save me!" Seeing her look like a frightened chicken, Yue couldn't help but laugh even harder. The maid was terrified, waving her arms and crying out for help, which attracted the attention of everyone in the yard. After finally standing up, she realized the water only reached her knees. Meanwhile, Suehua, supported by other maids, slowly got to her feet. Although she was annoyed with her close maid, seeing Yue laughing so happily made her even angrier. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly rushed forward and pushed Yue, who was still laughing uncontrollably, toward the pond. With a loud bang, Yue fell into the water. "Help!
Help me!"
Yuer's laughter suddenly turned into a cry for help. Her face was pale with fear, and she was extremely panicked. The spot where she fell was in the pond. The water was quite deep. She splashed a few times, struggling more and more, sinking deeper. She shouted loudly, "Help! Brotherly, save me!" But after a few words, her body sank further. Just as she was about to speak again, a strong rush of pond water suddenly flooded into her stomach. Her dress was heavy and soaked, making her even more weighed down. She was about to sink completely into the water. Standing on the riverbank, Suehua was shouting loudly, "Well, you were so proud just now. Now you're afraid? Sister Yue, don't call your husband anymore. Your brotherly isn't in the mood to pay attention to you right now." As she spoke, she giggled happily. After a while, seeing Yue sink deeper and not surface again, she started to panic. She shouted, "Help! Someone has fallen into the water." Her loud cry finally woke up a few guards. One young guard quickly jumped into the water and pulled Yue out. When Yue was pulled out, her face was very pale, and she was not breathing, seeming to be beyond help. Only after the guard patted her hard on the back a few times, causing her to cough up some water, did she start to cry softly. Hearing her crying, the frightened maidservants rushed over. They knew their mistress valued this lady very much. Now that she had fallen into the water, if anything went wrong, they wouldn't get any good results from watching. The chaos at the general's residence was unknown to Hing. After forming a close bond with the fourth prince, Zhou Yan, she happily went to the Yu Tower together. The Yu Tower was a famous place. It wasn't just a restaurant or a brothel, but a large estate. Every year, countless people came here on purpose. They wanted to see the best beauties and the most famous swordsmen of 6 kingdoms compete. In short, this place was used for competitions among those beautiful heroes. Yudi, you don't know this, but the Yu Tower has several contests every month. I see that your body is too weak and lacks heroic spirit. I brought you here to soak up some energy, Zhou Yan explained proudly. Hearing this, Hing secretly sighed. She thought it was just an opera house, but it turned out to be also a fighting arena. She really wasn't interested in bloody battles. Clearly, Zhou Yan saw her lack of interest as a big problem. Men are naturally proud and bold. They shouldn't act like delicate women. He patted her hard on the shoulder. She grimaced in pain and quickly moved her horse aside. Zhou Yan said again, "Brother, don't blame your big brother for being harsh. If I don't train you to be a strong man, I'd be wasting my efforts as your brother. He Ying smiled wryly, thinking to himself, I just hope this brother doesn't take his dedication too far. The moon-getting tower was not far away. After walking for less than 15 minutes, they arrived in front of it. He Ying had heard about this mysterious estate before. Now, as he approached, he saw that it was truly impressive. It was a house made entirely of stone. Large blocks of marble were stacked to form a gate that looked like a city wall, grand and magnificent. At the gate, several swordsmen stood guard. When they saw the group arrive, they didn't say a word and simply blocked the way with their swords. Only after Zhou Yan showed his proof did they nod and let them pass. Once inside the gate, there were 5 or 6 large stone buildings. They looked simple but grand. He Ying, used to wooden houses, was amazed at how impressive these large stone structures were. A small gravel path led straight to a huge marble building in the center. The trees on both sides of the path were dense, but unlike other places, these trees showed clear signs of human work. The trees were spaced several meters apart, and many had sword or knife marks on their trunks. When they reached the big gate, they heard the clashing of weapons from inside. Zhou Yan and the others didn't hesitate and strode forward. As they entered, He Ying realized that the place was already crowded with people. The crowd sat on both sides. In the middle, 2 swordsmen were fighting. Zhou Yan and the others headed confidently toward the left side. He Ying saw that everyone here dressed similarly to Zhou Yan and the others, clearly members of the royal family or nobles of Zhou. In the center sat a man surrounded by 7 or 8 swordsmen. The man looked somewhat like Zhou Yan, about 24 or 25 years old. As Zhou Yan entered, he strode over to him. When he reached him, He Ying heard him call out, "Third brother." He realized that this young man was probably the 3rd prince of Zhou, Lu Shu, and the love interest of Princess Xian. The 3rd prince looked back at his younger brother, nodded, and said, "Come, sit." After that, he turned to look at the scene in the middle. After talking with his older brother for a moment, Zhou Yan returned quickly to He Ying and Zhou Yuan. The 3rd prince glanced over the group briefly, but paid no further attention. On the other side, there were people dressed very differently. Their clothes all had open fronts on the right side. Unlike the Zhou people, whose hair was combed back and tied up, these people wore their hair loose at the back, with a crown on top. This style looked more free and elegant. Seated in the middle of the right side was a young man with a pale face and a fierce look in his eyes. His features were delicate and handsome. Behind him, there were about 7 or 8 swordsmen. One of them, a man in his late 20s, stood to his right, looking proud and confident, with a strong, masculine face. Seeing He Ying's gaze, Zhou Yan softly whispered in her ear, "That is a person from Qi." Sitting in the middle is Prince Li of Qi. He is the 2nd son of the Qi Emperor and his favorite. Do you see the young man on his right? That is Prince Li's top swordsman, a master fighter. In this place, it's common to call princes and kings gongzi, young master. Sometimes they are called differently, like prince or king. He Ying nodded and looked directly at Prince Li. When their eyes met, he was immediately struck by her. A flash of admiration appeared in his eyes, then a smile curled on his lips, an aggressive, wolf-like smile that made He Ying feel very uncomfortable, so she quickly looked away. Even when she looked away, she could still feel his intense gaze on her, like a predator watching its prey. He Ying was very annoyed by his stare. She felt angry and turned her head to the stone wall nearby, which was filled with weapons. She carefully looked at each one. After a while, the contest seemed to end. He Ying took a sword from the wall, holding it in her hand, examining it carefully while occasionally glancing at the scene. She knew Prince Li's gaze hadn't left her, but she decided to ignore him. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "I am Duan Luo from Qi. I challenge that young master to a duel." As the voice fell, a sword was thrown onto the ground with a clink. At first, He Ying didn't pay much attention, but then she felt something was wrong. She looked up and saw everyone staring at her intensely. The top swordsman standing next to Prince Li was pointing directly at her with his finger.
Me?
He Ying finally remembered what was happening. Her face turned pale. That top swordsman was challenging her. Her face went white as snow, and in Prince Li's eyes, there was a hint of pride and determination. At this moment, Zhou Yan hurried over to her, looking nervous. Ying saw him and whispered nervously, "Big brother, I can't do it." Zhou Yan shook his head and said carefully, "You still have your sword in hand. The rules of Yulu are clear. Anyone here can challenge the person holding a sword." Ying's lips trembled as Zhou Yan helplessly added, "This is quite unexpected. I should have explained these things to you earlier. If you had brought a servant, they could have fought in your place. But you are alone." Ying asked nervously, "Brother, can I borrow your servant?" Zhou Yan smiled bitterly. "My servant is known to everyone here. It would be shameful to deceive a swordsman by pretending otherwise. I'm afraid that if I do that, even if I survive, all the swordsmen in the world will come after you." Seeing how scared Ying was, Zhou Yan patted her shoulder and said bravely, "It's nothing, little brother. At worst, I will die. You've been brave for 18 years. Stand tall. Even if you have to die, don't let others look down on you." His words were not unkind. In this era, it was common to offer one's head as a gift, and human life was cheap. But dignity was very important. Once, a nobleman's favorite concubine saw a swordsman from her husband's guards stumble while walking. She couldn't help but laugh. As a result, the nobleman beheaded her and presented her head to the swordsman. That was the way of choosing talent. Seeing that the situation was serious, Ying straightened her back. She held the sword carefully and took a deep breath, thinking, "Fortunately, I have practiced swordsmanship for a long time. I still have a fighting chance." Once her emotions settled, she strode confidently into the arena. The man named Duan Luo waited in the center until Ying stopped opposite him, then nodded slightly. He then bowed to both sides and said loudly, "Everyone, I am Duan Luo from Qi, challenging Hiyu from Li. Regarding this sword, I humbly request, if I happen to win against Hiyu, he must become my loyal servant from now on." At this, everyone in the crowd realized why Duan Luo was challenging Ying. It turned out that Prince Li was interested in her and wanted to use this opportunity to take her as a twin disciple. Zhou Yan and Zhou Yuan were furious, their faces turning pale, but they could not argue back. Because proposing a bet in a challenge is a natural thing to do. Even if it's a bit excessive, no one can really complain. Instead, everyone, including the third prince, turns their attention to Ying. They see that Ying is very young but has a striking appearance. Her face is like carved jade, and her presence is graceful and flowing, like wind and clouds. Standing among them, she looks truly elegant, especially her eyes, which seem to be full of charm and make people feel restless. Such beauty is rare among the 6 kingdoms, so it's no wonder that the young nobleman is captivated. If I were in his place, I would probably feel the same. At this moment, many people secretly regret not acting sooner. Ying is very angry, but now she is not afraid anymore. Since arriving in this world, she has been cautious all the time, but in the end, her life is still at risk. It's better to follow her heart and do what she wants. She coldly looks at the young nobleman's infatuated eyes and says, "All right, but I have a request." She stares directly at him, focusing on the sword at his waist. The sword looks very old-fashioned, and since she entered, the young nobleman has kept his hand on the sword's hilt. Sometimes, he looks at her with concern and caution. It seems to be a precious item. She coldly states, "If I win, you must give me that sword. That's my first request." When she says this, everyone is surprised again. They all know that the young nobleman's sword is a national treasure of Qi, regarded as a divine weapon, the Danqing sword. Hearing her demand, the young nobleman's face turns pale. He then thinks, what if she asks for something else? From her gait and expression, it's clear she's not a swordsman. Someone like her can't possibly win. So he loudly replies, "Fine, I agree." Everyone can guess what the young nobleman wants. For now, they just make a few surprised noises and then fall silent again. Ying coldly says, "Second, if I win, the young nobleman's pendant, which he is wearing, will also belong to me." She continues, "Third, if I win, you must pay me 50,000 gold coins." Her 2 requests are not easy for the young nobleman. The pendant in his hand was passed down from his mother's family. He doesn't know what it's for, but it's something his ancestors said he shouldn't give up easily. He didn't ask why Hiying wanted it. Instead, he sensed that this small object carried a very familiar aura. The 50,000 gold coins are not a small amount. In this relationship between the two countries, exchanging money usually involves only 1 or 2,000 gold coins at most. The best swordsmen would even be willing to cut off their heads as a gift for just a few thousand gold coins. Therefore, when Hiying made this request, Prince Li's face looked very unhappy. But he was determined to get what Hiying wanted. Seeing her eager face and bright eyes watching him closely, it seemed she was waiting for him to give up this challenge. Hiying also thought this way. She looked at Prince Li nervously, hoping that her bold request would make him hesitate. But she was still a bit inexperienced. Her clear intentions showed on her face, and Prince Li could easily see through her. He chuckled loudly, his eyes turning cold, and firmly said, "Fine." Once he agreed, Hiying had no way to turn back. She closed her eyes, trying to calm her anxiety and fear. She silently recited the moon sleeping technique, calming her mind to a state as still as water and as clear as the wind. Soon, a faint smile appeared on her face, which made Prince Li almost drool. Hiying took a half step back, pointed her sword forward, and looked steadily at Duan Luo. She spoke in a deep voice. "All right." As she spoke, Duan Luo also stepped back 2 steps, slightly bowed his body, and looked steadily at Hiying. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Amid everyone's anticipation, a middle-aged man stood up. He swept his eyes over the crowd and raised his voice to shout, "Chigua's swordsman Duan Luo challenges Hu of Zhou. If Duan Luo wins, he will become Prince Li's servant and must obey his master's will for life. If he wins, Prince Li's sword pendant, the jade medallion, and 50,000 gold coins will be handed over. The challenge will be executed immediately after the bet is made." He raised his long sword high. In the quiet, expectant crowd, and in the tense atmosphere where you could hear even the heartbeat, he coldly shouted, "Begin." With this command, Duan Luo pointed his sword upward, then slowly shifted it to the side. After completing this ceremonial gesture, his eyes fixed on Hiying, and the tip of his sword pointed downward to the ground. Hiying mimicked him, lowering her sword tip. For some reason, once she was in the moment, her heart became as calm as still water. Everyone around seemed to disappear. Only Duan Luo and his sword remained in her sight. This feeling is very strange, as if everything is incredibly peaceful, and time seems to have stopped moving. Hiying completely entered a silent world. At this moment, he felt no fear or worry. She quietly stared at the scene, holding her sword still. Until this moment, Duan Luo was secretly surprised. He never expected that the young boy in front of him, only about 13 or 14 years old, could make him feel like the wind couldn't move him and thunder couldn't be heard just by a simple gesture, like a master. She stood there clearly, but moved like the wind and water, without a fixed shape. It was hard to see any flaws or know where to attack. At this time, others on the field also noticed Hiying's unusual behavior. The young master's face darkened, then thought, "No matter how talented Hu is, he's still young. Besides, Duan Luo is the strongest swordsman under my command. In a fight, life and death are at stake, and a young and experienced boy can't understand that kind of brutal fight." With this thought, his mood settled. The fourth prince and others saw Hiying's performance and finally showed a smile. They believed that just from Hiying's gesture, he could hold his own against Duan Luo. The two faced each other for a while. Duan Luo slowly leaned forward, eyes like a wolf, full of killing intent. But Hiying, standing opposite him, was as calm as water, as gentle as the wind, seemingly unaware of his deadly intent. Seeing her reaction, Duan Luo was even more surprised inside. Usually, he relied on his battle-hardened killing aura to force the opponent to move. Any move would cause him to lose the advantage. He never thought that he was truly extraordinary. A smile appeared on his lips as he thought, "Good. Interesting, I like it." With that smile, he slowly pointed his long sword toward Hiying. Suddenly, he shouted sharply, and his sword, accompanied by a thunderous sound, shot toward He Ying's eyes like lightning. In an instant, he was right in front of He Ying. At this moment, she hadn't even raised her sword. Amid the small gasp from the crowd, He Ying's mind suddenly exploded like thunder. She clearly felt that Duan Luo's sword was slowly aiming at her eyes. But that was just a fake move. His real deadly attack was his foot kicking toward her stomach. At the same time, she also felt that he didn't really want to kill her. I just wanted to hurt myself to show my loyalty to my master. This quick, sudden event flashed through He Ying's mind. Just as the sword was about to stab into his eyes, He Ying suddenly took a small step to the left. He stopped and smiled as he looked at Duan Luo. Duan Luo is a top swordsman, known for his fast moves. The person next to him didn't see his attack clearly, only feeling a sword wind mixed with thunder, rushing toward He Ying like lightning. It looked like it would hit He Ying, but He Ying casually shifted his foot, causing the sword to miss completely. There was a small gasp from the crowd. Everyone was thinking about how likely they would be to win if they faced that move. The more they thought, the paler their faces became. Duan Luo wanted to make a big impression in front of the young master, so he used his best skill, Thundercloud Flash Sword. This sword move is very fast and famous in the martial world. Among his opponents, only a few, including He Ying, had ever seen him use this move right at the start of a fight. But unexpectedly, He Ying easily dodged it. Even the flying cloud kick that followed was missed, hitting only air. This exchange was very short, only a few seconds. After that, Duan Luo stood seriously in his original spot, looking at He Ying. He Ying, meanwhile, moved 5 steps to his left and calmly watched him. Good. Truly a hero in his youth.
Duan Luo laughed loudly.
After laughing, his face turned serious. He flicked his sword, and dozens of light shadows shot toward He Ying's chest like slow but fast-moving flashes. He Ying felt very calm, more than ever before. Standing there, watching his opponent's dazzling moves, her eyes suddenly slowed down. She saw a tiny gap in the dozens of shining sword tips, right at the turning point of the blades. Then, she flicked her hand, and her sword shot out like a flying needle. With almost invisible speed, she easily stabbed into that gap. There was a clear sound of metal clashing. Duan Luo felt a strong force rush into his chest from his sword. He was pushed back 3 steps before stabilizing himself. His face turned pale. Finally steady, he looked at He Ying, who still appeared relaxed and carefree, as if a gentle breeze was blowing. His handsome face showed the calm confidence of a master, full of assurance. This time it was a big surprise to everyone. The first move didn't hurt He Ying, but she didn't suffer any loss either. This time was different. A top swordsman from the 6 kingdoms, famous across the land, was easily pushed back a few steps by a young boy in front of everyone, and even his face changed color. This was no joke. Young Master Li suddenly stood up. He looked fiercely at Duan Luo. If Gu Nian hadn't been present, he would have already started shouting. The 4th prince and others were both surprised and happy. Only the 3rd prince, after observing He Ying for a moment, turned to a middle-aged man nearby and quietly asked, "This young brother seems a bit familiar?" The middle-aged man whispered in his ear, "This He Yu should be General Li Qing's last wife, He Ying. I don't know what method she used, but just now she became sworn brothers with the 4th prince." "3rd prince, what do you think about this?" The 3rd prince looked at He Ying for a while, then slowly smiled and softly said, "Don't tell anyone. Give my order to block this news completely." The middle-aged man responded quietly and then focused on the scene. He easily defeated Duan Luo's 2 moves. He Ying was now very happy and gained much confidence from this match. In these 2 moves, she didn't even use her new sword techniques. All her actions were almost instinctive. This was thanks to her use of the Sleeping Moon technique. She didn't know that the Sleeping Moon technique wasn't just a martial secret, it was a foundational book from the cultivation world. Its purpose was to make a person's 6 senses more sensitive. When the eyes see something, the image is sent to the brain, which then issues commands, this chain of nerve reflexes. Ordinary martial artists often practice repeatedly to speed up this process. But He Ying didn't need to. She directly nourished her 6 senses. The sleeping moon technique usually didn't show its effects. Only in life and death moments, when a person's potential was triggered, would it reveal its power. If she hadn't fought today, Hiying would never have known she possessed such ability. The sleeping moon technique had been passed down for many years, but no one else practiced it as tirelessly as Hiying. That's why her performance was the first of its kind in the world. Now, she has much sharper senses. Her eyesight, smell, touch, and subconscious awareness, all far better than ordinary people. Because of this, she can quickly notice even the smallest signs of danger. In other words, the skill she practices hasn't increased her internal strength much. Instead, it has made all her senses extremely sharp and detailed. Of course, her recent sword training has also been very helpful. Her keen senses mean that if her eyes see something and her ears hear something, but her hands' movements are not in sync, she cannot react effectively. She has worked hard to improve her sword skills so that her movements and reflexes are truly coordinated. Naturally, Duan Luo knows that the young master is now annoyed. His mood is also very bad. He looks at Hiying with anger. Slowly, his eyes show a fierce, wolf-like killing intent. He has already made up his mind. The young man in front of him is a serious rival. If he only thinks about hurting her but is afraid of accidentally killing her, he will lose the advantage and ruin his reputation. So, his actions will become more direct. Winning is all that matters now. Hiying's life or death is no longer his concern. His killing intent now feels real. Hiying is very sensitive to this. Her excellent senses, sharpened through life and death experiences, are now fully activated. But I am not afraid. Hiying still remains calm, secretly thinking, I now have a feeling that I can control everything. So, go ahead with your deadly move. I won't be afraid. Duan Luo slowly turns his sword. The silver-white blade reflects the sunlight coming through the window, shining with rainbow colors. Among these colors, besides their beauty, there is also a strong sense of danger. He points his sword at Hiying and says slowly, Young Master Hiyu, I underestimated you just now. Now, I swear on my honor as a swordsman, I will give my all in every move from now on. His expression is very serious, even respectful toward Hiying. In this swordsmanship era, respect from an opponent is highly valued and appreciated. Unfortunately, Hiying is not from this time. She just finds it amusing. You want to fight me with all your might, yet you still look at me as if I should be grateful for your effort. Therefore, her expression is very calm, even with a cold smile. This cold smile clearly angers Duan Luo. His eyes darkened as he said, So, young master, he looks down on me? As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a fierce wolf-like roar. With this roar, his sword swung wildly, like a rushing river. In an instant, a strong internal force combined with sword energy shot straight toward Hiying. It was a wind-like attack. Because Hiying lacked enough internal power, she wobbled slightly. To everyone, Hiying now seemed like a small boat caught in a big wave, ready to be overturned at any moment. At this time, the fourth prince couldn't help but stand up, clenched fists tightly. His actions caught his older brother's attention. Seeing his younger brother so concerned about Hiying, the third prince's smile deepened. Hiying secretly sighed. She could clearly see each move coming from the opponent, but her own actions were a bit slow. There was no way around it. The powerful wind created by this internal force was just too strong. But being able to see through the attacks was already impressive. So, amidst the fierce assault, Hiying's body kept staggering and falling apart. Sometimes she took a step forward, but her upper body seemed unable to handle it, narrowly avoiding the tip of the sword by less than an inch. Other times she retreated a step, her footing unsteady, almost being cut by the sword's tip. Each time she narrowly escaped danger, yet each time she managed to avoid disaster. Everyone around was so absorbed that they forgot where they were, watching with wide eyes and trembling with excitement. One by one, they couldn't help but stand up. Every time Hiying narrowly dodged, there were sounds of surprise, admiration, or scorn. They couldn't find the words to say more. Because this set of sword moves, totaling 108 techniques, was his signature style. Each move was fast and fierce, like a hurricane at sea, seemingly capable of destroying everything. Hying struggled to hold on, feeling like she was walking a tightrope in a dangerous act. The wire was her first time walking on, with no safety net. One careless step could mean death. When she saw the sword wind coming again toward her chest, she noticed a big opening under his left ribs. With her current skill, she couldn't strike that opening to block or counter the attack. But she was able to lift her left foot, point her sword tip directly at the flaw, and force him to retreat without success. 20 moves have now passed. After escaping death 20 times, Hying's six senses, activated at the critical moment, have reached a higher level. Her vision has become sharper, and her movements are slightly faster. In martial arts, speed is the key to victory. She has no internal energy, but with her quickness alone, Hying's small boat can steadily find the water's flow and direction in every whirlpool. Therefore, each time she makes a move, Hying seems to coordinate with him as if they have practiced thousands of times, precisely timing her step to hit a weak spot. This forces him to change his attack and reveals his opening. Strange, this boy clearly has no internal energy. An old man in his 50s, sitting to the left of the third prince, murmured. Not only he, but everyone noticed that this young man named Hugh had no internal energy at all. At the same time, her swordsmanship was not systematic. Each move seemed to be a spontaneous reaction to Duanluo's attacks, based on watching his moves. What kind of sword style is this? Everyone wondered. Zhou Yuan stood beside the fourth prince. He was one of the 4 great sons of Zhou City, and also its most famous swordsman. When he saw Hying's moves, his face grew more serious. After a while, he slowly exhaled and softly said to Zhou Yan beside him, "Your Highness, this young brother of yours, he has never truly practiced swordsmanship, nor has he internal energy. The reason she can fight Duanluo, who is a top swordsman, is because of her sharp eyesight and almost instinctive agility. Every move she makes is precise. It's as if she already understands Duanluo's techniques and has predicted every move. Even Duanluo's master couldn't possibly know every one of his moves in detail." Hearing this, he shook his head and said, "This He really is hard to understand." No one could figure out Hying's martial arts. To everyone, she seemed just a fragile girl, easily knocked down with a little more force. Yet she stood tall amid Duanluo's fierce attacks. Not only did she not fall, but as time went on, she appeared even more composed. Such attacks are impossible to sustain. They would consume a lot of internal energy. Therefore, as Hying endured 30 moves, Duanluo's situation became increasingly dangerous. Prince Li's face turned pale, and his eyes showed a look of hatred and anger. He was also a top swordsman himself and naturally understood Duanluo's predicament. Hying felt more relaxed as time went on. Although Duanluo's moves still had strong sword waves like surging tides, they were weaker than at the beginning. As his sword waves weakened, the flaws in his techniques became more obvious. Actually, they weren't very obvious, but Hying no longer needed to use all her strength to steady herself, making her movements quicker and more agile. Duanluo pursed his lips, suddenly trembling with his sword, which emitted a loud roar like a dragon. The sword light split into 3 parts, moving like ghosts and shadows toward Hying's eyes, chest, and lower abdomen. In fact, this was just one move, but because his hand trembled and the sword light was so swift, it seemed as if 3 swords were attacking her at once, in 3 separate strikes. Hying's heart was calm to the extreme. She clearly saw that Duanluo's move was dazzling on the surface but was actually near its end. There were already 2 flaws in his attack. She smiled faintly, lifting her sword tip quickly to strike at 2 points where the 3 waves of light connected. At the first point, her sword lightly touched Duanluo's wrist, giving a gentle tap. Although her strength was small, it caused Duanluo's hand to wobble slightly, and he was caught off guard. She then aimed at the second point, and her sword tip reached it just in time. This time, she struck the inside of his arm at the pressure point. The pressure point is a vital spot on the human body. Even though He Ying's sword had no internal energy and no real force behind it, this strike caused Duan Luo's hand to suddenly loosen. His sword fell to the ground with a loud snap. Amid the exclamations of everyone, He Ying moved swiftly forward, aiming directly at Duan Luo's throat. Everyone stood up in shock. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. He Ying smiled lightly, her sword pointing at Duan Luo's throat. Duan Luo's face was pale, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. But no matter what, He Ying had won. The middle-aged man who announced the verdict was also stunned. Although everyone was amazed by He Ying's sword techniques, no one expected that she could defeat Duan Luo so quickly, this top swordsman under Prince Li. At this moment, He Ying sheathed her sword, her beautiful eyes shifting as she looked at the middle-aged man. She asked softly, "Did I win?" Only then did the middle-aged man suddenly come back to his senses. He loudly declared, "The winner of this match, young Master Hiyu." As soon as he finished, the fourth prince, Zhou Yan, immediately shouted happily and ran toward He Ying with open arms, his face full of joy. He Ying was also very excited. Words failed her and she couldn't speak at all. She saw Zhou Yan running toward her and smiled as she approached him. She threw herself into his arms and held him tightly. However, she didn't notice that Zhou Yan's ecstatic expression looked a bit strange. He foolishly opened his arms, and only after a moment did he embrace He Ying. At that moment, He Ying was already buried in his chest, softly crying. Zhou Yan stammered, "You won, you won. Why are you crying?" His face, which was slightly red, suddenly became serious. He ignored He Ying's emotional state and said, "Brother, you really need to work on this. Winning is winning, but crying makes you look less like a man. By the way, why do you still smell like perfume?" He Ying was a bit annoyed by his words, but her excitement finally calmed down. She thought about how embarrassing it was to cry in front of so many people while buried in his arms. Feeling shy, she stepped back, her face red, and lowered her head. There were many important people in the crowd, some of whom liked men. Seeing He Ying like this, many people's eyes gleamed with interest. But when they remembered that even a master like Duan Luo was defeated by her, their interest gradually turned into regret. At this moment, He Ying wiped her face with her sleeve and turned to the pale-faced young Master Li. She asked clearly, "Young Master Li, does our bet still count?" Young Master Li's lips trembled a few times. His eyes, full of killing intent, sharply looked at Duan Luo, who looked defeated. But he didn't speak. The words he had just said, spoken in front of so many people, made it hard to deny the bet. Still, he knew this was a serious matter, especially because of the sword he carried. It was a symbol of Qi's national strength. Now that it was in Zhou's hands, how could he face his country again? Seeing his awkward and distressed look, He Ying felt very pleased. She deeply despised him, this despicable and shameless person, who forced her into a duel just to satisfy his beastly desires. Now he had lost both his wife and his army. The two princes and many others from Zhou had already reacted. They knew this was a big blow to young Master Li. At this moment, the crown prince Zhou Yan loudly said, "What? The proud prince of Qi also wants to renege on the deal?" He smiled on his face, but his eyes were fixed tightly on young Master Li. Young Master Li's face grew even paler. His lips trembled slightly, but he still didn't speak. The third prince, standing nearby, burst into loud laughter. He clapped his hands and said, "It seems the third prince is reluctant. I wonder if it's the 50,000 gold coins he's hesitant about, or the sword in his hand." At this moment, a middle-aged man standing behind young Master Li stood up. He looked at He Ying for help, with a bitter smile, and said, "Sir, this sword is truly special. Would you consider changing the condition?" He ignored the words of the princes and directly looked at He Ying. He thought that since she was young, if she softened her heart and refused, it would be a huge loss. But he didn't know that He Ying hated their pressure to fight even more. She sneered and said, "Want to change? Why didn't you want to change before the fight? Now that I've won, you want to back out?" Her words were sharp and aggressive, making the middle-aged man's face turn pale. The others exchanged glances, looking helpless and unsure of what to do. Ying turned to Zhou Yan and said clearly, "Brother, I leave this to you. I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while." Zhou Yan nodded with a smile, looking at her worriedly. He softly asked, "Are you okay?" Ying shook her head and said, "Just a little tired."
She really was exhausted.
After enduring so much pressure, she suddenly relaxed and felt like collapsing onto the ground to sleep. Zhou Yan called 2 people over and said, "Take my younger brother back to my house to rest for a while." Then he turned to Ying, proud and excited, and said, "Don't worry. This time I will teach young Master Li a good lesson, so these people from Qi country won't have the face to shout at me again." His face was full of pride, looking very excited. Ying responded with a hum and followed the 2 men out of the estate. Once outside, she got into one of the carriages and leaned back, wanting to sleep. But she couldn't sleep. She was a woman, and if she fell asleep and was discovered, it would be trouble. Despite this, she didn't think about returning to the Li family. The Li residence was a scary place, and she had to stay alert there. Around Zhou Yan, she just needed to hide her true gender and not let him find out. The carriage swayed gently as Ying felt dazed and weak, leaning against the wall inside. For some reason, after shaking for a while, her mind became clearer. Gradually, a smile appeared on her face, because she realized she now had the ability to protect herself. Even the chief swordsman of a royal prince had been defeated by her. That means she could now be considered a famous swordswoman in 6 kingdoms. "Li Qing, I am no longer afraid of you." Her smile grew wider, and her eyes nearly narrowed into slits. Suddenly, she seemed to understand many truths and the rules of survival in this world. This is an era where the strong dominate. Now that I have the power to defend myself, why should I stay in the Li family and suffer? I can leave anytime. Yes, I will stay at my brother's house for now. She also thought about Li Qing. Although he was her nominal late husband, she didn't believe he would come to Zhou Yan's house to find her. After all, he still cared about his reputation. He wouldn't want everyone to know that his late wife had stayed at someone else's house for a while. Even if he didn't care about his reputation, if he dared to come to Zhou Yan to take her back, she could expose him. Isn't this the age of the strong? Then she would let everyone see that she was unhappy with her late husband because he couldn't even protect her. Haha. By then, Li Qing would be utterly humiliated. As for Zhou Yan, he seemed like a carefree and kind-hearted boy. Even if he found out she was a woman, she didn't think it would matter. After all, she had already gained respect from him and Zhou Gua. Her identity didn't matter whether she was male or female. And her father, she was just a daughter, with 2 older brothers above her. Li Qing wouldn't dare threaten her father, right? Even if he did, her brothers would handle it. Ying thought, I have no choice. I just want to survive and live freely. As long as I achieve that, I will learn to be selfish, ruthless, and cold-hearted. I can do it. Her eyes showed determination, and her face gradually brightened. At this moment, she felt no sleepiness. However, her body still ached and was exhausted. "Mr. He, we've arrived," a hoarse voice sounded outside. Ying responded with a hum and jumped down from the carriage. In front of her appeared a grand estate, luxurious and magnificent. But right now, her mind was filled with excitement. She showed no interest in watching at all. She tightly followed 2 guards and walked inside with her head down. When they reached a small courtyard, one guard said to a few maids and young servants who came running over, "This is the young lady's newly recognized brother. Please take good care of him." After speaking, he bowed respectfully to Ying and stepped back. Ying waved her hand and called the people kneeling before her. She said weakly, "Where is the bathhouse? Take me there." The 2 young women responded and respectfully led her into a large bathhouse made of white marble. In just a moment, everything she needed to wear was prepared. The bathwater was filled with fresh flowers. Ying waved the 2 girls away and said, "Stay outside the door and give the order. No one is allowed to come in. Even if your master comes, they are not to enter. Do you hear me?" After they left, Ying quickly took off her clothes and jumped into the warm water. It was so relaxing to take a bath. He Ying let out a big sigh and lazily leaned against the stone wall, feeling sleepy, but not wanting to sleep. She didn't know how much time passed, but her fatigue eased a little. Still, she was afraid someone might come in. She stood up, dressed, and, led by a maid, went to her bedroom. She collapsed onto the big bed, feeling drowsy. Just then, a maid came in quietly and said, "Young Master Hiyu, there is a maid named Xiao Huan looking for you outside." Xiao Huan? He Ying's sleepiness suddenly disappeared. She had a sudden thought. It must be Li Qing who found out about her and sent her. It was because Xiao Huan was following Li Qing's orders to get information from her. He Ying had been upset about that, and she now felt distant from Xiao Huan. She waved her hand lightly and said, "Just say, I am sleeping. Remember, no one is to see me." After the maid left, she thought to herself, "Sorry, Xiao Huan, I just want a better life. I really don't want to go back to the Li residence anymore." Xiao Huan was indeed sent by Li Qing to call He Ying. She didn't expect the young lady to say she was asleep and refused to let her in. They all looked at her coldly. Xiao Huan felt nervous and uneasy. She remembered how angry Li Qing looked just now, and she didn't dare go back to him. She sat in the living room, thinking she would wait until the young lady woke up, then go back together. She waited and waited, but no sound came out all evening. When the stars appeared in the sky, Xiao Huan was so anxious, she wanted to cry. She nervously walked back and forth in the guest room, unsure whether to return to Li's house or stay here. She felt like she had nowhere to go. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Xiao Huan happily rushed over and tightly grabbed He Ying's hand. She called out, "Mississippi," seeing no one around. She then called her, "Miss," again. "Miss, the general sent me to call you back to the house." "Miss, how could you fall asleep here? If the general finds out, he will be very angry." He Ying looked at her calmly, her eyes showing worry. She softly asked, "Xiao Huan, how many years have we known each other?" Xiao Huan thought for a moment and replied, 8 years. He Ying sat down on a chair and said quietly, "Yes, 8 years. Xiao Huan, tell me, during these 8 years, have I treated you like a sister or a servant?" Xiao Huan was surprised and said, "Miss treats Xiao Huan very well, so I naturally see you as a sister." He Ying nodded and said, "That's right. I do see you as my sister. Whenever something happens, you're the first person I think of. Even when I face danger on the road, I step in front of you." She looked seriously at Xiao Huan and said, "Don't you think that in such situations, you should be the one protecting me?" Xiao Huan was stunned, seeming unable to respond immediately. She lowered her head and after a moment said, "Miss is a very good person." He Ying smiled bitterly and said, "Xiao Huan, do you know? I regret it." Seeing Xiao Huan's surprised look, she continued, "I regret being so good to you." Xiao Huan's face turned pale, her mouth opening in disbelief. He Ying continued to speak to herself. "A few days ago, you were actually sent by Li Qing to test me. You've completely forgotten that I am your master." When Xiao Huan looked like she wanted to speak, He Ying waved her hand to stop her and said, "I know you're doing this for my sake, but I need your complete loyalty. Today, it was Li Qing who called you here, wasn't it?" Xiao Huan suddenly knelt on the ground and cried out, Miss, please don't be like this." Xiao Huan is scared. She tightly held onto He Ying's dress, and tears filled her eyes. He Ying shook her head and said, "I didn't want to see you at first.
But then I thought it's better to be honest.
I'm just an ordinary person. My father and brothers are unreliable, and Li Qing is even more so. We can't trust anyone. So, from now on, I will walk my own path alone." In Heping's choked voice, she gently sighed and said, "I wrote a note. Please go to the third prince's residence and find Miss Lu Shulu. She will treat you kindly when she sees my face." Heping desperately shook her head and said repeatedly, "No, I don't want to leave, Miss." Miss Heping knows she was wrong. "Please don't abandon me." He Ying looked at her softly and said, "If you stay with me, you'll only be a burden. Heping, go to Miss Lu's place first. Maybe one day, when Miss has the ability, she will come to find you." She stood up, handed a note to Heping, and then turned to leave. Back in her room, she lay down and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, it was already the next day. After washing up, she heard Zhou Yan's loud voice outside. My brother really is something. He slept so long that I had to go looking for him several times. I think I need to train him more in the future so he's not so timid, so he doesn't cry so much, and so he doesn't love sleeping so much. Ying listened and sighed in frustration. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's voice rang out. You just like to talk back. Yesterday, when she was in the fight, who was the one crying in a panic? And who was the fool laughing and saying having a little brother is great and impressive? She slept so long, and just now someone was saying her body is too weak and she was frightened. She should rest well. This string of questions made Zhou Yan speechless. Then, laughter came from outside. After a while, Zhou Yan's angry voice sounded again. You're not a woman, but you talk so much. Hearing his furious voice, everyone burst into laughter. She didn't expect it to be so lively outside. After checking her outfit and seeing that it was appropriate, Ying stepped out. As soon as she appeared, 7 or 8 young boys looked at her with admiration. A young scholar-like boy examined Ying and said, So, young Master Hiyu is really a refined and elegant person. I didn't believe it at first. When Zhou Yan saw her, he immediately strode toward her. He reached out and tightly grabbed her shoulders, making her frown in pain. He seemed unaware and happily said, Haha, brother, you're awake. Look, I brought you something. He pulled Ying toward a stone table. Ying looked at the items on the table, an old-fashioned long sword, a small seed, and a large stack of gold notes. Zhou Yan proudly said, This silver note is only worth 10,000 gold, and I have 4 more thousand gold. I've already sent someone to collect young Master Li's belongings from Zhou's estate. It will take about 4 or 5 days to gather everything. He laughed loudly and said, Brother, you're so bad. You hit me just once, and now you want to sleep. Don't you know? Later, young Master Li almost kneeled to me. Haha, that was so exciting. Ying first picked up the small seed. Holding it, she felt a stronger sense of familiarity. She looked at it but couldn't understand what it was. She then put it into her bosom. Next, she looked at the long sword on the ground. She drew the sword out. Its cold light was bright and dazzling. She looked at it with interest, not noticing the hesitant expressions of Zhou Yuan and others. After a while, she turned around and handed the sword to Zhou Yan. She said, Brother, this sword is a national treasure of Qi. I dare not keep it. You should give it to the emperor. When she said this, the young men around her looked happy, and Zhou Yuan and others showed admiration and approval. As a small commoner, if she really took such a sword representing the country's dignity, it would be dangerous. But if it was kept in Zhou's treasury, it would be very different. It would show the country's strength. Zhou Yan slapped his palm and almost dropped the gold note from Ying's hand. He grinned and said, You're really clever. Fine, I'll turn it in for you. You've done a great deed this time. But your gold makes me jealous, so I won't give you a reward. Ying's eyes widened and said, Of course I want a reward. You need to ask His Majesty for a safe passage decree. If I accidentally make a mistake, I want everything to be forgiven. Zhou Yan and the others were stunned. After a moment, Zhou Yan said, You're quite sharp, kid. That's a big request.
Fine.
This national treasure of Qi, in exchange for your life, isn't a bad deal. Seeing that he agreed, Ying's eyes sparkled happily, her gaze bright and watery, making the young men feel dizzy. She lightly opened her red lips and said, You promised. Zhou Yan almost covered his eyes, thinking, My brother is too handsome. Darn, looking at him makes me nervous too. Ying took out a stack of gold notes and handed them to Zhou Yan. She said, Brother, please send this for me. Zhou Yan took it without hesitation and loudly said, Brothers, we can celebrate for a while. The young men all laughed loudly, their faces full of joy. Their eyes toward Ying also became much friendlier. Ying carefully stored the gold notes and the mustard seed, thinking to herself, My money is still at the Li residence. I should take it out when the time comes. Until now, she hadn't seen Li Qing, and she felt very happy. Zhou Yan saw that she had been talking for a long time before finishing the matter. He immediately pulled her over and loudly ordered, This courtyard now belongs to my brothers. Do you hear me? Be more respectful. His words were directed at the servants. After the servants responded, he looked at Ying and said, "Brother, go play with your older brother. Your status is no longer ordinary. After this battle with Duan Luo, you'll become famous. You'll be known as a young hero of Zhou. Many people outside want to meet you now." While speaking, he pulled Ying along and started to walk. Ying could only smile bitterly. When they reached the courtyard gate, Zhou Yan handed his sword to the butler and told him Ying's requests, then turned and walked out without looking back. Ying looked back at the butler. He was a man in his 30s, handsome and scholarly. He had a strange aura, not at all like a typical butler, impressive and noble. Seeing Ying staring at him, he nodded slightly, appearing generous and confident. A group of people left loudly and grandly. When they reached the gate, several carriages and horses were waiting outside. Zhou Yan loudly said, "Bring all the horses. We're not women. Why do we need carriages?" He then jumped down from a black horse. Soon after, servants led out a few fine horses. Ying rode the smallest one and, together with everyone else, headed outside. Only then did she realize that Zhou Yan hadn't introduced these people to her. But she thought, never mind. She was too lazy to smile and greet everyone. She felt very happy. Although she knew that Zhou Guo was just one of the 6 kingdoms and that even with the king's protective talisman, it wouldn't be very useful, she thought that Li Qing, as a general of Zhou Guo, might at least restrain some of his actions. More importantly, she now had 50,000 gold coins. That was an astonishing amount. She could live comfortably for 3 generations without doing anything. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. The smile on her face was very sweet. She smiled so happily that Zhou Yan and the others felt dizzy. Seeing Zhou Yan's expression, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He rode his horse closer and softly asked, "Can't handle your brother's smile?" Zhou Yan rested his hand on his forehead and said, "It's strange. When she smiles, I get dizzy and nervous. My brother is good at everything, but his looks are not so great. He's a bit too handsome." Zhou Yuan laughed loudly and said, Don't you know? Girls all like handsome guys." He then squinted his eyes and said, "As the 4th son of Zhou City, I am a very handsome man. But look at these women. They're all staring at your little brother, who hasn't even grown a full beard. Don't they have good taste?" Now they had reached the city. Zhou Yan noticed that the women in groups of 3 or 5 were pointing and talking about their group. Of course, Ying was the most watched. Next was Zhou Yuan. No wonder this proud young master from Jiangdu was unhappy. But why was he squinting so fiercely? Zhou Yan looked at Zhou Yuan with suspicion. When Zhou Yan looked at him, Zhou Yuan grinned and softly added, "But I attract only women. Your brother, on the other hand, has many men looking at him too." Haha, he laughed proudly, looking very arrogant. Zhou Yan saw that many men passing by also had stars in their eyes when they looked at Ying. He got angry and said bitterly, "Where do all these men come from who like boys?" Hearing this, Zhou Yuan laughed even more happily. Ying watched the two of them joking and laughing, feeling a bit confused. She couldn't help but ride her horse over and softly asked, "Zhou Yuan, brother, what are you guys doing? Why are you laughing so happily?" Zhou Yan chuckled and quickly said, "It's nothing really." Zhou Yuan kept smiling and looked strangely at Ying, making her feel a shiver all over. Seeing this, Zhou Yan asked repeatedly, "Have you decided where to go play this time?" Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "You know the answer. Since Mistress C is performing at Jade Flower Tower today, of course, we're going there." Ying heard this and forced a smile. This new older brother of hers, who took her to fight yesterday and now to perform, was really exhausting. This time, Ying misunderstood. Xin Yang is a traveling courtesan who moves between 6 kingdoms. She is one of the 4 most famous performers of her time. She is free and owns her own singing and dancing troupe, with all the members personally chosen by her. This woman is stunningly beautiful and an excellent singer and dancer. She is very well known across the 6 kingdoms and has good relationships with many noble families. Whenever she performs in a city, the streets are often filled with crowds. Yudi, Xin Yang's performance is really outstanding. Although yours are quite special, hers is definitely worth seeing. Zhou Yan suddenly said, leaning in close. He had seen Hiying perform once before. This time, he wanted to bring his new younger brother to experience her different singing and playing skills. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, yes, Xin Yang's dance is a true masterpiece. Hiyu, if you don't see it, you'll definitely regret it. Hiying knew this wasn't about and felt very happy. He cheerfully replied, in that case, I really want to see it. The group walked together down the busy street, lively and full of energy. Hiying was in a very good mood, smiling happily and looking around. Suddenly, she saw someone. Her smiling face froze for a moment, and she quickly turned away, coldly avoiding his gaze. Lu Ming was standing at the corner of the street, quietly watching Hiying. After a brief glance, she looked away again. Seeing her reaction, Lu Ming's face remained cold as ice. A guard beside him softly said, young master, do you want to say a few words to her? Lu Ming shook his head and said, not now. She is no longer just a weak woman. She is also a skilled swordswoman. He sighed heavily, looking unsure of what to do. He was at a loss because this was a chaotic time. Although men were considered superior, strength was what truly mattered. There was no moral teaching, only absolute power, and a variety of ideas competing openly. Although Hiying was nominally Li Qing's wife, if she truly tore into him, there was nothing he could do about it. Li Qing clearly cared for her sincerely, so now they were helpless in dealing with Hiying. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, Lu Ming said, let's go. Lu Ming's appearance stirred Hiying's heart for a long time. Then she thought, why bother? Anyway, I just want freedom. The worst outcome in the world is simply death. Thinking this way, her mood immediately improved. Look, we've arrived at Yuhua Tower. Zhou Yan pointed loudly at a small wooden building ahead and said to Hiying. Hiying followed his gesture and saw that the Jade Flower Tower was a charming small building, very beautiful. The group reached the door of the tower, and immediately, several women with heavy makeup and bright clothes came to greet them, laughing as they led them inside. Inside the small building, everyone kept walking further without stopping, heading deeper inside. They continued until they reached a lake at the back and then stopped. On the lake, there were about 15 or 16 decorated boats, with a small island in the middle, beautifully adorned. Facing everyone was a large stage on the island. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, the Jade Flower Tower truly lives up to being the best in Zhou City. Just look at this scene. No one can match it. He was a regular here and was speaking to Hiying. Hiying asked curiously, do people all stay inside the boats to watch the show? Isn't that inconvenient? Zhou Yuan pointed at the boats and said, it is a bit inconvenient. But who are the people coming here? Everyone has skills. At that time, these boats will be connected with wooden planks, covered with silk cloth. When that happens, it will be lively. Many people will fall into the water. Seeing that Hiying seemed a bit confused, two slim young men explained. Everyone stands on the wooden planks. Although they are covered with silk cloth, there are big gaps between the planks. If you're not careful, you might fall into the water. Then, it's a test of everyone's skill. Now Hiying understood and found it interesting. Only here would watching a show also require being careful about falling into the water or other dangers. While they were talking, the people from Jade Flower Tower were already preparing the lake. Hiying looked and saw it was true. There were about 2 or 3 meters between each plank, enough for someone to fall in. She thought to herself, this is a bit boring. For those without skills who can't swim or can't afford a boat, this kind of performance is impossible to even imagine. Zhou Yan shouted, looks like we arrived a bit early. Let's go to our reserved boat, have some wine, listen to music, and time will pass quickly. Everyone agreed, and they turned to walk toward one of the boats in the middle. Hiying looked at the dozen or so boats and thought, how could the powerful families in Zhou City be only a few? It seems that only the people on these boats are truly important. She was thinking along these lines when Zhou Yan said, if I didn't lack internal strength, I wouldn't want to sit on this pleasure boat. It's so stuffy. Maybe standing on the wooden deck would be more fun and exciting. Upon hearing this, Hiying was speechless. Zhou Yuan said, Mother C's performance is a big event in Zhou City. I've heard many talented scholars from the 6 kingdoms will come here. It seems today's debate and discussion event is unavoidable. He knew what a debate and discussion event was. It's a gathering where people talk about ideas, events, current affairs, even martial arts and views on life. This was a special feature of their time. Talented and clever people often gained fame through these debates. Once they became known, even if they were weak in strength, they would be respected by everyone in the Six Kingdoms. Debate events happen regularly and can be held anytime. This time, with C's 4 famous performers, the event would be grand and attract many talented people. It would definitely be exciting and have a big influence. Hearing about the debate event today made Hiying even happier. Just then, Zhou Yuan suddenly said, "Hiyu, you defeated Duan Luo and became famous overnight. Many in the Six Kingdoms will want to challenge you. You need to be prepared for the debate today." Hiying nodded, her eyes shining with excitement. In this era, books were rare and precious. Few people could read, and even fewer knew a lot of different knowledge. Although Hiying wasn't deeply learned, she had a broad understanding because her previous life was in a time full of knowledge. So, she wasn't afraid of the debate event and even looked forward to it. Now, the bigger her reputation, the more helplessly Qing and others would be against her. A group of people entered the pleasure boat. The boat was large, with a main cabin big enough to hold all 10 of them comfortably, leaving plenty of space. Of course, there were many other rooms on the boat, but during this busy time, none of them would be empty. However, the main place to enjoy performances on the boat was limited, and Zhou Yan and his friend Status made their choice of seats the best. Some sat, others knelt, as singers and performers kept coming in. Hiying found it boring and leaned against the window wall, lost in thought. A beautiful singer girl bowed slightly to the crowd, then played the guqin and sang along. She was talented and looked charming. The audience became more interested. Zhou Yan saw Hiying looking half asleep and wanted to go over and pull her up to drink together. However, Zhou Yuan, standing nearby, pulled him back and said, "Hiyu is still young and hasn't experienced this kind of scene. She's probably nervous. Just let her be." Hiying really did start to feel nervous.
Even she didn't quite understand why.
Maybe it was anticipation. After a while, lanterns lit up one after another and more people gathered outside. They were all dressed richly, and the carriages were elegant. The guests who came here were mostly wealthy and well-known, so greetings and conversations filled the air. Many beautiful women appeared at this event. Elegant noble women and famous young ladies came together, making Zhou Yan and others dazzled. Seeing Hiying watching carefully, Zhou Yan whispered, "Little you, you're still young. Do you also like beautiful women?" Hiying's face turned pale, and she shot him a sharp look. She caught Hiying's glance and Zhou Yan chuckled happily. After a while, he said, "My younger brother is tall but weak and thin." He looked Hiying over and added, "Besides, none of the beauties here have the appearance of a brother. It's better to wait a few more years." He said this proudly, clapping his hands and laughing loudly, almost leaning back and forth. The young boys around saw his happy face and smiled. Zhou Yan was very protective of his younger brother. If someone else had said that, he would have jumped out to scold them. Hiying was angry and said bitterly, "How can someone be like a big brother?" "Humph." Zhou Yan laughed again and said, "If you're in a bad mood, there are many maids in my house. Want me to send a couple to cheer you up?" Hiying's face turned red with anger, and her bright eyes flashed with fire. She quickly stepped in front of Zhou Yan, looked him over carefully for a moment, then suddenly shook her head and sighed. "What kind of person is he? A pig brain? What kind of thing is this? Why isn't his master here too?" After saying this proudly, she crossed her arms and stood there, waiting for Zhou Yan and others to react. Zhou Yan only realized after a moment that Hiying was insulting him. He quickly stood up and reached out to grab her. Hiying dodged to the left and avoided his hand. Where could Zhou Yan let her run away freely? In that moment, he lunged forward and grabbed her. He moved as quickly as the wind, and the two of them started to play and fight in this small space. Just then, a charming voice rang out. "Fourth brother, what a fancy mood you're in, playing around here with a young girl." Upon hearing this, everyone on Hiying's side turned pale. Zhou Yan looked at Hiying with concern and then glared angrily at the woman. It's been so long, and your tongue is still so rude. Seven sister. Hiying was also furious. Her face turned red as she glared at the beautiful girl, who looked about 15 or 16. The girl was accompanied by 5 or 6 guards and a few noble disciples. Everyone looked at Hiying with a teasing expression, as if waiting for her to lose her temper. Hiying took a deep breath, knowing these people didn't come with good intentions. The girl's words were probably meant to provoke her and make her fight. They had prepared well, and their guards were likely not ordinary swordsmen. Thinking of this, she carefully examined the girl's companions and saw a tall, handsome man in his 30s with a pale, cold face. He was very tall, about 1.8 meters, and had a fierce aura that made Hiying feel scared just looking at him. She sneered and said slowly, "Same to you. This young lady is quite impressive, bringing so many followers out with her." Hearing this, everyone around the girl changed their expressions. She was about to speak, but Hiying suddenly raised her voice and shouted, "Stop!" Everyone was stunned and looked at her. She then calmly said, "Miss, are you trying to say I insulted you and want to fight? A fight is fine, but besides you, I won't accept anyone else's challenge." After saying this, she flicked her robe and sat back down gracefully. This young lady was naturally the 7th princess of Zhou. When Zhou Yan blurted out her name, everyone knew the answer. But Hiying deliberately didn't call her a princess to gain some control of the situation. The 7th princess and her people had come prepared. They never expected Hiying to strike first. Now, everything she said had taken the lead, and they didn't know what to do. Hiying took a sword from one of her guards and slowly wiped it. Then she pointed the blade at the 7th princess and said calmly, "Miss, what do you think?" After speaking, she pointed her sword downward, actually adopting a fighting stance ready for a duel. At this moment, a young man standing beside the 7th princess shouted, "You are so rude. Facing a weak woman without a sword, you still dare to threaten her." Hiying looked coldly at them and said in a deep voice, "I would never want to wash away such shame with someone else's blood." She then threw her sword onto the ground in front of the 7th princess and said coldly, "In 3 days, I will meet with the 7th princess. I hope she will personally come to fight me." She looked at her with pride and disdain and said coldly, "I believe, although there are many men and maids around you, you should have the courage to fight in front of everyone." She insisted that the 7th princess herself fight her, pressing her with every word. For a moment, everyone behind the 7th princess didn't know what to say. Originally, it was understandable for Hiying to challenge the 7th princess directly, since the princess had provoked her first. But such a girl as the 7th princess, who probably knew little about swordsmanship or fighting skills, wouldn't dare to duel someone like Hiying, who had defeated a top swordsman. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Hiying saw a middle-aged man behind the 7th princess, her eyes flickering. She quietly leaned in and whispered a few words into the man's ear. His expression immediately relaxed. She knew he was thinking of a way to deal with her. She then laughed loudly and said, "All right, to prepare for the fight with the young lady in 3 days, I will spend these 3 days resting and sharpening my skills. I won't touch my sword or accept any challenges. I truly value you, young lady." When she said this, the middle-aged man's face changed slightly. Clearly, what Hiying was planning was exactly what he intended to do. Since the duel was in 3 days, he could find a way to make Hiying either die or get hurt by someone else, so the 7th princess could win without fighting. After speaking, Hiying smiled at Zhou Yan and said, "Brother, I won't be making any trouble these days. If anyone challenges, you should send someone to handle it." Zhou Yan smiled back and said loudly, "Of course." The 7th princess angrily stomped her foot and turned to walk away. Her companions quickly surrounded her and left with her. Watching them go, Zhou Yuan softly said, "You, 7th sister, I don't know whose idea you listened to, but you've become someone's pawn." He looked at Hiying and said, "You're now in the spotlight. It seems you won't have fewer troubles soon. You have no internal strength, so you must be careful." Hiying nodded slightly. She now kept a calm face, deep in thought. She knew that after her fight with Duan Luo, more problems would come. But now, having tasted the thrill of wielding her sword, she didn't want to compromise anymore. In fact, even if she felt wronged, she couldn't get everything she wanted. It seemed she must focus entirely on swordsmanship and internal strength from now on. Hing thought silently. More and more people gathered outside. When Hing looked up, her face turned pale, and she instinctively shrank back inside. Just a moment ago, she saw Li Qing and Lu Ming among others. Carefully, she hid herself in a corner, afraid to look outside. After a long while, she finally lifted her head. Li Qing and the others didn't seem to be sitting on a decorated boat, but standing on a wooden platform. His face was serious, with furrowed brows, and he kept glancing around. At that moment, someone whispered something in his ear, and his eyes shifted toward Hing's direction. He stared tightly at her, his expression full of anger and deep thought that Hing couldn't understand. When Hing saw his gaze turn toward her, she quickly shifted her body aside and hid. She didn't dare even lift her head for a long time, fearing Li Qing might notice her. Her fear of Li Qing was deeply rooted and hadn't lessened even after she suddenly gained some martial skill. Clenching her teeth, Hing thought to herself, "What's coming will come sooner or later. There's nothing to hide from." With that, she straightened her posture and looked outside again. But by then, Li Qing was no longer looking in her direction. By this time, many people had arrived. Everywhere was densely packed with people. They kept greeting each other. Li Qing was also chatting happily with someone nearby. Seeing him laugh and talk so freely, it seemed his earlier serious expression was just her illusion. Usually, most men stood on the wooden platform, while the noble ladies stood at the front of the decorated boats. They looked elegant and fragrant, speaking softly, making the men around them distracted. There were about a dozen decorated boats, each with 30 or so people sitting or standing in front. Hing only glanced briefly and saw that most of the people on the boats were gentle scholars. Their clothes varied, and they looked like talented people from different countries. Thinking about this, Hing found it quite interesting. The people here are quite polite. They actually put women and scholars on the pleasure boats, while the local nobles stand on the wooden platforms. She thought of this and shared her idea with Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan chuckled and said, "You don't know this. There are 10 pleasure boats specially arranged for those scholars. As for the women, everyone who comes here is not an ordinary person. It's easy to get a seat on a pleasure boat," he suddenly added. "Staying here is so boring. Why don't we leave this boat and go join the lively crowd on the wooden platform?" When he said this, a group of friends all agreed happily. Hing replied calmly, "What's the point of going on the wooden platform? Everyone's sweat and smell are obvious, and there's no elegance in that." Everyone stared at her in surprise, then burst out laughing. Zhou Yan patted her shoulder heavily and said with a smile, "Brother, you're still not good enough. A real man should have some smell. What's the point if he doesn't? No, I must train you properly. If you keep like this, you'll turn into a girl." After saying this, he thought Hing might be angry, so he placed his hand on his chest and made a defensive gesture. But he didn't realize that Hing, being a woman, wouldn't take this as an insult. At this moment, lanterns hung high everywhere, and the night mist slowly covered the water and sky. Stars appeared faintly in the sky, and the last traces of the setting sun gradually disappeared. The crowd grew more lively, and when they looked at the island, their eyes shone even brighter. Hing now understood why these people preferred standing on the wooden platform rather than sitting on the pleasure boats. It was simply because they had too few entertainment options. Whenever they had a chance to stay with others and have fun or joke around, they eagerly seized it. On the island, lanterns continued to light up one after another. The small lights grew brighter and reflected on the water. When over 1,000 lanterns were lit, the place looked like daytime. Suddenly, a soft sound of flutes began to play. As the music started, everyone became much quieter. In the faint music, there was a gentle sound of a zither. However, when the zither music played, the flute sound stopped, and the two sounds overlapped but did not blend well. Despite this, the music was still extraordinary for everyone present. Soon, the sound of the flute and the zither blended together, rising and falling, faint yet beautiful beyond words. Hiying didn't realize that this was her achievement. Before her, no one here knew that instruments could be played together in harmony. Occasionally, they might mix sounds, but no one paid special attention to the music or harmony. However, after she played that piece, laughing at the red dust, at the Lee residence and performed with Mr. Liu, this style of ensemble music became very popular and quickly became fashionable. As the music spread, everyone was enchanted. Even Hiying listened with great interest. She could clearly feel that the skill of the person playing the flute and zither was far beyond her own. The music drifted in waves, light and airy, seemingly carrying a faint floral scent. Hiying looked up and saw a row of young girls dressed in gauzy clothes standing on the small island. Each girl was quite beautiful, holding baskets of flowers, scattering them into the lake. No one knew where they got so many flowers. They seemed endless. Soon, the lake was covered with blossoms, red and pink. The fragrance was subtle but pervasive, making everyone feel as if they were surrounded by flowers and beauty, lost in bliss. As the girls appeared, the music shifted to a gentle, melodious tune. In everyone's eyes, it seemed like a wonderful spring scene. The breeze was warm and lively, and the girls played happily among the flowers, smiling and chatting, immersed in the springtime joy, making everyone feel refreshed and happy. Hiying and the others listened, enchanted. The girls' actions of scattering flowers looked like dance moves, graceful and captivating. The scene was so beautiful that even those familiar with modern special effects couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. The girls' flower scattering was not uniform. They danced as if performing a dance. Later, they lifted their arms and tossed the flowers high into the sky, letting the petals drift with the wind. At this moment, everyone was eager to leave the boat cabin and look outside through the windows. They all moved toward the deck. Hiying followed, and as she appeared, she immediately felt a gaze fixed tightly on her. She took a deep breath and turned to meet that gaze. Sure enough, the person watching her was Li Qing. Li Qing's eyes were filled with both anger and an indescribable longing. He stared intently at Hiying, a slight smile curling his lips, as if saying, "Come here." Hiying responded with a calm, gentle smile, then turned her head casually, as if she hadn't seen him at all. The moment she looked away, Li Qing's face turned red with anger, and he stepped forward as if to approach her. Fortunately, Lu Ming held his arm tightly and whispered something in his ear, causing him to stop. Although he paused, Li Qing's face darkened further. He kept his eyes fixed on Hiying, as if eager to swallow her whole. She looked steadily at the island, a faint smile on her lips. She was in a very good mood, and the more annoyed Li Qing looked, the happier she felt. Li Qing was a man of high status, so he dared not look at her openly. After glaring at her resentfully a few times, he finally turned away in frustration. Hiying stood straight and still. She was about 1.73 meters tall, which was quite tall for men of this time. Even though she was young, her impressive height and elegant demeanor, with delicate features and icy beauty, drew the attention of the noble guests around her. Especially because she had recently become famous, the nobles' gazes on her grew hotter. The young princess of the Qin country, now among some noble women, kept glancing at Hiying and whispering with her companions. The women kept sneaking looks at Hiying and giggling. Their lively dresses and smiles attracted everyone's attention and made Hiying more noticeable. On the wooden platform, besides Li Qing, two other handsome young men also drew a lot of attention. Both were very good-looking, each with their own charm, Li Qing and Zhou Yuan. Li Qing was strong and slightly darker-skinned, with handsome features, standing like a tall pine tree. Zhou Yuan was tall and straight, but he had a charming, slightly mischievous aura, with captivating almond-shaped eyes. He enjoyed flirting, especially when he saw beautiful women, and often shot playful glances at them. Among the two, the young man on the left near the painted boat was about 18 or 19, with a fair face and delicate features. His gentle expression and white long robe made him look like a refined young nobleman from a wealthy family. Another young man, standing not far from Li Qing, had handsome features and an air of nobility. Although in this noble gathering his elegance was not very obvious, it still made people feel he was special. He was a young master from a wealthy family. Seeing He Ying keep looking at these two people, Zhou Yan said, "What are you looking at?"
Them?
"They are two of the four great young masters, famous in the city. Look at the one on the left." He pointed to the delicate young man. "That is young Master Chu. Don't be fooled by his weak appearance. His sword skills are top-notch. And the other one," he pointed to the noble young man, "that is young Master Manhwa." He hesitated when mentioning Manhwa, saying nothing more. Then he pointed to Li Qing and said, "That is General Li, a great warrior of our Zhou. Although he is also one of the four young masters, people still call him General." He stood next to He Ying, chatting happily, not noticing the third prince in a decorated boat nearby, who was smiling as he watched them. The prince clapped his hand and softly said to a thin man in his 30s, "Fourth brother is really clueless. Until now, he hasn't sent anyone to investigate He Ying's background carefully." The thin man respectfully lowered his head and replied, "The steward of the fourth prince did send people to investigate. They've already received false information we provided. They think He Gongzi, is an orphan from a noble family." The third prince's gaze shifted to Li Qing, and he chuckled softly, lowering his voice. "Very good, very good. My foolish father even gave that great imperial decree to He Ying." Now Li Qing must be very upset. He looked coldly at Li Qing and said, "This man has always been loyal to my father. I've tried many times to get close to him, but he remains unmoved. Now, just seeing his pale face makes me very happy." Then he turned to He Ying, carefully studying her, and softly said, "But with such a stunning beauty, no wonder Li Qing's face turned green." Li Qing didn't even have time to eat before he had to watch her laugh and talk happily with others. "Just thinking about it makes me feel so good." The thin, middle-aged man chuckled and whispered, "General Li has made a big mistake this time. He originally married He Ying to control that person. Now, it seems he has fallen deeply for the daughter of his enemy." The third prince followed his words and looked at Li Qing, almost bursting into laughter. He held back a smile and said, "Li Qing's biggest weakness is his poor taste in women. Not only does he lack judgment, but he also has no experience. The two concubines he took are really embarrassing for us. Now, he openly wears a green hat with his current wife, who is his last wife. It seems Li Qing can't stand tall in this area." He paused, his face turning serious, and continued slowly, "Keep this secret. Don't let anyone know that He Yu is actually He Ying, Li Qing's last wife." This was the second time he emphasized this, and the thin man clearly understood how important this was to him. He immediately nodded and gave orders. Suddenly, the lively music stopped. The crowd's chatter also came to a halt. In a place with hundreds of people, everything suddenly became very quiet. At this moment, the women who had been scattering flowers into the sky had already gathered with their flower baskets, standing in a semicircle around the island. Amid everyone's anticipation, a woman stepped forward. She was in her 30s, with snow-white skin, charming looks, and a very good figure. Her clothes were not loose robes with wide sleeves like others, but slightly fitted at the waist, revealing her chest. This simple change made her mature and alluring, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She walked to the front of the stage, bowed gracefully to the crowd, and said softly, "Remember 3 years ago, we also came to Zhou City. After 3 years apart, you all still look as handsome as ever." Her voice was sweet and charming. Just a simple sentence from her mouth made everyone feel weak at the knees. As soon as she spoke, the crowd cheered loudly. "Stop talking nonsense. Let Xingyang come out. Sister, it's been 3 years, and you're still so charming." The noise was so loud that the woman couldn't continue speaking. She helplessly threw a flirtatious glance at everyone and giggled. "All right, I won't talk much. Let Xingyang take the stage." As soon as she finished, cheers and shouts erupted loudly. The woman smiled charmingly, waved her hand backward, and suddenly, nearly half of the lanterns on the island went out. Li Ying, with keen eyesight, clearly saw that this was the work of a master. who in an instant threw out 50 or more stones, accurately extinguishing 50 or more lanterns. And the master was one of the young women in white standing near the island. She has a delicate appearance and is not very old. Watching her movements and expressions, as well as others' attitudes toward her, it seems she doesn't hold such a high status in the dance troupe. Thinking of this, Hying secretly feels surprised. It seems this dance troupe is full of hidden talents. A young girl standing there has such skill. What about the others? She also thinks, in this world, it seems you can't go far without martial arts. As the lanterns go out, the stage on the island, which was bright as daytime, suddenly dims mostly. At the moment the lights go dark, a graceful and indescribable figure slowly appears on the stage. With her appearance, everyone stirs. They all want to stand on tiptoe to see her more clearly, but it's not so easy. After all, she is in the shadow, and even the women standing nearby probably can't see her face clearly. Could this be Mistress C? Just as she is thinking this, a beautiful, melodious sound of a zither drifts over. As the music plays, a clear female voice begins to sing. Bright white horse, eat my field seedlings. Bind it tightly, forever this moment. The one I love, is she carefree here? Bright white horse, eat my field greens. Bind it tightly, tonight forever. The one I cherish, is she a good guest? Bright white horse, coming to mind with joy. Lord and lordess, carefree and unhurried? Be cautious in your leisure, strive to escape thoughts. Bright white horse, in that empty valley. A bundle of fresh grass, and a person like jade. No need for gold and jade in your voice, but with distant thoughts, the singing is soft, charming, and melodious, with a gentle, flowing tone unique to the Jiangnan region. These simple lines from the Book of Songs, spoken from her mouth, are especially moving. Everyone listens, as if enchanted. At this moment, Hying loses interest. She has heard and seen too much of this kind of scene. Mistress C only sings 2 lines, then the zither music gradually softens, and suddenly a flute sound rises. With the flute, Mistress C puts down her instrument and slowly stands up, singing as she walks toward the front of the stage. Seeing her move toward the front, everyone becomes even more excited. They open their eyes wide, staring closely, afraid to miss a single detail. At this moment, Mistress C's body suddenly twists, as if boneless. She plans to sing and dance at the same time? Hying widens her eyes, unable to believe her eyes. After a quick look, she notices that she only danced a few steps before a young woman in white nearby takes over the singing. The switch is seamless, perfectly coordinated, and incredibly clever. The flute sound is distant, but the young girl's clear singing is even more different from Si Nyang's. If you didn't see the person, you might think Si Nyang was singing softly. It seems this girl was specially trained by Si Nyang. Si Nyang's dance is also very beautiful. It is soft as if without bones, and moves like a rabbit escaping. Although the lighting is dim and it's hard to see clearly, this makes her figure seem even more mysterious and charming, with an irresistible allure. To Hying, Si Nyang's dance is excellent, but for someone used to acrobatics, her flexible movements don't particularly excite her. At this moment, 2 young women in white clothes each hold a torch, lighting the extinguished lamps one by one from opposite directions. As the lights grow brighter, everyone leans forward, watching Si Nyang intently. Even Zhou Yan, standing nearby, looks seriously at the stage, as if afraid to blink and miss the beauty. Hying finds this amusing. Her gaze moves across the faces of the crowd. She realizes that Si Nyang's trick is quite clever. Now, regardless of gender, everyone is fully focused on the stage. The anticipation in their eyes is so strong. Hying's eyes shift, and she can't help but look toward Li Qing. When she does, she meets Li Qing's gaze. They stare at each other for a moment, then Hying quickly turns her head away. Just as she turns, Lu Ming also turns his head. He glances at Hying, then at Li Qing, finally shaking his head and focusing seriously on the stage. At this moment, the stage lights suddenly brighten. Si Nyang's face and figure become clearly visible to everyone. When her face appears, everyone takes a deep breath in awe. This is a woman with a face like a flower and skin as smooth as water. Her features are exquisite, her skin white and tender as if it might drip water. Her narrow eyes seem both affectionate and indifferent when she looks at people. Her slanted eyebrows and eyes are full of charm, hard to describe. Unlike most women, she is incredibly charming. The bright lights shine on her face and body, and with just a glance, everyone feels a kind of enchanting spell, as if she is secretly sending flirtatious signals. She wears a sheer dress that flows like the wind, adding to her ethereal beauty. At this time, the women's clothing was quite conservative and unchanged. However, Xin Yang clearly had a clever sense of fashion. She wore a pink gauze dress that perfectly showed off her figure. Her beautiful skin was faintly visible, catching everyone's attention. When she appeared, Ying smiled slightly, feeling that this was a woman who knew how to show herself off. She had made her natural beauty, which was only 9 points, seem 12 points. Every movement she made was full of charm.
Xin Yang was still dancing.
With each sway of her body, the men's gasps reached He Ying's ears. Honestly, she was a little disappointed now. She thought Xin Yang, being a famous and lovely star, would attract many women's attention, and she should be a goddess-like figure. She looked on calmly, with a gentle smile. Nearby, Zhou Yuan and others were watching intently. Zhou Yan, however, muttered now and then, "This woman still hasn't been taken into anyone's private collection. That's strange. She's pretty, but I think my little brother looks more comfortable," he said, glancing at his companions and then smiling happily at Ying. Ying looked at him quickly, ready to confront him, and rolled her eyes. At this moment, Zhou Yuan said, "You're wrong about that. This is called spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each showing their best. Your brother Yu is beautiful, but his kind of beauty is gentle like jade and pure like snow, noble and clear." Hearing this, Zhou Yuan got excited. He looked at Xin Yang and then turned to Zhou Yan, saying, "Remember 3 years ago when Xin Yang came to Zhou Kingdom? You and your brothers were very close. Xiao Yan, when shall we go together?" He spoke with a mischievous smile. He Ying shivered at his words. She had wanted to get angry and speak up, but hearing this, she immediately shut her mouth and moved away from these two troublemakers. Zhou Yan snorted loudly and said, "Go find someone else if you want to go." When he saw Ying walking away, he quickly followed. He smiled playfully. Little brother, are you angry?" Seeing that she didn't reply, he carefully looked at her and said, "Don't be mad. Tomorrow I'll take you somewhere even more fun." Ying couldn't help but laugh at his childish tone. Seeing her smile happily, Zhou Yan let out a big sigh of relief. He patted Ying firmly on the shoulder and said, "Little brother, don't blame me for always talking about your looks. Look, you get angry so easily, you're not like a girl." Ying rolled his eyes at him. This look made Zhou Yan shrink his neck and smile, awkwardly. "All right, I won't say more. Hee." On the stage, Xin Yang was still dancing. Her dance was very beautiful, a rare sight for people of this time. Gradually, many women couldn't watch anymore and started walking into the painted boat. Maybe they planned to come out and watch the fun again during the performance. At the same time, some serious-looking scholars also disappeared. After all, in front of so many people, it still took courage to openly enjoy such a dance. Xin Yang's slim waist was as thin as a handful, and when she danced, she moved like willow branches swaying in the wind, so graceful it was hard to describe. The people remaining were mostly strong and bold men. Watching her dance, they all felt excited, and some couldn't help but walk into the Jade Flower Tower. Seeing their eager expressions, it was clear that Xin Yang had successfully turned these men into beasts. In less than half an hour, 2/3 of the crowd had left. The cheers, laughter, and teasing sounds from inside the Jade Flower Tower were very loud. Ying found it amusing. She thought to herself that Xin Yang probably needed to go to the Jade Flower Tower to collect her earnings. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. Zhou Yan, standing nearby, watched casually and occasionally came over to talk to Ying. From his attitude, Ying guessed he wasn't very interested in such glamorous shows. At this moment, he yawned widely and said, "Those people really can't hold on." They've all gone into the Jade Flower Tower. He pointed at some tall, beautiful girls standing around Xinjiang and said, "These girls will perform later too. I heard it's quite good." Then he chuckled and whispered to Hiying, "Brother, have you set your eyes on anyone? These women can be sold. Just a few dozen gold coins. You're now a rich man, so don't miss out." He was very lively, eyes shining as he pointed at the women, happily talking to Hiying. Hiying resisted the urge to roll her eyes and coldly said, "No need. These women are too dirty." Zhou Yan sighed and said, "You don't understand. These people are all specially trained, very skilled. You probably haven't played around with women before, have you?" He spoke excitedly, then suddenly looked at Hiying, noticing her face turning dark. He quickly forced a laugh and shut his mouth. After a moment, he couldn't help but mutter, "You're too shy, little brother. Men, isn't talking about this exciting?" Hearing his words, Hiying couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She had disguised herself as a man and really needed to blend in with these people. Such jokes were unavoidable to get used to. Sighing, Hiying shook her head and decided not to think about such boring things. At this time, Xinjiang had finished her dance. She bowed to everyone, then stepped back. This break lasted half an hour, which was the time for the debate conference. Seeing Xinjiang step down, all the scholars gathered in place. The women and nobles also focused intently, more nervous than at the beginning. Hiying was also very nervous. She could feel over 10 pairs of eyes on her. She took a deep breath, straightened her back, and kept a cold expression, waiting for the debate to start. On the island, after Xinjiang stepped down, dozens of young women also retreated. Under the bright palace lamps, 5 or 6 well-dressed men with tall hats appeared from inside. Each of them looked extraordinary, with a confident scholarly aura. After the 5 men went on stage, they nodded to the crowd outside, bowed slightly, then sat down at their spots with serious expressions. Zhou Yan, standing nearby, whispered, "These 5 are all important figures from the 6 kingdoms. Look at the man in the middle.
Do you see?
The thin old man with white beard. He's a famous figure among the 6 kingdoms, a modern master like Mozi, called Juzi Luoping." He nodded. Zhou Yan continued, "The Mozi disciples, the Mo Xia, gather the best experts of the time. So, the Mo sect is very influential among the 6 kingdoms. Don't be fooled by their gentle appearance. They can be formidable. When they get angry, even a king has to be cautious. Their goal is to address injustice and promote universal love and peace." This was somewhat different from what Hiying remembered about the Mo sect's principles. She hadn't expected that the Mo sect in this world was so powerful. At this moment, Zhou Yan pointed to an elderly man sitting to Luo Ping's left and said, "That is the leader of the legalists, Yan Tian. Recently, the legalist school has become very influential. 2 of the 6 states are now using legalist rules to govern. Their approach is very different from the peaceful ways of the Mahists, so their conflicts are quite intense. My younger brother, in the future, when you meet these 2 schools, it's best to keep some distance and not provoke them easily." He nodded repeatedly in response. Then Zhou Yan pointed to a middle-aged man with a long beard sitting to Luo Ping's right and said, "This is the leader of the Confucians, Ming Jia. Over the years, the Confucian school has grown significantly. Several famous scholars from the 6 states are from Ming Jia. For example, the debate meetings are mainly organized by them. Now, their strength ranks 3rd among the schools. But Ming Jia is very tolerant and open-minded. They accept all kinds of knowledge. Among the 100 schools of thought, only Confucianism, Moism, and legalism have good relations with each other." Next, Zhou Yan pointed to the second person on the left, a young man in his 30s with an ordinary face, but sharp eyes that seemed to see through everything. Zhou Yan said, "This is the leader of the Taoists, Yang Chunzi. Taoists are naturally calm and wise, with knowledge that is unmatched. They focus on understanding the universe and finding its true source. They believe in ruling by doing nothing and letting people follow their nature, which makes everyone happy. Honestly, their ideas sound good, but we don't really believe them. After all, how can someone succeed without discipline? Still, their disciples are the largest in number. Maybe because they also serve as shamans and healers, the common people respect Taoism very much. He then pointed to the second person on the right, the fifth in line, a chubby man with a round face. The man's lips habitually curl into a half-smile, giving a friendly impression. Zhou Yan said, "This is Wu Guan, the leader of the Confucian school in Zhou. Confucianism is still quite new, but our Zhou country has already started to govern using Confucian principles. So far, the results seem good. But in my opinion, Confucianism is too kind and righteous. Our country's military strength is weaker than the two states ruled by legalists. I think for ruling a country, legalism is better." As he explained, Zhou Yan shared his thoughts with He Ying. She listened with great interest. All 5 schools he mentioned matched the history she knew quite well. There is only the Manhwa school, which is very different from what she knows. In He Ying's memory, the Manhwa school advocates universal love and non-aggression. But here, the style is more like chivalrous heroes, fighting to protect the world, changing from a peaceful love to a sword-wielding way of life. At this moment, it's not just the two of them talking. After the 5 people appeared, everyone in the crowd started discussing loudly. These 5 are known for their powerful presence. Wherever they go, they stomp their feet, causing the ground to shake. No one expected that during Xin Yang's performance, they would see these 5 distinguished figures. Especially Mo's disciple, Juzi. No one thought he would also be in the state of Zhou. As the leader of the strongest school among the 100 schools, he is even more impressive than a king. His arrival made everyone even more excited. But even with their fame, people didn't dare to talk loudly. They just watched them eagerly, whispering comments quietly. Zhou Yan pointed to the people sitting on 10 painted boats nearby and said softly, "These people knew long ago that these 5 masters would come here, so they came from the 6 kingdoms. Each of these people is a famous figure in their own country. Now, they are gathered here to make a name for themselves. Do you understand? With 5 masters here, if you perform well tonight, in less than 3 days, you will become a famous scholar." He looked at He Ying and smiled. "Little brother, even though you are young, you handle things calmly. Plus, after your fight with Duan Luo and your natural charm, you've already caught many people's attention. If someone questions you later, you must show your strength. As long as these 5 masters nod at you, your name, Hiyu, will spread across the 6 kingdoms. When that happens, your talent and strength will make everyone respect you." He frowned and looked around, speaking bitterly, "Little brother, your looks are too outstanding. If you don't have a good reputation, even I, your older brother, can't protect you from others' envy. If someone powerful makes unreasonable demands on you, no one can help you. I am just a prince of a medium-sized kingdom, but there are some great figures who, when they see me, have to step back 3 points. So you must become stronger, understand?" Hearing his serious words, He Ying felt deeply moved. She sincerely looked at Zhou Yan and softly said with firm confidence, "Big brother, you truly care for me. I understand." At this point, she remembered she was still hiding her identity from him. Suppressing her unease, He Ying slowly said, "Big brother, don't worry. I know what to do. I won't let you down." At this moment, a gentle drum sound was heard. The drum was soft and brief, but it immediately made everyone fall silent. Seeing everyone quiet, Mo family's Luo Ping, with deep, ocean-like eyes, looked at the crowd and slowly said, "Everyone, I won't say much more. Now, the discussion begins." After saying this plainly, he fell silent. Just as He Ying was feeling a bit disappointed, a clear male voice spoke up. "I have a question I don't understand and would like to ask. The Mo family once said, 'Everything must have a foundation. For common people, character is the foundation. A gentleman observes others' good deeds to learn from them, and when he sees poor character in others, he reflects on himself. This way, he can improve his own character. Do not listen to slander, do not speak evil words, and do not harbor harmful intentions. Even if bad people influence you, it won't affect you." The speaker was a young man standing on a boat painting. He looked ordinary, but carried a scholarly air. He looked at Luo Ping, then turned to the crowd, speaking confidently. "There is also a saying, The actions of a person of kindness and righteousness should benefit the world, eliminate harm, and serve as their life's work. I want to ask, how do we determine what is good and evil? Is there a fixed standard? When Hiying heard this, she nodded quickly, thinking, this person has hit the point. She looked at Luo Ping with anticipation, waiting for his answer. However, after waiting quite a while, Luo Ping still kept his eyes half closed, appearing indifferent. Hiying was surprised and quietly asked Zhou Yan, who was deep in thought, Big brother, why isn't Luo Ping answering? Unexpectedly, Zhou Yan glanced at her and said, oh, you didn't know? The person answering is everyone here. Although he asked about Mo family's knowledge, Luo Ping doesn't need to answer. He only needs to make the final judgment. Hearing this, Hiying suddenly understood. At this moment, Zhou Yan added, this question is very difficult. It seems this person thought about it for a long time before coming up with it. I am afraid that no one present today can truly answer that question. Looking at Hiying, he explained softly, if someone asks a question and no one can give a perfect answer, they will still attract everyone's attention. So, little brother, if you have any difficult problems, feel free to speak up. So that's how it is. Hiying nodded, only now understanding that not only those who answer well, but also those with unique insights can stand out. Even questions that stump others can make someone shine. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Then, a chubby young man hesitantly said, that person, being helpful to others is good, and not helping is bad, right? His answer was met with many nods. Seeing so many people agree, the once unsure chubby boy's face lit up with happiness. At this moment, the young man who asked the question loudly said, helping others is good? But during a fight for power, someone might destroy a city. It's bloody and harsh, but it also makes sure others don't dare to resist, leading to surrender and fewer unnecessary deaths. The war ends quickly. So, is that good? In that case, was his action good or bad? His question made the chubby boy stand silently for a long time, unable to speak. His face showed changing expressions, clearly unable to argue. Seeing him say this, Hiying looked at the young man more carefully. She knew that in this era, being able to suggest ending war with peace and killing with kindness was truly remarkable. She didn't realize that this idea was actually proposed by Mo Jia, the current master of the Mo family. It was also one of the main theories that helped Mo Jia break free from conflict and enter worldly affairs. Luo Ping looked at the young man with a look of approval. Everyone saw this expression, and now not only Zhou Yan but even Hiying understood that this young man was probably already halfway to success. Seeing Hiying staring at him, the young man gave a strange smile. He suddenly said loudly, is this young noble, so graceful, the one who defeated Master Hiyu? His words successfully shifted everyone's attention to Hiying. She secretly sighed. She stepped forward a few steps, bowed to him, and said clearly, yes, I am. The young man smiled slightly at Hiying, but his smile made Hiying feel a sense of hostility. He heard him say, I wonder what young Master Hiyu thinks. This kind of direct question is called a challenge. It is a common feature of debate meetings. The person asked cannot avoid answering. Hiying smiled faintly and raised her voice, saying, good and evil cannot be decided in a single word. Seeing the others show disapproval, she increased her voice and said loudly, great achievements and right or wrong are for future generations to judge. The world is full of chaos. If everything could be decided with a single word, there would be no disputes. In my opinion, whatever benefits future generations and the long-lasting country is good, even if it means destroying a nation or city. Conversely, if someone at the time, for a moment of fame, ordered the cutting of trees to help the people stay warm during winter, but this led to increased sandstorms and eventually the city being covered in sand, that act would be considered evil. When she finished speaking, the crowd began to discuss. Especially her statement, great achievements and right or wrong are for future generations to judge, was repeated by many. The example she gave was based on a recent real event. However, it was not in Zhou City, but north of it. At that time, the local officials, trying to gain quick fame, cut down all the trees over 3 years during winter. Now, that place is covered in sandstorms and almost uninhabitable, almost a deserted city. Hearing her answer, the young man smiled again, but this smile was a bit stiff. He said calmly, "Young Master Hiyu's answer is reasonable. I have nothing more to say." After speaking, he bowed slightly to the 5 experts on the stage, then stood upright, waiting for their judgment. Luo Ping slowly said, "Young Master Hiyu is still young but has such insight, which is rare. The question Mr. Chendong raised is indeed worth pondering and passing down to future generations." When he finished, a few small cheers erupted from the crowd. Chendong, with a calm face, also showed a slight smile. He knew that from now on, he could add the honorific Master to his name. Hiying received a small praise. However, everyone knew that her answer was already quite unique and insightful. The main reason was that the question was too difficult and there was no way to give a perfect answer. Zhou Yan saw Hiying step back beside him and immediately smiled, saying, "Good, I didn't expect my younger brother's answer to be far beyond what I anticipated." Hiying almost rolled her eyes. She thought to herself, "How old are you? Always acting like the older brother in front of me, really." In that moment, she happened to meet the sinister gaze that Chendong was casting her way. Hiying was stunned and remembered that he had just challenged her earlier. Could it be that he had other motives? Thinking of this, she stepped forward slightly, bowed slightly, and said clearly and loudly, "Mr. Chendong just asked a question earlier. I also have a small question that I don't quite understand, and would like Mr. Chendong to explain." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Then everyone started to discuss. The looks they gave Hiying and Chendong became more curious. Even Zhou Yan looked seriously at Hiying and then at Chendong, softly instructing a guard behind him, "Go and investigate. Find out who Chendong is and what his purpose is." The guard responded and immediately left. Seeing Hiying ask him questions, Chendong was first surprised, then stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said calmly, "Young Master Hiyu, please speak." His attitude remained composed. Hiying also bowed slightly to the people on the island and loudly said, "Not long ago, I read some teachings from the legalists. One important theory is, a wise ruler should encourage his officials to work hard with high salaries and benefits and govern them with strict laws and severe punishments. Those who do well should be rewarded, and those who do wrong should be punished. This way, officials will not dare to slack off. Also, the way of a wise ruler is that one person does not hold multiple positions, and one position does not handle multiple affairs. All power belongs to the ruler himself. In this way, what is known is not contrary to the past, and rewards and punishments are clear and fair." She paused here, slightly raising her head, her eyes bright as she looked around. When her gaze met Li Qing's, she deliberately looked away. Then she turned to Chendong and asked seriously, "Throughout the entire legalist teachings, there is no requirement for the king's moral conduct or speech. But what if a ruler likes to eat human flesh, indulge in women, act recklessly, and loves war? What would happen if such a ruler is supported by a group of sycophants? I don't understand, so I ask Mr. Chendong to clarify." Chendong initially wondered what difficult question she was asking. I still felt a bit uneasy. After hearing Hiying's questioning, I couldn't help but laugh and said, "What's so difficult about that? As long as a ruler knows how to control his ministers, he can enjoy eating meat, playing with women, and causing chaos. If he likes war, what does it matter?" His answer was a classic response from legalist philosophy. At once, everyone around looked as if this was obvious. Hiying smiled faintly and loudly asked, "Do you think a wise ruler values a kingdom that lasts 1 or 2 generations, or a kingdom that lasts hundreds or thousands of generations?" Chendong looked at her with a frown and said, "Of course, a kingdom that lasts thousands of generations." Hiying gently smiled and said, "Indeed. In my opinion, ruling a country based on legalist ideas makes it difficult to maintain a kingdom for more than 3 generations." When she said this, everyone was surprised. Even Zhou Yan turned around in shock to look at her. Chendong hadn't spoken yet. The normally calm leader of the legalists, Yan Tian, suddenly stood up. His white beard seemed to puff up with anger. He pointed at Hiying with his right hand and shouted angrily, "Who is this young kid? How dare you speak so boldly and recklessly? He was probably really furious, his face turning red with veins bulging. Just as he was about to say more, Luo Ping, standing nearby, calmly said, "Leader Yan, this is a debate meeting." His calm words immediately cooled Yan Tian's anger. He sat down resentfully, glaring at He Ying with a fierce look. It seemed that unless He Ying gave a clear answer, he wouldn't stop. Everyone else looked on with a mix of surprise and mockery. The legalist school was very popular across the Six Kingdoms and was the most famous political theory of the time. To this day, no one had been able to find flaws in its main ideas. Because of this, everyone looked at He Ying with a hint of sympathy. They thought this young boy, eager to make a name for himself, was just talking nonsense. Instead of gaining fame, he might end up ruining his reputation. Zhou Yan and others watched her worriedly. Even Li Qing, among the crowd, didn't bother to be angry but looked at her with concern and anxiety. Even Mo Ju Luo Ping, who had always opposed the legalists, looked at He Ying with a doubtful expression. He didn't believe that this teenage boy could come up with shocking ideas that would shake the foundation of the legalist political system built over hundreds of years. Zhou Yan gently said beside her, "Little brother, before you say something like that, why didn't you discuss it with me first? This isn't just asking questions. You're intentionally causing trouble. If you don't give a reason, it will be hard to handle." He Ying smiled slightly and softly said, "Don't worry." Then she bowed deeply to everyone and straightened her back. The lantern light shone on her beautiful face, showing her unique charm and grace. It seemed as if the young man in front of them carried a proud aura of a ruler, capable of commanding mountains and rivers. Her natural confidence and elegance made the crowd suddenly quiet. Their eyes on her also grew more expectant and trusting. Everyone in legalist thought the most unnecessary and insignificant thing in the world is the concept of courtesy. It's about morality and ethics. But ignoring morality completely has both practical and shallow sides. He Ying spoke confidently, drawing all attention to herself. Especially when she mentioned the concept of courtesy, the leader of the Confucian scholars leaned slightly forward. He Ying loudly declared, "The biggest mistake of the legalists is that they completely overlook the fact that morality can actually be a very useful technique." Her words were strong and clear, resonating loudly. The crowd fell silent, so quiet that even breathing could be heard. Hundreds of eyes watched her closely. Standing gracefully at the bow of the boat, a gentle breeze blew her robes, highlighting her stunning face, like a fairy. After she spoke, everyone, including Luo Ping, looked thoughtful. These people were wise, and although He Ying only said one sentence, it seemed to reveal many things to them. These insights could solve questions they had pondered for years, all at once. As for Yan Tian, his anger had disappeared, replaced by deep thought. It's worth noting that during this time, the various schools of thought hadn't yet turned their theories into strict dogmas of survival or destruction. They still had a strong spirit of research and exploration, eager to find more effective ways to govern. He Ying looked around at everyone. When she passed by Li Qing, she paused briefly, but did not pay attention to her confused gaze. She turned to the island and said clearly, "A ruler's morality can be seen as a kind of discipline. Its role shouldn't be exaggerated, but it shouldn't be ignored either. Compared to rewards and punishments, it can be called a gentle art. It provides a moral high ground, a sense of belonging, and respect. These are important parts for a wise ruler when governing his people. As a ruler, if one completely abandons moral standards, it leads to chaos and instability. The country will not be steady. Furthermore, if the common people are only punished by strict laws, even minor offenses are met with harsh punishments, and their feelings are ignored. When people are pushed to the edge, how can we be sure they won't rebel? Remember, the ruler is like a boat, and the people are like water. Water can carry the boat, but it can also overturn it." At this point, she suddenly thought of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. He was a typical ruler who governed strictly by law. But what was the result? Although he confiscated all the people's metal and bronze tools, when Qin Sheng and Wu Guang delayed their plans due to heavy rain and other natural disasters, they still rose up against him. Even with bamboo sticks, wouldn't they fight back? A dynasty that relies solely on force and coercion, without flexibility or moral restraint, cannot last long. It not only ignores the patience of officials, but also the endurance of the common people. As she finished sharing her thoughts, the crowd below erupted into lively discussion. The ruler is like a boat, and the people are like water. Water can carry the boat, but it can also overturn it. Similar ideas have been mentioned in Confucianism too, but not as clearly and simply as this. Now, even the few people on the island looked thoughtful, seemingly uninterested in hearing more from her. Seeing this, Hing decided to stop speaking and wait for them to reflect. These people are all masters of political manipulation. When Hing first mentioned that morality is also a kind of skill, they already sensed the powerful truth behind her words. The legalist tactics are all about playing tricks with power. If they also use rituals and morality, it's like setting the rules of the game for these tricks. And the ones who establish these rules are the rulers themselves. Although legalism has only been around for about 100 years, the rulers who used it have already begun to see its flaws. Because it requires a high level of intelligence from the ruler, legalism is built on power and tactics. It does not trust human nature or morality. It is simply a clean way of using and manipulating others. If the ruler is very smart, they can manage well. But if, after a few generations, the ruler's descendants are no longer as clever or as skilled in politics, and their subordinates have accumulated great wealth and influence over time, it becomes dangerous. If these subordinates unite to oppose the ruler, it could lead to the fall of the state. This worry has always been in many people's minds. Although they do not say it aloud, they feel uneasy and unstable about it. When Hing suddenly brought it up, everyone realized the truth. Her simple words pointed out a clear path forward. As for the possibility of the common people rebelling, Hing's warning served as a wake-up call for some. But for most ordinary nobles, it was not a big concern. They see the common people as lowly and not worth worrying about so much. However, when she shared her idea, people thought she was a scholar of Confucianism. Wu Guan, the leader of the Confucians, looked at her several times with curiosity in his eyes. This strong stimulation made the scholars and leaders feel overwhelmed and lost in thought, unaware of how time was passing. Meanwhile, the nobles and ladies who were not interested in statecraft focused all their attention on Hiying. Hiying was already a talented person, and now, seen by these respectful people, she looked as beautiful and elegant as a jade tree, captivating everyone. Whenever she turned her head, she would give a few charming glances, making her audience both amused and enchanted. Most of the important people present were captivated by her astonishing words and did not speak. Hiying could only smile bitterly on the boat's deck, accepting the admiring, loving, or even infatuated looks from everyone. She turned to look at Zhou Yan and the others. Seeing them all frowning and deep in thought, she shook her head. She did not know that although only 2 of the 6 states now used legalist governance, their strength had already made the others take notice. Among the younger generation in all the states, legalist ideas had become seen as the most perfect and practical way to rule. In countries like Zhou, even if they no longer govern with legalist ideas, most leaders have come to trust its power. So, Hiying's words carry more weight than she might realize. Even the 3rd prince, standing far away, looked at Hiying with confusion and respect. After a moment, he softly said, "Hiying is truly extraordinary. She is the daughter of the great scholar He Fei, but I don't think He Fei has such insight." His gaze grew serious. A woman like her is truly deep and hard to understand. He spoke a few more words but didn't hear any reply. He turned to look at his side. When he looked back, he saw his trusted followers all frowning and lost in thought, as if they hadn't heard him. The 3rd prince knew these people were deep in thought, so he wasn't angry. He just smiled to himself. He looked at Hiying standing proudly in the wind, like a celestial being, and thought, maybe this woman is already enough to be the queen. Li Qing wasn't very interested in ruling methods. He was the kind of person the king could trust, because he wasn't very ambitious. He had soldiers' blood, loved battle, and only wanted quick victory. Still, he could feel the power in Hiying's words. Seeing everyone lost in thought because of her, Li Qing's eyes grew more confused. He stared at He Ying without blinking, recalling how they met. He almost couldn't believe that the fragile woman, who seemed to be on the edge of life and death with just a word from him, was actually the person in front of him, someone who first defeated Duan Luo and then spoke such shocking words. For some reason, his heart felt uneasy. And this feeling was new to him. Standing not far away, like a fairy under the moon, was that truly He Ying? She seemed very distant, unreachable. It was as if she had never come close to him, and he never truly understood her. This strange, proud He Ying, was she really his former wife? Brotherly, I never expected this. We've always overlooked her, Lu Ming said with a bitter tone behind him. He continued, we've been wrong about her all along. Not just us, he also didn't see who He Ying really is. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been allowed to stay here and suffer. He paused for a moment, speaking with difficulty, and said, this lady is truly worthy of the honor of a noble guest. He had one more thing to say but hesitated. We have already gone too far. Everyone's attention was on He Ying, and she could feel their gaze. She waited for a while, but no one spoke. After thinking for a moment, she slowly stepped back. Standing beside Zhou Yan, she quietly looked at the lake, watching the reflection of the lanterns flickering on the water. She felt a faint sense of confusion and wonder. Anyway, she now knew her goal had been fully achieved. He Ying was no longer just Li Qing's last wife or a weak woman. She had become a rare swordswoman with the talent of a noble hero, a person everyone would look at with new respect. After a long time, Luo Ping finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Everyone, what young master he said is very important. He glanced at Yan Tian, signaling him to continue. Yan Tian, who usually cooperated well with him, despite their different political views, maintained his composure in this big occasion. He looked at He Ying and said in a slightly hoarse voice, what young master he said needs to be carefully considered. Therefore, today's discussion will be temporarily paused. This was surprising, as such a pause was unprecedented since the event started. But He Ying's words had a huge impact on everyone. They all needed time to think. When he said this, no one objected. Watching them quietly return backstage, He Ying looked at Zhou Yan. Their eyes met just as Zhou Yan smiled at her. He suddenly stepped forward and tightly embraced her. The move was very sudden, and He Ying stiffened completely. Then she heard Zhou Yan's hearty laughter. All right, that's great. Little brother you, now you're famous. From now on, anyone who dares to trouble you will have to think twice. Feeling his genuine happiness, He Ying relaxed and hugged him back, happily saying, yes, I can finally walk around boldly and without fear. As she spoke, for some reason, her nose suddenly felt sore. She closed her eyes and took a moment to wipe away her tears. The two deepened their bond in this moment. Li Qing, standing far away, didn't notice that his face had turned dark purple. His hands were clenched so tightly that veins bulged, and his body trembled slightly. His anger surprised the people nearby, causing them to step back instinctively. At this moment, Lu Ming quickly reacted. He stepped forward and firmly grabbed Li Qing's hand, softly whispering in his ear, you must not lose your temper in front of everyone. Li Qing felt as if his teeth were about to break. He glared at He Ying and the others with a hoarse voice, full of hatred. After a long moment, he turned his head painfully, his eyes filled with sorrow. Does she still not see me at all? Even now? Lu Ming smiled bitterly, thinking that Li Qing's words sounded very childish. He Ying had already made her stance clear when she stayed out all night after defeating Duan Luo. Later, even Xiao Huan returned, showing that this woman no longer cared about old feelings. His older brother was still talking nonsense about her not paying attention to him. Wasn't that a joke? Li Qing didn't realize how ridiculous his words sounded. His eyes burned with anger as he looked at He Ying and the others, seeming ready to tear Zhou Yan's alive. At this moment, He Ying, who was hugging Zhou Yan, suddenly heard a voice in her ear. Little brother, how can you use perfume? Now big brother thinks he's holding a woman. Startled, He Ying pushed him away sharply. She looked up at Zhou Yan, who was grinning mischievously, and almost kicked him in frustration. Thinking about it, since they were in front of everyone, she decided to give up on that idea. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan suddenly spread his arms and ran toward He Ying, smiling brightly. "Hiyu, how can you only hug your big brother? Come, I want one too." He Ying stood still, not moving. Just as he was about to pounce on her, she drew her sword suddenly. The sound of the sword being drawn made Zhou Yuan almost jump in fright. He exaggeratedly said, This is too unfair." His playful act made all the young men burst into laughter. Soon, the laughter spread through the boat, attracting everyone's attention. Amid the laughter, Zhou Yuan glanced at He Ying, then looked at Li Qing, who was glaring at her with fiery eyes. Gradually, he showed a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he grinned and turned to throw a flirtatious wink at He Ying. Suddenly, He Ying was hit directly, almost making her vomit. Although the debate event had ended today, some scholars and nobles who were affected by He Ying's words had retreated. However, most of the nobles still stayed, waiting for Xi Nyang to appear again. Now, He Ying had become the focus of everyone's attention. People kept glancing at her, and some of Li Qing's actions also drew the notice of attentive viewers. He Ying was aware of all this. She felt Li Qing's anger, and she accepted it. But, as Zhou Yan had said, she was no longer afraid. She had become a very important person, and even a king would need a perfect reason to target her. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Throughout everything, she never looked at Li Qing even once. She knew he was glaring at her with anger, and he knew her expression was like a man who had been betrayed. She also knew that to calm his impulsiveness, Lu Ming and the guards beside him were trying to talk to him. She saw all of this clearly with her peripheral vision. At this moment, the young men who had run back to the brothel to vent their anger also returned. The debate event, which lasted about an hour, was over, and the crowd's chatter gradually quieted. Women dressed in red silk gradually appeared from both sides of the island, dancing gracefully. He Ying smiled gently and watched the stage carefully. At this time, Zhou Yan also fully regained his composure, returning to his usual self. The figures of the young women appeared faintly under the bright palace lanterns and the dark lake surface. Their steps looked light, but upon closer inspection, they were dancing. Soon, the girls circled around the island and then stopped slowly. At this moment, music began. Listening carefully, it was the sound of ancient chimes. The simple yet mysterious tone immediately calmed He Ying's heart. With the chimes ringing, the young women lifted their arms lightly, and their silk ribbons fluttered gently. Their steps intertwined, and they danced gracefully to the music. The women moved in and out, gathered and dispersed. Their slender, flexible bodies and gentle smiles captivated everyone's attention. Soon, a girl dressed in white silk stepped out from the group. Her exquisite and beautiful face carried a faint, slightly confused smile. She stood on tiptoe, her graceful legs lightly relaxed. The silk dress slid over her white legs, making soft, gasping sounds. She is the second most important person in the song and dance troupe called Yunyang. Zhou Yan's voice quickly sounded nearby. Glancing at her older brother, He Ying sometimes couldn't tell if he was attentive or careless. Usually so carefree, now he even noticed her small doubt. Yunyang was also a stunning beauty. Her beauty was very different from Xi Nyang's. It was pure and elegant. He Ying looked at her carefully, feeling a bit lost inside, as if her face carried a sense of otherworldliness. Her dance was very graceful. With each movement, she used her body to tell a story. It was very different from Xi Nyang's sensual dance. Yunyang's dance was purely artistic. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's voice rang out. Yunyang is a top swordsmanship expert. His words drew everyone's attention. He turned to look at her, frowning slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Look at her movements, full of control, almost like she is practicing swordsmanship. In this area, no one was better than him." So when he spoke, everyone believed him quite a bit. Some of their gazes on Yunyang also became more thoughtful. However, for most nobles, Yunyang's dance, though beautiful, was no different from the usual performances by their own entertainers. So, the impact was not as strong as Xinjiang's. After a short while, people started talking, some pointing at the young women on stage, commenting and judging. After a while, the bells stopped ringing, and Yunyang and the other women paused their dance, just in time. They bowed gracefully to the crowd, but did not step down. The women stood there, and soon, a charming figure appeared again. Seeing her lovely face, many cheered loudly.
Xinjiang stood quietly, smiling.
She wore a light red silk dress, standing on the island like a blooming peony, beautiful and elegant, pure yet alluring. Seeing her like this, Ying had to admit that this woman was naturally good at showing herself and dressing up. Xinjiang stood quietly on the stage. After everyone had finished their applause, she smiled slightly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Then slowly, her eyes settled on Ying. Seeing her attention focus on herself, Ying immediately remembered something she had performed before. She secretly sighed. Today's attention is too much. She must not let the situation escalate further. Thinking of this, she slowly and quietly stepped back behind the crowd until she could no longer see Xinjiang's eyes. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Today, I am honored to visit the Zhou kingdom. I have long admired the elegance of Zhou's people, Xinjiang's charming voice said softly. Not long ago, I even obtained a wonderful song composed by your noble Yulang Jun, which made my heart race with excitement. Hearing this, Ying broke out in cold sweat. She looked at Zhou Yan and Zhou Yuan, who were smirking at her, and forced a weak smile in return. At this moment, Xinjiang's voice came again. The song composed by Yulang Jun is a rare masterpiece I have never heard before. It has solved some difficult problems that have troubled me for years. So, after arriving in Zhou City, I specially sought him out. Ying's back was now soaked with sweat. She slowly moved backward until she reached the cabin. She touched her forehead and muttered, "Really? Why does everything happen at once? Why do you say everything happens at once?" A male voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Ying was startled, quickly spun around, and looked sharply at the newcomer. Zhou Yuan looked at her calmly, with a gentle smile. His dark eyes, hidden in the shadows, flickered mysteriously. He spoke slowly. "Miss Ying, Yulang Jun, and Mr. Hiyu. Besides these identities, is there anything else about your true identity?" Ying froze, her expression suddenly stiff. Her lips trembled slightly, and her small hands trembled under her sleeves. She, who was not used to big scenes, was overwhelmed by his sudden question, feeling extremely flustered. Zhou Yuan looked at her calmly, his handsome features shifting between light and shadow. Only then did Ying realize that this man, one of the 4 famous young masters of Zhou capital, the Duke of Zhengdu, was not just a spoiled rich kid. He slowly smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. I mean no harm." After saying this, Zhou Yuan turned his head and walked toward a side cabin. Only after entering their private room did he turn back and say with a smile, "Come in?" Standing outside and talking is so inconvenient. At this moment, Ying finally calmed down. She thought to herself, "There's nothing to fear. Sooner or later, my true identity will be exposed. Now that my reputation is already known, whether they uncover my true identity or not, it doesn't make much difference." Thinking this way, she felt very happy. She smiled as she walked forward calmly, her step steady and her face peaceful. It seemed her earlier panic was just a fleeting illusion. Inside the cabin, Ying casually closed the door and sat down on a chair with a smile. Seeing her move, Zhou Yuan's face finally showed a look of surprise. Now that Ying's initial panic was over, she felt more relaxed. After all, constantly worrying was tiring. It was better now that her true identity was uncovered. Anyway, she was now a person of status. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile again. Zhou Yuan kept watching her. Seeing her expression, he sighed and said, "Miss He, I have to admit, you are more admirable than most men." Ying looked up at him. She saw him leaning against the window, arms crossed, standing above her. She shook her head slightly and said, "Sit down." Standing like that is tiring to watch, Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He stepped forward and sat across from her. Seeing him sit, Hiying poured 2 cups of tea. As she poured, she said, "Young Master Zhou, since you know my identity, you should also understand why I dress as a man and call Brother Zhou my friend." She raised her head with a smile, but her eyes showed a hint of helplessness. "Our meeting was purely accidental. Becoming friends with you and your group was natural. There was no intention to manipulate." Seeing Zhou Yuan nod, she looked out the window at the dancers on the island. After a moment, she turned back to Zhou Yuan and softly said, "I just want to survive." Zhou Yuan gently rubbed the patterned outside of his teacup with his thumb. After a while, he spoke softly, "I'm not here to blame you. I just realized your identity earlier and wanted to confirm it with you." He raised his cup to Hiying with a slight smile and said graciously, "Hiying, a woman like you is truly a rare beauty in this world. Men everywhere should be ashamed." Hearing his compliment, Hiying couldn't help but smile happily. Her smile was like a blooming flower, beautiful beyond words. Zhou Yuan was so dazzled by her smile that he felt dizzy and blurry-eyed for a moment. He secretly thought, such a woman, and Li Qing actually doesn't dare to cherish her. What's more, after spending so much time together, he still doesn't understand her exceptional qualities. "It seems I have overestimated him all these years." He looked at Hiying with admiration and asked, "So, what are your plans? Will you keep pretending to be a man in the future?" Hiying frowned and shook her head with a bitter smile. She took a sip of tea from her hand, wiped her mouth with her sleeve, and loudly said, "Yes." After saying this, she felt she might have been too emotional. She looked at Zhou Yuan shyly, seeing that he remained calm, and then continued, "For me, being Hiying is painful. As a woman, there are too many inconvenient and unsatisfactory things. If I could be Hiyu for a day, I would be Hiyu for a day." Zhou Yuan looked at her determined face and only smiled. He said, "The fourth prince is a very sincere person. How he treats you, you should know in your heart. If you are hiding your true identity from him now and he finds out," he paused, noticing a hint of panic in her eyes, and smiled knowingly, "he won't blame you if he learns the truth." Hearing this, Hiying breathed a big sigh of relief. She didn't bother to argue about his deliberate chatter. Zhou Yuan continued, "Plus, you look quite young on the outside. Pretending to be Hiyu isn't impossible for these years. But after a few more years? Have you thought about that? Besides, a woman pretending to be a man mingling with men. Aren't you planning to marry and have children?" At his last words, Hiying sneered coldly, "Marry and have children?" With Li Qing, Zhou Yuan chuckled and reached up to touch his nose, smiling self-deprecatingly. "That's true. It seems now I can only pretend to be Hiyu and take things one step at a time." Suddenly, he leaned in and winked mischievously at Hiying, using his gentle, magnetic voice. "How about I help you find a job? So when you can't pretend to be Hiyu anymore, you'll have a place to stay." His tone was very flirtatious. Hiying smiled softly and proudly said, "Don't forget, I have a fortune of 50,000 gold coins." Hearing her, Zhou Yuan burst into loud laughter. Hiying felt they had reached a mutual understanding and was in a good mood, so she laughed along with him. At this moment, there was a knocking on the door outside and Zhou Yan's voice sounded. "Hey, you two, what are you giggling about inside?" Xingyang mentioned Yudi's name outside. Hiying was startled and quickly stood up. She opened the door, a bit annoyed, and said, "What does she want me to do?" "Big brother, I'm a little tired and don't want to go out." She thought to herself, "How strange. Why won't they leave me alone?" Zhou Yan looked at her angry face and blinked, then glanced at Zhou Yuan behind her. Seeing him shake his head, he suspiciously asked, "Is there anything wrong with her calling your name? You're talented, so performing a little act wouldn't hurt." Hiying pouted and said angrily, "I'm not feeling well today. I don't want to compete with her in singing or playing music. It's boring." Zhou Yan carefully observed her and muttered, "Just now you were laughing happily. Why are you suddenly so angry?" Seeing her glare with anger, he quickly forced a smile and waved his hand, saying, "All right, Yudi doesn't want to go. I'll tell her I canceled it for you. Anyway, you've already made enough of a splash today. There's no rush to do it again later." Hiying's anger, which had been inexplicably rising, was somewhat eased by his words, and she couldn't help but smile. Seeing her smile, Zhou Yan shook his head in confusion and said, Yudi's temper is really strange. Forget it, I'll go cancel it. With that, he headed outside. Zhou Yuan saw him leave and called out, Let's go together. He then quickened his pace, and the two of them left side by side. After both of them left the cabin and stepped outside, Hing leaned against the door, lost in thought. Honestly, she had been in a good mood today, everything was going well, and even the small scare earlier was quickly resolved. But why did she suddenly feel like getting angry? After thinking for a while, she muttered to herself, Maybe I'm just being neurotic. Just as she finished, her eyes met Li Qing's searching gaze outside. He hadn't seen Hiying, only knew she was inside, and was just looking around. Hiying watched him with a mix of frustration, annoyance, and longing, then sneered coldly. Her heart calmed down again. Now she understood. The reason she lost her temper earlier was because she had suddenly relaxed her guard. This relaxation allowed her pent-up feelings to take over. Suddenly, she shouted at Zhou Yan without knowing why. After saying this, she immediately regretted it. Her heart was filled with nervousness and worry. She wondered if her older brother was angry. She thought for a moment, looked at the lively crowd outside, bit her lip, and turned to open the door and walk out. She kept walking until she was behind Zhou Yan. Carefully, she looked at his expression. Unexpectedly, as soon as she made this move, Zhou Yan jumped back 3 meters. He crossed his arms protectively over his chest and hurriedly said, Don't come closer. You look so strange for no reason. You must have a plan. Stay away from me. Zhou Yan, am a proper man and I won't be tricked. All of Hiying's worries suddenly turned into anger. Her face flushed red with frustration, and she lifted her foot to kick him. But just as she was about to do it, Zhou Yan clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. Seeing his distressed look, it seemed as if her kick had really hurt him. Hiying was both annoyed and amused, standing there feeling helpless and laughing at the same time. The young men nearby all burst into loud laughter. This commotion drew everyone's attention again. Hiying looked up and met the captivating gaze of Si Nyong. At that moment, Si Nyong waved her hand, and the music suddenly stopped. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Si Nyong's beautiful eyes flicked from person to person, finally stopping on Hiying. When their eyes met, Hiying couldn't help but step back. Suddenly, Si Nyong smiled again, and her gaze at Hiying became a little mischievous. She slowly said, a humble girl, came here because I admire the name Yu Jun, but I never expected that facing each other would mean I couldn't learn from you. It's truly shocking. As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes immediately shifted to Hiying. The envy, jealousy, and desire in their eyes made Hiying shiver. She forced a smile and looked at Zhou Yan. Didn't he say he would refuse on her behalf? Zhou Yan saw her glance at him, quickly shrank his head, and whispered softly, I just sent a message. Seeing how Ying's eyes flashed with fire, he quickly chuckled mischievously. This, being remembered by Mr. C, is the greatest honor for a man. Brother doesn't want you to miss this opportunity, because you're young and naive. Hee. Seeing his mischievous smile, Hing rolled her eyes angrily. Unfortunately, under everyone's watchful eyes, she could only do this. She turned to Mr. C, took a deep breath, and said calmly, Mr. C, you're being too modest. I dare not accept your guidance. I'm just a little tired. Could we postpone it to another day? Mistress C's bright eyes twinkled, and she smiled charmingly. Her smile made everyone's eyes fixate on her, almost unable to look away. She gently said, Since Lord Yu is willing to give advice to this humble servant, I am very grateful. Very well, I will visit another day. Seeing her finally stop paying attention to him, Hing felt a huge sigh of relief. When she heard her sigh, Zhou Yan boldly moved closer. He softly said, Little brother, Mistress C is truly a stunning beauty. Why do you have no interest at all? Hing was surprised by this. She looked back at Zhou Yan and saw that he didn't seem suspicious. She pouted her lips, about to speak, but Zhou Yan continued, I think I am still too young and don't understand women. No, I must learn about women properly another day. He spoke confidently, which made Hing feel a little nervous. She looked at Zhou Yuan for help. But Zhou Yuan, seeing her gaze, quickly looked away with a proud smile, making Hing feel speechless. Mistress C's performance only had 2 acts, lasting about an hour in total, plus another hour for the performance discussion. When the show ended, it was already quite late. In the lingering, reluctant gazes of the men, Hing walked with Zhou Yan and the others toward their carriage. As she moved, Li Qing kept her eyes fixed on her, seeming eager to rush out and take her away by force. That accusatory, resentful look made Hing feel quite satisfied. She confidently passed by them without even glancing at him. Back at Zhou's residence, it was nearly midnight. Hing finished her bath and lay on the bed, staring at the starry sky, tossing and turning but unable to sleep. It seemed that overnight, everything she hoped for had become within reach. She had transformed from an ordinary, weak woman into a young noble celebrated across 6 kingdoms. From then on, there was no longer a peaceful path. Being famous for swordsmanship naturally attracted challengers, and being known for scholarship also drew debates. Both could be dangerous if handled improperly. One wrong move in sword fighting could be deadly, and a mistake in academic disputes could ruin a reputation. She smiled bitterly and muttered to herself, "What am I afraid of? Opportunities and risks are always linked, aren't they? No matter what, I just want to keep my life safe and be free. To achieve this, I will cross mountains and seas without hesitation." Her face became strong and confident. She looked sharply at the ceiling, then turned her attention to Li Qing. Today, his expressions were more varied than she had ever seen before. She finally felt able to look at him without fear, hiding her feelings and remaining calm. Thinking of this, she chuckled softly. She kept thinking and daydreaming for a long time before she finally fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. After washing up, she went to the courtyard. On the stone table, there were cakes and snacks everywhere. She was a bit hungry, so she ate while enjoying the cool breeze. The breeze was gentle like water, carrying a faint floral scent. Every time she looked around, she saw a pair of admiring and respectful eyes. Her reputation had grown a lot these days, and her elegant appearance made her a role model in many people's hearts. Especially among the maids and servants, they almost kneeled and worshipped her, seeing her as a mysterious and gentle lady. Feeling bored, she ate her snacks slowly and thought carefully. There seemed to be something important she had forgotten. What was it? After a moment of thinking, her mind suddenly moved. Oh, right. The young master Li still had a mustard seed in his hand, didn't he? Remembering this, she happily ran back into the house. She took out the seed, and that familiar feeling flooded her again. She held the seed in her palm, looked at it from the left and right, then looked at the sun. Nothing unusual was found. Then she wondered if there was some mechanism inside. She carefully examined every tiny spot on it, pressing and squeezing repeatedly. After a long time, there was still no reaction. Although there was no response, the familiar, almost soothing aura remained. Hing frowned as she looked at the object. She stared at it for a long time, then suddenly had an idea. Isn't there something about tiny nano seeds in the divine record? Maybe this is it. Thinking of this, her heart warmed up a lot. She used to not believe in stories about gods and monsters. But since she could bring herself back to life using a corpse, how could she not believe in the existence of gods and immortals? She calmed her racing heart and focused intently on the seed. She stared so hard that her eyes crossed, but the seed showed no reaction. Could it be? Hing sighed. She took a few steps around the room, then remembered something else. Excited, she took out her sword and gently cut her index finger. She squeezed out a few drops of blood and dropped them onto the seed. This method was also recorded in the divine record. Her eyes widened as she watched those drops of blood fall onto the seed. The moment the blood touched, it immediately sank in. Her heart was pounding in her chest. Suddenly, a faint white light appeared from the seed. The light was very subtle and pale. If the room hadn't been dim, she might not have seen it. After the light flashed, the seed suddenly jumped and landed on her left middle finger with a flick. Hying was stunned at first, then cheered softly. She looked at the seed on her left hand, then her right, her face flushing with excitement, almost shouting out loud. After admiring it for a while, she tried to take it off. She tried several methods, but the seed seemed to have taken root and was firmly attached to her hand. Hying thought, many legends are actually based on some truth. She wondered if the seed had now recognized her as its owner. The book said that blood could be used to identify the master. Seeing its mysterious power, she increasingly believed this object was left behind by an immortal. But how could she see inside it? Thinking for a moment, she sat cross-legged on the bed, calming her mind. She slowly followed the instructions in the Manhwa technique to circulate her internal energy through her meridians. As she practiced, she held the seed up to her eyes. She didn't know how much time passed, but suddenly, her vision showed a foggy, spacious area. Her heart skipped a beat, but before she could look carefully, the space quickly disappeared from her sight. She wasn't sure if it was real or just a hallucination caused by her energy practice. For Hying, she was about 80% sure it was real. She just saw the space inside the mustard seed. Unfortunately, her time was too short, and she disappeared before seeing anything clearly. Where there is one, there is two. Hying thought, today I must figure out this problem. She once again focused her energy, following the sleeping moon technique, to circulate her internal breath. This time, she didn't know how long passed until she opened her eyes and looked outside, feeling that the sun was already at noon, but that feeling didn't appear. Using internal breath secretly is a very comfortable thing, and time seems to pass quickly. Hying decided she must understand this. She told her maids, I have something to do. Don't disturb me no matter who comes. She closed the door again and lowered the curtain. Sitting on the bed, she tried again to circulate her internal breath as before. But after 2 or 3 tries, it had no effect. She looked at the hourglass. 2 more hours had passed. Hying was now determined. She didn't believe that what she saw just now was just an illusion. Thinking for a moment, she jumped off the bed and put all her collected banknotes, some gold, small items, and her clothes onto the bed. She jumped onto the bed, chuckling to herself, thinking, the legendary mustard seed can store things. Whether that space appears or not, this time I'll test with real objects. She focused her internal breath again, thinking, store everything inside. She repeated this several times, but there was no response. She moved slightly. Just as she moved, everything before her suddenly blurred. In the blink of an eye, when she looked again, her front was completely empty. All the items she had placed on the bed had vanished completely. What is this? Could I have succeeded? Hying was overwhelmed with joy. If I succeeded, I should try to take the items out. She once again focused her mind, circulating her internal breath, thinking, gold, come out in one piece. No use. Thinking again, gold, come out. Still no use. Thinking once more, all of it, come out. Still no effect. She tried more than 10 times, sweating profusely, but nothing changed. Those items seemed to have disappeared completely, with no sign of them at all. After a while, it was already dark outside. Hying helplessly got off the bed, pacing back and forth for a long time, realizing something was wrong. Those things went in but couldn't come out. What's the point of storing them then? Thinking that she only had some scattered gold left, Hying sighed heavily again. She comforted herself by saying, at least now I don't have to worry about these gold pieces being stolen. This thought made her feel much better. When her mood improved, her stomach immediately started to rumble. Hying stepped out and ordered, bring some food here. A pretty maidservant heard her and respectfully bowed, saying, young master hasn't eaten all day. We have kept the food warm for you. However, the 4th prince just sent someone to invite you. He said many guests are here for a feast, and he wants you to join. Do you want to eat here or go to the main hall? Hying replied, lead the way. I think I'll go to the feast. The mention of the feast made her stomach feel even hungrier. She swallowed her saliva and followed the maidservant toward the main hall where the banquet was held. The moon had risen high in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the land. The light made the garden full of flowers and trees seem mysterious. Hiying walked through the corridors, her footsteps echoing with a maidservant. Along the way, she saw servants and maids passing by, all showing respect when they saw her. Hiying smiled slightly, her eyes looking ahead. The lively sounds of laughter and chatter from the main hall kept coming. Seeing the bright lights, she suddenly felt tired for no clear reason. She reached out and gently touched her face, took a deep breath to relax herself, then quickened her steps toward the main hall. The main hall led straight to the gate, with a wide road full of parked carriages. Hiying signaled to the maidservant that she was ready, brushed off her clothes, and strode confidently toward the entrance. As she entered, almost instantly, all the noise and talking stopped. Dozens of noble men and women turned their eyes toward her. Some of them had seen her last night. In front of everyone, Hiying truly felt like a star. She smiled slightly and walked inside slowly. As she moved, over 100 pairs of eyes watched her closely, not missing a single gesture or detail. There were also many young women here, their eyes shining with excitement as they looked at the elegant woman in white. Clearly, Hiying, the talented young woman, had already attracted a lot of attention among the girls. Seeing her arrival, Zhou Yuan put down the singer he was holding and waved to her, saying, "Little brother, come sit over here. Everyone is here for you, but you, kid, keep hiding inside and won't come out." As he spoke, he took a sip of the drink offered by the singer beside him. Not only him, but nearly all the young noblemen present had singers with them, and they all looked the same. Hiying felt a bit uncomfortable and turned her eyes away. At this moment, she noticed there were at least 10 noble young women arriving. They sat very properly, showing no interest in the men around them, acting as if they didn't see anything. She smiled faintly, knowing she had lost her composure. She quickly walked over to Zhou Yan and sat down beside him on the sofa. As soon as she sat, Zhou Yan called over a few singers, then turned to wink at Hiying and said, "Little brother, pick a beautiful girl to keep you company." Hiying gave a bitter smile, knowing she couldn't escape this time. She looked up at the 5 women standing in front of her, all around 17 or 18 years old, with good looks. She pointed to one elegant and quiet singer and said, "You please." The girl nodded, blushing, and carefully crouched down next to Hiying. She reached out with her delicate hand to pour wine for her. Hiying watched her move with a faint smile. When she looked up, she caught the gaze of another girl across from her. This girl was about 15 or 16, with a round face and 2 dimples, beautiful features, lively expression. A noble air showed in her eyes and brows. She was curiously observing Hiying from the side. When she saw Hiying looking at her, she sniffed and made a playful face. This funny face made Hiying smile, and Zhou Yan, sitting nearby, immediately noticed their interaction. He laughed loudly and said, "Eighth sister, don't you want to meet Hiyu? Why not toast him a drink?" It turned out that this girl was the current 8th princess. Hiying's heart moved, and she looked at the 8th princess again. Although she was a girl, she was well known in Zhou Kingdom. The main reason was that Zhou Jun loved her very much. Another reason was her talent. Legend said that although the 8th princess was young, she was very skilled in swordsmanship. She was also very clever and had her own opinions. Because of this, Zhou Jun often took her to many diplomatic events. The 8th princess saw Zhou Yan's words and immediately stood up with a bright smile. She picked up a cup of wine and walked toward Hiying. She went straight to her side, and her gentle voice said, "Young Master Hiyu, I toast you." Then she offered her wine cup to Hiying. Just as Hiying was about to drink, she heard Zhou Yan nearby, speaking softly to himself in a slightly loud voice. Strange, Sister Ba hasn't spoken today. She kept insisting on seeing Hiyu, and now that she has, she's so quiet. Something's not right. Something's not right. His murmuring was loud enough for almost everyone to hear. Immediately, Sister Ba's face turned red, and she pouted playfully. "Zhou Yan," she shouted, stomping her foot in annoyance. Seeing her shy expression, many people burst into laughter along with Zhou Yan. Hiying couldn't help but smile slightly. Her smile made the 8th princess's face turn even redder. She shot a look at Hiying, as if scolding her for being so teasing, then turned and sat back in her seat. So cute, Hiying thought to herself. At that moment, her stomach made a loud growling sound. She turned to Zhou Yan and said, "Big brother, is there a feast?" "I'm hungry." Zhou Yan chuckled loudly, clapped his hands, and declared, "Serve the feast, play the music." As his voice fell, rows of young women dressed in palace clothes carried food boxes into the hall. At the same time, beautiful music began to play from the front of the main hall. With the music, groups of young women gracefully stepped out, sleeves flying and fragrant with powder, dancing elegantly. Suddenly, the hall became lively and bustling. Dishes were brought to each person's small table, and the aroma of wine, meat, and perfume filled the air. Hiying was very hungry but couldn't eat yet because she was waiting for Zhou Yan's speech. As the host, Zhou Yan stood up when the food was served. He raised his cup and loudly said, "Everyone, I'm really happy you came today. Though, honestly, you're here because of my little face." Hearing this, Hiying's face turned bright red, but the young men and women, regardless of gender, all laughed happily. Their eyes on Hiying were full of teasing. Zhou Yan made a funny face at Hiying and said, "But as the big brother, I'm very glad you all came. Later, we'll eat first. After dinner, if you want to tease me, I have no problem with that." Hiying listened to this and looked very unhappy. Seeing her helpless expression, the young men's laughter grew louder. Zhou Yan is cheerful and generous, so he is quite popular. The boys who came now are all very relaxed around him. But Hiying always gives people the feeling of being distant and unapproachable, so the boys don't dare to talk to her easily. Now Zhou Yan said this, and seeing Hiying's flushed face, everyone began to think that she's not cold, but just not good at socializing. Their looks at her also became more casual. With Zhou Yan's words, the atmosphere became livelier. Although Hiying was a bit embarrassed and amused by what he said, she couldn't do much in this situation. At this moment, the 8th princess sitting opposite looked at Hiying and suddenly asked, "Young Master He, I heard you are planning to duel my 7th sister. Is that true?" Her voice was a little excited. Hiying nodded and said, "Yes, it's true." The 8th princess stuck out her tongue happily and said, "Now, that woman is going to have bad luck. But your contest might not succeed." Hiying smiled at her and said, "I think so too. Princess Qi is noble and proud, so she will find a way to prevent this duel from happening." Seeing her smile, the 8th princess blushed. Just then, a tall girl sitting on Zhou Yan's left stood up and loudly said, "Young Master He, I heard from Sister C that you are the Jade Gentleman. Is that true? Can you show us a performance?" This girl was about 15 or 16, with well-defined features. Her appearance was average by today's standards. Plus, she had a proud air between her eyebrows and eyes. When she spoke, her voice was a bit high-pitched and somewhat rude. Hiying looked up at her and shook his head, saying, "I am feeling a little unwell." The girl was annoyed by his refusal. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she said in a restrained, calm tone, "Young Master He, you're not very polite, are you?" Hiying didn't get angry, but smiled instead. He leaned back slightly and said, "Miss, I don't think there's any rule that says I must fulfill any request you make." The girl's eyes darkened. At this moment, everyone fell silent and looked at the two of them. Even Zhou Yan looked at the girl with a slight frown. As soon as the girl giggled, she suddenly asked, "Young Master Hiyu, is your name really Hiyu? I think I've heard of you. You seem to have a close relationship with General Li Qing." This remark made He Ying's face darken immediately. She looked coldly at the girl. The people nearby also sensed something was wrong, but everyone looked confused. Only Zhou Yuan, who knew the full situation, was absent. Hiying slowly turned her head and looked seriously at the girl. Maybe because her gaze was too cold and her expression too stern, the girl shivered and finally looked away. If she hadn't had a talk with Zhou Yuan yesterday, she would probably be very nervous now. But now she felt more confident and her expression became more natural. However, the girl didn't seem eager to reveal anything. Seeing her face change, she quickly lowered her head and avoided Hiying's gaze. Seeing this, Hiying let out a big sigh of relief. The atmosphere became a little stiff. Zhou looked at the two and suddenly laughed loudly, saying, "Eat, eat. Come on, everyone cheers." His words broke the awkward silence. Hiying slowly enjoyed her meal, feeling restless and thinking, could she be sent by Li Qing to test me? Why doesn't she just expose me? She sneered silently, thinking, maybe the time isn't right yet. But the harmonious mood was spoiled by the girl's actions. The singing and dancing on stage continued. The girl sitting next to Hiying looked shy and didn't make her uncomfortable. After about 15 minutes, everyone gradually returned to normal. They started chatting and acting as if they were drunk and carefree. At this moment, a young man in his 20s staggered to his feet. He was tall and handsome, with a light beard on his chin that gave him a simple, honest look. But he was dressed in luxurious silk. He held a cup of wine and wobbled as he approached Hiying. His face was red, and his eyes looked hazy, clearly drunk. The young man walked up to Hiying and stammered, "I am Luo Han. I've heard of young Master Hiyu for a long time. Today I see you, and you are truly distinguished. Last night, I heard from the family of Xin Yang that you are highly respected. I wonder if young Master he would allow us to have a look?" As he spoke, he seemed to sober up a bit and became more articulate. After speaking, he staggered and nearly fell to the side. Fortunately, a singer quickly caught him. Everyone at the table had the same idea, but now that Luo Han had started, they all became excited. They looked eagerly at Hiying, waiting for her answer. Seeing everyone's expressions, Hiying knew she couldn't escape. She stood up and loudly said, "Thank you for your kindness. I, Hiyu, do not dare to refuse. If I decline again, it would be my fault." As she spoke, a small cheer arose. The 8th princess looked at her with charming eyes. Hiying smiled lightly and said, "But we shouldn't be too hasty. After everyone has eaten and drunk enough, I will show you a little something." Hearing this, everyone agreed happily. Only the girl who had challenged Hiying earlier looked at her with a cold face. Her expression was dark, seeming annoyed that Hiying didn't give her any respect. Hiying had been secretly watching her, and she caught this expression in her eyes. She secretly chuckled and sat down. At this moment, Zhou Yan had also drunk enough. He clapped his hands and said, "Great, very good. Honestly, since I saw my younger brother's performance at the tavern that day, I've been thinking about it ever since." He leaned forward suddenly and asked the girl who had challenged Hiying, "Long Huana, you just mentioned General Li Qingli. What do you mean?" As soon as he said this, Hiying broke out in a cold sweat. In no time, her clothes were soaked with sweat. Although Long Huaner had spoken earlier with a determined mind, she thought everything was settled. But unexpectedly, Zhou Yan brought it up himself. Her mood fluctuated greatly, and her face showed panic. This was in front of many people with a lot of noise and gossip, and everyone had some status. If her identity was revealed and someone with bad intentions stirred trouble, what could she do? Hiying's face turned pale, and her heart pounded quickly. But she knew that everyone present was skilled at reading faces. So she just lowered her head and slowly sipped her wine. Because of this, few people noticed her unusual state. Long Huana looked at Hiying and moved her lips. In Zhou Yan's expectant gaze, she finally said, "I think they know each other." Her words were not entirely truthful. Since everyone couldn't tell that Hiying was a woman, they didn't associate Li Qing with her. At most, they thought the two had some minor conflict. At this moment, Zhou Qinghan chuckled and said, "Is that so? Come on, let's drink." As soon as he mentioned drinking, everyone eagerly raised their cups and started to toast. Hiying finally let out a big sigh of relief and quickly swallowed a sip of wine. Only then did she realize her back was soaked through. Seeing that Long Huaner didn't expose her in front of everyone, Hiying's mood settled. She remembered something and leaned over to Zhou Yan, who was chatting and laughing with others, and asked softly, "Big brother, is the imperial decree with you?" Zhou Yan was surprised for a moment, then smiled again and replied quietly, "It's with me. Don't worry, I will send someone to deliver it to you soon." Hiying smiled happily, her face blooming like a flower, which made Zhou Yan momentarily dizzy. She softly said, "Good." After the banquet ends, Big Brother must send me the imperial decree right away. After saying this, Ying felt much more confident. She thought to herself, no matter what tricks Li Qing has, or how others plan, with this decree in my hand, even if Zhou Gu has no place for me, no one will dare to harm me. Besides, as long as I stay safe, I can go to the other 5 countries. With this thought, she relaxed and started drinking happily. Before long, her face turned red, and she was clearly tipsy. Alcohol gives courage. Usually cautious and careful, Ying, after a few drinks, became bolder and more confident in her words. She no longer hesitated before speaking but raised her voice and started joking around with Zhou Yan and others. Princess Ba saw her happy and couldn't help but smile softly, speaking gently like water. Young Master Hiu, why don't you perform something for everyone now? Her voice was playful and almost like a tease. Ying listened to her and tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Everyone watched her deep in thought, their voices slowing down as they waited for her answer. Ying muttered to herself, "What should I perform?" After saying that, she suddenly pushed the table away, stood up quickly, and walked into the center of the crowd. She drew her sword loudly and said, "If everyone wants me to perform, then I will. I will perform a sword dance." Everyone was very happy to see this. They cheered loudly and shouted with joy. Ying was already a little drunk, and hearing their cheers made her even more excited. She raised her sword, flicked her fingers on the blade, and made a humming sound. Then she lifted the sword high and swung it, creating a shower of sword sparks. The crowd watched quietly, focused on her performance. She moved her sword gracefully, and suddenly a silver wave appeared in the air. At the same time, a clear, powerful voice rang out. "Don't you see? The water of the yellow river comes from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning." The song was grand and heroic, with a strong voice. The sword sparks looked like waves crashing, and the moonlight shone down. With each move, she showed the mighty flow of a great river, with waves rolling and surging. The crowd had never heard such lyrics or seen such singing. They all stopped what they were doing and stared at her, mesmerized. Ying's white clothes fluttered, and she looked beautiful and mysterious, like a fairy. The powerful, majestic song, with a hint of sadness, made the young men and women, used to lively shows, feel deeply moved. "Don't you see? The mirror in the high hall reflects white hair, in the morning black as silk, by evening turned to snow." Her voice softened, carrying a feeling of the passing of time and change. Her sword moved slowly, and sparks flickered like stars, showing a scene of beauty turning old in an instant. The crowd watched in awe, staring at her elegant figure in white, listening to this rare, sad song. Their hearts calmed and settled. Zhou Yan quietly recited along. "Don't you see? The mirror in the high hall reflects white hair, in the morning black as silk, by evening turned to snow." As soon as he finished, he suddenly felt very lonely and helpless. He raised his glass of wine and took a deep drink. Then he slammed the cup onto the table and loudly said, "Excellent. That was a wonderful performance." As soon as he spoke, several others also cheered loudly. Their cheers broke through the night sky and spread far away. Ying, encouraged by their cheers, became even more spirited. She flicked her sword tip, making a dragon roar sound, and sparks flew as she danced. Her steps were quick and lively. Her sword moved like snow, and she looked as beautiful as a jade statue. The scene was so enchanting that everyone seemed to be lost in a dream, completely captivated. Ying's gentle and melodious singing voice once again reached everyone's ears. In life, one should enjoy happiness to the fullest. Do not let the golden cup face the moon empty. When gold is spent, it will come back again. These bold and inspiring lyrics immediately caused a wave of cheers from the crowd. Zhou Yan and others were so moved that they stood up suddenly. They picked up their swords and danced along with her. For a moment, the chant, "When gold is spent, it will come back again," and the singing blended together, filling the air. The men present were all stirred by Ying's performance, and their minds, already stimulated by alcohol, became even more excited. Suddenly, The scene was filled with loud shouting and cheering. However, while they enjoyed themselves, the young women at the table frowned slightly and looked unhappy. Hiying's performance was so beautiful and exciting, so captivating, but now, mixed with the unmusical shouts of the rowdy men, her singing was drowned out by the noisy chaos. Seeing the white figure moving among the sword lights and drunken steps, the eighth princess could no longer hold back and shouted loudly, "Shut up. All of you, be quiet." This powerful shout was infused with internal energy. Instantly, the entire hall echoed with the words, "Be quiet," and everyone's ears buzzed loudly, making them feel uneasy. With this shout, the previously noisy hall suddenly became silent. Seeing everyone turn to look at her, the eighth princess blushed. She looked at Hiying's surprised and confused expression and couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Zhou Yan was the first to regain his senses. He cleared his throat and said, "Eighth sister's lesson is very good." Originally, Yudi's performance was quite wonderful, but with us rough men interfering, it turned into chaos. His words made everyone burst into laughter. The young women sitting nearby giggled openly. Amid the laughter, Zhou Yan and the others returned to their seats. They were all slightly drunk, but after the eighth princess's shout, their drunkenness had mostly faded. They all sat back down with silly smiles. Hiying, after hearing the shout, also sobered up quite a bit. Seeing everyone returning to their seats, she looked at her own place and then at the sword in her hand, feeling a bit unsure of what to do. After thinking for a moment, she slowly moved toward her seat. However, everyone's attention remained focused on her. Seeing her also plan to sit back in her original position, everyone else couldn't stand it anymore. A young girl cheerfully called out, "Young Master Hiyu, your sword dance isn't finished yet." Hiying had only taken a few steps when she heard her name and paused. At this moment, the sweet and pleasant voice of the eighth princess also came through. "Young Master He, we are all waiting for your performance." Zhou Yan saw Hiying standing still in the middle and chuckled, successfully drawing everyone's attention back to himself. He smiled and said, "Younger brother you're getting quite good at being stubborn. You performed halfway, saw everyone returning to their seats, and you just calmly got up and left. That's really dreaming big." Hiying also found this amusing. She raised her sword and sighed, saying, "Big brother, do you really have the nerve to say that to me? Performing is all about the mood. I was in high spirits, but your interruption made me have to start over." Hearing her say, "Start over," everyone's enthusiasm grew even more. They cheered loudly, "Yes, start over, start over." Their shouts were so loud they made Hiying's ears ring. She smiled bitterly, raised her hand, and loudly said, "Everyone, since you all insist I start over, I will graciously comply." With her affirmation, cheers erupted again. These young men, all full of youthful arrogance, were already impressed by Hiying's earlier display of skill. Now that they calmed down, they longed to see her perform again. Hiying flicked her sword, which made a dragon-like roar, then looked at the silent crowd. Suddenly, she smiled, threw her sword to the ground, and turned to walk toward the nearby singer who was standing still. When she approached, the singer was first stunned, then hurriedly bowed to her. Hiying nodded slightly in acknowledgement, sat in front of a zither, and plucked her fingers to start a gentle melody, singing loudly. "Don't you see? The water of the yellow river comes from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning. Don't you see? The bright mirror in the hall reflects white hair, in the morning like black silk, in the evening turned to snow. In life, when you are happy, you should enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. Gold scattered, but it will come back again. Cooking lamb and slaughtering cattle for fun, one should drink 300 cups at once." Masterson, Scholar Donchio, step onto the stage. Raise the wine, young men, do not stop. Let me sing a song for you. Please listen carefully. The drums and fine dishes are not worth valuing. I only wish to be drunk forever and never wake up. Throughout history, wise and noble people have often been lonely. Only drinkers leave their names behind. Long ago, King Chen held a grand feast at Pinglu, drinking 10,000 cups of wine and enjoying himself freely. The host said, "Why worry about money? Just buy good wine and drink with your friends." He had fine horses and expensive furs, calling his servant to exchange them for good wine, so everyone could forget their worries together. This song is played with a sword dance, stirring everyone's passion. The music, accompanied by a gentle zither, perfectly expresses the boldness and free spirit of the poem. The poem itself encourages enjoying life at the right moment. The young people here have big dreams but live wild, reckless lives. Deep inside, they often feel a bit anxious. Now, hearing this fresh and lively song, they carefully appreciate the touching lyrics. Each person feels it speaks directly to their heart, revealing their deepest feelings. When Hying sings, throughout history, wise and noble people have often been lonely. Only drinkers leave their names behind. Everyone is moved. They repeat this line over and over, feeling its meaning linger and its charm grow stronger. Lost in admiration, the young men drink eagerly again. The girls, watching Hying sitting behind the zither, her white dress shining and her face glowing like jade, think she looks like a fairy, beautiful beyond compare under the lantern light. Hying has never truly relaxed from her heart. She's always been anxious and uncertain. But now, singing Li Bai's Bring in the Wine, she feels deeply touched. It's as if she suddenly understands that her struggles these days were unnecessary. Life is short, and things don't always go as planned. Now she has fame that draws attention, and a royal decree for her safety. Even those like Li Qing, who dislike her, dare not trouble her openly. Her current situation is worlds apart from before. In this moment, what is there to worry about? Why not let go and enjoy life fully? Feeling this way, her singing becomes even more profound. Hying's voice is deep and not sweet or delicate like a typical woman's voice. It carries a sense of experience and sorrow, fitting the lyrics perfectly. Everyone listening, singing, and watching is captivated. The music takes them to a broad, beautiful world. When Hying finishes her song, everyone remains lost in thought for a long time. She confidently sat back in her seat, then turned her head and met the infatuated gaze of the 8th princess. With such a look, Hying could still sense her thoughts. Looks like I can win over both men and women, Hying suddenly thought. As soon as the thought appeared, she couldn't help but laugh softly. At that moment, Zhou Yan and the others happened to wake up. Hearing her laugh, Zhou Yan also chuckled. He turned to Hying and softly said, "Yudi, the more I get to know you, the more I realize I don't understand your depth. Throughout history, wise people are often lonely, but drinkers leave their names behind. Yudi, your talent truly makes me ashamed." Hearing his praise, Hying felt a little proud, but she knew her real contribution was not much. Her face turned slightly red, and she quickly said, "You're too kind, brother. I don't deserve such praise." Zhou Yan shook his head and said, "It's not praise. Yudi, you are truly gifted. In music, knowledge, any area, you could become a master." This made Hying feel a bit guilty. She kept shaking her head. But Zhou Yan paused, looking puzzled. Who is Master Tsin Dan Qiusheng? Why have I never heard of him? Is King Qin the King Cheng of Xia? His voice was loud, and many people turned to look at Hying, waiting for her answer. Uncomfortable, Hying smiled awkwardly and reached up to wipe the non-existent sweat on her forehead. "Well, these are just names I mentioned offhand. There are some friends I knew in childhood who liked to drink. Master and King Chun are just nicknames." "Really? So, young Master, he knew so many interesting people when he was young? No wonder you're so extraordinary," the 8th princess said brightly. Hying forced a dry smile and said, "No. I just remembered those days when we drank and caused trouble, and I was inspired." Hearing her explanation, the 8th princess's big eyes still looked confused. She frowned, about to say something more. Hying quickly cleared her throat and said, "I feel a bit dizzy." Seeing her like this, the 8th princess's expression softened with concern, and she stopped asking further. Seeing that no one was arguing further about this matter, Hying thought to herself, "These Tang poems and song lyrics, I might need to change the words if I use them again. Otherwise, the lies will keep growing bigger and become harder to explain." At this moment, All the young men and women stepped forward one by one to toast her. Their praise and admiration made Hing feel increasingly overwhelmed. That night, amid the wine and compliments, the evening quickly passed. The flirtatious glances from the women, especially the eighth princess's frequent looks at him, made Hing both excited and amused. After seeing everyone off, Hing hurriedly pulled Zhou Yan, who was about to return to his room, and asked anxiously, "Big brother, you didn't give me the imperial decree, did you?" Zhou Yan patted his head, smiled shyly, and said, "If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten again." Then he said to Hing, "Come on, let's go to my room." Hing nodded and followed him quickly. Soon, they reached the courtyard gate. She said, "I'll wait outside." Zhou Yan nodded and went into the study. Hing strolled into the hall outside the study. After taking a few steps, Zhou Yan came out quickly, holding a yellow cloth in his hand, and handed it to her. She took it with one hand and looked at his other hand, asking curiously, "Big brother, what's this?" Zhou Yan was holding a small booklet. He handed it to her quietly and said, "This is a secret internal martial arts manual that I secretly took from the palace. Keep it safe. I've looked at it too. It's one of the best in the Six Kingdoms. Your sword skills are good, but your internal strength isn't. Practice this carefully. Maybe one day you'll reach great mastery." Hing took the booklet and said gratefully, "Thank you, big brother." Seeing her eyes turn red, Zhou Yan grinned and quickly looked around cautiously, whispering, "Don't tell anyone about this, understand?" Hing nodded repeatedly. She was truly touched. Zhou Yan had thought of everything for her without her needing to remind him. This sense of reliance and the feeling of being cared for like family made Hing feel a genuine warmth that she rarely experienced in this world. Back in her room, Hing first looked at the imperial decree and then carefully kept it close to her body. Then she opened the internal cultivation manual. On top, large characters in clerical script read, "In Lu Gong Ju." Below, there were hundreds of small characters. Hing read carefully. These hundreds of words about the cultivation method were truly deep and lingering, hard to understand fully. She thought for a moment and memorized these hundreds of characters thoroughly. After mastering them, she stored the manual inside a tiny gourd. To her surprise, when she did so, she accidentally included a divine decree as well. The process went smoothly this time, which made Hing very happy. However, when she tried to retrieve the items, she couldn't succeed no matter what. Feeling helpless, she hid on her bed and thought for a while before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Hing got up early. She practiced her usual Luo Yu breathing technique and then continued with the Ing Lu manual. After half an hour, she couldn't go on. For some reason, practicing this technique always made her feel tightness in her chest, which was very uncomfortable. This discomfort troubled her several times, so she stopped. After breakfast, Hing wandered bored in the courtyard. As she walked, she reached the main gate. Seeing the busy crowd outside, she suddenly had an idea and strode out. When she arrived at the gate, 2 guards bowed and said, "Greetings, young master." Hing nodded to them and returned their polite smiles, thinking, Brother Zhou is really attentive in these matters, even considering the servants' attitudes. She didn't know that Zhou Yan's good attitude towards her was well known throughout the court, and it didn't need anyone to tell her. She slowly walked onto the street. Dressed in white, she attracted many passers-by who kept looking back. She moved lightly through the crowd, feeling unusually relaxed, as if she hadn't enjoyed such a carefree walk in a long time. She paused at each small stall. The vendors' calls sounded very pleasant to her. After a while, her mood grew happier. She remembered how she used to walk carefully with Xiao Huan, afraid of offending some madman, ready to draw her sword at any moment. That fear and panic were truly painful. Hing took a jade bracelet from a jewelry stall, examining it repeatedly while thinking about the past. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Miss." Hing was surprised and slowly turned her head. I saw Xiao Huan wearing a torn dress, standing on the opposite street, foolishly looking at me. After not seeing her for a while, she seemed a bit thinner. When Hing looked at me, Xiao Huan took a step forward, as if she wanted to run toward her. Just then, several carriages passed by, so she had to hurriedly step back, standing on her tiptoes and peering at He-Ying, afraid she might disappear. Her nervousness softened He-Ying's heart. Once the carriages had gone past, He-Ying looked toward Xiao Huan. She saw someone familiar standing beside her, Lu Shu. Could Xiao Huan really be with Lu Shu? He-Ying wondered curiously. She smiled slightly and walked over confidently. When Lu Shu saw her approaching, her smile grew brighter. Wow. It's been so long since I saw you. You're famous all over Zhou City now. Even the third prince mentions you sometimes. Lu Shu rushed up and took her hand, talking excitedly in a string of words. He-Ying smiled at her and then turned to look at Xiao Huan, whose face was flushed with excitement. She gently asked, "Have you all been doing well lately?" Xiao Huan pouted, her eyes turning red. Lu Shu quickly answered, "Of course. We're doing great. He-Ying, if I hadn't run into you, I was planning to visit the fourth prince's residence to invite you out to play." She made a silly face and giggled. "I've been thinking about that idea all along. It's just a pity you're now He-Yu a man. As a young lady, I'd need a good excuse to come find you. You don't know, I've been thinking about how to come up with an excuse these days." He-Ying looked at Xiao Huan tenderly and softly asked, "Xiao Huan, how are you now?" Xiao Huan, tears in her eyes, excitedly said, "Miss, I'm fine." Lu Shu grinned playfully, patting He-Ying's shoulder. "What do you mean? Your maid, do you think I'd mistreat her?" He-Ying couldn't help but smile. She looked at Xiao Huan, who, although a bit thinner, looked healthy and spirited. She appeared calm and natural in front of Lu Shu, clearly living a good life. The three of them standing by the street had already attracted the attention of passers-by. He-Ying, handsome and white, and Lu Shu, beautiful as a flower, made a striking pair, truly eye-catching. Noticing this, He-Ying smiled and said, "All right, let's go into the restaurant and talk more. If you keep standing like that, your third prince will think you're secretly dating outside again." Lu Shu's face turned red, and her hand on He-Ying's shoulder instinctively shrank back because she noticed the flirtatious glances from the passers-by. Xiao Huan saw their reactions and couldn't help but giggle. The three of them turned and headed to a nearby restaurant, choosing a private room. They ordered a few dishes and started chatting. Not long after sitting down, Xiao Huan looked at Lu Shu and suddenly said, "Miss is now a married woman." He-Ying was surprised and then noticed Lu Shu's hairstyle, which was now styled up, clearly showing she was married. She smiled and said, "Congratulations. So, you married the third prince? Living with your beloved now, you must be very happy." As she spoke, she carefully observed Lu Shu. She saw a touch of charm in her eyes and a graceful, mature look, suggesting she was doing quite well. Although, with a closer look, there was a hint of worry in her eyes, which was understandable. She was just a daughter of a noble family serving the prince, married as a concubine, competing with many women for favor. Happiness like pure love was unlikely. Seeing He-Ying's eyes constantly examining her, Lu Shu playfully punched her lightly. He-Ying chuckled and held her hand, teasingly pulling it away, causing Lu Shu to stumble toward her. She said with a smile, "Hey, young lady, even if I look handsome and extraordinary, you don't need to at me just because we met." Lu Shu blushed deeply and playfully pinched her ear, laughing. "Stop talking nonsense. If you have some skill, don't be so proud just because you're good-looking." Xiao Huan watched the scene and giggled happily. After a while, the waiter brought the dishes. Seeing outsiders, the two quickly sat up straight, adopting a noble demeanor. "Your complexion looks really good now," Lu Shu said, studying He-Ying with admiration. "You look much brighter than before. If I didn't know you so well, I might not recognize you." Xiao Huan added, Yes, miss, you look very beautiful now. But you do look a bit more like a man." He-Ying poured herself a cup of wine, waved it at the two, and softly said, "My name is He-Yu now. I am actually a man." She turned her head to look at Lu Shu and Xiao Huan, then continued, "If possible, I wish I could be a man for my whole life." Xiao Huan's eyes widened and Lu Shu was also surprised, saying, "If you don't plan to get married, that won't do. By the way, I just saw Li Qing earlier. How are things between you and him now? He smiled gently to comfort them and said softly, my current status is Li Qing's last wife. Actually, that marriage agreement probably won't be easily broken. I definitely won't marry Li Qing. Besides, what's so good about marriage? Constantly watching a man's face and competing for his attention with many women. She paused here, immediately regretting her careless words as Lu Shu's face darkened. Before He Ying could offer comfort, Lu Shu sighed softly and said, you're right. But I am just an ordinary woman, not as outstanding or special as you. I only hope to have a son for him so that when I grow old, I will have someone to rely on. That would be enough. Xiao Huan nodded beside her and said proudly, Miss, you are the most wonderful woman in the world. Of course, your ideas and actions are different. Her voice was full of pride, clearly proud of He Ying. He Ying looked at her and felt a bit guilty. But if she had the chance to do it all over again, she would still entrust Xiao Huan to Lu Shu. After all, the path she was walking now was fraught with danger. A single mistake could lead to disaster. In fact, in this world, no matter which way you choose, the road ahead is full of risks and rough terrain. The atmosphere fell into silence. Lu Shu was lost in sadness. He Ying looked at her but didn't know how to comfort this newly married woman. She smiled bitterly, blaming herself for saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. By the way, you said you met Li Qing today. He Ying broke the silence gently. Lu Shu came back to herself and nodded, saying, yes, just half an hour ago, Xiao Huan and I left the house. When he saw me, he voluntarily got off his carriage and came to ask me questions. She hesitated slightly before softly adding, he looked a bit tired, as if he was worried about you. She paused, struggling to find the right words. Xiao Huan quickly chimed in, Miss, generally is still thinking about you. I think he has fallen for you, and is hoping you'll change your mind. Liashi nodded repeatedly and said, yes, that's right. He hasn't talked much about you, but from his tone and expression, it's clear he still cares about you. He Ying paused for a moment, then looked up to see the two women staring at her. She couldn't help but smile and said, what? Are you both moved by him? Lu Shu nodded carefully and said, well, he is your legally married husband. If he truly cares about you wholeheartedly, that would be the best thing in the world. Do you want to go back to the Li family to visit? He Ying chuckled softly and said, fools. You think everything is so simple. Seeing their confused faces, she explained, you think, after living in the fourth prince's residence for so long, Li Qing, as a grown man, wouldn't suspect my fidelity. When Lu Shu tried to interrupt, she added, you can say that this can be checked, right? Seeing both Lu Shu and Xiao Huan nod, she laughed and stood up, looking at the bustling crowd downstairs. With confidence, she said, why should I have tests to prove my innocence just to make him believe me? Why should I go back to the Li family to compete with a few women over a man who is useless? Why should I return to a man who once looked down on me and keeps putting me in danger? Just because he is my nominal husband. She smiled calmly, her beautiful face shining with radiance, glowing with confidence. Living like this is good enough for me. He Ying, don't need to rely on any man. And this man is not worth my trust or dependence. Her words were strong and clear. Lu Shu and Xiao Huan stared at her confident face, watching her in her snowy white dress, standing with her hands behind her back. It seemed that only now they realized that He Ying at this moment had a kind of proud, noble air that could rival kings and nobles. This change came from last night's poem by Li Bai, Bring in a Wine. In that moment, He Ying understood a simple truth. Living in fear and hesitation is a life too. Living freely and boldly is also a life too. She realized she had no reason or need to always be cautious, to think too much, to weigh every step. She was exhausted from it. It was like a great awakening, and He Ying's mood suddenly became much broader. She felt that her past struggles had only been self-made prisons. Lu Shu and Xiao Huan both looked up at her with longing and envy in their eyes, along with feelings of excitement and sadness. In that moment, 1,000 thoughts flooded their minds, finally turning into a small smile. The three of them exchanged smiles and happily started eating. Just then, a voice called out outside, eager and sincere. "They are here, General. Please come in." Following that, there was the sound of a door opening. He Ying and the others turned to look, just in time to see Li Qing, Lu Ming, and Yu Er standing behind them. All 6 were momentarily stunned. Lu Shu and Xiao Huan both stood up, looking at Li Qing and the others with blank expressions. As soon as Li Qing entered, he kept his eyes fixed on He Ying, not blinking once. His eyes flickered with different emotions: disappointment, sadness, happiness, anger, guilt, and love, all rushing through him. His face kept changing as he experienced these feelings, until finally settling into calmness. He Ying smiled softly and sat still. She poured herself a glass of wine, raised her cup to Li Qing and the others, and said with a smile, "Generally, such quick news. Since you're here, please come in and have a drink." Her calm and relaxed attitude made everyone suddenly feel more alert. Lu Shu and Xiao Huan slightly bowed and softly said, "Greetings, your general." Li Qing waved his hand, signaling the servant to close the door and step back, then strode toward the table. He walked straight to He Ying, looked at her quietly for a moment, and finally sat down opposite her. Once he sat down, Lu Ming and Yu Er also took seats on his sides. All 3 pairs of eyes focused seriously on He Ying. If it had been the old He Ying, she might have felt a little nervous now. But seeing this scene, her heart was as calm as an ancient well, with no ripples. She raised her hand, took the untouched wine glasses in front of Lu Shu and Xiao Huan, and placed them in front of Li Qing and Lu Ming, then poured wine into all 3 glasses. Her movements were smooth and graceful, like flowing water. Anyone watching could tell she was a master at controlling her strength and movements. At this moment, Lu Shu and Xiao Huan slowly sat down, glancing worriedly at He Ying and then at Li Qing. Seeing that both were calm and expressionless, they lowered their heads in silence. Li Qing kept his gaze fixed on He Ying. He sensed that, in just 2 days, her demeanor and appearance had changed greatly from the day of the discussion meeting. She seemed more striking, more radiant than before. Laminggia kept watching He Ying. He never had much good feeling for this woman. Later, when he heard she lost a battle, then she became famous at a debate conference, everyone was shocked. At that time, he was confused. Was that confident, proud girl He Ying? Now, he couldn't see clearly the girl in front of him. She seemed to be under 15. So young, yet she had mysterious powers that amazed everyone. As for Yu Er, she had been childhood friends with Li Qing for over 10 years. She thought she understood his feelings and emotions, believing she had control over them. She even knew that although her status limited her from becoming his official wife, she was sure she would get that position someday. But recently, she felt everything had changed. Her cousin, who grew up with her, was no longer the gentle, loving person he used to be. He had lost his heart, and that loss caused him great pain, almost unbearable. So, she looked at the woman in front of her with anger. But for some reason, her hatred and disgust turned into shame when facing her. Suddenly, the atmosphere became strange. He Ying looked calm, even smiling a little. She held a wine glass gracefully, slowly sipping. Her long eyelashes covered her eyes, hiding her expression. After a while, Li Qing finally spoke. "You all should go out." He meant Lu Shu, Yu Er, and Xiao Huan. They had been restless. When they heard him, they stood up quickly and headed for the door. As they moved, Li Qing looked at Laminggia. Laminggia hesitated for a moment, then also stood up and went outside. The 4 of them quickly left and closed the door. "He Ying, what do you really want?" Li Qing asked tightly, staring at her. He Ying smiled softly. She looked up at Li Qing and asked gently, "Generally, what do you mean by that?" Li Qing took a deep breath and said seriously, "He Ying, I know about the past. I have wronged you before. In the past, our families feud. I shouldn't have involved you, a gentle woman, and caused you to be neglected." He spoke very seriously, with a sincere expression. For some reason, He Ying almost wanted to laugh. She looked up at Li Qing with a bright smile. Her smile finally made Li Qing unable to speak anymore, and he quickly said angrily, "What are you laughing at? What are you proud of?" He Ying shook her head and gently swayed the wine in her hand, looking at the cloudy yellow wine.
She said softly. What?
Am I not allowed to laugh? Li Qing restrained his temper and spoke in a gentle voice. Hiying, I am apologizing to you. Hiying glanced at him and said casually, I heard you. As soon as she said this, Li Qing was silent for a while. After a moment, his heavy, suppressed breathing sounded, and he asked, Hiying, what do you really mean? Don't forget, you are my wife by marriage. You are a woman. Soon you will be an adult and we will get married. Are you still planning to stay at the fourth prince's residence? Hiying changed the wine cup from her left hand to her right hand and said calmly, Why not? Suddenly, with a bang, the wine cup fell and shattered on the ground. Li Qing raised his hand and threw the cup to the floor. Hiying didn't move and let the cup fall. She looked at the broken pieces on the ground and slowly raised her eyes to look at Li Qing. Her clear, water-like eyes met Li Qing's. At that moment, Li Qing's originally angry heart suddenly stirred. This stirring, like the countless times they had been alone before, made his heart feel a twinge of bitterness and helplessness. He asked softly, What do you really want? The same words, spoken now, sounded much weaker, even with a hint of pleading. Hiying looked seriously at Li Qing, meeting his eyes filled with pain. Suddenly, she smiled again, a smile as bright as spring flowers blooming. She slowly said, Li Qing, do you have a grudge of killing my father? Li Qing's mouth twitched, but he didn't answer her. Hiying continued, On the way to the capital, you encountered several assassination attempts. If I hadn't been lucky, alert, I would have turned into bones long ago. Am I right? Li Qing's face darkened again, and he said softly, At that time, I was. Hiying shook her head and interrupted him. I'm not here to hear your explanation. I am just stating a fact. There is more between us than just hatred, isn't there? There is also a reason I don't fully understand, which makes you dislike me, but still forcefully marry me. You've treated me poorly along the way and been cold to me even after arriving at the Li residence. Is that right? She spoke, but Li Qing did not answer. He silently poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing his expression, Hiying smiled slightly. This smile made her beautiful face glow, very charming. Do you know? This past year has been the most painful and difficult time of my life. I don't know if I will still be alive tomorrow, or if I will have some reason or excuse to give you or others. I am afraid, panicked, and feel lost. Do you know all this? When Hiying said this, she was calm and composed, always smiling. Her gentle and peaceful smile made it hard for Li Qing to find words to apologize or feel guilty. Why should I keep living in days without a tomorrow? Just because I am a woman, your nominal wife, or because my family has a grudge against yours. But what does that have to do with me? Why should I endure this? This series of intense questions, Hiying spoke with calmness and composure. Li Qing had already lowered his head as much as possible. He poured himself another glass and drank it quickly. Generally, you are a strong man. You have your career and the people you want to protect. I, Hiying, am just a small wave in your life. After seeing and passing through, I will disappear. When she said this, her voice grew a little more serious. Hiying couldn't help but smile, her tone turning gentle. Our meeting was originally a mistake made by our ancestors. Now I am walking the path I choose. Generally, do you think I am wrong for doing this? There was a long silence. After a while, Li Qing finally looked up. His face was slightly red from drinking several large glasses. He stared at Hiying tightly, with regret and deep affection in his eyes. I was wrong before. Can I start over? Li Qing suddenly said. He reached out and held Hiying's small hand tightly, saying repeatedly, Inger, I was wrong. I was wrong before. But now I know. Can you forgive me? You, a girl, fighting and arguing with men, will eventually be seen through. This is not a long-term solution. You should return to Li's house. When you come back, I will proudly marry you and bring you into my family. He spoke more and more excitedly, his handsome face full of energy and his eyes shining brightly, as if he could already see their happy, loving days together. Hiying looked at him and slowly pulled her small hand away from his. She struggled several times, but Li Qing used a lot of strength, so she kept resisting with all her might. Finally, Li Qing, caught up in his excitement, realized her resistance. He looked at He Ying with a sad, surprised expression. After she withdrew her hand, he finally shook his head and said, "It's too late. Everything is too late." Li Qing's facial muscles twitched, and his lips trembled for a moment. He muttered, "Too late?" He looked at He Ying with disbelief and asked, "Why?" He Ying stood up and looked at the busy crowd downstairs. She spoke softly, "When I was most helpless and scared, where were you? You were the one making me feel helpless and afraid. Now I've finally broken free, no longer trapped in that small circle, no longer guessing your thoughts and actions every day. I've finally seen the sky outside, made my own friends. So tell me, why should I go back? Why return to your side and compete for your favor with your other women, just to read your face every day?" She looked at Li Qing with a hint of mockery, smiling gracefully and confidently. Li Qing also stood up, looked directly at her, and said coldly, "But don't forget, what you have now is just a reflection in water or a flower in the mirror. You are still just a woman." He quietly looked at him, making Li Qing feel a bit uncomfortable. She then said calmly, "Yes, what I have now is just a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water. But whether these flowers and moons are real or fake, at least I can still possess them. Staying by your side, what do I have?" She smiled softly and said slowly, "Li Qing, you know very well, you can give me nothing. You can't even give me a sense of security or confidence." Li Qing's face turned pale. He slowly sat down, staring unblinkingly at the wine glass in front of him. He remained silent for a long time. He Ying returned and walked to the door. She opened it and smiled at the 4 people standing outside, saying, "Come in. The food has gone cold." Then she raised her voice and shouted, "Waiter, bring me another table of food and drinks, the best you have." Lu Ming looked at her and then at Li Qing, knowing that the conversation had failed. He strode over and sat beside Li Qing. He opened his mouth to say something but stopped himself. "If I were nearby, even if we didn't finish talking today, at least I wouldn't see you so upset," Lu Ming thought to himself. But now, things had gone too far. He and He Ying were separated by a distance, and even if he stepped in now, it wouldn't help. The 6 people sat down again, as before. The waiter was quick. Soon, all the leftover tea and food were cleared away, and a table of hot dishes was brought out again. He Ying stood up, placed her cup of wine in front of everyone, and poured drinks for each person. She picked up her cup, stood up, and said to everyone, "Everyone, let's have a toast. Meeting each other is fate. No matter what happens in the future, being able to gather today is something to be happy about." Lu Shu and Xiao Huan were the first to pick up their cups and take a small sip. Yu Er didn't move. She looked down at the floor, as if she hadn't heard He Ying's words. Li Qing looked up at He Ying with a sad expression. Lu Ming confidently raised his cup and drank it all in one go. After finishing his drink, Lu Ming looked at the calm and graceful He Ying and thought to himself, "This woman has really changed a lot." Just as he thought this, Li Qing suddenly stood up and slammed his cup onto the ground with a loud crash. The cup shattered, and he turned around and strode out quickly. Seeing him leave, Yu Er glared fiercely at He Ying with a look full of resentment. Then she hurried after Li Qing, calling out, "Li Lang, wait for me." Lu Ming didn't follow immediately. He suddenly bent down and said to He Ying, word by word, "Miss He, although you are now very close to the 4th prince, don't forget, you are just a young woman. If someone wants to harm you, the general has countless ways to make you wish for death but not find it. So, you'd better think carefully and not mistake others' sincerity for something else." After saying this, he poured himself another cup of wine, waved it at He Ying, and drank it all in one gulp before turning to leave. Watching his back as he walked away, Lu Shu trembled and said, "What? What does he mean?" He Ying did not answer. Xiao Huan, trembling, said, "Miss, is he warning you?" He Ying smiled again and turned to the 2 of them gently.
"Eat."
"If you don't eat soon, the food and drinks will get cold." Seeing that they were still staring at her, she comfortably leaned back slightly and calmly said, "Don't worry. Even if the sky falls now, it won't crush me. Seeing that they still looked surprised at her, she suddenly felt very happy. She tapped her chopsticks on the wine glass and sang loudly, "Many joys and sorrows pass before my eyes. People are driven by fame and profit. The world is full of red dust and distant barriers. Laugh at the wheels of carts and horses, morning bells and evening drums, all just busying ourselves year after year. It's better for me to play my zither, compose a poem, and enjoy a peaceful life. Look at the rich and the poor. Both are just bones buried in the yellow earth." She sang freely, and for a moment, it felt as if her past and present, the changing seasons, and the vast sea and sky were just a dream. The happiness and worries of these years seemed like fleeting clouds, gone in an instant. She sang with joy. Her bold words and melodies, her calm attitude towards worldly affairs, all of it was captured in her song. Ying was so engrossed in her singing that she didn't notice her voice had become a bit louder. She also didn't notice that since she started singing, the entire restaurant had fallen silent. Recently, she had been living too painfully. Now that her worries had eased, she deeply understood the essence of this song. So she kept singing until she reached the third time before stopping. When she stopped, she poured herself a cup of tea, drank it in one gulp, and loudly said, "That was refreshing. Indeed, very refreshing," a refined male voice responded. Ying was momentarily stunned. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Sir, our host admires your talent and would like to meet you if possible." Ying was in a very good mood. She leaned back and said loudly, "Fate brings us together from afar. Please come in." As soon as she finished speaking, the elegant voice spoke again. "In that case, I will take the liberty." With that, the door was pushed open. A tall, handsome young man stood at the door. He had a broad forehead, sharp eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, and black hair tied into a crown. He wore a long black robe. Seeing him, Ying suddenly thought of a phrase. Dragon posture and phoenix appearance. The young man immediately noticed Ying and was slightly surprised. From her voice, he could tell she was quite young. However, he never expected that this talented, free-spirited young woman would look so stunning and graceful, almost like a fairy from another world.